the Altitude Sports Radio app. Thanks to the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com.
That's willheightwins.com.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KKSE FM HD1 Brookfield, Denver, Boulder. Home of the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche, and the NFL on Westwood One. This is Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5.
Rally House.
Are you ready? It's a Rally House Football Monday.
Yeah, boy! Come on!
All day long, we're dissecting the entire football weekend.
That a baby? Yes, sir!
Brought to you by Rally House. Shop every team in town.
Hell yeah!
Great job, fellas! Great job!
This is 6 in the morning with Brett Kane on Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5.
So it has not been pretty, to say the least. The 9 sacks, only 2 more than the number of punts the Denver offense has brought about. But the most important formation of the day for a struggling Denver offense is this one, the victory one. As Denver, thanks to Jonathan Cooper and the rest of that defense, thanks to them, they will go home 4-2, a half game in front of the Los Angeles Chargers, who are taking on the Dolphins at the top of the hour.
It happened in London.
In London?
NFL Network on the call. Don't you love it when a game ends and their tone is kind of like this? Well, they won. We all felt it. I mean, bottom line, it's a win. But that game was disgusting in basically every way. No, you can't even say, like, if you're a fan of defensive football, then this was a game for, because it wasn't even that. Like, the Broncos defense is really good. But there was no threat whatsoever in the game. Honestly, the most threatening play on the field was either going to be a defensive score or a special teams play. Quite literally not seen anything like that game. You know, Bo Nix in the first half, I forget what the total splits were. But I actually thought the beginning of the game, Bo played pretty well. And then just didn't get anything going past halftime. You know, you look at the numbers. This was with 3 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first half. The Broncos had 125 passing yards. They finished with 168. But the yardage in the game was 175-1. First downs at that point were 8-0. Total plays ran were 32-12. Yards per play were 5.5 to 0.1 per play. And the Jets had the football with a chance to score and take the lead before half. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? And it comes down to kind of the same thing over and over again. And it's the biggest concern I have for this team, this roster, and ultimately where they want to go. The team has an issue, and the issue is this. The stuff that makes winning football teams and championship-level contenders is that they do the small things better than anybody else. And the Broncos really struggle at that. How many times do you have a first down or a big play called back due to a penalty? which we'll get to in a little bit with the Matt Peart stuff that was going on in that game, because not having Ben Powers is an obvious problem. We'll get to that in a second. But the amount of penalties that you take that negate gigantic plays happens way too much. The special teams blunder is almost a guarantee once a week. I mean, how do the New York Jets have 6 points with 1 yard after, what would it be, 28 minutes of football? They moved the ball 1 yard and they have 6 points. Why? Because you turned the ball over the third play of the game on the fumble that left them in field goal position, and you allowed a 72-yard kickoff return. Just for the record, the Jets had 82 yards of total offense and a 72-yard kickoff return. That's the kind of stuff that can lose you football games. That game should have been 50-0 blowout, worst game we've ever seen. And instead, the Jets have the football with a chance to win at the end. The lucky thing is that the Jets were even worse than you in that category. Like, Aaron Glenn he looks way over his head. It reminds me a lot of Hackett, to be honest. Watching him on that opposite sideline and what happened at the end of that first half, and then the explanations afterwards was just crazy. But when you have a big problem doing the little things to win a football game, you're going to end up losing multiple games that you shouldn't. And you're going to end up losing to a lot of good teams more often than you should. Like, 2 specific examples, and I think the games that you were the worst in these categories were both in week 1 against the Titans and this last weekend against the Jets. And you happen to get through with wins because those are the 2 worst teams in the league. But it is a gigantic concern that this is not figured out through 6 weeks. That you're having a discipline problem. You know, the Broncos right now, I believe they're -3 in turnover margin so far this year, which is, it's not the worst in the league, but it's up there. I do want to give a little bit of credence to the defense, even though they aren't necessarily taking the ball away. You rack up 9 sacks in a game, that's essentially like getting turnovers. I mean, it's pretty damn close. Yeah. You know, I went into that game saying London games are weird, and that was certainly weird. It's just something about that start time in a place where you had to travel a whole lot, and I feel like it's really difficult for teams to get into a rhythm. That was obviously the case in this game. But you get the win. You keep pace in the AFC West. You're 4-2. You're tied with the Chargers, who barely snuck by the Dolphins last week. So you're in position to compete for this division, but man, it hurts that you go out there and you play the way that you did. Sean Payton wasn't happy after the game. A lot of people weren't, and I understand why. The only people that were happy was anybody wearing a Broncos jersey on the defensive side. They all should be, because they all just started racking up numbers like crazy. Sack for you. Jonathan Cooper, you can have a couple. Justin Sternad, you have a couple. I mean, kind of everybody got in on the action. But I don't know how you guys feel this morning. It's just like, it's very difficult to assess this team. Are they good enough to compete? Yeah, of course. Are the Broncos in a position where I would consider them contenders? No, not really. Like, they're in this weird spot. And I've thought this a couple of times about the Avs and Nuggets in town over the last couple of years. They're certainly good enough to beat anybody in this league. I don't think there's any question about it. They can beat anybody. They can. But I don't think any game's a guarantee with them either. Last year, that was kind of the case. If they played against an inferior opponent, they would win and they would make you pay. This year isn't. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why we can go through and things that we're going to pick at this game. You know, it's good to do this in a win. And I don't want to be like fully negative on the show today. It was just, I don't know how, for as well as the defense played, they've finished with negative 10 yards total in passing yards. Negative 10. I mean, is that all the defense just kicked your ass? Or is it you have zero ability to move the ball on offense?
What I think happened in this game is I think Sean Payton forgot to convert his call sheet to metric.
Yeah.
He must have still been calling plays in feet and miles instead of kilometers, because what the heck was he doing?
So I want to save the Sean Payton stuff. There's a bigger discussion here. And it's going to be something that's going to sound hypocritical if you've heard like any of the show over the last 6, 7, 8 months, year, 2 years, whatever. It's going to sound hypocritical for me to say this, but it does have to do with flow of the game. And I found Sean Payton's play calling very odd this year. There are times that he is not committed to the run in the past, and I think he's done a much better job this year. Hell, he did a good job in that game, but it's almost like Bo Nix was in a rhythm in the first half, and you were struggling to run the football, and then you didn't really give Bo Nix his opportunities in the second. Again, we'll get to it in a second. But Texter says this. You see, that's the problem, Brett. You, like everyone else, assume that the other team isn't a team of paid professionals. I didn't see any professionals on the field other than the Broncos defense yesterday. Didn't see it at all. I mean, what's sort of the thing you're getting at here? I mean, the Broncos played against a Jets defense that going into that game was as bad as anybody. I mean, you put them up, they were there with the Ravens and the Bengals and all these different teams as far as giving up yardage, as far as giving up points. Like, I will fully admit, I think their defense is probably better than their numbers state because their offense can't do anything and they're always on the field. But it was like shocking to watch that. Whereby every single number, every single statistic, you have an indication that the Broncos should have dominated that game and won big. And they couldn't. I don't care who you are. If you hold a professional football team to negative 10 passing yards at the end of 4 quarters, you should have won that game by 30 points. I've never seen it. But I think you could just take that game. You want to watch what that game was? You look at the final 3 minutes of that first half, and that'll give you a perfect picture. Like, I'm still having trouble processing what was going through anybody's head. Anyone's. Like, you had, on one hand, the Jets, who, if you remember, Nelly, faked a punt on 4th down, picked up the first down. That was a wild sequence because they kept showing Darren Rizzi and Sean Payton screaming on the sideline before the play was happening, almost like they knew it was coming. And the Jets run it anyway. They barely pick it up. And they what? They picked up the first down and were aggressive on fourth just to not do anything at the end of the half? Like this answer from Aaron Glenn about what happened at the end of the first half.
Tell us what happened at the end of the first half with not running a play, just letting the clock run out.
So I knew we were getting the ball back, and I think it was like 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8. And at that point, we didn't know if we got the first down or not, because I know one ref was saying yes, no, and was no. So once it got the 4th down, guys, I'm not about to sit there and try to get a play off, and they will get the ball back. And I think they had a timeout left and give them a chance to kick a field goal. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do. So let's just end the half, we get the ball back, and see if we can get a chance to score.
Yeah, but you could also just throw up a Hail Mary with a second left. You're at the 50.
So when was it time to call timeout?
Well, they didn't have a timeout, and they couldn't spike the ball because it was 4th down, but they had 30 seconds just to be like, okay, here's what we're going to do. Wait until it hits 2 seconds, and then everybody run deep. But here's the other thing. Sean Payton could have called. They had a timeout left. They could have called a timeout with 30 seconds left, forced them to punt, maybe gotten the ball back. Like, I don't know what anybody was doing. The only joy I took out of it was that the defense for the Broncos was laughing as they were running to the locker room because they were as confused as anybody else. Everything about that game was just like, why did you do that? I just kept asking myself that question over and over and over again. So a lot more to get to on this Rally House Victory Monday. It is a victory. And again, I don't want to be totally negative. There are some positives, all defensive, that we'll get to in a little bit. But just a weird game, and thank God they came away with the dub. We'll get more into it next.
Yeah, we got in some loaded fronts. I didn't think we played well up front. You know, we started to hit a few runs late. This was a game I thought coming in we were going to be able to run the ball pretty well, and we weren't as effective as we would have liked to have been, obviously.
You know, first half we were going quick, getting the ball to different players, spreading the ball around, getting them in certain defenses where we get softer coverage, and then, you know, obviously there in the second half felt kind of like the opposite. You know, a lot of run-heavy looks, a lot of loaded boxes, and then just complete lack of rhythm.
Yeah. Rally House Football Monday, Rally House, shop every team in town. I just getting a bunch of texts coming through here. A lot of them calling us dumb, which is true. But I will say, if there's one thing in my defense that I did say about this, it did feel to me, and I said this over and over again, thank you, Nelly, that London games are weird, and teams that feel like you should blow out, just they can happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. Now, I thought the Broncos would win comfortably, and that certainly did not happen. But I think we learned a couple things. We learned not having Ben Powers is an issue. You know, you went into that game playing against a Jets defense, and Sean Payton said it, thinking that they were going to have the ability to run the football pretty well. The Jets have given up a ton of rushing yards. Before that, you know, they're at 130 yards per game now. I think that it's probably, they might have jumped 4 spots after that game ended yesterday. You couldn't run the football effectively because Ben Powers wasn't in the middle, and he's a very good run-blocking guard. They put in Matt Peart. Is that the way that we're going to say it now? Peart? Who, before I think the first quarter ended, had 3 penalties. Really struggled. And I wondered, he's a guard, but it's just not easy to be interchangeable on, like, going inside and outside. It's 2 different positions. It's 2 different ways to play. He really struggled in a lot of different categories, and 2 big plays were called back because of penalties because they were on him. So, I mean, that's the obvious, that he struggled a lot in filling in for Ben Powers. But more than that, it just felt like you played dumb. And that's what's most disappointing. You played dumb, and it's the only reason why you didn't blow that team out. At no point in that game did it ever feel like the Jets should have been within 4 touchdowns. They scored 6 points on 2 different possessions before they got a first down. How is that even possible? So you go through the list of things of, like, what was really the big issues here? And I think very much so, penalties and a lack of discipline are killers. They happen a lot. And that's just not a sign of a team that is, like, discipline it's a must if you're going to contend for really anything, whether that's a division, a conference, a Super Bowl, whatever. You need to have it. But the Broncos continue to struggle in that category. Here's what I wanted to get to with the Peyton play calling stuff. I've been pounding the table for him to stick with the run in games like that. Like, even if you're struggling, stick with it and hope that it breaks through. And he did. And I think that there is a certain level of kudos that needs to be given to Sean Payton for it. But, it's where it's going to sound hypocritical, but I think you guys will know what I'm talking about here. There is a flow of a football game that when something's working and something else isn't, you kind of stick with it. Now, when the second half started, I thought Bo Nix played well in the first half. I did. You only came away with 10 points because of some stupid other stuff that happened. Again, I think penalties that negated first downs. You had the fumble on the third play of that first drive. A lot of weird stuff. But all in all, I thought that Bo Nix was playing a normal, decent Bo Nix game. And the second half starts, and he had, I believe, 2 passing attempts until the 13-minute mark in the fourth quarter. Now, reasons for it, you had that weird drive that was like one play where he had the holding penalty in the end zone, and that turned into a safety, and it gave you the first deficit of the game. Like, the first drive was J.K. Dobbins run, R.J. Harvey run, and then an incomplete pass, which didn't even matter because it was another penalty and it was a legal man downfield, so they declined it and you punt. So you get 3 and out. Second drive was they tried the big play to Troy Franklin that missed, but it was a holding on Miners, and they kept saying that it was Bowles. I'm pretty sure it was Quinn Miners that had the hold in the end zone for the safety, right? Because Eisen kept saying Garrett Bowles, and I'm like, that. First of all, it didn't look like that's where the penalty was. Second of all, they keep showing Quinn Miners on the bench, so I'm assuming it was him.
Holding, offense, number 72.
I'll tell you the one that really bothered me, though. It was the drive after that. The Jets take the lead 11-10. You're starting your own drive at the 18-yard line after you forced another 3 and out. And it was an incompletion. It was a run for a no gain, so it's 3rd and 10. And I get it, you're at your own 18. 3rd and 10, and what do? They run the ball, which was an odd decision, because it's not 3rd and 20, where you're just basically giving up and not wanting to make a mistake. It's 3rd and 10. But out of all people they run the ball with, it's Prentice. That should never be on a 3rd and 10. In fact, Prentice should never be touching the football. And this is like a common thing that's happened with Sean Payton since he's been here that I don't understand why he wants to give the fullback the football. You know, if you have Kyle Juszczyk or you have Mike Allstott from back in the day, maybe feed him a couple times. Prentice, no disrespect, but the guy that you signed 2 days before the season started because you didn't have a fullback on the team and you wanted a guy in there to block, shouldn't be touching the football. Just like last year at the goal line, like multiple times he'd give the ball to Burton. I'm like, you have running backs. This year, you have pretty good ones. If you are going to run the ball on 3rd down, then run the ball with one of them. But you shouldn't be running the football at all on 3rd and 10 because your quarterback had a decent first half. And that's where I just don't get it. Like, there's a flow to the game that you have to feel. You know, in the past, the Nuggets weren't a team that was built to shoot a lot of threes. But if it's a game where your three-point shooting is hot, then shoot threes. If it's not, then work the ball inside like you do always. Set up the floaters and have Aaron Gordon in the dunker spot and have Murray taking pull-up 17-footers. Like, but if you're hitting your threes, then stick with it. And this is one of those games where the running was not working, but I thought you had a decent flow in the passing game in the first half when you weren't committing penalties or fumbling the ball like Troy Franklin did after he caught it. And on 3rd and 10, it's a run to Adam Prentice when you finally are down 11-10, and you know the Jets can't move the football. Nothing made sense. Didn't understand it at all. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of questions that I had about the play calling and what was going through Sean Payton's head. A texter says this sounds right. I don't know if this is, but it sounds right from what I remember, that Nix was 15 of 20 for 125 yards and a touchdown before the second half started. It's 3rd and 10. Trust him. And if you can't trust your quarterback, then that's a completely different thing. Because that's the only reason I can think of why you would run Adam Prentice on 3rd and 10. It's because you didn't trust that your quarterback was going to make the right decisions, which, first of all, I don't understand why you'd feel that in that game because Bo Nix seemed fine. Second of all, if you can't trust your quarterback in that situation, then you got other issues that you're dealing with. Like, very obviously, Nelly, Aaron Glenn did not trust Justin Fields at all. And there's good reasons for it. Because Justin Fields was terrible. And I understand that the offensive line of the Jets was overwhelmed by the Broncos defense, but you taking 9 sacks in a game is wild. And Aaron Glenn was asked if Justin Fields is still going to be the starter after the game. Here's what he said.
His numbers are not good in this game. Is he going to be your quarterback next week, or would you consider?
What kind of question is that?
Look, he did not have a good game. I mean, I think it's a fair question.
There's a number of guys that, sometimes this league is like this, and there are guys that have bad games. That doesn't mean you just bench them. Come on, you know better than that.
Yeah, but you do think about benching guys who are 0-6. I don't know if you remember this, Nelly. I said this before the season started, that Aaron Glenn's got the kind of personality where if things go badly, the New York media is going to start to get after you, and he's going to get into some back and forth with some people in the post-game press conferences. And I don't know how that's going to come off. But I'm telling you, I get a lot, and I like Aaron Glenn, just like I like Nate Hackett. But I get a lot of Hackett vibes from that, of a guy who just feels like that's too much for him right now. And then I've said this before. I said it with Dion a few weeks ago. By the way, shout out to the Buffs and CSU for both getting a win. There's something about a coach in a post-game press conference that will take ownership about something that they did clearly wrong. And when Aaron Glenn didn't own up to the end of that first half stuff, I think that's a bad sign. Because you got to know I messed that up. You got to. Texture says the Jets' offensive line was simply overpowered. Yes. I mean, there's no question. Now, I guess to the positives here. Again, it's a win, but doesn't feel totally like that. We'll get to the positives. Your defense is so overwhelmingly great that you have to play on the opposite side of the football a pretty damn near perfect brand of offense to make things work against them. If you put yourself in a situation where it is an obvious passing situation, look the hell out, because there's going to be about 3 guys jumping on top of your quarterback by the end of the play. And you better pray to God that he's got the football out of his hands. The Broncos are on pace right now, not just to break the single-season record for sacks, to shatter it. There was a number that Vic had last night on Twitter. I'll look it up real quick. But what the pace is for the Broncos in this game or in this season, and what they could get to. So the single season record by a team in sacks is 72. It was set by the 84 Bears. The 2022 Eagles were in second. They have 70. They had 70 as a team. The Broncos are on pace for 85 to beat the record by 13 sacks. Now, you throw a 9-sack game in there, it skews the scales a little bit, and it's not going to be like that every week. But it's just sort of an indicator of what the hell this defense is doing to opposing quarterbacks every week. and how much they dial up pressure and get home. Because it's one thing to call a blitz. It's one thing to dial up some sort of exotic, weird stunt or something that gets somebody in position. It's another thing to actually get there. Teams blitz a lot. And a lot of times those guys get bogged down at the line of scrimmage, and now you got cornerbacks in one-on-one situations, and quarterbacks beat them. Now, it's nice when you play against a guy like Fields where it feels like you are not you're not going to be threatened if you don't get home. But it gives you a real indicator of like this is, PS2 talked about it in the offseason that he thinks they could be a historic defense. Like one that goes down in NFL history, and they have all the ability to do so because just these numbers are unbelievable. I mean, think about this for a second. Had it not been for the offense or special teams bleep ups, there was one drive where the defense allowed points, and that was to open up the second half. They allowed, can you believe this? How awful were they? They allowed a 10-play, 37-yard drive that resulted in a 38-yard field goal. What bums. That's the only thing they did. The only other way that the Jets scored points was off of a fumble by the offense, where they went 4 plays for 3 yards and a field goal. It was a kickoff return that was returned to the 24-yard line that went 4 plays for 1 yard and a field goal, and then a safety in which those points were given up when the defense was standing on the sideline. So, yeah, not all bad, but we all kind of know when the defense plays well, you're happy, but you're like, I know that they're going to play well. Why couldn't the offense get it in gear? So again, Shop Mazda text line open for you guys. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more to get to with this game. A lot more to get to from everything. The Avs played over the weekend against Dallas, and they still can't get over that Stars hump. They had Mikko once again buried what ended up being the final goal of the game in the shootout. Also, college football was super bizarre over the weekend. Upsets like crazy. The weirdest thing is that both CU and CSU won. So a whole bunch to get to on this Rally House Football Monday. Stick around. Rally House victory Monday. We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. So the Avs still have a stars problem. Now, Nelly, there's a clip that I sent you of Bedsy in the postgame and a quote that he had that I agree with him. Also, this is something that if it were the shoe on the other foot, I would have this clip as a soundbite for the rest of this show's history. And it does just kind of speak to Dallas and what they've been, this thorn in the side of the Avs. Did the Avs play well? At times, yes. And at times, no. There is an obvious saltiness from certainly the Avs on a couple of different categories now to start the year. So the Avs lose their first game. Now it's done so in a shootout. So you do get the point out of it. I think there's still a lot of bright spots going on. I think Marty Necas in the start to his year that he's had has been fantastic. I think Gavin Brindley, for somebody that is going to be buried at the bottom of your roster and not get a ton of minutes, but if you need somebody in a pinch, he looks like he is capable of stepping up and rising to the occasion. But let's be honest, it felt a lot like the playoff series, right? Where you dominated a lot of 5-on-5 hockey, and then I got some special teams categories, and the Stars sort of stepped up in the other areas. You know, they were able to get a lot of block shots. They were able to get in front of you, create traffic, like do all of that. Really good job of stacking bodies in front of the net. Ottinger was fantastic. 35 saves. But hearing this in the postgame, go ahead.
The schedule is what it is, but is it frustrating? Like, do you wish you were facing Dallas again sooner than March?
No, I don't care. I would love to never see him again.
That clip right there, I'm just telling you, I know where he's coming from. Nelly, if this were the other way around and the Dallas coach said, I'd be fine never seeing them again, that's going to be right here on my board for the rest of the time.
I would love to never see him again.
And he's right. Like, screw Dallas. Whatever it is, like, there's some hocus-pocus voodoo magic that's going on that you can't get past them. You know, I'm of the mind, I almost think that in situations like this, I want to play these guys in a playoff series just to, like, finally get over it. But they're good. It's a good hockey team still. Always find a way to just hang around, and then when they need the big play, they make the big play. They're really good at it.
What was that? I didn't recognize what you said there. Hanging around? You said that kind of weird.
Hanging around?
Hanging around. You got to do like Vic impersonating Teddy KGB.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they jump to a 1-0 lead. You battle back. You grab a 2-1 lead. And then they answer right back shortly afterwards. And then they take 3-2. But then you tie it up. And then it's just boom, boom, boom. Like, constantly. McKinnon, by the way, not very happy either with the crowd. Now, I think the crowd, and I've been on this forever, you have and reserve the right as a ticket-paying customer to voice whatever emotion that you feel within reason. As long as you aren't calling people out, like awful names or getting really personal with people, I think you have the right to voice your displeasure with a boo. McKinnon didn't outright say that you can't, but he certainly wasn't happy with some of the sounds being uttered from the crowd after the power play. Listen.
Power play got back on the board today, too. Just how are you feeling about how that's being deployed so far?
What do you mean?
Just how do you feel like it's looking so far?
I thought it was really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances, and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
He obviously didn't like the boos. I think there are different types of boos within a game. There is a boo of your team, which happens quite often. There is a boo of a situation, which can also happen. You got to understand, when the thing that hurts you most, and the thing that I think could be a direct one-to-one correlation of ending your season, which is power play stunk last year in the postseason, and that's what kind of burned you. When you have an entire offseason to sit on that as a fan base, and then it struggles, and I agree with him, it looked a lot better in that game. They just couldn't get a finish. But I know why the crowd is booing. They just want it to be what it usually looks like for a talented Avalanche team. And the numbers are close to what they were over the course of the year, but it feels like just a ton of opportunities that were just missed.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
Well, yeah. But I do think the power play looked good. At the same time, I think you also kind of just gotta eat a boo every once in a while. Doesn't happen all that often. But the Avs can't get over whatever that hump is that Dallas possesses. Now, moving on to college football. Both CSU and CU get a win in a very surprising way. Now, if you remember, Iowa State's a weird team. They're ranked, but they were an underdog the previous week against Cincinnati and got shellacked. Now, final score doesn't indicate that, but they got worked around pretty good. They were a slight favorite heading into this game against CU. And to CU's credit, and I think it's awesome that, especially in the week that Dion had, where he had another surgery for the blood clot problem, he's on the sideline. It showed some resolve. It showed some balls, okay, to go out and win a game like that. And I think it's really cool that they did it in a week that was pretty tumultuous for their head coach personally. I thought Caden Salter played a really good game, that he looked really solid and made good plays. I still have problems with what happened inside the game. Didn't like how he couldn't stop the run. More than anything else, the common issue that continues to creep up with Dion-coached football teams are this, and it drives me nuts. There's 53 seconds left in the first half. A play is just made in which you get down to the 1 yard line, you know it's going to result in a score, you have timeouts in your pocket, Iowa State makes a big play down to the 1, you call a timeout thinking if they do get in the end zone, which, let's be honest, 1st and 1 from the goal they probably are going to, you conserve time for your offense to get the ball back and respond. And instead what happens is that clock bleeds down to 20 seconds left, and then you have no time to do anything. Now, CU got a good kick return, and they had the opportunity for a field goal, but you could have had an extra 30 seconds to work with. And to me, that's just basic stuff.
Do you call timeout there?
Yes.
So when was the time to call timeout?
53 seconds on the clock, 1 yard line. Very easy. It honestly, not to be insulting, but it feels like anybody who's played Madden before knows you call a timeout there. And the fact that nobody else is in Dion's ear being like, hey, let's get a timeout. Like, where's Shermer screaming in the headset? Give me a timeout for my offense. Because what's the plan? That the clock's going to run out on Iowa State at the 1 yard line? Not going to happen. So, yeah, little stuff still bothered me. But all in all, I thought it was a great battle to get back into that game in the second half. A couple really good drives in the third quarter to get you into it, and then to be able to close out the game was really good. On the CSU part, it felt kind of the same. You put up 35 points in the first half. Nelly, they were up 35-7. That's a team that put up 3 points against Wazoo, who ironically almost beat Ole Miss this weekend, which was bizarre. But it's 35-7, and then it gets to 35-21, and I start thinking, uh-oh, are they going to let go of this rope? And it's like they kind of tried, but to their credit, defense stiffened up when they had to, forced 2 straight turnover on downs, and then the game was over after that. So good football over the weekend for those two teams, and I think a very much needed win for both of them. Now, the rest of college football, was it a full moon this weekend or something? because the Brett Coyne lock of the week was a disaster. I thought that Oregon was going to go, especially playing at home against Indiana, kick him in the teeth. And Mendoza, who I think is a really good quarterback, just kept Indiana in it and kept making the right play at the right time, and they win 30-20. Washington State damn near upsets number 4 Ole Miss at home. You had Texas that laid a whooping on Oklahoma, especially with their defensive play. Mizzou almost beat Alabama. Georgia Auburn was close. LSU South Carolina was close. Arkansas almost beat Tennessee. Like USC over Michigan. You keep going down the line. College football was bizarre over the weekend. So a whole bunch more to get into. But get back to the Broncos in a win that didn't really feel like it. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
So it has not been pretty, to say the least. The 9 sacks, only 2 more than the number of punts the Denver offense has brought about. But the most important formation of the day for a struggling Denver offense is this one, the victory one. As Denver, thanks to Jonathan Cooper and the rest of that defense, thanks to them, they will go home 4-2, a half game in front of the Los Angeles Chargers, who are taking on the Dolphins at the top of the hour.
It happened in London.
In London?
Yeah, NFL Network on the call. Don't you guys love when a game ends and they're like, the Broncos won? I mean, didn't we all feel that? I mean, what an awful game. What a terrible game. And Moser, people are pissed at you this morning. They're pissed at you.
Why? Why are they mad at me?
Oh, because they're going to kill him, and there's nothing to worry about. The Jets.
They should have killed him.
The Jets
are a terrible football team.
Listen. The Jets had negative 10 passing yards and the opportunity for a field goal to win it at the end of the game.
Do you know how many texts and tweets, and I'll send them your way, I got from people saying, tell Moser to shut his mouth next time? Everybody's pinning this on you. Are you correct?
I ain't shutting anything. I ain't shutting anything.
Everybody. Yeah. Because you're so damn arrogant when it comes to this team, and you do not see the pitfalls that live out there. This is the National Football League.
There should not be pitfalls against a New York Jets team that's so friggin' incompetent. The play calling is some of the worst I've ever seen in my entire life. There should be no pitfalls against a team like that.
I don't care what
end
there
of story.
I don't care what there should be.
Don't give me this. Don't give me this. It's the NFL. Anything can happen. Don't give me that crap.
Really?
It was terrible, and you know it.
Are you willing to bet your junk that they beat the Giants next week? Your junk.
So it has not been pretty.
I'm not now. And let me tell you something. I thought
really?
about
What
this.
changed, Moshe? What changed? Because a few days ago you were willing to bet your junk on everything.
Because Sean Payton is out of his mind right now. Let me explain something. I'm watching that game, and you know what I thought? If I was a Londoner, okay, and I paid money to go, I'm talking reverse Tea Party. Reverse Tea Party. I'm taking all the footballs. I'm driving to the coast, and I'm throwing it all in the friggin' bay, every football, because you put that on us. You put that display of whatever you call that on us. Thank God the Broncos defense is so completely badass. And by the way, Brett, Moss, not Manos, Moss on the sacks. Moss.
Okay, hang on.
That Jets offensive line. It may be the dumbest offensive line in the history of football. Thank God. I pray that we get that again.
So there is a ton, obviously, to get to from this game. By the way, the Avs play in 3.5 hours. So that'll be on AM 950.
Is every NHL team playing early today?
No, just the Buffalo Sabres and the Colorado Avalanche, I think.
Why just this game? I'm just curious.
Oh, maybe in Boston they got. Remember, it's Columbus Day, Vic. So
yes, I know. Happy Columbus Day, by the way, guys.
Happy Columbus Day.
We used to play in Boston. We used to play in Boston on this day, and now we're in Buffalo. I don't know.
So
no, Lightning and the Bruins, Preds at the Sens, Jets and the Islanders. These are all early games. Good.
So the NHL still recognizes Columbus Day. Apparently, because they play their games early.
So correct. So listen for a second, because I know there's a lot that we got to get to with this game, and I'm going to be pretty negative today. I am going to mention the positive, which is your defense, which is great, but there is a common theme now, and it has been exacerbated, I think, without Ben Powers. I think we all kind of recognize Peart, whatever his name is, had a rough go of it. He had 3 penalties, I think, in the first quarter alone. 2 of them negated big plays. My issue is this. If you want to be taken seriously as a contender in this league, you need to do the things that contenders do. And this team is far too undisciplined. And it's happened almost every single week, where it's dumb penalties or it's turnovers or, again, what am I going to mention, guys? Darren Rizzi has one big blunder every single week on special teams. And I want you guys to think about this for a second. The Jets scored 6 points in the first half. They had no first downs. How did they do that? Because you fumbled the ball in the third play of the game inside of their territory in field goal range, and because you gave up a 72-yard kickoff return that put them at the 24-yard line, and they had 82 total yards on the game. That's the stuff that can't happen. And you've been fortunate enough where your two worst examples of this came against the Titans and the Jets, who are probably the two worst teams in the league. So you're able to escape wins with those.
Let me begin by saying this, because I already read a text on the
I thought you already began. You're going to begin? Go ahead.
No, you began by defending yourself. Now I'm going to provide some of my insight.
Well, I've already begun.
Oh, please bestow us.
I'm going to give you some insight on this game.
Please begin after Moser began, and I've begun already.
All right, great. I'm going to start right here. The next time one of you yahoos out there discredits the sport of soccer and calls it boring and slow, I want to give you what we gave Europe yesterday. I'm going to give you case in point. Whatever the hell that was that we offered to Europe and the United Kingdom yesterday, and you're going to tell me soccer's boring? Because that was pathetic. A display of offense that was offensive. So the next time you take a shot at soccer, you better check yourself and watch that football game. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. But it was so bad. So bad. Here's what's weird. Do you guys agree with me when I say this? Did you think that Bo Nix had a good first half? Because I did. And I know they only had
first quarter.
I know they only had 10 points, but I think there was penalties that negated big plays that would have been even better.
Yeah.
And then it just disappeared. And
I'm going to tell you where it disappeared. Do you remember when he had the entire field in front of him?
I'll tell you where it disappeared. Bend over and I'll show you.
Do you remember when he had the entire field in front of him to run? It was early in the second quarter, and he slid, and he finished inches shy of the first down marker. Okay? So they go from first down, and he gains 9 3/4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's second in inches, false start.
Yep.
Then a holding call. They go from second in inches to 3rd and 16. After that play,
they backed up across midfield.
It was terrible. After that play, here are the Broncos' drives after that play. 5 plays, 14 yards punt. 3 plays, 6 yards punt. 1 play, holding, safety. 3 plays, 3 yards punt. 3 plays, 4 yards punt. In succession, 5 drives that gave you nothing. That's unbelievable to me. You can't do that. You can't do that if you want to call yourself a legit offense. You can't. You can't have that many 3-and-outs. You can't. And I know they won the game. I understand that. But if you do that, what I just described, if you do that against a normal football team, you will lose.
There's no doubt about it, you will lose. It just felt like the offensive play calling on both sides set the game of football back decades. I mean, decades and decades and decades and decades. It was so incompetent. And maybe this is where I'm at. Look, I'm glad they got the win. I appreciate it. Chargers beat the dang Dolphins, and then you saw what Kansas City did last night.
Yeah.
So, goodness gracious. But I guess I'm mad, Brett, and I was viscerally pissed yesterday because I thought we were beyond all of this. I mean, you're talking about an 0-5 football team. I don't care if their defense is somewhat good or whatever. You were incompetent against a team that's given up plenty of points this year and plenty of junk. And I thought we were beyond all of this stuff, and we're not beyond. You can't run the damn football. You can't complete a pass downfield. You can't do this. You can't do that. And you're letting these guys, you're letting that offense stick around. You're letting that team stick around because of special teams blunders and turnovers. We should be beyond this.
But
the fact
they
that
won.
we're not sitting here. Okay, yeah, they won.
They're 4-2. They're tied for the lead. They won.
The fact that we're going to week 7 and we have to worry about the stupid Giants, that infuriates me, man. They should be looking forward, not behind them. And it just really, the whole thing bothered me. The defense, I've got nothing but praise. My goodness gracious, everybody on that defense ate. Everybody, yum, yum, yum at the buffet. But that offense, man, they better work this out, Vic, and they better do it in a hurry.
From the text line from Nevada, who writes in, yesterday's game might as well have been an act of war.
No doubt about it, dude.
Dude, well,
we cried because that's when we got our butts kicked.
I'm telling you, there's a lot more of like the offensive game plan that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes.
Dude, I expect the Redcoats to march on Boston before the end of the day, man. That was so bad. So bad.
I'll tell you what. If I had to, you want to know what that game was like, to watch the entire game, you can just rewatch the last minute and a half to 2 minutes of the second quarter when they got near halftime, and whatever was going on in that 2-minute span was the game for the entire 4 quarters, because the Broncos didn't know what they were doing. The Jets certainly didn't know what they were doing. I got a feeling, guys, and I hate to say this, but I get a lot of vibes. I liked Nathaniel Hackett, but he was very obviously just not a good coach. I think Aaron Glenn's that. He looks way in over his head when he's on the sideline. He doesn't know what he's doing. And at the end of that first half, can I just go through something? If you guys had a team
I got something for you, too.
Faked a punt.
I've got something for you, too.
If you guys had a team that faked a punt on 4th down to pick it up, then to sit down on the ball and not do anything for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What's the game plan there?
Yeah.
What's the purpose in going for it on 4th down to not even throw up a Hail Mary? I thought Garrett Wilson was going to kill him heading in the locker room.
Yeah, that's borderline malpractice. You want to know what malpractice is? And the reason why Bronco fans, and I know a lot of you are saying, hey, they won the game, calm down.
No.
Obviously, okay.
No.
But there's no calming down because of this. They won the game because the opposing coaching staff was idiotic. And I'll give you an example.
Super dumb.
I'll give you an example. Their last series, with the chance to win a football game after having accomplished 82 yards of offense. I want to tell you what the Jets did. Because
Dude, I was going to do the same thing. Because when you look at that drive, Vic, when you look at that series, it's the
dumbest thing you've ever
calling
seen
in
in my
history.
life. It's the dumbest, the dumbest human beings running a football team I've ever seen.
By
Let me tell you
a
something.
mile.
So they run the ball after a fumble. They run the ball for 8 yards.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. First of all, the first play, Vic, it says shotgun, Fields aborted. Myers fumbles, recovered by Hall at the 38. Now go ahead. Go ahead.
So then on 2nd and 3, Breece Hall up the middle for 4 yards. Now they're in Denver territory. All right, they're at the Denver 46. They just had 2 run plays in Denver territory, and the clock is ticking.
But Vic,
Hold on.
First
this is
play
where it gets good.
Might not have been a run, but had to be because
they
fumbled the snap.
Because they aborted. So now you're at the 2-minute warning. You want to eat clock and force the other team to use their timeouts, right? You want to do that. And you're running the ball. You're on their side of the field. So what do? On 1st and 10 from the 46? Let's throw it. Justin Fields is the next Dan Fouts. Sure, why not? Sack, 5 yards. What do on the very next play? Let's throw it again. 3rd play? What the hell? Incomplete to Garrett Wilson. Last play? Screw it. Forget the kick. I mean, I know it's a long one, 62 yards. Let's throw it again.
No, but hang on, Vic. Here's the worst thing. Aaron Glenn in the postgame said, we didn't want to attempt a 65 or 68-yard field goal. And they're like, it was 62. And he seemed surprised that it was shorter than 68.
Brett, when it's 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to play, you know what you do? Hell, I don't care if you push it.
Yeah.
You take Breece Hall and you say, you know what? Forget that.
Yeah.
You take Justin Fields and you quarterback sneak it 3 times.
Brett, this is a team. Thank God, Broncos fans, thank God. I mean, I'm dead serious. I'm doing the sign of the cross here because you have a team that couldn't do anything offensively all day long. They finished with negative 10 yards passing, the worst in 27 years. Worst all time for the New York Jets. and they decide to drop, dude. They decide to 7-step drop him.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
Series. And rather than the best thing they could have done, I swear to God, is just kneel down 3 times and then kick the damn ball. That's how bad their offense was. Thank God they tried to pass the ball. I mean, it's just you escape by the hair of your chinny chin because they're so dumb, and I'll take it all day and all night. I'm more concerned with our football team, and I'm more concerned about what they did not accomplish offensively.
You're not concerned with Denver's football team. You're concerned with Denver's offense.
Correct. That is correct.
Yeah, let's
very concerned.
Let's make that distinction today, Denver Broncos fans. There are 2 teams and two levels of concern. No concern with the defense. The defense carried the day. The defense, once again, was heroic. The defense gave you opportunities to win that game. The offense was putrid.
Well, and
if you don't recognize how putrid it was, then I don't know what to tell you. Because take a look at what the Jets did defensively against their previous opponents. Take a look at what they did. Just take a look.
Exactly right. Exactly.
The defense allowed 3 points. They had one drive to start the second half where the Jets, they beat up the defense really well. Do you guys remember when they had the 10-play, 37-yard drive on the Broncos defense and just killed them? You remember that?
Oh, my God.
That's the only drive in which they allowed points. All the other points scored by the Jets were a field goal off a fumble. It was a field goal off a 72-yard kickoff return. And it was a safety when the defense was standing on the sideline. That's all they allowed. So I want to get to the offensive part next, especially with the Sean Payton play calling, because I'm going to sound a little bit like a hypocrite, but it has to do with understanding the flow of the game. We'll get to it next.
I don't know if you watched the game. It was just a preseason game, but the Nuggets won last night. The Nuggets won, and Dan Kaplis Law wins. Dan Kaplis Law is the firm for the Colorado Avalanche and the Denver Nuggets, a serious firm for serious cases representing honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Kaplis Law wins because it attracts world-class lawyers, and that's what you need in these type of cases. If you need their help, call them today. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up at dankapleslaw.com. That's CAPLIS, dankapleslaw.com.
Yeah, we just didn't have those same plays. We weren't in a very good rhythm at all. And, first half we were going quick, getting the ball to different players, spreading the ball around, getting them in certain defenses where we get softer coverage. And then, obviously there in the second half felt kind of like the opposite. A lot of run-heavy looks, a lot of loaded boxes, and then just complete lack of rhythm. But thank goodness Evan got open on his man-to-man, and then it started to switch. And that drive, we were able to do just enough, getting in a little bit of a rhythm, and spread the ball around enough to go down and get points. But just kind of felt like a tale of two different halves, with what we were doing.
It's Rally House Football Monday, Victory Monday. It is a Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. There's one thing for sure, and look, if there's positives to this, your defense, you guys remember when PS2 said before the season started with, I think it was Kay Adams, he goes, I think we can be a historic defense in NFL history, like not Broncos history, but NFL history. Mm-hmm. Well, they're certainly on pace. Vic, you had the number last night that you threw out on Twitter, that the single season record for sacks by a team was the 84 Bears had 72. The Broncos are currently on pace for 85. Yeah. It would shatter that record. Shatter it. Now, a 9-sack game will skew the numbers a little bit, and it'll regress to the mean, I'm sure, over the next few weeks. But this is what they're on pace for right now. Their defense is fantastic. But we're concerned with the offense. Sean Payton was actually asked after the game, do you consider this team a defensive team? Here's his answer.
Well, it was a defensive team today, and I hope to consider it a defensive team all season. I mean, I think in order to win, I think that's extremely necessary in our league, and they were something.
Yeah, it's not a defensive team just yesterday. It's just what you are. You're a defensive team. And so you go to the offense, you go, okay, so what's the deal? I'm going to say something that's going to sound hypocritical because I've been repeating a phrase for about 6 straight months, maybe over that, maybe the last 2 years, of committing to the run game and sticking to it. I also think there's a flow to a game that you need to feel and understand. I thought Bo Nix was he was in a rhythm, at least somewhat of a rhythm in the first half. He was 15 of 20 for like 135 yards and a touchdown. That's not bad. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then they totally went away from it. And I'll give you the exact play that really pissed me off. I'm serious, Mo. I was
okay.
fuming.
I was mad a lot. Okay, go ahead.
But there was one moment specifically, and here's what happened. You had the blunders, and that's why this became a 10-6 game at the end of the half. Then the Jets start with the football. They drive down the field to get a field goal.
That was really their only drive of the game, by the way.
Yes.
That was it. The other points were given to them.
It wasn't even really a drive. Right.
Well, they drove far enough to get a field goal. That was it.
So you followed that up.
They were in good field position to start.
Yeah. You follow that up with a 3-and-out. It's a 10-9 game.
Mm-hmm.
You force the Jets to punt again. You're like, all right, fine. You still got a 1-point lead. I still had this feeling, as bad as they were playing, it's like they aren't going to lose this game. And then the safety goes down. And now you're down 11-10. You force another 3-and-out from the Jets after you punt the ball away. Mm-hmm. On the punt, kickoff, whatever that is after safety. But here's what pissed me off. You're down 10-11. 11-10, whatever, sorry.
Don't.
I read that. I was reading off the page. 11-10, I corrected myself.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Do you guys remember this? You're at your own 18-yard line. You had 2 plays that went nowhere, an incompletion and no gain from Dobbins. It's 3rd and 10. What did they do?
3rd and 10, Broncos next possession after the defense holds. 3rd and 10, they went 3-and-out. I didn't specify the play. What was it?
3rd and 10. First of all, they ran the football, which I thought was an odd choice.
Yeah, but you can't – hold on. You can't press them for, hey, establish the run game, and then when they try and it doesn't work.
It's 3rd and 10.
You're deep in your own
territory. It's 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
Not only did they run the football, they ran it with –
oh, that's right.
Prentice.
That's right.
What is that?
Yeah. It's almost like at that point, it's like, listen, our defense is so good. Let's just give it back to them and not get in trouble.
But you're down.
I know.
You're trailing.
Yeah.
You gave the ball to Prentice? So what is the translation here? The most obvious answer is you didn't trust Bo Nix to not make a mistake? Is that the point that we're at? And Bo Nix didn't do anything stupid in that game. He didn't have the hold in the end zone. He didn't throw a pick. Like, I don't think that Bo Nix made a truly bad play at that point. Why wouldn't you trust him in that moment?
So you're saying that
instead you run Prentice of all people?
So you're saying at 3rd and 10, giving the ball to the fullback is just basically a sacrifice of the possession. You're sacrificing
that's exactly
the
what it
possession.
is.
Okay.
Unless somehow they got too cutesy in their own head and thought, you know what? The Jets will never suspect that our fullback is going to get a carry.
Hey.
I don't know, man. And let me credit the Jets a little bit, Vic, because they flew to the football yesterday. They gang tackled very, very well, so I'll give them credit. But you never got them you really never got them, especially in that second half, out of sorts at all. You never really did, man. You weren't creative. You weren't explosive. You weren't anything.
Well, this has continued, and this is why I'm a little upset with the Broncos today. They won the game. They're tied for first. Well, technically, the Chargers have the lead because of head-to-head. But here's what I have a problem with this. I thought the way they exploded late against Philly offensively, I thought that growth, that confidence would carry over, and you would see a little more freedom offensively. I thought that would definitely, especially against a terrible defense, I thought you'd take that to London and go to town. And that was not the case. Do you know how many passing yards Bo Nix had in the third quarter? Passing yards.
Well, I think he only threw the ball twice.
Zero.
Yeah.
0 passing yards in the third quarter. And I'm just sitting there wondering what happened. Where was all that energy and that growth? Where did it go against a lesser opponent? Why can't you take the next step and keep that momentum? So now, all right, they won. So the momentum of victory is still there. But the offensive momentum's gone. Do you agree? It's gone. You got to start over
completely.
now.
Completely gone. Yes.
Yeah,
First time all year that the Denver Broncos failed to rush for 100 yards.
Well, I think there's something very obvious to this. You miss Ben Powers a lot. I mean, he was really, really good in the run game. He was really good at just moving people and opening up lanes. It also, when you lose your left guard, it puts a lot more pressure on your left tackle and your center. Because if you don't trust the guy next to you, that sort of affects all other areas of your offensive line. And let's just be honest, Peart was bad. Not just from penalties early in the game. He was making mistakes. He was there was a lot of bad stuff from him. He had a rough day. Now, not easy to step in, especially when he's playing mostly tackle, to step in the middle and try and do something. But it's pretty obvious that they struggled with him filling in for Ben Powers. And you aren't going to have him for another, 7 weeks? Something like that at least?
Something like that, yeah.
So that's one thing. I mean, here's Sean Payton again. He was talking about the offensive miscues and how they address them moving forward. Nelly, cut 4, please.
Yeah, we're going to look at the tape. We're going to be upset about the pre-snap fouls, the holding, false start, on a 3rd and 1. I think there's going to be a number of things that we're going to look at that we have to clean up with, and obviously that starts with me and our coaching staff. And I felt the same way in the kicking game. I felt we lost that battle, and fortunately our defense, played well enough for us to get the win.
It starts with me.
Yeah, no doubt. So, Brett, here's where I'm at. Because I'm like Vic. I thought all this was behind us, right? I thought that the undisciplined nature, the pre-snap fouls, your head's not in the game, this kind of thing. I thought you were growing as a team. And it's good enough to get by a team like the Jets. It was good enough to get by a team like the Titans. I'm trying to look at a bigger picture and a better picture. I'm trying to look at a picture of winning the AFC West and winning a postseason game. And you just cannot continue as we get ready. We're 6 weeks into the season now, okay? We're almost halfway home. You can't continue to do this kind of thing as an offense and expect anything. I want to look ahead. I want to look at big matchups. I want to look at the possibilities with this defense, because with this defense, you can do a lot of things. You can go a lot of places. And I don't want to get, again, too far ahead of myself, but that defense is beyond elite. It's spectacular, and everybody gets some. But unless this offense unless they pull their heads out, that's the only way I can say it, you aren't going to do anything. And so I'm watching it, and I'm like, this shouldn't be happening, this shouldn't be happening, this shouldn't be happening. And I put my trust in Sean Payton, but it's time to suck it up, man. It's time to Vic, if you want to go back to the drawing board, that's fine with me, because whatever you did, it's not working.
Yeah. I mean, there's a texture that says this. Calm down, boomers.
Yeah.
Sean stopped calling anything exciting because he saw how terrible the Jets were. No need to empty the play sheet, save the fancy stuff for a real team like Kansas City.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, boomer.
Okay, Sparky. All right, Sparky. What if you lose that game? What if the Jets grow a brain and run the ball on their final offensive series, kick a field goal, walk off, and you lose the game?
Yeah. That's the thing. They're about 5 yards away from a game-winning field goal chance. That's not a valid argument.
Yeah, you're not playing with a 20-3 lead and sitting on the ball. You're losing the game.
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
Jacob says, stop being negative. A win is a win. That Jets D-line is tough, Jacob. If you're satisfied with that kind of...
Take a look at how many points the Jets gave up in their first few games. Are you guys blind?
I know, Vic. Hang on a second. Jacob, maybe you're satisfied and happy just pulling out 13-11 wins against a dog butt, crap, incompetent franchise. Good for you if you're cool with that. I expect more out of the Denver Broncos. I want more out of the Denver Broncos. Nay. I need more out of the Denver Broncos. This is supposed to be another growth year. You made the postseason. Awesome. I didn't expect it. Great. But when you look at the AFC West and you look at what's in front of you, you have so much opportunity to grasp it. It's right there. All you've got to do is take it. But you can't yourself be that incompetent offensively and expect anything. Kansas City is not the same team. The Chargers, despite the win in Miami, are walking dead right now. They're zombies. They've got so many damn injuries. You have a real chance here to grasp the AFC West. Go take it. And you shouldn't be doing this, Brett. That's all I can say. You should not be regressing the way you are.
Well, again, you guys are totally right on this accord. The Broncos come home victorious. But if you don't recognize how close that came to disaster, how close, like this close, razor thin, you were losing to a team that had negative 10 passing yards. Think about that.
Yeah.
With 5 minutes to play in the game. Not early in the game. With 5 minutes to play in the game, a team with 82 yards of offense and minus 10 yards passing was beating you. And you want to tell me, it's all good. Are you crazy? What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm not even kidding. I didn't think negative 10 passing yards was possible at the NFL level. Guys, every time they dropped back to pass, the ball went backward. It's like, Moj, taking out your driver, and every time you hit it, the ball somehow bounces behind you. It's not possible for that to happen over the course of 4 quarters.
Tell me you've never seen somebody hit a ball and it goes behind them.
Scott,
we've all seen it.
This Scott guy is... Scott, you clearly finished third at field day, and you really cherish that white ribbon. That's fine. That's the generation you live in. I tell you what, put that white ribbon up on your trophy case.
I'll
glare at it all day.
I'll tell you what the difference is, because I had somebody mention this earlier on the text line. They were talking about, the Rams struggled against a really bad Baltimore defense too. Here's the difference. We've all seen what the Rams offense is normally, right? I don't think anybody has an issue with sometimes teams are just off 1 week. That happens. There's no issue with that. The problem is this. The offense has looked more like this than it hasn't this year. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like this wasn't outside of the norm. It was worse than usual, I will say that. But the offense has been struggling the entire year. That's the problem. This isn't some blip on the radar. This is a pretty common occurrence.
This was the Tennessee game. This was, You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like,
it was
okay,
most of the Philly game.
The first three quarters of Philly.
Yeah, it's not like a once. Let's go. Get this engine started. What's going on?
Vic, I'm also embarrassed. You're right. I'm embarrassed. Let me explain. Because when I saw those, really the last 3 drives, but the last 2 big drives of the Philly game that put them up 18-17 and getting the 2-point conversion, man, I came on these airwaves last Monday, and then it carried over to Tuesday, and I said, they've turned a corner. You know what? They found something. That's what I expect now because, Vic, you wanted it. You needed it. You needed to see that comeback, that drive, putting together, suck it up kind of drive and taking the lead. And I thought that really would be a game changer overall for the football team, and I expected it to be. I'm embarrassed because I fell for it. I'm embarrassed because I'm like, yeah, this is what we got now. Okay, Bo Nix has that drive now. I mean, he's got that under his belt. He knows what to do. The offense and Peyton, they found something there in that fourth quarter against the defending Super Bowl champions in their joint.
Growth.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And so, I mean, I'm an idiot. I fell for it. Brett, I'd say go. I'm with Vic. Let's go back to the drawing board here and let's figure some things out with the basics and go from there.
Moj, if I told you that the Denver Broncos come back from London, from Tottenham, by the way, that stadium is sweet.
It's really nice,
oh
isn't
my
it?
God, is that sweet.
I know.
You come back from London, if I told you that Cortland Sutton had 1 catch in the game, what would your reaction be?
I'd be stupefied. I thought he got injured. He got injured in the first series.
If I told you that the Broncos were held to under 100 yards rushing for the first time all season, what would your reaction be?
They turned the ball over 5 times, maybe. I don't know.
The reaction is they probably lost, is what I'd think.
Yeah. Against one thing the Jets do decently is stop the run. The one thing they do sort of well is that, but they don't do it that well. They're middle of the pack. Okay, they're not elite.
This is hilarious. The Jets gave up 34 to the Steelers, 30 to the Bills, 29 to the Bucks, 27 to the Dolphins, 37 to the Cowboys, and then 13 to the Broncos.
Yeah.
So for all of you saying, and all of you saying, well, hey, you got to really respect the Jets defense. No, I don't. No. I'm not going to respect the Jets defense. I give you the first 5 games of the season. You crazy?
They had a couple of guys come back. That Jermaine Johnson guy got back on their defensive line, but still, that's not a good defense, man. It hasn't been all year. Even those rushing numbers, Moj, I think they were bottom 5 in the league before yesterday. Before that, it's, again, there are positives that we'll get to in a little bit, but I'd be lying to you if I said I'm happy this morning with the way the Broncos played. I'm not. I'm glad that they won. I am. But a lot more to get to in a little bit. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. When we return, reminder to you guys, the Avs are playing a hockey game at 10:30 this morning. You can hear it on AM 950. They also played a game over the weekend where that...
Take a look here. Hey, go
ahead and take a look.
Tell everybody what's going on.
There are people skating on Buffalo's ice right now. I don't know who they are.
Couple dudes.
Hold on. Austin writes in, you guys are idiots if you thought this game was ever going to end in a blowout. 2 weeks straight on the road against a desperate Jets team. You can't say it's going to be a funky game, then complain when it's a funky game. Nobody predicted a blowout. You wanted
Moser did.
Offensive competence.
Moser did.
Besides Moser.
I did. I thought
What I didn't predict is losing a game in which the opposing team threw for minus 10 yards. Austin?
Yeah.
That's what I didn't predict.
Yeah. I didn't expect at the end of the game to be like, I wonder if the Broncos will lose after giving up negative 10 passing yards total today.
I mean, what is going on? I mean, I've got to reset my life, I guess. I've got to reset my life. Are all of you pink ribbon people? What is happening here?
I need some help, please.
When we return, not only did the Broncos struggle this weekend, the Avs still have that Dallas problem that they just can't get over. We'll do it next. It's that time of the year. You jump on the Circus Sportsbook and you find a plethora of things to jump on, whether it's the NFL, Monday Night Football tonight, whether it's college football, or how about a little early morning hockey with the Avs playing at 10:30 this morning. They are minus 170 on the money line, so go and check that out on the Circus Sportsbook. The best in the business. It's sports gambling the way it should be. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now McKinnon into the circle. Looks to dish off. Seam pass. Back it comes. Burns with a shot. Save. Rebound. McKinnon shoots. Strike. Nathan. McKinnon on the near side. Odger got some of it, but he could not get all of it. And finally, the power play pays off. The Avs have tied the game at 4 for Nathan McKinnon, his second goal of the season.
It's a Rally House Football Monday. We'll get back to the football in a second, but I do want to discuss the that Dallas Stars hump that just exists.
Do you agree with me on the dual hump, the camel here?
It wasn't our hump.
That
The
is our
Stars are to the Avs what the T-Wolves are to the Nuggets.
Yeah, can we just not talk about – I don't want to talk about humps, okay? I don't want to talk about any sort of hump. No hump.
Okay, then the Dallas Stars are a lovely
I don't like
lady
the word,
lump.
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't like the word hump. It doesn't sit well with me. So just don't use that.
You know
please.
what? You know what? I'll take it a step further. For those who say that we're being too hard on the Broncos, and we might be. I felt the same way after that Avs game because I watched you guys' post game, and everybody was like, "Oh, we played great. Oh, the Avs were great." You lost. I know they played great.
It is kind of the opposite where I think the Avs actually did play well, but they did lose the game.
You lost.
And the Broncos played horrible, and they won. Now, there's two things that I heard post-game, Moj, that I'm just going to be honest. There's one thing from Bednar that if I heard that, if the shoe was on the opposite foot, I would make this a sound clip that would live on this show forever when he said this in the post-game.
The schedule is what it is, but is it frustrating? Like, do you wish you were facing Dallas again sooner than March?
No, I don't care. I would love to never see him again.
If I had an opposing coach that said about my team, I'd love to never see them again, that is a permanent clip on this board. Permanent. And I get where he's coming from, but, I mean, it just shows that Dallas they're just a giant thorn in your side.
They have a horseshoe going when they play the Avs. There's a horseshoe there.
They do. Especially, and let me say something. Mikko Rantanen is a terrific hockey player. He really is. I mean, a really good hockey player.
But that killed you, didn't it?
Well, let me explain. He's in the zone, and he's doing his Mikko thing, and he throws the mother trucking puck, and it rolls to open ice. Okay? He doesn't know that Harley is there. He has absolutely no clue. Nobody does. The puck just happens to go to a place where there's no human being, and Harley sees it. He comes skating into the zone and one times it home for the first goal of the game. And I'm like, where's the – yeah, Vic, I want to I need a CAT scan because I need to find out where this horseshoe is buried inside the Dallas Stars.
Even that breakaway goal was a ridiculous bounce of the puck. I mean, I get it. Just take a look at shots on goal and tell me how that game is even close.
Jason, well, they attempted them 84-41 in terms of shot attempts.
Some of the saves that Otter was making,
incredible. And he's obviously a world-class Vezina-type goalie, no doubt about it. Jason Robertson is a terrific hockey player, and he had a really good game. He had a down year last year. He's in a contract year, so you expect that he's probably going to pick it up a notch. When I tell you, and I'm not going to take anything away from him, he's a terrific player. When I tell you his redirect top shelf on the Harley shot is a maybe 1 in 100, maybe more than that. I mean, you could do that. You could try it 100 times, never do it again. Terrific redirect, great, but I mean, my God, pretty fortunate. The bounce that Johnston got on the breakaway, it ricochets right out. Come on, man. Listen. The Avs lost the game, and it pains me to talk about it because the Avs were the better team by a mile, but that's hockey. That's the way that hockey goes. And by the way, was Utah the better team the other night on last Thursday night? No, I wouldn't say they were the better team, but you know what?
Better.
You sort of did. You sort of got done to you what you did to Utah.
Yeah, but the difference is Otter was making some saves that are borderline ridiculous, flailing his body across the crease. That one he made, was it in the overtime with a near – I mean, what? Come on, man. What's he doing? Yeah. I mean, it's almost like you're guessing. You're guessing. Let me just throw my glove out there.
I mean, it's all instinctive is what it is, and he's really good at it. I thought he made three unbelievable glove saves in that game.
Where he did like the splits, and it's almost like the puck just found the netting of his glove.
It was a Nedge shot, and he just somehow ended up with it. And you know what he does? When he does make those saves, he sort of gives it a little flair.
Yeah, he did the little flip.
Yeah, like, I got it.
Now, I'm curious, Moj, what you thought of this. Now, I'll be honest, didn't like it when I heard this because it was unprompted. Nathan McKinnon post-game when asked about the power play.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. we had a ton of chances, and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
He's not wrong, Moj. I know the power play did look a lot better in that game. At the same time, do you have to unprompted bring up the boos? I mean, sometimes you just got to eat it, man. The crowd's frustrated. Let them be frustrated.
He was a little torqued after the game.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
Yeah, listen, I thought the power play, it looked so much better than it did against Utah. I mean, so much better. Hell, they had 5 shots on goal on their first power play opportunity alone. It looked terrific. Couldn't beat Ottinger. Couldn't do it, man. Just couldn't. So it gets frustrating. I get that. The crowd reaction to both 96 and 95, what did you think of that?
Expected.
Tell me, because I couldn't hear it. I wasn't at the game.
They booed Mikko Rantanen every single time he touched the puck.
Especially in the shootout.
Oh, yeah.
Shootout, because both of them got it, and they both
listen,
got the business.
He and Robertson, and I'll say in the shootout, dude, those are 2 of the best shots. I mean, they were – I'm going to give the Stars credit. I'll give Mikko credit. He and Robertson had 2 terrific shots. And they ripped them, too. They didn't try to deke. They came in and they just ripped it.
Well, you can hear the Avs game at 10:30. Is pregame at 10 o'clock, Nelly?
Yep, 10 o'clock with Mark Springer sitting in for Berto, actually.
Ooh, Spring.
Wait, hold on a second. What time is this game?
Well, it's 11 a.m. our time.
No.
So, excuse me. It's 10:30 our time, so 10 a.m. will be the pregame show, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I got to go. So it's 12:30 my time.
Yes.
Yes, it'll be 12:30 your time.
Where are you
going?
going?
You got me for 7 minutes.
You're already in the booth. What do you got to do? Where are you going?
Maybe our broadcast is a little bit different than your broadcast, but I've already pushed my meeting with
another meeting. I forgot. The Avs guys have meetings.
I'm very important.
Meetings.
Just because you're pissed at the Broncos, don't take it out on me. Because I'm pissed at the Broncos, too, and I'm not taking it out on you.
Well, you can hear that on AM 950 today, starting at 10 o'clock pregame.
And you know what, Brett? I'm not. This is probably misplaced anger. I'm angry at myself for buying into the offense, figured some things out. I'm angry at myself. I'm angry at Sean Payton and his play calling. I'm angry at the lack of execution. I'm angry. Yeah, am I angry at the hole in the end zone? Yeah, I'm angry about that. I'm angry at the false starts.
Who was that on, by the way? Because they said it was Bulls,
Miners.
but
it
was Miners,
right?
Miners.
Yeah, he pulled him down.
Rich Eisen kept saying I was on Bulls, and I was like,
no, it was on Miners.
Huh?
Holding offense, number 72.
I'm angry about that. So I just
Moser,
what I thought I knew, I guess I don't know, Vic. That's where I'm at. I know you have to leave. I guess I don't.
But before you leave, I have a very pertinent question to ask you. Will you be with us for the top of this next segment or not?
I will not. No, I'm taking. Okay. I got to go.
Remember how you ripped baseball for celebrating after every playoff series win? Remember how you ripped baseball for doing that? Yes or no, Moj? Are you speaking?
Well, of course I remember. I'm the one who did it, yes.
What were your thoughts on the Buffs fans rushing the field after beating Iowa State?
Thought it was silly. I think you should expect more. I don't want to see that dude who was underneath the goalpost, that blonde kid.
Yeah.
I don't want to see. I don't want to see that.
But
it's Iowa State.
But it's kids having fun, and you sound like you're the fun police.
Oh, that's great. I'm not the fun police, bro.
But it's just fun. It's kids having fun.
Okay, I'll tell you what. When you beat Little Sisters of the Poor, tear them down and throw them
they're
into
ranked
the bowl
22.
of Reds. Okay,
they're ranked 22 in the country. You beat a team that's ranked. First time you beat a ranked team in the prime era.
Yeah, well, you know what? I expected it.
Since TCU.
I expected the Buffs to have wins like this. Okay, I expect them to be good enough to have wins like this. I don't want to get on these airwaves and say, thank God Caden Salter didn't run 50 yards backwards and get sacked. I mean, is that what you want to hear from me?
No,
what do you want to hear
curious.
from me?
I just needed to ask. Brett, what did you think?
Yeah. I could take it or leave it. I mean, I thought it was a little silly. But
hey, Nelly, you were in the band there, so you ran on the field all the time. What'd you think?
You beat a ranked team. Storm away, brother.
So you're Storm guy.
I am 110% for storming the field. The way this season has been going, the fact that you upset the number 21 or 22 ranked team in the country at home, storm away. I am 110% in favor of that.
This program, that mentality right there, the fact that you think that way, it's sad. I'm saddened.
I agree.
Wait, now
I
you're
agree.
being Brett Kane about this. Now you're being me, where it's like, hey, I thought that CU should be better than that. You're like, well,
No, it's just sad that it used to mean something. When you saw people on the field, I was there for 62-36. I was there for that. It meant something.
That meant something.
It meant something.
Last thing, Brett. I love that animal.
I know you do.
Ralphie hauled ass
Great.
this weekend.
It's awesome.
She was moving,
sweet.
man.
Really
that
good.
girl, Brandy, you're a fine girl. Brandy can run like the wind. I love that
All
buffalo.
right, bye, Moj. Yeah,
Love her.
bye, Moj. Bye, Moj. Have a great call. Congratulations to Dakota Ridge High School's Brecken Maines. He is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. River Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Back after this.
So here's the choice Aaron Glenn has. Go for it on 4th and 8, or send Folk out for a 62-yard field goal. And he's chosen to go for it on 4th and 8 against one of the toughest pass rushes in the NFL, if not the toughest, with 8 sacks on the day already. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in. And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation, Kurt.
It's Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Vic, I got a stat I want to bring you in a second that might have helped the Broncos get to 9 sacks yesterday. I do want to say something first. I know this is a Broncos. We're in Colorado. We talk about the Broncos, and that's the focus. I don't like anything I'm seeing out of Aaron Glenn's teams, though. He looks wildly lost as a head coach.
Do you realize on those plays late that the Denver Broncos, and they got those sacks for this reason, they play a risk-reward defense. They don't care what you do. Do you know they're playing cover 0 in that situation?
Yeah.
They were all Justin Fields had to do, and this is where the Jets coaches, I'm just shaking my head. Just send somebody deep, throw the ball up, and maybe you get a pass interference. What are you doing?
Can't take a sack there. Can't.
What are you doing? So the Broncos said, yeah, we're going to bring the house. Let's go. And you took a sack.
You know, here's the number. These are Justin Fields sacks. This is how much time Justin Fields' time to sack on the 9 sacks on Sunday. 7.7 seconds was 1 sack. 4.4, 3.8, 3.6, 3.4, 3.3, 2.1, 2.9, and 4.4. It's an average of about 4 seconds. Vic, that's insane. The ball should be out. Like a second before that, it should be out.
Yeah.
That's Justin Fields just hanging on to the football.
The frustration of Garrett Wilson, and you saw it boil over on the sidelines. He was all over their coaching staff. He was all over Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just so livid because...
What were they doing?
Yeah.
Like, at a minimum, Vic, if I don't even know what Sean Payton was doing. Like, why didn't he call a timeout and try and get a punt and maybe make a couple of plays? I don't know why he didn't do anything. But they're walking off the field going into half, and the Broncos defense is laughing. Did you see Singleton? He's like howling laughing because he's like, I don't know what's going on here. But thank you.
Either. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it almost felt like both defenses or both teams were just playing for defense.
Yeah. I really don't get it. And look, at the end of the day here, yes, the Broncos got the win. That's nice. They're 4-2. They're not tied for the division lead, but tied in record. Chargers own the tiebreaker, whatever.
God, Chargers. I don't know if you watched the end of that game.
Yeah.
But what a play by Herbert. He was going to be sacked.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be a sack for loss. That would have changed everything in the AFC West.
And then
somehow
McConkey.
He pulls a Big Ben. I mean, Bronco fans will remember 2005, the AFC title game. So many times the Broncos had a shot at Big Ben, and he would just roll off tacklers.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, no big deal. Wear him like a cape.
We'll get more into that when we take a look around the league here in about 15 minutes. I said this all week going into the game that London games are weird, and that certainly was weird. It was really weird. But I don't know, Vic. I can't fight this prevailing emotion, which is just like, I'm kind of pissed with how the Broncos played. You know, you want to be taken seriously. You want to be a contender in this. You want to take these incremental steps to being a team that's competing for a division, for a conference, for a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And doing stuff like that is just not going to work. And I don't know how else to put it. Like, yes, it is fantastic. And the positive in all of this, Vic, you have such an elite level defense. And you mentioned it, their ability to just send the house and trust their corners is something that not a lot of teams have. Because, Vic, how many times do you see teams blitz like the Broncos do? They do it a lot. But a lot of times they don't get there. And then they leave those corners on an island and they get beat up. The Broncos always get there. Always.
Well, again, a lot of it is who your quarterback is. If that's Patrick Mahomes back there in that situation and a blitz comes, do you think he's just going to eat the football? What do you think he's going to do in that? You're going to throw it up in the air as high as you can and give your receiver a chance.
Yeah.
You got to recognize that. You just have to. Some of the numbers that the Broncos defense produced yesterday, and again, they're historic. They're on pace right now, the Denver Broncos, to break the NFL's single season record for sacks. They're on pace to break it. They're averaging 5 a game.
Mm-hmm.
In that game yesterday, 9 sacks, 15 quarterback hits, 15. 7 TFLs, 4 passes defended, minus 10 passing yards.
It's insane. And I know that what a lot of people are doing and what the national media is going to do today, and this is what I won't do, they'll make this all about how bad the Jets are, and that's certainly part of the discussion. But the Broncos did that to them. Like, they didn't have negative 10 passing yards every week. Their offense was actually okay at times, okay.
Right, you know what I thought the play of the game was? I'll give you the play of the game right now. Because we complained and we laughed when the Jets kept throwing the ball late, right? When instead of running it up the middle, they should have just set up for a field goal. 3rd and 8 from the Broncos 46. And Fields throws an out route. And I think, was it Wilson? It was Garrett Wilson, I believe. Mm-hmm. The hit by Hufanga to jar the ball loose at the end. And at first glance, I thought they were going to call a penalty on him. I thought it was helmet to helmet or something, but it wasn't. It wasn't. What a key play that was. And what a clutch play by a guy who is pretty much a ball hawk. That's what Hufanga is. Understanding the moment, understanding that you got to do whatever you can to get that ball out of his hands. I thought that was the play of the game.
He's an absolute missile.
Thought it was the play of the game.
Well, I got really nervous, Vic, because he left that game for a while and went to the locker room. Did end up returning to it, but had me nervous when he left. With the defense and how solid they are in kind of every area. I know they still have a little bit of linebacker issues, but they've gotten better, I think, over the last couple of weeks in that, and hopefully Greenlaw at some point will be returning. Defense was awesome. This is all about offensively. What are your main issues? And I almost wonder, Vic, I didn't go back and chart it. You know, I have these notes down, and you see where the moments kind of arise, but you brought one up earlier. When Bo Nix took off and slid just in front of the sticks to make it like 2nd and half an inch. And then Pat Bryant jumps for a false start, which makes it 2nd and 6. Mm-hmm. And then you have the holding penalty, immediately the play after by Peart, that pushes him back to 2nd and 16.
Wasn't that a big play to Franklin, too? Didn't Franklin get clear for some serious yards there?
Twice they had big plays called back. And I almost wonder if you're just more disciplined there, do we think about the offense differently? Now, you can't go back and play that game, but it just feels like there's way too many of those mistakes. And discipline problems cannot happen against good football teams. They just can't.
Well, we're 6 games in, and the Broncos' penchant for penalties, especially on the offensive end, unforced errors, the penalties, the pre-snaps, all that, it's killing them. It's killing them. I mean, I think I watched a football game last night. Did the Chiefs escape without a single penalty in that game? Take a look at the stats.
Yeah, imagine that. They were perfect, Vic. Not a single mistake all game.
That's wild. That's weird.
You know though, when you have this throwback to Jared Goff and he walks a touchdown in, the refs need to have a 30-second meeting after the play gets done just to toss a penalty flag. And
So do you remember the call in Philly where it was a big play that was turned back because they called Saquon Barkley for illegal motion? He was moving pre-snap. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I played football all my life. I've watched football all my life. I'm still confused by some of those pre-snap penalties and what they mean.
Too. Yeah, I don't know.
To this day, I'm like, wait, but it did look like he stopped. What qualifies this? And so the quarterback's not allowed to get out of – he can't leave the center position?
I don't know. Well, there's one thing I do know, though, that if Travis Kelce puts his hands up to the ref needs to throw the flag after he puts his hands up. That's also another rule. I did not know that was in the rule book. It's another one. I'm not bitter. I'm not salty. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know half of these rules and what they're doing. Here's what I do know. False starts are pretty easy to see from Pat Bryant on 2nd and inches. I know that the holding penalty on Peart was pretty easy to see. And that's the discipline stuff that they got to get over. You know, it's if they do that against good teams, they'll lose. And it's that simple. And here's the other thing, Vic. Their offense just straight up isn't good enough for that stuff.
Yeah.
They aren't.
Well, one thing I can conclude about the Denver Broncos 2025, outside of the Cincinnati game, which was brilliant, they dominated that game. Outside of that game, the Denver Broncos have proven they play to the level of their competition.
Yes, they do. That's one thing I wanted to mention because I felt this way in, the last probably 2 years with the Nuggets, Vic. It's that thing where you're like, they can beat anybody in the league. And I truly believe that about the Broncos. I think they can beat anybody in the NFL. I also think they're capable of losing to anybody in the NFL. They really are. Like, they will play down to their competition and give them an opportunity to win. I've seen it now repeatedly. You know what's weird, though? Last year, that wasn't the case. Do you remember what happened last year when they played against a bad team? They killed them. They won by like 30 points every single time. But this year, it's like they allowed Tennessee to hang around in that game. They now allow a really bad Jets team to hang around that game. And I'll tell you what, all that stuff we said about, and we'll get to this later in the week, but all that stuff we said about, hey, coming back from London, no bye week afterwards, playing against the Giants, what's that going to – that ain't going to be a cakewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Giants look like they got some ability now.
Well,
they can make you nervous.
Offensively, they're not as challenged as the Jets. That's a damn fact.
Right.
But I have to ask you about rules. And again, not to walk away from this Broncos talk, but going back to that Goff play last night, all right? So even Goff, after the game, said he was shocked that they called a penalty.
Yeah.
If you're the Detroit Lions or any team in the NFL, and you have a trick play up your sleeve that you're willing to run, and you work on that play all week, okay? They've worked on that. They set it up. Don't you think at some point during the course of prep, maybe you call the NFL office and say, hey, here's what we're going to do at some point. Is this cool? Or do you just do it without checking in advance if it follows the rules?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But here's what I don't get about the rule, though. When they put – I watched Miami do this for 3 straight years. They put Tyreek Hill in motion. They snap the ball while he's running. He's not set. He's running sideways. They snap the ball, and he's got this, like, head start on his route, and that was never called. I don't know what the rule is.
Think about how stupid the NFL rulebook is right now. They thwart you when you want to do something creative and have your quarterback actually set up as a receiver.
Yeah.
But they love it when your running back puts his head up the quarterback's you-know-what and pushes him into the end zone.
While guys are false starting. Yeah.
It's hilarious to me. I mean, no, let's go ahead and penalize a team for getting creative and doing something fun. But let's just go ahead and keep assembling right at the center's ass and run it up the middle.
Adam Schefter will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Reminder, the Avs play at 10:30 this morning. You can hear it on AM 950, but we'll take a look around the league next. All right, every Monday at 8:20, we take a look around the NFL, and we usually start with the London games, the early games, but that was the Broncos. So we'll go to Cardinals and Colts, and the Cardinals got to be sick. For the second week in a row, they have a big fourth quarter lead that they blow. Indianapolis outscores them 14-3 in the fourth, and the Cardinals, without Kyler Murray, by the way, started Jacoby Brissett, looked good, couldn't close.
I thought Jacoby Brissett is every bit as good as Kyler Murray.
Yeah. Another huge game, by the way, for Jonathan Taylor. 120 yards on the ground.
Do you think the Colts are for real? They're 5-1.
Yeah. Now, do I put them in like a Bills category? I don't think so. Vic, it's going to take me a long time to get over the Daniel Jones as a 5-1. And is the team actually good with Daniel Jones at quarterback? Yeah. Like, he's playing well. Just mentally, I have a hurdle to get over with that because it doesn't make sense.
Think about the Cardinals' predicament, though. Last week's game and how costly that loss was.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. They lose their quarterback remember they snapped it early and he gets hurt and all that. And then
Kyler missed the game because they snapped the ball off his face.
Exactly.
He got a concussion from a football hitting him in the head.
And then, of course, DeMarcado, how do you pronounce it? DeMarcado, his play
Nailed it.
Changed everything. And here they sit at 2-4 in a game they could have won yesterday, and their season is starting to fall apart.
Yep. Well, the Colts are now 5-1. The Cardinals are 2-4. The Chargers storm back late in the fourth quarter.
Man.
46 seconds left in the game. The Dolphins throw a touchdown pass to Darren Waller, who has 4, by the way, since unretiring. 4 this year.
He was wide open.
So they get in the end zone, and they take a pretty commanding lead. The Chargers need to find a way to get in field goal range, and Justin Herbert peels off 2 guys all over him behind the line of scrimmage to find Ladd McConkey, who takes it, 50 yards, and puts them prime real estate, chance to win, and they do.
Active quarterbacks in the NFL with the most come-from-behind rally wins. Who are they?
Stafford. Do you have it in front of you?
I'm sorry. I should specify the AFC.
Oh.
Justin Herbert is one of them.
Yeah, he's got to be.
And Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Dude, were you thinking like I was thinking, though, when the Dolphins scored late? Oh, too much time.
Yeah.
Too much time.
You almost hope like you don't score that quick, but you need to get the touchdown, so whatever.
Did you hear after the game what Tua had to say about his teammates showing up late to meetings, disregarding orders?
I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, and then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
Kane, who's he taking?
You're saying some players worldly.
Who's he taking a shot at there?
I would assume Tyreek,
head coach,
but. Well, here's the thing, Vic. You're the quarterback.
Yeah.
You're the leader. Why are you complaining about leadership? You're the leader. You're the franchise QB making $250 million. I don't get it. But the Dolphins now 1-5. The Chargers 4-2. I think the league might have a Drake May problem, Vic, because he looks really good in New England. And I know they played the Saints last week, and the game was close. But, the Patriots had a lead early, never let go of it. They win 25-19. Each week I'm watching Drake May make another throw that's making me go, wow. He looks to be really good.
He's made the leap.
Yeah.
He's made the leap. And the way he stands in the pocket and is able to withstand a pass rush, you could see it.
Yep.
He's going to be a very good player in this league, man. They found one. And he's got the coach to complement his skills,
that too. Vrabel is such a good coach. The Patriots 4-2, the Saints 1-5. The Browns, who went another start with Dylan Gabriel, did not look good. Like, here's the thing. The Steelers are 4-1, Vic. I do not think the Steelers are a good football team. Mm-hmm. They just don't feel that way. Aaron Rodgers is doing enough to win games, but it doesn't seem overly impressive. if Dylan Gabriel keeps playing like this, Shedeur Sanders is going to start.
I don't understand what's taking so long. You want a recipe for disaster? You take a rookie quarterback and have him throw it 52 times in a game. Good luck with that.
Yep. He was 29 of 52 for only 221 yards. It's just he doesn't do anything overly impressive, and I think that's what we all kind of figured when they named him the starter. So I don't know. I know that you got to give him a leash. He's probably got to get another 2 or 3 starts before they make another decision, but the Browns lose again 23-9, so the Steelers are 4-1, the Browns are 1-5. Carolina's a really hard team to figure out, aren't they? Like,
is Bryce Young good?
I don't know. Like, they have the games where it's like they lose 42-13 to the Patriots, and you're like, gosh, they stink. But then they'll beat, like, the Falcons 30-0.
Yeah.
And now they get a win over Dallas off of some late-game heroics, by the way. Make no mistake, Dallas, their defense might be bad, Vic. They can score, though. Like, their offense can roll, and Dak Prescott's still really good. That's an impressive win for the Panthers, 30-27 over Dallas.
Rico Dowdle, who was a former Cowboy, wanted to stay there. He ate them up to the tune of 183 yards.
Yep. And they said, do you have a message for the Cowboys? And he said, they weren't buckled up, is what he said. So believe it or not, the Carolina Panthers are a 500 football team. They're 3-3 this year. The Cowboys are 2-3-1. Seattle and Jacksonville. I thought this would be an interesting game. Not a lot of scoring in this one, but Seattle does find a way to get another impressive win, 20-12 over Jacksonville. I'll tell you who's having a breakout year. Jackson Smith and Jigba is playing incredible with Sam
He might
Darnold.
be the most precise route runner in the league.
Jackson Smith,
Nugajuba. Just to give you perspective, Vic, he has 4 games out of 6 this year in which he has at least 100 yards receiving. Another game he had 96, and in the other game he had 79. This guy shows up every single week for them.
Dude,
really
Ohio
impressive.
State receivers have really shined of late, man.
Well, do you know what that room was? So I'm trying to do it off the top of my head. They had Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison, Igbuka.
The kid for Tampa, yeah.
And there was one other guy. Who the hell was it that I'm blanking on?
Igbenegbu.
There was one other guy.
No,
They had
that's sick.
5 number
sick.
1 wide receivers
That is
at the same time.
absolutely sick, what they've done at Ohio State with the receiver position.
So textures help me, whoever I'm missing. So Seattle and Jacksonville both 4-2. The Rams were not impressive going to Baltimore, but they did enough because Baltimore stinks. The Ravens played better defense. They held the Rams to 17 points, but they are atrocious without Lamar Jackson on offense.
Well, what sucks is my number 1 pick in our fantasy draft, Puka Nacua, looks like he's going to miss some games.
Yeah.
Ankle injury. They survived. The Rams survived that game.
Barely, but they do. 17-3, the final score. The Rams are now 4-2. The Ravens are 1-5.
Did you notice when the game was still, the Ravens had a chance to actually take the lead, and they had it right at the 1-yard line, and they tried to pull the tush push.
Yeah.
They brought in Andrews, the tight end, to run it, and they lost yardage and nearly fumbled it.
Right.
And then they ran Henry after that, and everybody knew they were going to run Henry, so it was easy to find. Man, they were a disaster at the goal line.
Oh, by the way, that other wideout that I forgot at Ohio State was a guy who just played this weekend. It was Garrett Wilson.
Oh, my God. What an embarrassment of riches. Are you kidding me? That was the wideout room at Ohio
All 5
State?
of them at the same time. Yeah. So, again, the Rams 4-2, the Ravens 1-5. Raiders get a win over Tennessee. Tennessee's hard to watch, man. They're really difficult because I feel bad. I think Cam Ward's a good quarterback. You're just not going to be able to see any of it because they're so limited talent-wise. The Raiders didn't do much, but you don't have to do much to beat Tennessee. They win 20-10. By the way, Geno Smith with another terrible interception. Do you know how many picks he has this year?
7?
10.
No way. Already?
10 interceptions already this year. But the Raiders get the win, so they are now 2-4 as the Titans are 1-5. So Cincinnati makes the trade midweek for Joe Flacco, and it looked like their playbook was really limited against Green Bay. They actually gave them a run. Like, Green Bay didn't have that game totally in hand. It always felt like they were going to win.
I gave that to you guys on Lay It Down. I said there's no way 14 points is going to hold.
So the Packers win 27-18. What do you think the Packers are right now through 5 weeks? Because after that first week, they beat Detroit. Everybody, they just made the trade for Micah Parsons.
I'm not sold on the Packers yet. There's something about them. I don't know what it is.
They should be better, is what it feels like.
Yeah.
Everything about them says they should be better, but they had that loss to Cleveland, and they tied Dallas.
Maybe it's the league. Maybe we're looking at it wrong. Maybe every team there's no super team.
Right. So the Packers 3-1-1, the Bengals 2-4. Baker's been so fun to watch this year. Did you see that play he made where it's the same sort of Justin Herbert thing, and then he bombs one downfield to, isn't it Bo Nix's brother? Is that Tez Johnson? Was that his brother that his family adopted, right?
Yeah, from Oregon. Yeah, he played at Oregon. That was him. It's interesting. The two best runs by running backs yesterday, one by Bo Nix where he trucked a DB. You saw that yesterday, right?
And that guy left hurt.
I know. Dude, Bo just ran him over. And then yesterday, Baker, that was a magic act. I don't know how he pulled that off. I have no idea.
If you don't like Baker Mayfield, then there's something wrong with you, because that guy is awesome. I love him. And Tampa Bay keeps winning. They're now 5-1 with that 30-19 win. Here's the problem, though. So the 49ers lose that game. They're now 4-2. We all know the extent of injuries they already have. Fred Warner's ankle snaps backwards, so he's done for the year. Even their kicker. Did you see the video of their kicker getting stepped on by an offensive lineman? Their kicker left the game because his own offensive lineman stepped on his foot walking off the field.
I didn't see
Nelly,
that.
find this video. We'll pull it up towards the end of this. The funniest part was the difference in the size of their feet is jarring. It was like Andre the Giant stepped on him.
It reminds me of the time I was doing a live shot in the Nuggets locker room way back when Kenyon Martin was playing, and they had just lost to the Clippers in L.A., and I was wearing my Italian dress shoes, and I was backing up live on television, and I stepped on one of Kenyon's bare feet. He wasn't happy about it. Oh, my God.
Look at
That's like a child.
Yeah. Is that just a picture or is that a video? Look at his
God.
foot. Look at his foot. That's unbelievable. Guys,
there's no way. Both of those players are in the National Football League.
For those listening, I'm telling you, you'd have to put this kicker's foot heel toe, and that's the size of the foot that just stepped on him from his own offensive lineman.
The kicker's foot is the width of the offensive line's foot.
Yes, exactly. But that's just the Niners are cursed. No other way about it, around it. And then finally, the Sunday night game. The Chiefs, it felt like if the Lions could win, it could put them in such a big hole, but the Chiefs do get an impressive victory as they win 30-17. I have my own beefs about some things that went down in that game. Now, here's the one thing the Chiefs did. They took advantage of a very beat-up Lions secondary. I mean, they're missing, I think, their top 4 corners heading into that game, and they took advantage of that. Juju Smith-Schuster with a big game. But the Chiefs came away with no penalties in that game, and a couple of big ones against Detroit took points off the board or led to points for the Chiefs. One being the play you talked about earlier, Vic, the throwback to Jared Goff, which after the lead official in that thing on the broadcast said that's not a reviewable play.
Terry McCauley?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Said that wasn't a reviewable play, and then all the refs got together and made it reviewable.
Yeah.
So they called that one back. Detroit had to settle for a field goal, and then end of the half, it's 3rd down, deep throw to Travis Kelce, overthrew him by about 5 yards, and then about 3 seconds after the play was done, ref threw a flag for a pass interference call, and they got a touchdown.
Uncatchable anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to get your thoughts on what happened after the game. Your boy Brian Branch got a chill.
He's had a few of those moments this year. I'm expecting he's going to be suspended, which for a Lions secondary that already has 4 guys missing, just tack on another one. You can't do that. I mean, he went up. If you guys missed it, game ends. He was pissed off because he got speared in the back late in that game on a running play by Juju Smith-Schuster. So it was not even blindside Vic. He just ran up behind him and threw one right into his spine. So after the game, he walked up to Smith-Schuster and just It wasn't so much a punch as an open hand push right into his jaw. But I would imagine, do you think he's getting suspended for that? Probably.
Oh, he's got to. Yeah, because it's after the fact. Man, I hate the Chiefs so much.
Yep. Yeah. But Chiefs now 3-3. Lions 4-2. And the Chiefs are now a game back of both the Broncos and the Chargers in the AFC West, and that is a look around the NFL.
I'm telling you, the Chiefs are that cockroach.
Yep. Just quickly, Vic, before we get to break, because I watched an unbelievable baseball game over the weekend. Game 5 between the Tigers and the Mariners, 15 innings. It was legitimately just a great back-and-forth baseball game. Runners in scoring position, somebody find a way to get a double play, get out of the inning. I didn't really have a rooting interest for either team. Whoever wins that series, which is now the Mariners, I want them to win the World Series. I like both of them.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, you've talked about this before, Vic. When you're on the wrong end of an epic game that ends a season for somebody, would you like to hear what the radio play-by-play voice of the Detroit Tigers said after the game was finished?
Heard about this.
Dan and I will be back to talk about it after this on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
And fragile.
I don't have to do a game. Oh.
You get tired.
This game recap. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that out loud? 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Little hot mic, bleep this game recap.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, I know all too well. I remember sitting at Ball Arena when the Nuggets lost Game 7 to Minnesota, and they said, okay, everybody, smile, let's do a game recap.
Yeah.
Score.
And you wanted to say bleep this game recap? Yeah.
You know what, though? It's funny because that baseball game, you know what I'm noticing again in baseball? And you made fun of us. You did. You made fun of me and Moj. Years ago, we begged baseball players to bring back the bunt. Bunt guys over. They're doing it again.
Okay, it's back. Two things.
The bunt is back.
Two things real quick from that game. Number one, pulling Skubal after 6 innings is unbelievably stupid.
Well, they say he's never pitched. I mean, he was almost
do
near
or
his max.
die.
I
It's
know.
do or die, man. You have, if he's playing well, pitching well, you keep him in. Secondly, that bunt that you're talking about, the one that was fouled off.
It looked like it hit his knuckle.
Here's what I don't get. I played baseball for a long time. I think I have the rules down pretty good. So, Vic, if you swing at a pitch and it hits you, you attempted to hit the ball, that's a strike. You don't get first base because it hits you.
That's what I thought.
He was squared.
Yeah, he put himself in danger by squaring. I totally agree with you.
But it's two things. Your hand has always been known as part of the bat, especially if you're offering at the pitch. Secondly, he's squared to attempt a bunt. That is an attempt at the baseball. That's a strike. He gets first base. Now, it ends up not mattering because they got a double play to get out of the inning, but it was huge in the moment.
I was as confused as you are. I'm like, did I miss a rule change in baseball? I thought when you attempt a bunt, no matter what, you square like that, that's on you.
Now, if he pulled it back and it hit his hand, there's a discussion to be had. But they kept reviewing whether it hit his knuckles or not. I'm like, that's not the point. The point is he attempted to bunt the baseball. That's a strike. So I was so wildly confused. But here's the good news. Watched that game last night as Sunday Night Football was on. Those two teams, Blue Jays and Mariners, they can hit. That's going to be a fun series to watch. I mean, Cal Raleigh ripped one out of the park last night. Both of those teams can get after it. So anyway, just a little update in the MLB playoffs. 303-504-0925. Back after this. It's a Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House. Shop every team in town. We'll talk to Adam Schefter in 15 minutes. Reminder that the Avs are playing on AM 950 at 10:30 this morning against the Sabres, as they're doing a whole slate of early games for Columbus Day. But let's get to our player in the groove from yesterday, Vic, and I don't think it's anybody on offense, so who's your player in the groove?
Well, I could go with Telenel Hufunga, who I thought made the play of the game on 3rd and 8 and dislodging the ball from Garrett Wilson. I could go with Nick Bonito, who now has an NFL-leading 8 sacks. But I'm going to go with his compatriot, Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah.
Quietly has had a hell of a season. He had 2 sacks yesterday. And if he's not sacking the quarterback, he's pressuring the quarterback. He had 3 of those. I thought he was dominant in that game. John Cooper.
Yep. I think that's a great choice. The guy that I would go in the groove. You know, you need people to step up when guys get hurt, and it's been sort of rough sledding. I got to tell you, between this year and last year, I think Justin Strnad has filled in admirably every time he's been called upon. His role was not to be a starter on this team because Dre Greenlaw was supposed to be healthy. But for him to rack up a sack and a half yesterday, again, it's a matter of when your number is called to get to a blitz, you have to get home. He got home 1.5 times yesterday, 2 times. Let's just call it 2. I'm going to give it to Justin Strnad in the groove. And Broncos players in the groove, it's very simple. It's brought to you by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and groovetoyota.com. So we'll talk to Adam Schefter about the Broncos game and get his thoughts from things around the league in 15 minutes. In the meantime, Vic, college football, I know it's a full moon. I'm not a big astrology guy, but there was something weird in the water because a whole bunch of games had really surprising results. Maybe nothing more surprising than both CU and CSU winning in the same weekend.
Great weekend, and there's no doubt. First of all, let's start with CSU. What the hell?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
What was that, and where do we get more of that?
So I'm going to say something real quick, Vic. They're up 35-7. Remember, this is a team that scored 3 points against Washington State, who ironically almost beat Ole Miss this weekend somehow. They're up 35-7, and I'm like, all right, they're going to cruise to a victory. Did you feel the way that I did when that turned 35-21 and the ball got back to Fresno State? I was like, if Fresno punches in a touchdown, now we're getting really, really nervous. But to the defense's credit, 2 straight possessions, they forced a turnover on downs, sealed the game up, so good for them.
Now, it was fun to watch a celebratory CSU side.
Yes.
And they put up some offense. The CU game, all right? Listen, that saved, and this is not going overboard, that saved the season in many, many respects because you beat a ranked team. You stay alive for a bowl game.
Yep.
Because if you don't win that game, I mean, bowl season is done. You might as well just ship it away. You are alive now for a bowl game if you continue on this trek. Everything about that game was awesome, starting with the fact that 4 days earlier, Deion Sanders is in a hospital room undergoing surgery on his leg.
Yeah, I think
it's amazing.
It's unbelievably cool.
It's amazing how tough that man is. And now he's out there coaching a game, and you did everything you needed to do. There were some sloppy moments. I mean, Caden Salter at times, you're like, oh, my God. But at the end of the day, they got it done. And you know what? You never apologize. I know that the spread was only 2. It was a 2. Vegas knew something. I had a buddy of mine text me before the game and say, how is Iowa State only favored by 2? Vegas knows. Well,
Brett. They did this last week. If you remember, they were playing against unranked Cincinnati, and they were like a 4.5-point dog. Iowa State just, I don't know what it is about them. They do some things okay. I think they do a lot of things just okay. They don't do anything like spectacularly well. They ran the football well against you. I mean, they put up a whole bunch of rushing yards. I think that Caden Salter played a clean game, though, and that was kind of the difference, is that he didn't make really big mistakes. He actually made some really good plays. I got one thing I got to say, though. They need to find their own Jerry Rosburg. End of the first half, Vic, Iowa State puts the ball down at that big play. They get tackled at the 1-yard line. There's 53 seconds left. They let the clock bleed down to 23 seconds.
Yeah.
Why would you not take a timeout knowing they're probably going to score? Let me give my offense time. What's going on there?
What was the down on that?
It was 1st and goal from the 1 yard line.
Okay.
It's like, just take the timeout. Yeah. If they score early, which they probably will, at least you'll have time to respond. Now, they get a big kickoff return and they have a chance for a field goal and they miss it before the half. But still, that's basic. Like, you play Madden, you know to call a timeout in that situation.
Yeah. If you have a few more seconds, maybe it's not a 65-yarder, it's a 45-yarder. So
when was the time to call timeout?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
But that aside, really good win for them. And you're right, Vic, this keeps them in bowl game contention. And I think it saved Caden Salter an extra week of being the starter. Because if they lose that game, I'm pretty sure they're just going to go to Juju. I don't know that, but I'm pretty sure that's the route they would go. But it's a good win. And
it's vital because not only is it a good win, but it's a confidence-building win. You beat a team that is favored. You beat a team that is considered better than you. You did it at home. You beat a ranked opponent for only the second time in the Prime era, correct? They beat TCU and Iowa State.
Yep.
The first time you've done it at home. So it means a lot, clearly. You keep your bowl hopes alive. You keep them alive. And now I look at the rest of the Buff schedule a little differently now, okay? Utah's a winnable game. I know Utah. It's at Utah.
Oh, boy, did Utah just destroyed.
I know.
Who the hell they play again? They just destroyed Arizona State this weekend. 42-10, man.
I know. Arizona at home. At West Virginia. Arizona State at home, at Kansas State. Now, can you find, you're 3-4, can you find 3 wins in those remaining games?
It'd be tough, but they can. I think they can.
I can find them. I think it can happen.
Yeah.
You got to get 3 to get to a bowl game.
Had they lost this last weekend, I think it's impossible. I think it's done. But can you get 3? No. I think you can.
By the way, did you know that Iowa State, little old Iowa State, has been field stormed 2 weeks in a row?
Oh, God, is that right?
Cincinnati, their fans storm the field. Then they come to Boulder, and the CU fans storm the field.
Do you think
Iowa State's got to be thinking, my God, we're the best team in the world?
I know. Are they thinking like, am I playing for Bama? Hey, speaking of losing in consecutive weeks, Penn State had enough. After Penn State loses to Northwestern for their 3rd straight L. And I got to tell you, Vic, the road of how this all went down is crazy. So Penn State was the number 2 team in the country. They played against number 6 Oregon. They lost in double OT. I don't think anybody was like too weirded out by that, right? It's like, Oregon's good. You lost in double OT. It was a good game, whatever. Yeah. But then they inexplicably give UCLA their first win of the year by giving up 42 points to them and now losing to Northwestern.
Let go of the rope. They let go of the rope and they knew it. And I think there's more at play, though. I think there's something going on behind the scenes.
Well, there's a story that Adidas is a big sponsor of theirs that gives a lot of money. Adidas, according to this rumor, wanted James Franklin out after the UCLA game, and Penn State was like, no. And then it almost made it impossible after this week. Just for the record, James Franklin just signed an extension. James Franklin will be paid $20,000 a day for the next 6 years.
For the next 6 years, James Franklin will pocket, all right, the next 6 years, $15 per minute.
Yep.
$913 per hour. $21,900 per day, $153,000 per week, $666,000 per month for not working.
That fired coaches club has to be such a cool club to be in. I mean, nobody wants to get fired, but $150,000 a week for 6 years,
and Penn State didn't even bat an eye.
No.
That's where I go to.
Pretty good.
We bring this up all the time, and either in or you're out of the club. There aren't many schools who can do that. What I just described to you. There aren't many schools who can say, just pay him off.
Okay, there's a much larger discussion to this that we can have later in the week. Today's not the day for it. But how do I put this? I have this sort of thought surrounding firings like this. I would agree that James Franklin has not lived up to what the high expectations of Penn State is. But, Vic, he did win 2 playoff games last year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and their quarterback's done.
There is a distinct and real possibility that that team gets worse with their next head coach than better. Yeah. And it's always a risk that you play when your expectations are this high.
Well, I want you to think about something, though, Brett. They just paid off a guy and gave him $50 million to walk away, all right? They just said, here, take $50 million, walk away. You know Penn State has money.
Yeah.
Clearly. If I'm Indiana, I take Kurt Signetti and hide him in a storage closet somewhere.
Well, I just saw...
Because they're coming after him.
The 2 coaches to watch from Heather Dinich. She was just on ESPN too. 2 coaches to watch for the Penn State job are Kurt Signetti and
Matt Rule.
Matt Rule.
I don't get that one.
Well, I was talking. So we got to get to Schefter in a second. So quickly, my wife's father and stepmom are in town.
Is that a big source for you?
What's that?
Is that your source?
No, but they're both Husker fans, so they're watching the game, and I tell them that, and it was this weird realization of like, wait, Nebraska is now a team where your coach can get poached? You know what I mean? They aren't like, if you're the head coach of Michigan, Michigan's coach doesn't get poached from somebody.
It's like Iowa State's realization.
Yeah.
Wait, they're storming the field on us?
Right. It was just kind of like, wait, what do you mean Matt Rule could be bought out and taken by another school? It was weird. Anyway, talk about this later in the week. We got Adam Schefter joining us next. And we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Rally House Victory Monday with Adam Schefter, who joins us every Monday at 9 o'clock to recap the weekend. Adam, was it as painful for you to watch that early game as it was for us? Because that was ugly.
That was, if you look at the Jets passing, there was a stat that was sent to me yesterday. I'm just calling it up right now. The Jets had minus 10 net passing yards, the fewest by any team in a game since the Chargers had minus 19 net passing yards against the Chiefs September 20th, 1998.
Jeez.
And if I told you the Jets were leading that game with 5 minutes to play, you'd think what?
Well, did I have the argument with you guys or the guys in the afternoon on Thursday about how this game was not going to be a simple game?
Not us. Maybe Moser. Moser thinks the Broncos are going to win every game by 30.
Yeah. And DMac, they were like, this is not going to be close. Certainly Moser, like they can't lose. And I'm like, first of all, it's one game. It's an international game. The Broncos just played a great game. The Jets haven't had a turnover in 5 games. Like they're due to get like all the things. The Broncos absolutely are a better team, and they should beat that team, and they did beat that team. But I really believe the Jets were going to have a chance to win that game, and they did. They did.
Adam, another, I guess, good stat for the Broncos, because their defense is a very, very good defense. The record for sacks by a single team in a season was the 84 Bears had 72. The Broncos are on pace for 85. And I know having a 9-sack game helps. Yeah. But this is one of the more dynamic pass rushes you have in the league. Even if the offense struggles, do you think the Broncos defense could be the thing that carries them to a playoff berth? I know long season, a lot still to go, but with how good that defense is, could they just be the thing that carries them there?
I mean, those are staggering numbers. I didn't realize that. So 72 is the record by the Bears?
It's your stat, Vic. You tell them.
Yeah, the record is in jeopardy the way the Broncos defense is playing. They have the record, obviously, during a 16-game season. So you say what you want about the changes. That was back in the 84 season. The Broncos are averaging 5 sacks a game right now, on pace for 85.
Wait, so and the Bears have the record in 84?
Yeah. The record is 72 by the 84 Bears. Yeah. Hey, you better check that before you go with it.
I better check that. I will check that. But it is interesting. And look, you knew that defense was going to be a calling card for this team. They're going to need to be a little bit more consistent on the offensive side of the football to be the type of team that they want. But it feels like they're still growing into that. And it feels like they've struggled to find that consistency so far this season offensively. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know why that is, but I would think they'll get better and better as the season goes on.
This week, apparently, Dre Greenlaw is eligible to be come off the injured list and be activated. I don't know if you've got any intel on him, but the sooner they can get him playing football again, the better. This defense is already dominant, but I can't imagine what it's going to look like with Dre Greenlaw. Do you have anything there?
I don't know whether they're activating him. I know that when they put him on IR, they felt like it would be a 4 or 5 week stint. So I would say this, Vic, comfortably, I would think he's going to have a chance. I don't know that he's going to make it back this week. Who do they play their next game against?
Giants. The Giants.
Yeah. He actually would be a great guy to have back this week.
Mm-hmm. By the way, did you see, Adam? Sean Payton said this after the game. They had the option to take a bye week after the London trip, but the stats indicate, the records indicate that teams that don't take the bye actually have a better record. And that's why the Broncos have determined, hey, they're going to go right into this next week without taking any break whatsoever. Does that surprise you?
Listen, there's so many, so much data and so much information now that if that's the data that you're basing your decision off, that's fine. Like that wouldn't seem to make sense to me. But if that's what the numbers are, they are. Like, I'm not going to argue with that. Mm-hmm. To me, when you go away, it just feels like it takes a couple of days to get your body back on track. What's the time difference between London and
7
Denver?
hours.
8 hours?
7
hours. I mean, it's going to take people a couple of days, and it's hard enough to get ready for a game. That's interesting to me that the numbers support that you're better off playing right away. Wow. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Adam Schefter with us. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. So around the league, Adam, I know there's a couple of teams every year that get bit with the injury bug, and the Chargers always seem to be one of those teams that they win in Miami over the weekend. But for the Niners to have all these injuries already, and then Fred Warner leaves, what team can they be? Can they continue? Can Shanahan continue to be that magic wizard that overcomes all these injuries? It seems impossible with how many have stacked up.
I'd agree with that. I mean, you can win, you can be competitive, you can make the playoffs maybe, but your ceiling is capped because you're missing Fred Warner, who's the best linebacker in football, and Nick Bosa, who's one of the best defensive ends in football. Like, just take the top two defensive players off any team. Take Cam Hayward and TJ Watt off the Steelers. Like, how are they going to be?
Yeah.
Just take two off any team. And there's no way that they can be as much of a threat. Now, like what I find interesting is we keep talking about injuries with a lot of teams, and there are teams like Tampa that have a lot of injuries. They've lost two starting offensive linemen. They lost Bucky Irving. They lost Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and lost Omeka. And they just keep rolling because Baker's playing so well. So injuries are definitely an excuse, but they are an excuse in that they take you only so far. Like, eventually, you still have to go out and perform. And not everybody does that. Some teams are better equipped to do it. The Niners already had a lot of holes that they were trying to replace. To me, to lose, like, Fred Warner is not just a great player, not just the best linebacker in football, but he's a great leader. Like, he's somebody that people really respect and value. And you take somebody like that out of the locker room and you miss his play and you miss his presence, and that's very hard to overcome.
Adam, what if I told you that Baker Mayfield right now should be the favorite for the MVP?
You get no argument from me right now. Zero. I know Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are the favorites in sports books. I guess you could bet on MVPs. But the fact of the matter is nobody has played better this season than Baker. Nobody's overcome more. Nobody's been more clutch. Nobody's had more fun. Like, Baker's a lot of nobodies right now.
Yeah.
The fun part, though, that's the part, not enough guys in this league have fun. He looks like he's having fun. It's contagious.
Yes. And they love him down there. Like, the guys really like him a lot. It's obvious. And his attitude and his swagger and his confidence, it's rubbed off on everybody. That it's amazing. It took him a while, right? He went from Cleveland to Carolina to the Rams to Baltimore. But he's found the home, and he's done exceptionally well.
Adam Schefter with us, as he is every Monday. So the Sunday night game, the Chiefs get back to 500, big win over Detroit at Arrowhead. So they're right back in the thick of things in the AFC West. But after the game, that little skirmish between Brian Branch and Juju Smith-Schuster, is Branch going to face a suspension, you think?
I think he will. Like, again, if we just go back to the beginning of the year, Jalen Carter got suspended or thrown out of the game for spitting on Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Sportsmanship was a point of emphasis for the NFL in the offseason. Big deal to the league. So let's just make this up hypothetically. If that skirmish had occurred pre-game, would the officials have thrown out Brian Branch at that time?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Then why wouldn't he be getting a one-game suspension?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I totally agree. Yeah. I mean, look what happened in the first game. The Philly defensive lineman who got thrown out after the first play of the game. Yeah, totally agree with you. Hey, so Adam, the AFC West is an intriguing division. I mean, the Chargers are running out of players. The Broncos offensively have not been consistent. And here come the Chiefs, right? And Rashee Rice is coming off his suspension. Would you still, if you were a betting man, would you consider the Chiefs the favorite in this division?
Yeah, of course. Until somebody dethrones them, they are. Like, first of all, last year on offense, they struggled. I think they scored 30 points all year twice. They've already scored 30 points in a game twice now. We're 6 weeks in. And they did it without Rashee Rice. And now he's coming back. And Rashee Rice is a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. He's a great player. Not a good player, a great player. So you get him back. You've filled in your offensive line. You've addressed some of those needs. You're playing better up front. I'll just say this. Like, winning in Buffalo would be tough. Winning in Denver would be tough. Is there any team in the AFC that you want to meet less in the postseason, wherever it is, than the Chiefs?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. And that's why I'm always afraid of them. As much as you might not like them here in Denver.
Vic, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as for all the years when Denver had John Elway.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay? There'll be other tough opponents, but as long as Denver had John, it was always going to be competitive. It was always going to have a chance. It was always going to give teams a tough playoff matchup. No different. You got Mahomes, you're always going to have a chance. You're always going to be in the playoff race. You're probably going to be the favorite when you get there. And it's just the way it is.
Adam, I know it's New York, and that's an especially brutal market for sports and media there. But there seems to be some sort of thing with Aaron Glenn where an 0-6 start is tough enough. But do you think if things continue kind of this way, is there potential that he's sort of a one-and-done guy, or do you think he has some staying power?
I would say this, that they're not going to want to make that change, and they're not planning or looking to make that change. And I don't think they want to do that. I don't think they're thinking like that. I think they found it. But you're asking me the question. And by the way, I'm sure other people are going to ask the question. So at some point in time in this league, anybody who doesn't win it all is going to face that question. So, I mean, that's just the way that it is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they could want to keep him all they want. They could not look to change coaches. They could plan to have him. All those things, all could be true. But if they're 1-16 at the end of the year, that question is going to come up again.
All right, so the Broncos host the Giants this week at Mile High.
Yeah.
Who's more popular in the Big Apple? Is it Cam Scatterbo or Jackson Dart?
It's a great question. I'll probably lean the quarterback because quarterbacks are quarterbacks. But the two of them, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing what two rookies, have done to energize a franchise. They were largely irrelevant. They were a team that not many people, they rooted for them, they cared about, but you kind of threw up your hands. And I got to tell you something. When Jackson Dart gets called upon to make his first NFL start, and Malik Neighbors goes down in the same game in the first half early with a torn ACL, the fans in that stadium that day were like, you're excited, but like the season's over. It's over. And these two individuals, quarterback Jackson Dart and running back Cam Scatterbo, have infused the franchise with hope, life, optimism. They beat the Eagles. They're playing well. You look at it and you're like, who could this team beat right now? That's how you feel about the New York Giants. And by the way, it's interesting because over the last 8 days or so, I was thinking about this. The Denver Broncos, the New England Patriots, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the New York Giants all won games that were probably the most significant wins for those four franchises in years, maybe a decade.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Adam,
that's a very good point.
One quick thing before I let you go, because I gotta hear how this happened again. How did Anthony Richardson get hurt?
A band in pregame warm. So I'm going to guess he had one of those bands, like around his foot, like stretching out or his hamstring.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant tuba and like the clarinet band. I thought like a band showed up.
No, like an exercise rubber band, like he's stretching, stretching, and with leg, hamstring, arm, whatever it was, and it snapped back and smashed him in the eye and fractured his orbital bone.
What?
Well,
yeah.
and then there was another one. Who was Charvarius?
Well, hold on.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
In the same warm-up, their starting quarterback, I saw the play. I saw a replay. It was unbelievable. He ran into their backup tight end and was laid out with a concussion.
Knocked him out cold. He was on the field just sitting there, man. Couldn't move.
Knocked out.
What in the world?
So in literally, I never heard of one guy being significantly injured in pregame warmups ever. No less 2.
Yeah.
One guy literally enters concussion protocol. I'm sure he's not going to play next week either. Another guy fractures his orbital bone. Like, that's wild.
It's unbelievable. Adam Schefter joins us every single week. So you guys got the Monday night doubleheader again. Is this the last one for ESPN this year, or is there going to be another?
Another one next week.
Gotcha.
Hey, why do you guys have these double headers?
I don't make the rules, Vic. I don't know. Like, this is when they do it. Like,
I was just curious. Is it a way because maybe Disney had more games in the contract, and this is the way to execute that?
I don't think that's it. I really don't know and understand. By the way, I work for the company. I'm doing the games. I'll be in the pregame show tonight.
Yeah.
Monday Countdown. I don't know. Understand how and why they do it this way. I don't know.
You're paid to know, Adam. You're paid to know.
I got enough things to know, Vic, that I don't have to worry about how many games we're carrying.
Adam Schefter,
Right?
you can watch him before this doubleheader tonight on ESPN and hear him every Monday right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a great
Thanks,
Monday.
pal.
Congratulations yesterday.
All righty.
Adam Schefter joined us every single Monday, and all conversations with Adam brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
How do you feel? I've had this happen several times because he just did it. How do you feel when people congratulate you when your team wins? Like you. Personally.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm always like, huh?
Yeah, thanks. I put in a lot of work today. So it was a tough week of grinding. I don't know. It was weird. Yeah.
Hey, man. Good job. Good job this weekend.
Yeah.
What? Well, good job. Good job on that win.
They say congrats when you win, but I'm sorry when you lose. I would rather, if you're going to congratulate me on the win, then blame me when the team loses. Say I did something wrong.
Yeah, jerk.
Say play better or
What
don't
was wrong
root
with
better.
you last night?
Yeah. Why'd the Lions lose? What did you do? You didn't do your job. That's why. Anyway, a lot more to get to here. You can also hear Adam every week with PhD as well. Reminder to you guys that not only are the Avs playing at 10:30 on AM 950 today, as we have one right there smack dab in the middle of the week, we also have our Athlete of the Week. So congratulations to Heritage High School's Mo Thennell. He's our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus & Schenker. Backus & Schenker loves Mo's passion and their passion for justice. Back after this. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. Keep in mind, tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Tune in all day on Tuesday for the new keywords every hour on the 20s. It's your chance to win tickets to the Avs game against Boston. It's the Bruins' only trip to Ball Arena this year, and it's on your home for Avs hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So an Avs Ticket Tuesday tomorrow. Now, Vic, it's an ugly game. Thank God the Broncos won. Even in giving up negative 10 passing yards on the day, it felt like there might have been an opportunity that you lost that game. They hang on. Good for you. The question is, how real are these concerns in the long term? If you want to compete, like I will say this about KC, they had 2 games last year in which they scored 30 points or more. They've had 2 already this year. I don't think their offense is anything super special, but they're getting Rashee Rice back. They're now 3-3. They're a game back of you, and we know Kansas City is just a cockroach. They won't go away. The Chargers found a way to win in Miami last weekend, so they're 4-2. You want to keep pace in this division, you need offensive consistency that's just not there. And I think the Ben Powers loss, if judging on this 1 week is an indicator, you're going to have some issues up front, maybe you in a way you haven't had for the last couple years.
It's just the wild swings for me. Like, I'm looking at my notes in the first quarter, and I've starred a couple things. When Bo decided to run the ball and he trucked the dude, that was sweet, right? Yeah. That was sweet. It's 4th and 5. 4th and 5 on your side of the field, and the Broncos go for it. Bo to Ingram for the quick out for 8 yards. Do you remember that play?
Yeah.
In the first quarter?
Yep.
4th and 5. Wow. And then the draw, the strategy, the scheme on that fake bubble screen, Nate Atkins touchdown, and it's 10-6.
Oh, beautiful.
And you're sitting there, and I look at that drive, and I'm like, wow, this is pretty damn good. It's going to be a day, right? It's going to be a day. And then it just comes to a screeching halt. It's the wild swings.
Well, I think this is where the complementary football aspect of this comes in. You know, your special teams needs to be good. They gave up that kick return after you got the scoring drive to tie things up. If you look at the first few possessions of the game, I'll tell you what the theme is, Vic. First drive, it's a 3-play drive, but it's just because Troy Franklin fumbled. He got the first down, fumbled the football. Okay, end of that one. Second drive, we're able to get a field goal out of it. Then you had the big touchdown drive. Again, you had another drive after that where it felt like you were moving the football all right, but
then it bogged down. 2 penalties.
It bogged down with a couple of penalties. But then Vic, 5-play drive for 14 yards, 3 and out, safety, 3 and out, 3 and out. That's the kind of stuff that, look, that's a continuation from last year, and a big frustration is, why are the 3 and outs so frequent? Why can't you find the way, just even if you're punting, like move the chains a couple of times?
Well, and I want to be fair here because the Denver Broncos are 4-2, and they're tied for the lead in the AFC West, and that should be celebrated. But they've played 6 games, okay? Of the 6 games, what's their best offensive game? Cincy, right? You'd have to say Cincy.
I thought they were pretty good against the Colts. Couldn't stop them, though. But, yeah, it's one of those.
Okay. So, Cincy and the Colts, of the 6, Cincy and the Colts are the only 2 games where the offense was consistent. Right?
Yeah.
Would you say that?
Yeah.
Every other game, you have these wild imbalances, the wild swings of just they're dormant, and then they wake up.
Right.
And that's what they have to sort through. That right there, if they want to become a consistent winner.
Yeah, it's this like start the game hot and then disappear in the second half, or the opposite, what happened in Philly, 3 bad quarters followed by 1 really good one. You're able to get away with that because your defense is so stellar that they're going to keep you in it no matter what. I just feel like 6 weeks in, you should be seeing signs of very steady improvement, and it kind of looks the same every week, and that's what's freaking me out. is that you want to see this team with the arrow pointing upward, and it's really not. It's just kind of staying level. I think that they're fortunate right now to be in a position to where you are 4-2. You have difficult games, but not like huge ones coming up here in the next month. You know, New York, is that more difficult than we thought? Yes, but it's not like you're playing the Bills. Same thing with the Cowboys, the Texans, the Raiders. They all kind of feel like, okay, if there's a time for you to find a rhythm, it's now before you get towards the I guess, later, the last third of the season. But, yeah, it's too much start and stop. It's too much of that. The defense never starts and stops. They're just always going.
The defense will have lapses, but consistently they are just dominant, okay? They're dominant.
Yeah.
Somebody just said on the text line, we should forbid the Jets and Broncos from playing games against each other.
Oh, my God. No
the
kidding.
last 3 Broncos-Jets games, all right, going back to 2022, 2024, and then yesterday, the last 3. 16-9, 10-9, and 13-11.
Well, that's right, the monsoon game.
16-9, 10-9, 13-11. No more.
So 20.
Not allowed to play each other.
So a total of 25 points, a total of 19 points, and a total of 24 points between the two teams.
We're going to call a truce. Again, it's a federal offense. These two teams cannot meet.
A lot of texters talking about Sean Payton's play calling. What did you think?
I thought he went through, a portion of the game where they looked a little lost. They weren't connected. Whatever they were running out there didn't seem like it worked. And you always ask that question after the game. Is it the personnel or is it the play calling? Is it the personnel or the play calling? I left myself shaking my head wondering what it was. I don't know. Because on the one hand, we can't be hypocritical, guys. All right, we can't be. We always say they got to establish the run game, even if it doesn't work. You got to establish the run game. You may not knock your head against the wall. You may not get yards, but establish a run game. Well, they tried. And it's the first game this season in which the Broncos could not produce 100 yards rushing. First game. But they tried. They ran it 30 times. So what's it going to be?
Well, this is going to sound like a cop-out answer, but I don't think it is. I do think it has to do with the flow of the game. And I'll give you an example. It might change this year, Vic, but over the last few years, the Nuggets haven't been a team that throws up a lot of threes, right? They've been in last place last 2 years on three-point attempts.
Oh, they did last night. I don't know if you watched that game. Half of their shots are threes.
But over the past couple of years, I think they're dead last in the points attempts per game.
Yeah, they're making a push to change that.
That's not who they were, right? Yes. They were very much a get in the paint and do your damage in there, mid-range jumpers, all of that, and they were effective at it. But there were games where they were shooting the three well. And in those games, I think you go a little bit out of character. If it's hot, then go with it. That felt like a game, especially early, that I thought Bo Nix, and it's hard to say now with how the game ended, but honestly, early in that game, it felt like Bo Nix was in a little bit of a rhythm, that he was finding guys. He was spreading the ball around. Mm-hmm. And then he had 2 passing attempts before the 13-minute mark in the fourth quarter in the second half.
Yeah.
And the one example that I pointed to earlier was it's 3rd and 10 at your own 18, and you run the ball with Adam Prentice. What's that? First of all, why is Prentice getting a touch, period? And especially why is he getting a touch on 3rd and 10? And in my head, I go, was Sean Payton scared that he thought Nix was going to make a mistake? Because at that time, you're down 11-10. You're down.
At some point as a coach, though, you have to cut everything off and say, all right, we need to win this game. All these grand ideas, let's just win the game, right?
But you wouldn't trust, but like honestly, Vic, how about this? If that's Mahomes, are you trusting Mahomes to throw it on 3rd and 10?
Of course.
Herbert?
Of course.
Baker?
Of course.
Then why not Nix?
You answering my question for me, yes.
But why not? Why go to Prentice on a run then?
I know, but why throw out of the end zone on 1st down when you're backed up to the 3-yard line? Hey,
I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
If you're insinuating that it's a lack of faith in Bo, I disagree with you. Because on 4th and 5, he went for it and he threw the ball.
That was earlier in the game.
But it doesn't matter. It's not a lack of faith. It's just the choice of the call. They thought it was going to be open.
I don't think they thought they were getting a first down.
I disagree with you.
They did not think they were getting a first down running the ball with Prentice.
But if anything, he trusts him to a fault.
Well, I generally agree with that, but that play makes no sense. That was not a play that you run thinking I'm getting a first down off this. If they ran it with Dobbins and they thought they found something, then maybe Vic, but not with Prentice. So I don't know what that play was.
Well, if I'm the Broncos, I'm disappointed that I could not establish a run game against the Jets, only because they tried.
Yeah.
And I think the loss of Ben Powers hurts more than they'll admit. That hurts a lot.
Totally.
That hurts a lot.
I mean, you saw it early in the game. I think Peart had 3 penalties in the first quarter. There's a whole bunch of 79s being called out there. And so, yeah, that one hurts. But thank God for your defense, because if they didn't come to play the way that they did, I mean, goodness gracious. And I don't know what to make of the time to sack on an average of the 9 that were in the game. On average, it took 4 seconds to get there, so maybe it's a lot more coverage stuff, or it's Justin Fields just hanging on the football for too long. I have no idea.
Do you know that Justin Fields is the first quarterback in the history of the NFL to lose his first 6 games and not throw a pick in those first 6 games?
Isn't that crazy? Well, his record, I told you heading into the game, as a starter, when his opposing, now this doesn't apply to this week, but when the opposing team scores 21 or more points, as a starter, Justin Fields is 0-26.
My biggest takeaway from that game, again, I maybe I look at the game a little differently. I am sitting there. We were prepping for our post-game show on Altitude, and I'm watching. They have ideal field position with the clock ticking, approaching the 2-minute warning. And I'm watching the Jets near midfield. They fumble the ball, and they gain 8 yards somehow. Breece Hall, 8 yards on a play, according to the stat sheet, that was aborted.
I honestly thought, Vic, that play was going to kill you. I thought that one, when he took off and got 8 yards, I'm like, oh, God, they're going to lose this game.
Yeah, I said, in fact, I said to everybody in the show, I said, Broncos are going to lose this game. And I said to myself at that time, well, clearly what the Jets are going to do here with, the 2-minute warning behind, they're just going to run the ball up the gut for 3, 4, 5 yards, get into some sort of field goal range, and then, leave as little time on the clock. That's what they're going to try to do. Force the Broncos to burn timeouts. Mm-hmm. That's what any sane human being would do here. That's what sanity would suggest. And then they drop back and pass it 3 straight times.
Aaron Glenn's not sane. By the way,
I couldn't believe it.
Do you remember when it was after the first week when the Buffs lost to Georgia Tech, and I was very critical about them not using timeouts at the end of that game, and then the next day Dion came out and basically doubled down that he made the right decision.
Do you call timeout there?
And I said, that is not what a coach needs to do. He needs to recognize that he did something poorly.
Sure.
So at the end of that first half, it was something I've never seen before in my life, that the Jets fake a punt and get it, only to basically kneel down on the ball for the next 2 minutes. And Aaron Glenn was asked, especially as the clock's winding down, it's 4th and 1 from the 50, you can at least get a snap off and throw a Hail Mary. And they did nothing. And this is what Glenn said.
Tell us what happened at the end of the first half with not running a play, just letting the clock run out.
So I knew we were getting the ball back, and I think it was like 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8. And at that point, we didn't know if we got the first down or not, because I know one ref was saying yes, no, one was no. So once it got the 4th down, guys, I'm not about to sit there and try to get a playoff, and they will get the ball back. And I think they had a timeout left and give them a chance to kick a field goal. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do. So let's just end the half, we get the ball back, and see if we can get a chance to score.
Huh? You won that game, and I hate to say this because I like Aaron Glenn. It's coaching incompetence multiple times in that game.
I didn't understand his reasoning there. Help me out with that.
He said, we're getting the ball back in the second half, and I didn't want to give them the ball back, so we were just going to sit on it.
But why not at least try Hail Mary at the end of regulation?
It's a great question. It's a great question.
Okay, that's fine. You don't want to give him the ball back. There's a second left. Throw it up in the air to the end zone. Right? What's wrong with that?
Yeah. No, that entire team looked clueless because they didn't have the timeout. When they realized it was 4th down, all of them just stood there. And it's like, all right, here's what we do. Line up, and you guys run as fast as you can to the end zone, and I'll throw it in the air. And then the clocks will hit 0, and then that will be the end of the half. Like, I don't get it. You got bailed out by horrible coaching on the opposite side. I mean, that's what happened. Both at the end of the half and Vic in that 2-minute at the end of the game that you're talking about. Those are 2 opportunities. Think about how tough points were to come by. That you just punted on an opportunity to get any points. You punted on them. You're like, nope, don't need it.
A fourth of their points came on a safety.
Vic, 8 of their 11 points had nothing to do with the Broncos' defense. The Broncos had one drive. It was 10 plays for 37 yards.
To begin the second half.
10 plays for 37 yards to begin the second half.
Yes.
They gave up a field goal.
That
Everything else was
totally
a fumble at the 25-yard line. It was a return to the 25-yard line.
Yes.
And a safety when the defense was standing on the sideline.
Yes, you could take that away from that game. The Broncos defense was responsible for giving up 3 points.
3.
The end.
303-504-0925. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One and 2 Monday night games tonight, and we have them both. Bills-Falcons going to be on AM 950 starting at 5 o'clock, and then Bears-Commanders on 92.5 starting at 6. By the way, in 40 minutes, Vic, the Avalanche play a hockey game. They take on the Sabres, and you can hear that game on AM 950 as well. Get a fact checker next. All right, it's a Rally House. Football Monday. The Broncos win. Ugly. But the Broncos do win yesterday over the Jets, 13-11. They improved to 4-2 on the year. Now they enter a week in which they're playing a seemingly red-hot Giants team that has made some changes within their quarterback spot. Jackson Dart now the starter, and Cam Scattaboo is the toast of New York, which I did not see coming. It is an odd combo. I mean, I know the Giants fans have been starved, Vic, for some sort of positivity with how they embraced Tommy DeVito for 3 minutes last year. So if you just give them a breath of fresh air, they're going to take every ounce of it.
I can't wait to see Scattaboo and Hufanga in the open field.
Yeah. By the way, just a few things out of yesterday. So obviously Ben Powers is hurt, and so Matt Peart is starting at left guard. Hufanga left the game, actually went to the locker room for a minute and then came back in, thank God, and closed things out. So it looks like the Broncos escaped there relatively healthy. Not to mention, Vic, it was the first game for Malcolm Roach as he was back on the field, made a couple plays yesterday.
Dre Greenlaw could be activated this week. He's eligible to be activated. Doesn't mean he will be, but
if he's not getting activated now, then I'm getting really concerned. He's been out, Vic, since training camp with a quad injury.
I know.
We're in week 6.
I know.
Heading into week 7. So all injury reports are powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. But today, the Avs get back at it as they play in Buffalo, 10:30. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports, AM 950 is where it's going to be on. 10:30 in the morning, by the way, for those wondering.
Did you watch any of that Nuggets game last night, preseason? They played the starters for about a half and a quarter.
A little bit.
2 notes, just watching. Peyton Watson looks different. He looks more mature. By the way, the Nuggets won the game. Not that it matters. It's preseason.
Yeah.
The starters had bouts of where they looked great and then couldn't make shots. One thing I noticed, that big difference for the Denver Nuggets this year, folks, they're going to shoot threes.
Yeah.
They're going to launch. Very rarely do you find a Denver Nuggets game in which half of their attempted field goals come from the three-point line, and that's what happened last night. They shot it a lot.
Christian Brown's not missing in the preseason either, which is good to see. He's had a lot of games
He's
where
not hesitant at all. He fires it. I mean, he's been told that. You could tell the message has gotten to him. When you get the ball, I don't want to see you look around. Just shoot it. And he's doing that.
By the way, I know it's preseason and blah, blah, blah. Having a backup center that can get you 10 points and 9 boards in 18 minutes is nice, though.
It's just, all I was thinking as I'm watching that last night, first of all, the first thing that came to mind is, please, nobody get hurt, because preseason basketball, that's the first thing I think of. Secondly, it's like, gosh, they got layers and layers of people coming off the bench all of a sudden.
I know.
Oh, my God. It's like a gift. It's like a warm blanket. It's like, wow, look at this.
Meanwhile, the Avs over the weekend have that Dallas problem again where they play pretty well and just can't find a way to close out a game. The Stars win in a shootout. By the way, if you want to talk to Nathan McKinnon or voice your displeasure about a power play, here's what McKinnon's thoughts are.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
He was not happy about being booed during that power play.
I guess what they want to see is the puck go in.
Yeah.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
Again, Vic, I think you're with me on this page that you're a paying customer. You're allowed to voice within reason. You can't call people names. You can't say dirty things, but within reason. You're allowed to voice your displeasure as a fan if you aren't happy about something. And this is all just coming back from last year and how much they witnessed power plays that looked good against the Dallas Stars and couldn't finish. And it's a compounding thing from last season.
I mean, shots on goal without looking at the score.
Oh, my God.
Okay, Avs win that game, what, 6-1?
Ottinger was amazing.
He was that good, especially late. Some of the saves he made. As an Avalanche fan, it just makes you sick. Again, the Stars are to the Avs what the T-Wolves are to the Nuggets. I know that feeling.
By the way, I don't know what's going to happen with him, like assuming everybody stays healthy, which is a bad assumption to make in hockey. But let's just say that LOC Vic O'Connor is going to come back from injury like now. I think Gavin Brindley would probably be the guy that they take off the ice and put O'Connor in for.
Mm-hmm.
He's fun to watch, though, man. He only gets a little bit of ice time every game. It's like
emotional.
7 or 8 minutes, but he's a little firecracker in there.
Yeah, I agree. He gets into it.
For a 21-year-old to go out there and just make the most of your opportunities. We've been begging for young guys on this roster to do that for a long time. I think Brindley's doing that. Especially for a young guy we talked about this last year. How many homegrown Avs players over the last 4 to 5 years have kind of come through the system and then been built with the Avs? The answer is not many. It's the guys who were the core group before the run really started. It's your McKinnons and Landeskog's and guys like that. But then it's McCarr, and then it's a lot of like, hey, we made a trade for this guy, picked this guy up in free agency, did this, did that. It's good to see somebody that's kind of like building his way as a young dude through this.
One other note before we go. There's always these rumors that Giannis is going to leave Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And that he's shopping around. Well, Milwaukee is trying to do whatever it can to assuage Giannis. So today, the Milwaukee Bucks announced they're signing Alex Antetokounmpo to a 2-way NBA deal, joining his older brothers Giannis and Thanasis. The first NBA team that has 3 brothers on the active roster at the same time.
I would be furious if I was a Bucks fan. Like if the Nuggets signed Strahinja and Nemanja
and just said, yeah, come on.
Just knowing they aren't NBA players, but just to be like, here, does this make you happy? I would hate that my superstar needs to have that stuff. I think that's insane.
I think it's safe to say that Giannis is a bit more high maintenance than Joker.
Yeah. You think? Yeah, that guy is like, I'm souring on him. I'm souring on him a lot.
Is his mother going to play too?
Well, yeah. Where does it stop? Even with the LeBron.
What if they signed his mother?
Why wouldn't they?
What if he said, I am not staying in Milwaukee unless you sign my mother to a contract?
Yeah, for what was a gig that she could have? A consultant. Offensive consultant.
No, on the active roster.
Oh, just playing her?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2-way contract. Not part of the active roster all the time. Two-way. What's stopping them? People say this is kind of like Bronny, but Bronny, I don't know. It probably is close. I was trying to say, do you think Bronny is an NBA player if his last name is Bronny Johnson instead of James? I guess I don't know
him as much. I mean, he'd be. There are so many 2-way guys in the NBA that on these 2-way contracts that nobody knows who they are, and they shine once in a while. So he'd probably be one of those guys.
You like getting nailed by the kid?
Pretty much. A texter says, I would love it if the Nuggets signed Strahinja and Nemanja. What, to be some brutes late in games, make sure no funny business happens? I would love to see Vic Strahinja down low. I'd love to see, what he'd be really good at? Taking a charge. Because nobody's going to knock him over. It would just be like running into a brick wall. Anyway.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Texter says, Vic's brothers Mario and Luigi will be replacing Moser.
No, my mother will.
He does have a brother named Mario.
I do.
Just not Luigi. Go ahead, Nelly.
Just a cool stat I saw that once again reiterates how good this Broncos defense is. This is from the NFL on CBS. Most sacks for a team through 6 weeks of the NFL season. We're looking at the past 10 years here.
Yeah.
The Broncos have 30 sacks. The next closest is the 2019 Panthers. They had 27 sacks. And then there are 3 teams tied with 26 sacks at this point.
Yeah, it's crazy. But again, Vic, a 9-sack game will do that for you.
You think? And remember last week we were thinking, they won't get to him that many times. He's a running quarterback. They did.
Yes, they did. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Keep in mind, guys, 30 minutes. Well, in 5 minutes, I'm looking at Springer right now. Springer's going to get you set up on the pregame show for the Avs over on AM 950 as they take on Buffalo. Yes, 10:30 in the morning today on Columbus Day. A lot of early games in the NHL. So go ahead, tune in or watch on Altitude Television. You can always find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful, wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
So here's the choice Aaron Glenn has. Go for it on 4th and 8, or send Folk out for a 62-yard field goal. And he's chosen to go for it on 4th and 8 against one of the toughest pass rushes in the NFL, if not the toughest, with 8 sacks on the day already. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in.
Yeah, 9 sacks. I mean, you don't rarely hear of negative 20 yards passing, so that's a little unusual. I think they had 80-some yards total offense. Our defense was outstanding today.
Jonathan, word around London is that number 0 is the hero tonight. How great was it to just be all over the field? I mean, you looked so confident out there. How much fun was it for you?
Man, it was a lot of fun, but, I can't do it alone. It's shout out to my team, and it's all of us coming together. Didn't want to let each other down. Shout out to Roach coming back. He brought some juice, brought that enthusiasm. The D-line in general really got me going and just definitely had my back. So, I got to shout them out.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. Coming to you live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. I'm Mark Bertinoli, filling in for Alex Ryan Amy, joined by the head coach, Mike Sanford, and KJ Granderson. Coach! It's a great win for you this weekend, brother. Great.
Yeah, the Broncos, man. Broncos beat the they won an NFL football game.
Was a frustrated. I hate the Jets, and I wanted the Broncos to win, but I was frustrated that whole game, Coach.
That defense that the Jets have, the stats going into their 6th game of the season, the Broncos coming off a tremendous finish against the Eagles down the stretch in the 4th quarter, and really exposed the Eagles, opened up the door for some adverse times there in Philly.
What's up, Giants?
You would think that you were going to piece together an awesome offensive performance with everything that was stacked in your favor. And yet, for whatever reason, man, you and I were just begging for the breach.
Breach!
We didn't get a breach,
no,
man. There was no breach.
It was so frustrating. Here's how, once again, I'm a prisoner of the moment. During a game in which the Jets looked like the worst offensive team in the history of football, and it was their worst passing performance in the franchise of the New York Jets.
You know how a lot of people at times say, I could do that.
Yeah.
When they're talking about professional athletes.
Yes.
I'm going to be very, very honest with you. You could have done better than negative 10 yards.
Yes.
All
probably.
You have to do.
Probably.
To be truly. And this is not being a prisoner of the moment. I'm not speaking in hyperbole. All you, Mark Bertinoli, would have had to have done, get a shotgun snap, grab it, and spike it.
Yeah, that's the crazy.
And you would have been better. You would have had 0 yards.
That is insane
instead
to me.
Of negative 10.
You're right. Justin Fields would have had a better game if he would have, on every single pass play, if he would have just taken it and fallen to the ground. As soon as he got
you're right, because that would have been those would have been rushing stats. Because if he goes back and makes it look like a pass, then they come out of the passing totals.
Let me ask you this. This is a me problem. This is a me problem. But here's what during that game, I was thinking to myself, the game has passed Sean Payton by. Hey, old man, we need to get you a rocking chair and a little blankie because the offensive football has passed you up, brother. You got to give up the play calling. That's how freaked out I was by that one game after all the love we were giving the offense just last week. I was freaking out about this game, Coach.
So you said after that one game, but was it not about two and a half quarters against Philly? Yes, it was
almost 3 quarters of bad offensive football.
And then did it not feel a little bit like your other game against the bottom 3 defense in the NFL against the Titans at home?
Is this
so a lot of people are saying it's London, it's 7:30 a.m., body clocks at me.
No, that was...
I don't know. I don't love the flow and rhythm right now of this offensive unit. Now, one of the biggest problems that I saw with even why the run game didn't go, and Sean Payton, to his credit, whether it didn't look creative or didn't have a lot of tempo, it didn't have a lot of pop to it, he attempted to run the football.
Yeah.
They couldn't get off the ground. I still do not understand, and I want somebody, one of our fine Denver beat writers, our guy Luca that we heard from last week, somebody's got to ask the question. Matthew Peart is not a known guard in this league. He's been a swing tackle. He's built like a tackle. He's tall. He's long. I wouldn't say that he necessarily is an elite bender at the hips, knees, and ankles. Probably more of a waist bender. He costs his team, man. Is Alex Palczewski now reporting eligible, number 63? Is he not your fifth best offensive lineman?
I would think
when
so,
you
but-
have one of your five out.
There was some weird decisions.
Come on, man.
Why was Jaleel playing yesterday? What was going on?
What was up with that screen call? The fake end around reverse that took 73 seconds to develop.
Why?
And offensive linemen are like, "Can I go downfield? I want to go downfield. I'm supposed to block downfield. It's a screen." And it took forever to develop.
Is it in the Broncos' personality to just play down to the opponent?
You know what? That wasn't part of their DNA a year ago.
Yeah.
But apparently, just like Jarrett Stidham, I didn't believe that his DNA could change, and it did after I watched the preseason football games of Jarrett Stidham. He's not going to improve his DNA. Apparently, the Broncos, they play down to teams that are absolutely buns.
Right.
Because the Jets stink.
Yeah, they are epically, like, I hate the Jets. I don't know Aaron Glenn. I don't know that guy at all. At the end of that game, I hated Aaron Glenn, and I don't give a damn about the New York Jets. I hated everything about that team. Like, I don't understand what he's trying to do. Like, I want to talk Denver Broncos because, the Jets can kick rocks, but seriously, that franchise is broken. I don't know what they were doing yesterday.
Aaron
Kurt
Glenn,
Warner wanted to come out of that booth and start strangling people. He wanted to call that the worst offensive performance he's ever seen in his life.
When I start watching this game, and first off, as bad as the product was, especially for your Denver Broncos offense, I mean, it's worse for the Jets, clearly. I still love having 7:30 a.m. football.
Oh, did you really?
It's just good, man. It's good vibes.
I guess.
Although I kind of felt like by the time 10:30, 11 a.m. came around, and we did our Altitude TV Mile High post game show with Rachel V. Hill and Vic Lombardi and DMac.
How'd you spin that, brother?
Similar to what I'm saying now. It's just a win is a win.
A win,
is a win.
right? You're
is a win.
4-2. We should be happy that you're 4-2.
We are happy, right?
I'm not happy.
You know what I feel like?
Nah,
I'm
angry for some reason.
I feel like a guy that doesn't even like raw fish, doesn't enjoy Japanese cuisine, but yet I find myself circling around the parking lot, trying to figure out the meaning of life as I decide if I'm gonna go partake in some delivery service for soy and wasabi.
Man, I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on in Sean Payton's brain. I don't know. Listen, you're a much better play caller than I am, than everybody in this building right now. At least I hope so. And I don't know.
Hey, man, what's your prediction that you're always looking for?
What
do you want for the Broncos every week?
I want double nickels,
which
man.
is how many points?
I was 55, brother.
And what did I send you on Friday night about 10 o'clock p.m.?
Listen, that's the most fun I've had in a year. Listen, I told you, I have no posters, no painting, nothing on my walls. I will now. I'm blowing that pit. KJ sent me a picture of that scoreboard. When you put a double nickels on that bad boy, I'm hanging that in my house. That is going to be hung. This is going to be the only thing in my house. And people are going to come in and they're like, why is there a scoreboard for Valor in your house? It's the only thing hanging on the wall. And the only thing I'm going to say is, breach! Because that was double nick. My dog thought I was drunk because I kept screaming double nickels at her. She didn't understand. That's what kind of offense I'm looking for from the Broncos. I thought the New York Jets give up, 32 points per game. I thought the Broncos' offense was going to get loose. Listen, their defense is amazing. It is an absolute, it brings me joy to watch that Broncos defense do what they do.
It's so good.
But that game yesterday, I was so angry. I was angry at the Broncos. I was angry at Sean Payton. I was a little angry at Bo Nix, man. He was doing that thing again. You know what? Let me ask you this, because Kurt Warner was pointing out what he thought the problem was with Bo is that he was moving down the progression tree way too quickly. Like he checked with the first guy.
Frantic.
But immediately go to the second guy and then immediately check down to the third. And Kurt's like, he's not giving him time. He's not giving him time. And he did the week before. So what was it about this week that changed?
Gosh. I don't know. The only thing from a scheme standpoint that had me even remotely concerned about the Jets, boy, I've had it wrong, haven't I? The Bengals scared the heck out of me.
Mm-hmm. And they rolled. They smacked Cincy.
Yeah.
And we were all feeling confident about this Jets game.
Yeah. What is it though? I can't put your finger on it because, like, does even with Jake Browning, does a Jamar Chase T Higgins combination not scare you a whole heck of a lot more than whatever the Jets offer up?
Yeah.
I mean,
nothing.
There's nothing defensively.
Garrett Wilson was every Jets fan when he went up to his head coach at halftime, going, "What the hell are we doing?" And Aaron Glenn's just trying to say, like, we're just trying to get in the lock. No.
Do you think that their double phallic owners would have supported Garrett Wilson in that moment? Woody and Johnson?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. I can't believe, right? Like, the anger at Jet fan, the anger at Aaron Glenn, like, what is he doing, coach? I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't know why.
You know what it felt like to me?
What?
It felt like, and I've been here before, when you got a defense that's we'll say either playing really well or playing horrifically, but the head coach is more of a defensive-minded individual.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be times where he just tells the offensive play caller before the game, hey, whatever you do, just don't go 3 and out with no time taken off the clock. Run the ball, first and second down, see what happens. Heck, might even run it on third down. It felt like it was a mitigate damage type of a game from a defensive-minded head coach. And frankly, as awful as Aaron Glenn was, it kind of had them in the game the whole time.
I know. It's the most frustrating thing.
They didn't. But then the end of the game, they throw the ball instead of running on that third down when I thought your zone read game between Breece Hall and Justin Fields was about the only thing that you had that was working. Mm-hmm. And then you decide to drop back yet again, twice in a row on third and fourth down.
Bad decisions left and right.
And you get sacked.
I mean, good for you. It's 9 sacks. Man, Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Aaron Glenn's an idiot on display yesterday.
Sure.
In terms of decision-making, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Had Aaron Glenn been aggressive offensively and allowed his offensive play caller,
the Broncos would have lost that game.
I don't know, man.
You think so? Or do you think that Broncos defense would have ate?
What did Justin Fields not do in that game?
Well, he didn't turn the ball over. And he didn't throw the ball. Well, he didn't. I mean, he didn't do anything in that game.
There really weren't many opportunities. There's a combined 13 punts between these two teams. I'll tell you what, man. You were pandering to the Brits and the European fans that love the actual foot hitting the ball. They love when foot hits ball in the game of football.
I mean, I don't like Justin Fields as a quarterback anyway, but that display, that was one of the. I mean, that's the worst passing display I've ever seen in my life. Negative 10 passing yards for the game.
This is as bad as it gets. This is as bad as it gets. If you cut it loose and say we're gonna throw the ball over the yard, most likely the Pat Surtains of the world, Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga end up with somewhere between 1 to 3 takeaways.
Yeah.
And then the Broncos offense feeds off that momentum and roll. I think that this almost like University of Iowa / University of Minnesota strategy of just don't lose the game at all costs.
Yeah.
I think it actually kind of almost like idiot savant style, it kept them in this game.
It was crazy.
And Aaron Glenn is he's like the dumbest smart guy or the smartest dumb guy. I don't know which one it is. Because there's a reason they were up, dude, 11
I know,
to 10.
when they got that safety and went up, my brain was doing that thing. They're like, the Broncos are going to lose. The Broncos are going to lose to the worst team in football.
We're going to play a ton of man coverage. We're going to pressure, and we're going to make sure we have edges.
Yeah.
And they did. And guess what? Again, Bo Nix never felt like he could get into rhythm.
That's so weird. It's so weird. He looks so good when he's in it and so bad when he's out. And it's wild. It's wild, wild, wild. Coming up at 10:30 on AM 950, the Avs will look to rebound from their loss to the Dallas Stars when they face the Buffalo Sabres for their Columbus Day morning matinee. If I'm here, then who's hosting the Avs game? Well, that's my man, Mark Springer. The Radio Machine is hosting as we speak. Look, I'm pointing at him right now. He's there. He is right there. What's up, Spring? Again, Avs and Sabres. The pregame is going on right now over at AM 950 Puck Drop here in about 15 minutes time as the Avs look to bounce back. I mean, they got a point out of Dallas. That game's drunk, and those two teams are going to meet in the playoffs again, and that series is going to be even crazier. But when we come back here on the Morning Sprint, it's time for the Big Play Replay. That is next.
Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. 2 Monday night games tonight, and we have them both. Tune in for Bills at Falcons on AM 950 starting at 5 p.m. And then the Bears are at the Commanders on 92.5 with coverage starting at 6. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on his, well, you know what this is? This is a Rally House Football Monday after the Broncos got a 13-11 win yesterday morning in London over the Jets, and let's hear how it happened in our big play replay. And let me tell you something right now. There's not going to be a whole lot of highlights in this thing. There's just giving you an update. But let's start off at the very beginning. Best place to start is at the beginning, so let's do it. The very first drive for your Denver Broncos. The Broncos receive the opening kickoff and immediately do this.
37, Nix's first pass attempt gets away from Johnson, and he finds Franklin, who fumbles it. And just as I said, the Jets have not had a takeaway all season. They're trying to come out of the pile with their first. Franklin had it, lost it. Aaron Glenn wants it. Does he get it? He does.
Broncos had the ball for 98 seconds before they turned it over. A catch by Troy Franklin, then he lays it down. Coach, that's not ideal to start this thing, right? Like
that sounded a little bit more like a Mark Moser lay it down. I've heard that from.
I can't do the lay it down.
Lay it down.
Lay it. There you go. That's not a bad one. So
Troy Franklin, man, that can't happen.
There was a couple of those plays where I was yelling at Troy Franklin during the game, but I kind of he's growing on me, man.
Is he one of the most hot and cold streaky Denver Broncos?
Maybe that's what.
In several years. It's
like I was trying to think. Right,
feast or famine.
Yeah, when he's hot, he's hot. He's rolling. And when it's not right, it's mistakes.
Drops.
Yes, and you don't
drop balls.
Yeah.
Fumble. You know what? I'm not gonna I don't know if it's even make an excuse for Bo Nix because he won a football game and he didn't turn the ball over himself.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't Bo, there appeared to be some joy, some fun with how he was playing the game early.
Yeah.
There's a smile. He's doing the wink, a little thumb. He had the thumbs up. He's got congrats on him being a new father coming up here in probably 6 to 7.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
6-7 months.
Yeah.
Just feeling good. But then Troy Franklin just ultimate buzzkill.
Right at the gate.
I mean, it's like I just completed a free access throw, meaning that there was no coverage on it. I put the ball in your hands, and then you just don't take care of the football, man. Troy Franklin, guess what, bud? What's the most important thing that you can take care of in the greatest game that the world's ever seen? It is the football.
Mm-hmm.
Troy, take care of the rock. You know what? I'm going to tell you this, Troy. Ball security, it's job security.
Yeah.
If you can't take care of that rock, you better learn New York Jets.
We'll trade you for Garrett Wilson in a heartbeat, brother.
Yeah, we'll take Garrett. Garrett, you frustrated, bud?
Oh, he's frustrated. Now that he's kind of didn't he hurt himself late in that game or something? I think Garrett is hurt too. But all right, so the Broncos turn the ball over. The Jets get it in great field position. They still can't do much with it. 4 plays, 3 yards. And they kick a field goal. And all of a sudden, New York's up 3-0. And the Broncos get the ball back. They have a 70th play, 23-yard drive.
This was the best. The Broncos looked all day.
You thought so on this drive here? Or there's just this first quarter?
Bo talked about a tale of two halves.
Yes.
I thought that it was the drive you're about to talk about, which I believe was capitalized. It was the exclamation point was the throw to Nate Adkins for the touchdown we'll get to.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
And then the end of the game. It was the tale of two drives, and everything else was not great.
Yeah, because listen, third quarter Bo Nix, I don't want that guy on my team. Third quarter Bo Nix, did he have 0 passing yards in the third quarter? They had 0 passing yards, I think, in the first quarter. Third quarter. It was crazy. Okay, so when we last left you, the Broncos got that ball back. They had seven plays, 23 yards. They kick a long field goal. We are tied 3-3. So is this going to be a field position game? Well, we hope not, because on the very next play, this happened.
The Jets now taking their first kickoff of the game for them. Kane Wongo bounces off, and he's free. Wongo goes a long way.
That's 72 yards on the kickoff after the Broncos made it 3-3. Special teams, coach. Special teams. I mean, that was you can't let a guy go 72 yards on a kickoff, not in a game like that. So,
Darren Rizzi, has he impressed you yet?
Well,
do you like the special teams unit so far?
I think Darren Rizzi had the fake punt. Like they had it picked out, right? They just didn't defend it.
There's plenty of opportunities where I can on the sideline tell everybody what's going to happen, but you still got to stop it.
That's true.
You got to have a plan to stop things.
It felt like everybody knew what was happening. They didn't stop him.
Why did Sean Payton not bang a timeout there?
I don't know.
And
once
talk him out of
again,
it. Brees Hall's playing personal protector.
Sean Payton's making me angry for no
Do you
good reason.
You want to know what the position is called?
What's that?
Personal protector in football.
What, the get back guy?
No, it's the PP.
Oh.
I mean, Brees Hall's playing the PP. Call a timeout, man. Don't let Brees Hall play with the PP.
No. That's worst case scenario. He playing with a PP, man.
Can't do that.
Can't do it. Won't do it. Whoa. So the with that long kickoff return, the Jets' offense is still terrible. They did nothing, but they were in field position to kick the field goal. They're up 6-3, so the Jets have the lead in the first quarter. And then on the very next drive, enjoy this. Soak it in. This is the last touchdown, the only touchdown that you're going to get.
They get it off before the end of the first quarter. Nick's wide open touchdown. Nate Atkins. And the Broncos have the lead.
Ooh, so there you go. You finally got a touchdown. 9 plays, 69 yards, nice, and a touchdown to make it 10-6 Broncos heading to the second quarter. And, Coach, at this point, what are you thinking about this game?
Find a way to survive. So it felt like.
You could already feel that it was going to be like, oh, this thing's going to be close all game long.
Yep. Sean Payton doesn't have his fastball, doesn't have his changeup, doesn't have his slider, doesn't have his sinker, doesn't have his screwball.
Doesn't have anything, man.
Doesn't have his split finger fastball, doesn't have his four-seamer.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're going to do. There's the touchdown catch by Atkins. So,
I just felt arrhythmic, man. This is the one drive. I love this call. This is called trailer. It's great. It's a fake bubble screen, and then you get your tight end is bluffing like he's blocking, and then slips it with a take post on the outside. This was a fun one for me because I actually called this one this past weekend, so I was able to send this clip to my guys and said, "Boys,
this one works. Trailer. This one's working."
And it worked.
Breach. All right. So the second quarter went like this. It went punt, 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 punt into the half. And listen, the end of the first half, the Jets absolutely. But in that second quarter, the Broncos defense started to get after Justin Fields.
Fields runs out of time, and Jonathan Cooper.
9 sacks, Coach. 9 sacks. That's insane. He got how many times he got hit? 17 times, a sack 9, something like that, something ridiculous like that.
You ready for some stats right now?
Yeah.
The Broncos generated 16 pressures on 29 dropbacks, the 5th highest pressure rate by any team in a game this season. Who do you think the other 5 were that were better than the Broncos this season in any game in terms of pressure rate? I'll give you a hint.
Who?
It's staring in the mirror. The Broncos have essentially put up the best pressure rates consistently throughout the season.
Yeah.
They sacked Justin Fields 9 times, 31% of the times that he dropped back, he got sacked. What are we doing?
Listen, how much of that is Justin? Because a lot of people, listen, all last week I was bagging on Justin Fields because I think he sucks. And this game seemed to prove it. Man, Aaron Glenn trying to defend his quarterback after that game ended. Like he was like, I don't even know why you're asking the question. We're asking the question because your quarterback just had the worst passing game in the history of your franchise, and we want to know if you're going to replace him or not.
So of the 16 pressured snaps that he had, not sack, 9 of those 16 were sacks. Justin Fields only got a throw off 4 times on those 16 pressured dropbacks, and he completed just one of them for -1 yard. 8 different Broncos defenders generated multiple pressures, greater than 1 pressure. 8 players were also credited with at least a half a sack. Unbelievable.
This defense is not to be toyed with. Not to be toyed with at all. It's the offense that's the issue.
You know what else happened in this game that was wild? Just as I continue my glazing of the Denver Broncos defense. How about this? an explosive play, which typically for me is a 12 or more yard run and a 15 or more yard pass.
Mm-hmm.
The Denver Broncos held the Jets to 0 explosives, which was the first time an NFL offense has failed to create an explosive play in a game since 2021 Week 11.
Man, this defense is going to put up historic numbers, but I cannot believe what they did to New York yesterday. But they had to. If the Broncos weren't one of the best defenses in the NFL, they would have lost to the New York Jets. They would have lost yesterday to the New York Jets. And here's how. So let's move on to the third quarter. Here's what happens. So the Jets come out and kick a field goal after halftime to get within one. It's 10-9 Denver. Broncos get the ball back. They go 3 plays. They only get 6 yards out of those 3 plays. They got a punt. They give it back to the Jets. Jets do the Jet thing where they punt it right back to the Broncos. But it's great special teams. They pin the Broncos back on the goal line, and then we got this.
In the back line for Franklin. Almost one-handed it. Flag comes in late. Brandon Stevens on the coverage.
There are 2 fouls by the offense. Pass interference. Offense. That penalty declined. Holding. Offense.
Wow. Safety.
That penalty occurred in the end zone, resulting in a safety.
There you go. Jets take a lead on a safety, holding on the Broncos in the end zone. Jets get 2 points, and the Broncos have to punt it back. So the New York Jets, in one of the most discombobulated offensive teams I've ever seen in my life, suddenly have a 1-point lead over your Denver Broncos and one of the best defenses I've ever seen. So things I'm yelling at my TV at this point. I am not having a good time at this point. But let's go ahead and head to the fourth quarter, which was a whole lot of punt. But we did get this.
Nix throws it. Mims is open. Mims is clear. And Mims takes it inside the 35.
12 plays, 65 yards. Broncos get the field goal to go up 13-11.
What I liked about that response, that drive, which felt like it almost was a little bit too late in terms of the response, it started with 5 out in a route with Marvin Mims essentially playing tailback, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's in there as whatever, joker, wide receiver playing joker. So I love this concept. This is just simple mesh rail. And so you're going to get a free release from Marvin Mims tailback as a running back lined up there. He's free releasing. You bring a shallow cross. This is a really simple ball out of the hands of Bo Nix, get it into your playmaker's hands, and create an explosive play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I love Bo Nix. This is a very college-like concept, mesh rail. It's a bit of a Mike Leach, Lincoln Riley staple.
Yeah.
Very prominently used both at Auburn and at Oregon. And then this drive, I thought, got the exclamation point, even though you didn't score a touchdown, when you get into empty formation. And then again, you have 5 out, and Bo Nix is throwing the ball quickly and getting it out of his hands. Simplicity, spread the field, and let Bo Nix get the ball into his playmaker's hands with some form of immediacy. I loved it.
Well, it leads to a field goal. The Broncos go up by 2. The Jets get the ball. They go 3 and out. Broncos get the ball. They go 3 and out. The Jets get the ball with the chance to win the game. All they need is a field goal to get their first win of the season, and the Broncos say no.
He's chosen to go for it on 4th and 8 against one of the toughest pass rushes in the NFL, if not the toughest, with 8 sacks on the day already. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in. And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation, Kurt.
What do you do? You got to get you got to have a play. You got to have some kind of play. You can't take a sack there, Justin. You can't take a sack, man. Certainly not your 9th sack of the game.
Can't do it, won't do it. Can't well with him.
Why was the end of game, the end of half and the end of game for Aaron Glenn and the Jets was a disaster? Just a disaster. And I don't know who to blame for that other than just incompetence all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Glenn, good defensive coach, good culture coach. Just, man, even the way that you bungle the opportunity to beat the Buccaneers with, you block a field goal for a touchdown and you don't get off the field. I guess everybody's falling victim to Baker Mayfield's fourth quarter heroics yet again. I just don't see it right now with Aaron Glenn. He's a likable dude. He's got energy. He's got juice. Did anybody else notice when Aaron Glenn just casually walked out to midfield?
Yes.
And
I remember,
it was
and he just went up to the play and I was like, what the hell?
How is that not a 15-yard penalty?
Well, you can't do that, man. Because you're right. He walked all the way out
and
there.
And he was as calm as a shot.
Right.
Too,
It wasn't,
man.
He didn't pull a Signetti this weekend who was just losing his mind on the sideline, and they were winning that game. But no, he just casually strolled all the way out to midfield to have a conversation.
And the play, literally just ended.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you're supposed to do that, man.
He's an experience, man. He's an experience.
I mean, I thought he'd make a difference there, but it literally looks like there's incompetence going on with the Jets now. It's just like
remember when he was throwing all that shade, at least subtly, about that their roster isn't comprised of players that somehow, some way that defense said, all right, we're gonna go play some ball, man.
Yeah. Man,
they played some ball.
Yeah, I can't believe the Jets are 0-6. That's just incompetence. But the Denver Broncos, hold on. And there's Garrett Wilson having a conversation with his coach saying, what's going on at the end of the half? And then he was asked about it afterwards, and he was like, I didn't know what we were doing. I thought we were going to go for it. I thought we were going to throw a bomb. I thought we were going to try to score some points. So I asked Coach what was going on, and then he explained to me that they just didn't want to give the ball. Or he's like, so I guess I understand? Nobody understands. Nobody understands, Garrett. Not nobody. Jets fans, Broncos fans, none of us understand what was going on there. Craziness, though. And now Garrett, I don't know, banged up as well. All right. So the Broncos win 13-11. Your Denver Broncos are 4-2. I don't know why we've been complaining about them so much. 4-2 football team, Coach.
Yeah. Tied atop the AFC West. I know the tiebreaker right now goes to the Chargers. Thank God you won that game because it seems like the Chiefs they're trending.
Yeah, because now the Chiefs are back at 3-3, right? They're back to 500.
Yeah, and it's not about being 3-3. It's how they've gotten back to 3-3.
Yeah.
They look good, man.
Yeah, they're going to be. And you haven't played them once yet. You wish you would have caught them a little bit earlier when they were sucking, right? When they were because Rashee Rice is going to come back, right? He had a 6-game suspension, so he'll be back. Ooh, yeah. And you're faithing him in a couple of weeks? Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right. We will roll on with the morning sprint. We'll check out who's in the groove next.
Well, I think at halftime there's mixed message. You know, you're talking about where you're at right now, and then offensively, hey, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. That happened a week ago. We didn't get started until the second half. Defensively, I thought we were outstanding, having the short fields that we defended the first two possessions. But it was just about finishing and getting the win.
Yeah, I mean, you got the win, Coach. That Sean Payton still I don't know why I'm so upset about the Broncos. There's no reason to be. They did exactly what you're supposed to do. It's the NFL. You're going to get a close game. And the Broncos did. They won the game, 13-11. They're 4-2 now. And for some reason, I want to throw hands with Sean Payton. I don't know why. He was talking about the message at halftime, but guess what, Coach? Your defense looked great in the second half, but that's not the side of the ball that you coached, my man. The offense looked even worse in the second half than it did in the first half.
Berto, to be fair.
Yeah, hit me with it.
Sean Payton is the head coach.
That's true.
So he is ultimately overseeing everything. Now, I would argue that a win is a win. I would argue that if we were to have been told 8 weeks ago, would you take 4-2?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'll tell you, the teams that you probably thought you were definitely going to beat, Colts, right?
Yeah. The teams that you thought you were going to beat that you didn't. Yeah, you lose to the Colts and you lose to the Chargers. You expected that. But, man, you got wins against the Bengals and the Eagles.
Yeah, preseason, Bengals looked terrifying.
Yeah.
Because Joe Burrow wasn't hurt yet.
Yeah.
And the Eagles looked like a no chance. Mm-hmm. So you'd probably think like, hey, 4-2, you'd be in great shape. Yeah. I like 4-2.
And instead, I'm here on a Monday morning just angry at the Broncos for no good reason. Or is there a good reason?
There's a good reason. This feels... remember last year when the Texans were winning football games, but C.J. Stroud wasn't playing great?
Right. Playing bad.
Remember the term everybody used?
Sophomore slump.
Yeah. But yet the team was kind of winning. The defense is really good.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, the Texans' defense from a scoring standpoint
is better than the Broncos.
It's neck and neck.
Well, those are the two best defenses in the game, right?
Is it kind of possible that C.J. Stroud and Bo Nix are pretty comparable? And they're not immune to the sophomore slump.
Mm-hmm.
And or maybe they're just not – maybe they're not top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right on that one. I don't know. I seriously think that I don't know if Bo Nix needs Sean Payton's head in his brain or voice in his brain during the game. Like I think that leads to Bo being happy feet Bo and just rushing the progression tree Bo. But that's never going to change. You're never going to get him to.
Paul's coming in here with some voice of the fans right here.
Yeah. Hit me with
303-504-0925. And that is the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Paulie says, I don't know what you're talking about with the quote, everybody complaining about. Well, here's what he said. Everybody I know literally sounds like you two giving a cheerleader pep talk at a TED Talk. The Broncos offense is awful.
Yeah.
Their quarterback is a jag, just a guy.
Maybe.
And there's just not two ways about it.
Maybe. I think you can make that argument, but I'm not gonna listen to it yet.
How many
not yet.
On this conversation? Broncos fans, I would love for you to text in. And I'd love to hear your take on this, Berto. Same with you, KJ. It doesn't have to be perfect. 6 games in times 4 quarters. Do the math, which is what?
I'm not going to do that math.
36.
Oh, okay. Good job.
Yep.
36 quarters from Bo Nix this season is what we got. And
is that right?
Is that? I don't know. It sounds like a lot, Coach.
I don't think that's right.
If we had to try again, I would estimate 24.
Okay, 24. Let's go 24. Let's go 20. I would have accepted that as the God honest truth with 36. Let's go 24. Of those 24
I was up this morning
quarters,
at 4:45 a.m. to get my 9 news on. So I am going to make an excuse that does smell like, they stink, all of them.
Of those 24 quarters, how many quarters has Bo Nix played well? 2?
I was going to say,
of the 24?
I was going to say between 4 and 6.
Okay, I'll take that.
But that's not great.
No.
Like Titans game, 0. Colts game,
1.
1.
Yeah, 1. The Chargers game, it was
buns. I thought he was buns in that game.
Okay, Cincinnati, you give him like 2 though, right? 2, 3.
2 is pretty
3,
sweet.
And then against the Eagles,
1. Fourth.
1, and against the Jets,
0.
0.
He's playing 4 good quarters.
But it's good enough to be 4-2. And listen, that's all you want at the end of the. No, I get it. There's a level of frustration there. How about
Somebody
this?
just said this guy calls Aaron Glenn an idiot. Talk about me because of my math.
No, listen. Aaron Glenn might be able to do math, but he's terrible.
All right, somebody's
in
saying the
those
Colts game give Bo 2 good quarters.
Okay.
He was solid.
We're still well below 50-50. We're well below half of those quarters of him playing well. How about the opposite side of that? Let's go to the opposite side of that with who was in the groove for your Denver Broncos, presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Who was in the groove?
I'm going to go with the guy that I continue to see do all of the little things so well, and the stats sheet hasn't shown up this season like it did at times last year, but Zach Allen. Zach Allen to me he is such a versatile piece that allows for the attention to never solely be on Jonathan Cooper or Nick Benito, because you have to command some extra help inside with a guy like Zach Allen.
Right.
And anybody who's saying that Broncos overpaid for him, you're not watching the tape. That dude is doing awesome.
He's a disruptive force there in the middle. I think that's why Cooper got loose yesterday, because I'm sure the Jets were like, see this guy wearing number 15? This dude right here? You got to stop him from killing Justin. And they didn't. I mean, they didn't, obviously. Was that just Justin Fields holding on to the ball, or is that just the Broncos defense? This is what the Broncos defense does.
I mean, 6 games into it, is there any way to argue it?
No. I mean,
it is bananas.
Guess what,
they're doing,
Jackson
man.
Dart? Look out, brother. Look out next week, Jackson. You're going to get – you're going to be running for your life, Jackson Dart.
That's almost kind of my thought right now. Gosh, when you think about what Jackson Dart is kind of riding high and feeling good about himself, and he's got his really cool eye block that goes the wrong way. It goes up and down on one side.
Yeah, just that
Kinda
one.
A little bit. Is that gladiator style?
I guess, man. I guess. I mean, it obviously doesn't help.
You know that that vertical stripe that he's got right there on his eye, on his eyeliner?
Yeah, like the boy who lived, like he's Harry Potter or something.
Nick Benito's going to knock that stripe right off his face.
It's going to end up on the other side, on the wrong side of the face.
He's going to straighten out. He's going to hit him so hard it's going to straighten out and be underneath his eye, running sideways.
Right. He's not that headband's is going to disappear.
Headband's gone. He's going to end up bald after the game. All that beautiful, like those glorious Utah-based blonde locks.
I do want to see, there are going to be some evil, nasty, dirty collisions between Cam Scatterboo and some of the Broncos defenders.
I got one.
What?
You know what football as an establishment needs this weekend at Empower Field?
What?
All of us need it. The football gods are summoning this to happen. You knew who's eligible for return from the IR this week?
Oh, is it Greenlaw?
The football gods need it. Dre Greenlaw on the football field for the Denver Broncos. Everybody's like, he's not going to play. He's going to be hurt the whole season. If there's a week that I want to see Dre Greenlaw and his physicality not giving up leaky yards, it's this week. Cam Scatterboo versus Dre Greenlaw is the type of collision.
Let's meet in the middle.
That will not just feed families and generations. People that watch the game are subject to potential CTE protocol.
Right. They hit so hard that you get brain damage.
Yeah, like there will be concussion-like symptoms. It's going to be one of those on the broadcast. There should be a warning. Warning: those who are watching this game live may suffer from concussion-like symptoms from watching 44.
You got to wear a helmet just to watch the game. That's how evil it's going to be.
I need that evil in my life.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Now, Dre Greenlaw, come on, man. We need you. Are you listening? Dre, you listening right now? You here?
I mean,
you in Denver?
He'd be great. How far
you
away
got any
from
soft tissue injuries?
We're still like 5 games away from the Broncos' bye. They still got a ton of games before the bye. So I'm hoping he's back before then, right? Sometime in October, Greenlaw back in the lineup would be.
How about this defensive front from the Giants, man? The 2-4 Giants all of a sudden are like terrifying.
It's so
Dexter Lawrence, you've got to make a move. Matthew Peart and or Calvin Throckmorton.
Not great.
Okay, so I just everybody was commenting here. My question is, why not play the best 5? I don't care who's on left side, right side.
Right, because that's Peyton's thing. He's like, just last week or 2 weeks ago, he's like, I don't care guard, tackle, I care left, right. Which, because if you know how to play one side, you can play either position. Something like that.
Well, that didn't work.
No,
that sucked. That was buns. That was cheeks. Get it out of here.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Give me Alex Palczewski, because my take on Palczewski, and I'm not just falling in love with him because of this 63 reporting for duty and eligible receiver, all that, which is awesome, by the way. I would much rather have the Broncos play well on 58 snaps than on 9 snaps, because he had 9 snaps where he reported as eligible in the game in London, and Matthew Parrott played 60 snaps. Tell me that makes sense.
No, that
play
doesn't.
your best freaking guys.
Well, listen.
Because Dexter Lawrence is going to look at 6'8", non-bendy Matthew Parrott and say, I am going to put my helmet underneath your chin strap and drive you into Bo Nix's lap repeatedly.
Yeah. Listen, there's some of those personnel decisions that Sean makes that I'm like, I don't know. Like, why was Jaleel playing in that game? Like, I don't know. I don't know what you were doing with it. But
give me Palcho. I want Palcho, and I need Palcho. Give me. It's all I care about. You know what? You got 5 days to prepare. Practice him at left guard.
All right.
Guess what? He'll help you. Matthew Parrott, you can be eligible guy. And you know what? If you're a Broncos fan and you're at that game and they say, checking in as an eligible receiver, number 79, Matthew Parrott, go nuts. Go bananas. You know why?
Why?
Because that means that Alex Palczewski's playing where he should be, which is as a starting offensive lineman for a team that is minus Ben Powers.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you this. Nathan McKinnon just scored. The Avs lead the Sabres 1-0. Nathan McKinnon with his 3rd goal of the season. And the Avs lead the Sabres 1-0.
So the Avs are not playing tonight.
No, they're playing tonight.
Today.
Skyrockets in flight.
This morning.
It's an afternoon delight as the Avs lead the Sabres 1-0 midway through the first period. You can hear that broadcast over on AM 950. Connor McGahee on the call as we speak. You're tuned in right here to 92.5 The Morning Sprint. It's a Rally House football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we're going to look at the tape. We're going to be upset about the pre-snap fouls, the holding, false start, on a 3rd and 1. I think there's going to be a number of things that we're going to look at that we have to clean up with, and obviously that starts with me and our staff. And I felt the same way in the kicking game. I felt we lost that battle, and fortunately our defense, played well enough for us to get the win.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Yeah, the Broncos offense is not rolling. It is not rolling. Not at all. Matter of fact, I can't remember the last time I've heard Limp Bizkit. But, Coach.
Fred Durst even was he was watching the Broncos
and
game.
he was like, I don't know what they're doing
he
offensively.
Wanted to break some face tonight.
I haven't heard that song forever either, man. Not in forever. All right, so listen. I guess I should ask this question before we bounce up and down upon the Broncos offense again after a win. And that's this. Am I not giving the New York Jets defense enough credit? Because I'm basically just saying, I don't know about this. I don't know what these plays are. I don't know how they're doing offense. Or was that just the Jets defense actually playing okay? Or do you think that a lot of that was just game planning by the Broncos where it looked so shifty, so whatever it is, I'm a little.
Yeah, you know what's funny is Sean Payton in that soundbite that we just listened to. It's almost as if he cited what as to why the Broncos were bad offensively. Penalties.
Mm-hmm.
A little. Did you know coming your way?
Ooh.
6 games into the season. Did you know that the Broncos had their fewest penalties and penalty yards in this game against the Jets of the season?
Really? Because they took some pretty nasty penalties in that game, right?
One
They had
led
their
to points. Season low.
Why are they so sloppy in that?
They haven't been great. They've had 13, 12, 11 penalty games. And this particular contest, I believe he only ended up having 6, which is, I'd say that's kind of on brand. It's more about when those penalties were.
Right.
And either they nullified something positive happening,
right.
like Bo Nix's scramble that he takes off and like, oh, we're rolling. Here we go. Let's get it up. Holding.
Yeah.
Number 79, Matthew Peart. You know where Matthew Peart's from?
No.
He was born in Kingston, Jamaica.
Oh, really?
That's kind of cool.
Like, isn't there a town called Peart, right? I thought maybe he was from that. Maybe they named a town after him. Isn't there like a town like Chubbville for all the Chubbs, like all the Chubbs who are in, right? Am I wrong? Like Bradley Chubb and Nick Chubb. Isn't there a town called, I don't know.
Broncos only had 37 yards of penalties. 37.
I would have thought more than
6
that.
penalties,
But
37
they
yards.
were in the worst possible
Just
points of the game.
Nullified, semi-decent plays. But you know what? More so, to my point about Sean Payton citing the penalties, pre-snap penalties, like the one that stands out is Pat Bryant on that short yardage snap. Like,
what are you doing?
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
This is day one stuff,
Watch
right?
the football.
Yeah.
Like, you are uninvolved in the play. You're running a duo play, which is power, a gap scheme without a puller. And you have nothing to do tangibly, and you jump off sides. Come on, man.
Is that why I'm not getting enough or more of my man Pat Bryant? Because he's making those kind of mistakes?
That didn't help.
Yeah.
But I will say, to Sean's credit, he threw Patrick Bryant back out there in the critical drive to win the game in the fourth quarter, put him in an empty in the slot, catches a quick out for 10 yards, moves the chains, and then the Broncos are able to make the 27-yard field goal. Did you find it crazy, Berto? Flow of the game. Put yourself in Sean Payton's shoes. The score is 11-10. Your offense has been completely meaningless, just worthless. Until you have that one offensive drive that started with Bo Nix hitting Marvin Mims on mesh rail, free release from the running back position, Marvin Mims playing there. And then you get that Pat Bryant first down on a quick out. You're inside, what are you, about a 10 or 11 yard line, right?
Yeah. It looks like you're about to score a touchdown.
Let me ask you a question. The way the Jets offense was playing versus your defense, is there any world that exists that Sean should have thrown a pass in that sequence?
No, probably not.
Because what's the only way that it felt like the Jets could beat you at that time?
Turnover.
is that the Broncos put the ball in harm's way. A tip ball is always a picked ball.
Yeah.
And guess what Sean Payton does on that third down? Not only to stop the clock, he airs it out to Cortland Sutton. I see that ball.
Shotgun,
I see that ball leave Bo Nix's hand, and I say, "Oh no! If this ball's intercepted right here, this is going to go down as one of the worst play calls in the history of Broncos football." And not because throwing the ball on third down is dumb. It's because of how inept the Jets' offense was. And the only way that you were going to not win that game is to take points off the board, which is to not run the ball, kick the field goal. Use up 40 seconds, and or timeouts from the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you throw the freaking ball?
I don't know. There was just crazy.
Were you screaming at TV when he threw to Cortland Sutton?
Yes. I mean, yes, I was. Yes, I was. But KJ asked this question. Right now, the Broncos are 4-2. I have to keep saying this because it doesn't feel that way.
It does feel that way. Why? Because they're as frustrating as Bo Nix and the offense has been at times this year, uneven. We talked about we'll give Bo 5 good quarters out of 24.
Yeah,
good, like bordering on great.
Right.
And then everything else has either been awful or like
just like not good enough.
Yeah, just like
like
very, very middle of the road to bottom half quarterback.
Right, you're playing like the 22nd best quarterback in this league, and you need to be better than
But
that.
as frustrating as that side of the ball has been, gosh, your defense has been good.
Yeah, they're so
the one that I'm most concerned about is neither the offense, clearly not the defense. I hate the special teams unit this year.
Oh, really? Really?
How many points for the Jets were directly correlated?
At least 9, right? If
well,
not
6,
all of them. Well,
6.
Because,
So
the
3
two
points,
kickoffs.
3 points were Troy Franklin
fumbling, right, at the very beginning.
And then it was a
and then
kickoff
that
return and a
field
punt
goal,
return, right?
Well, you're right, because their first field goal was because of the fumble. Their second field goal was because of the long return, right?
There were 2 long returns in the game.
Right, and then there was because there was the one that led to the field goal, and then there was the long one in the second half, right? They had another long one in the second half, didn't they?
Yeah, so here it is. So the punt return wise, okay, so it ended up being there was a 31. So yeah, you ended up having a Ngannou or whatever, number 34. That dude averaged 37.7 yards per return, and he had a 72-yarder. Special teams unit's not good enough right now.
All right, so let's do it like this because KJ wants to know the trust level of each one of these units. So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the least and 10 being the most, where do you put the Denver Broncos defense right now? 10. But 1 and 10.
Okay, I'll go. The only the chink in the armor was Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert going nuclear, throwing seeds against them and having good statistical days against the Broncos in back-to-back weeks.
Okay.
But even then, I was okay with it. I tipped the cap to those 2 quarterbacks because they had to go out and earn it. It wasn't like there were wide open dudes running all over the field, and Daniel Jones did it with a ton of pressure in his face. It happened again with Justin Herbert. I would say the Broncos defense are a 9.
All right, I'm with you. 9-10 for the Broncos defense. That thing is awesome. Trust level when it comes to the Broncos offense, 1 through 10.
6. It might be high.
I was about to say that's high, my man. That's high. I'd put him at
earned
4.
I was gonna go. My initial knee-jerk reaction is 5, dead smack in the middle because it just feels like a dead average offense.
Right, like any day they can look pretty good and any day they can look terrible.
Here's why I go 6, because if we're doing these rankings, it's based off of winning football games.
Yeah.
The Broncos this year have won football games on offense at the end of games. As awful as it was yesterday, somehow, some way.
Yeah, they did.
Bo Nix, guys, this is going to sound stupid. Bo Nix and the Broncos office led a fourth quarter come from behind victory to win the game on offense.
Well, you're right. You're technically not wrong. It didn't feel that way, but you're right.
And
you're
he
right.
did it.
You were trailing late.
That's a good way to look at it.
You were trailing late.
Let's change our paradigm here.
Yeah.
In back-to-back road trips for the Denver Broncos, second-year quarterback Bo Nix leads fourth quarter, come from behind wins.
That's a good way to put it.
Against tradition-rich Philadelphia Eagles and New York Jets.
So the offense is at the defense is at a 9. The offense is at a 4. Where 1 to 10, Broncos special teams.
2. Whoa, it's the worst unit right now on their team.
You do not like what Darren Rizzi is doing.
I don't like the fact that a Jets offense that had 82 total yards.
Yeah. They had negative passing yards. Negative
10 passing yards. It scored 9 points because of 1 turnover with Troy Franklin and 2 special teams return plays that gave them field position where you needed 0 first downs or 1 first down to get into position to bang it through the uprights.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No.
It's not good enough.
No.
And you know what? Darren Rizzi's he's a longtime NFL vet that's been in this league for a long time, and he knows it's not good enough. You know how I can tell? Watch that man on the sideline. He is about to have a coronary at all times.
Yeah,
he looks like he's
you're right. Every time
he's twitching. Like he's got that eye. He's got that silly star chromosome going.
Yeah, like yesterday they showed him, and like Sean was trying to say something to him, and Rizzi was just like pacing back. He was running back and forth. But yeah, I mean,
right here from the 519 on the Shop Mazda text line. Keep them coming 303-504-0925. Can they run 2-minute offense all game?
Can they? Can they? Would they? Could
Tempo?
It feels like it would help. But once again, how come Sean Payton isn't doing what he did last year where it felt like he was doing everything he could to help Bo Nix feel comfortable in the game? Now it's just like, all right, here's the game plan, Bo. You better be relaxed and ready to go. And in half of these games, he is not. Is it just the brain? Is it just Bo Nix's brain? Is there some way you can get that man? Like, is he going to have to shotgun a beer or something before a game just to calm the hell down, man?
Just 1 beer? Yeah.
Yeah, just give me one.
It probably wouldn't help your hydration and potential cramping and all that. Just to give a diuretic right before you play football.
Right. Not ideal.
Yeah.
But something, anything.
But would you say, Berto, when you're watching just yesterday,
okay,
not the Chargers game where Bo overthrew a bunch of open dudes, yesterday, did anything look special schematically? Like there were guys open?
No.
It looked like Sean looked like he got pencil whipped a little bit by his counterpart, Steve Wilkes. He got outcoached.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that weird? I mean,
and it is the job of a coordinator, a play caller, to create advantageous looks. I will say this, Sean got it done when he needed to at the end of the game.
Yeah. And so am I being too harsh on Sean Payton? Because literally I was like, give up play call duties. You don't know what you're doing, old man. Like I was angry yesterday. But I mean, I don't know if that's on Sean Payton and his game plan or his inability to.
How old are you, roughly?
I'm 51.
Okay, so you just called Sean Payton an old man.
Yeah, like get that man a rocking chair.
He's 10 years older than you.
Listen, I'm old too. You should give me a rocking chair.
He's 10 years older. Okay.
I will take a rocking chair and a blankie.
I don't even feel like I can call Sean Payton an old man, and he's good, solid 8. He's dang near 2 decades older than me.
It was like the third quarter. I was like, the game has passed him by. The game of football has passed Sean Payton by. And that's my psychosis. It's me being a bad fan. I get it. But you understand my frustration.
I disagree. I think that the problem with Sean Payton is that he wants to make sure everybody knows that the game has never passed him by.
Ooh, that's interesting.
And you know what I want Sean Payton to do? I want him to do the most humbling and humiliating thing that an offensive genius can do.
What's that?
Just roll out some simple day one ball plays and let your young quarterback play with some freedom, some tempo, some speed, because nobody cares about what shift in motion and check with me that you put in. They just want to see Bo Nix run mesh rail. And you run mesh rail, one of the most simple staples. Like go to a high school football game this Friday, and you're going to see mesh rail run by everybody.
It looked
Go
great.
to a 7-on-7 tournament at any of these local fields this weekend. You're going to see mesh rail probably 2,522 times in about 20 games.
It looked great. It's just sometimes, I don't know, that Sean Payton gets way over his skis. He just starts, but I mean, whatever. I mean, you're 4-2. This is great.
Give me mesh rail and empty. That's all I need. And then run the football between the tackles. And give me Alex Palczewski at left guard. I don't want any more Matthew Pert playing guard.
Listen.
Let him be your swing tackle and your sub tight end.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes
Luckily,
it feels like
the
Sean
solutions.
Payton.
We'll be good.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let Sanford call the plays. What you doing on Sunday? Let Sanford call the plays.
I'll tell you what. Last weekend, Sanford, before this past one, and actually two weekends ago, you don't want that guy.
You don't want that Sanford.
You don't want that guy.
But the double nickel Sanford, you want double nickel
Double
Sanford.
nickels, guys, what Berto's been asking for from Sean.
That
I know.
wasn't my vision.
Now I got to wear Valor gear for the rest of the year, man, because I made a bet that that I got to cash now. Double nickels is where it's at. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick time out. We're going to continue the discussion on the other side. Matter of fact, we're going to take a look around the NFL. We do have a hockey game going on right now. They are just about to end the first period. The Avs Sabres Columbus Day morning matinee is taking place right now over at AM 950. And it's tied 1-1. Nathan McKinnon scored to give the Avs a 1-0 lead, but Tage Thompson just equalized for Buffalo. So it is a 1-1 hockey game after one period of hockey. If you want to hear my man Mark Springer do the intermission report, he's sitting there getting ready right now. You can just tell he's locked and loaded and ready to rock. But we are going to talk a little NFL news and notes next.
Hey, Colorado, we are in the thick of it. Actually, right now, you got a Colorado Avalanche game currently on 9:50 a.m. So you could check out all of the live betting odds right now from Circa Sports Colorado from Major League Baseball playoffs. It's been a blast watching these Mariners get after it. Unfortunately, watching the Dodgers, I hate it. To the NBA, it's going to be firing up in NHL, and we are in the heart of all things football. Circa Sports is the place because it's got you covered, and it's not just sports betting. I think it's sports betting the way that it should be, where you got high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that just treats you like the VIP that you truly are. So make sure that you go out to wherever you get your apps and download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Congratulations to Heritage High School's Mo Thinnell. He's our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backs and Shakers. Backs and Shaker loves Mo's passion, and their passion is justice.
Littleton, Colorado, stand up.
Represent Littleton.
I think we got some Littleton love on this show.
This is all, but I mean, KJ needs to move down. KJ's the only one now who doesn't live in Littleton. Dan Tanner.
Come to our little town.
Yeah.
You'll love it. You'll love our little town.
But it is time right now for everyone's favorite segment. It is KJ's NFL News and Notes. What's up?
You know, fun fact here, guys. Rhythm dancing started in the 1800s. Sean Payton's version of his offense with Bo Nix started in 2024. And those two things look like they absolutely flip-flopped yesterday. Bo Nix stepped up to the podium and he talked about how can they establish a more consistent rhythm and make their offense not look like it entered the 1800s.
Yeah, we just didn't have those same plays. We weren't in a very good rhythm at all. And, first half we were going quick, getting the ball to different players, spreading the ball around, getting them in certain defenses where we get softer coverage. And then, obviously there in the second half felt kind of like the opposite. A lot of run-heavy looks, a lot of loaded boxes, and then just complete lack of rhythm. But thank goodness Evan got open on his man-to-man, and then it started to switch. And that drive, we were able to do just enough, getting in a little bit of a rhythm, and spread the ball around enough to go down and get points. But just kind of felt like a tale of two different halves, with what we were doing.
Bo's stat line, 19 of 30, 174 yards, 1 touchdown. Quarterback rating of 90. So it's not,
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not like those numbers aren't like, man, he was.
You know what yesterday was?
What?
It was the Exhibit A presented to the judge in a court of law of Sean Payton evaluating Bo Nix in his backpack. His backpack having a lacrosse ball and playbook and iPad to study plays. And also Sean Payton's analytics about the percentage of negative plays that he doesn't take in his high school and college and NFL career, meaning doesn't take sacks. How many sacks did he take in the game?
None.
I think it was just one.
Was it one?
I think
Did he go down once?
I think he had one. But it wasn't like a consequential sack.
You're right. He was sacked once. He was hit 6 times.
Yeah. And he didn't turn the football over.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what happened? You won.
Yeah.
You won the game.
You won. Yeah.
And you look at the numbers, and they're not great.
No, nobody's happy about it. Or outside of the win, actually, how about this, Coach? If you're gonna adjust the Bobot, if you're gonna change a couple lines of programming into Bobot, what would it just be to slow the game down, slow yourself down, or would it be something else? I need one adjustment for the Bobot.
When the Bobot is in a rut, can't find open receiver, 3 and out. Come on out here, Crayashaw, and punt the football yet again. There's one solution.
What?
Go back to college Bo Nix.
Okay.
Little zone read, a little Q power, a little empty, a little mesh rail. Play some basic college football and let the young man go play, for crying out loud. Stop bogging him down with white trade, gun double wing right, 200 jet, Y stick, zebra looky, kill, 96 wrap, alert, 98 double viper.
And the Bobot brain starts really churning.
Overload.
Yeah.
Struggling. Can't find it. Crawshaw, need help. Come punt, please.
No, you're exactly right. All right, KJ, what's next?
The band sounds pretty good. I'm not dancing.
I'm sorry. Coach got me right there at the end with the cross.
Oh, with the boat.
Phone a friend. Jeremy Crawshaw, I need my Australian here.
Man, I love that dude. I love me some Crawshaw.
Hey, I need you 6 times this game. Might need you more next game if we don't simplify the offense.
All right, moving on to story 2. Let's go to the other side of the ball with the New York Jets. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier during our Big Play Replay segment. Garrett Wilson and Aaron Glenn had quite the dust-up right there at the end of the half. Here's Garrett Wilson explaining himself after the game.
At the end of the first half, when you were walking off the field, Was that the way the drive went?
I just wasn't really that stuff like that is just, I don't know, y'all. I just didn't know exactly what the plan was, and once I figured it out, I was disappointed. I'll just say that. So, yeah.
How do you run a play? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I didn't know exactly what the plan was. I just thought we were, once we converted the fourth down, I just thought we were going for the trying to make the play, and then obviously we get to another fourth down, and it's a tough spot to be in. So, in hindsight, I get why they did that, but in the moment, I was just like, man, I don't know, yeah.
One of us.
Yep,
one of us.
That's exactly.
Garrett Wilson, we all were wondering what the heck your head coach is doing.
Yes. Don't feel bad about that, man. I'm with you. I would have gone up to the coach too. I mean, and then he kind of backed him up because he's like, I understood after they explained.
No.
Nobody understood. Kurt Warner wanted to kill somebody.
What do you think the logic would have been? Hey, Garrett, I'm just going to tell you why I did what I did. Basically, if we just don't screw up and if we don't score and we don't turn the ball over, it's probably our only chance to have a chance to win the game at the end.
Yeah, super frustrating. Super frustrating. He's a Jets fan.
Basically, Aaron Glenn, you know what he played? Played like scared money ain't gonna make no money.
Yeah, that's exactly true. He played scared, which is so crazy. I do not like the New York Jets. I wanted the Jets to lose. I don't know Aaron Glenn. I don't care about Aaron Glenn. And now I hate that man. I hate him. And I don't know why. You know what? Just
as a football decision maker.
Right. Not as a human being, but
because he seems cool. When he was doing, he's got his cool capri pants on. He's got his all black capris on.
No, that's you talk about somebody else, man.
No, he wears capri pants.
Was he wearing the capris?
Yeah, the two capri pants guys.
Because I saw my man Mike McDaniel. Mike was getting grief because they were like, yo, you can't wear pants like that.
Mike McDaniel and Aaron Glenn both wearing the rocking capris.
Okay.
And their combined win-loss total right now
is what?
Is 1-11. So it is written in the unofficial coach's handbook.
Don't wear the capri pants.
Never wear capri pants if you are sub 200 in your win-loss percentage.
That's not a good look. No, I'm with you.
Right now, I'll tell you what. If Sean McDermott wants to rock some capri pants up in Buffalo tonight against the Falcons, he can do it.
Go ahead and do it.
If Andy Reid, if he can
you imagine Andy Reid rocking the capris?
I don't think he could.
Right, those are some big chunky feet, right? Those are some chunky Campbell's feet. They ain't getting over. You're right. That's not going to work out well at all. All right, KJ, what's next?
The band sounds pretty good. I'm not dancing.
Let's stay in the AFC West, and let's talk about the drunkest game on yesterday. The Chargers pull out a 29-27 win versus the Miami Dolphins. It's under a minute. Tua, he has no more time he can spare. They have to get the touchdown. They're already at the goal line. They score. Justin Herbert gets the touch. He gets the long pass, and the Chargers go on to get the field goal, and then obviously the Dolphins throw an interception on a Hail Mary. So that's how that game ended. Tua Tagovailoa was absolutely pissed with how things went, not just during the game, but even before the game leading up to this game. And here's Tua talking about the lack of leadership in Miami.
Well, I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, and then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. There's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
How does this happen?
You're saying some players were late or missed?
Late, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. How does this happen in the National Football League?
Well, what's he saying? We you got a mouse in your pocket. You are the leadership group, bro. You're the quarterback, man. You're getting $250 million to be the head for the.
You know what it sounds like, man? Sounds like ever since that Hard Knocks season, which was Mike McDaniel was the man. Yeah. He was funny. He was cool. I loved him, man. I was all about it. I'm like,
he seems like a great dude to hang with.
Yeah, he was. He was definitely not always, completely clear-minded sometimes when he was talking to the football team in front of the crew. But anyway, neither here nor there. Who am I to judge? But it seems like ever since that moment, it's almost as if everybody got too big for their skis, and some of their better players, namely Tyreek Hill, got caught up in a lot of things that aren't keeping the football the main thing.
Yeah.
And South Beach is the kind of place that if you start going a little wild,
you can get it goes way sideways, right?
Yeah,
It'll go sideways.
one night that goes wrong in South Beach can ruin your life. 3 years worth of that?
Yeah.
Oh my! You know what it can do? Collectively ruin a franchise.
Well, it's certainly
especially if there is not the right accountability and measures in place.
I don't know what Tua was trying to do there. Like, if you're going to call somebody out, call them out, man. You're 1-5, call them out. Oh, did you see one of his former teammates, KG, did you see that tweet from, like, Deshaun Hamilton tweeted out, like, yo, man, you were the guy who was late to our meeting, our players-only meeting. You were the dude who was late to those things. So I was like, whoo, what is going on in Miami? I'll tell you what's going on. You should name the backup quarterback. Go ahead and get Zach some playing.
Yeah, let's see what Zach's got, man. Hey, you know what else is going on?
What's that?
Anytime you move on from a head coach, which the Dolphins are going to move on from Mike McDaniel, it's a matter of time.
Right?
You end up replacing that person with somebody that's exact opposite.
Yeah, who's the exact? Who you going to hire? James Franklin? Who you going to hire who's the exact opposite of Mike McDaniel?
Josh Allen. We're on to Cincinnati.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Yeah, it's
you
happening.
Put Bill down there in
Belichick
Miami?
in Miami.
Oh, I did not think about that. I had not considered that. That's crazy.
I mean, you're an AFC East
That's
team.
crazy.
You watched it all unfold right, under your watch.
I will listen. I'm bashing on.
Hey, tell me that's not.
No, that would be crazy. That would be
crazy.
crazy.
Spin it.
Yeah.
Everything's all about narrative control and spin. The Dolphins and Bill Belichick's people could spin this disturbing North Carolina experiment as, man, Bill just kind of went back to college and it didn't go great.
Right. So we're back to the NFL.
Found himself a college age co-ed. That didn't go great. He found himself the victim of some elder abuse.
Mm-hmm. And now he's
back. He's ready to be Bill Belichick and restore some law and order in Miami, Florida.
Yeah, I will listen, I'm bashing Tua and I'm bashing the Dolphins, but I will like to say that Justin Herbert won that game doing Justin Herbert things, man.
Oh, you knew he could get the job?
Who?
Nick Saban. Might as well try it again, huh?
No. Can you imagine Miami even calling him? Just be like, hey, man, let's give Nick another call.
You want to do this? You want to try this?
No, that ended horribly. No, you can't do that. But yeah, Justin Herbert just basically manned up and they had him in the grasp in that last play. I forget how Justin Herbert's a big dude. He just walked out of that tackle and then threw a dime to Ladd McConkey, who's woo, and then game over. So either way. All right, what's next, KJ?
The band sounds pretty good. I'm not dancing.
Let's head to the NFC West as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the San Francisco 49ers 30-19. But unfortunately, the win was not the story. Fred Warner, the linebacker, he
broke his ankle, man.
Broke his ankle, and it was one of the ones that you don't want to look at.
Don't look at it. Don't see it.
Even look at it. My question for it,
that means pull it up right now. Put it up on this jumbo because I am
no,
like
one,
that.
like even one of his teammates was like, "My stomach, man." He's like, ugh. I had to take some medicine.
You gotta watch this.
No, KJ.
You gotta see that thing flopping around the wrong way.
No. That's so, and I mean, he's great too. He's great. That's a great player, but that's a tough situation, man.
You ever had an injury where something's going the wrong way?
I did. I dislocated my shoulder.
Ooh, that's nasty.
And so my arm was just hanging there, and you couldn't get it back. You know what I mean?
How'd you do it? Here we go.
Skateboarding when I was
Let's see it. Watch it. And
no. No.
There it is. Yep, not going the right way.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to be, right?
Yep.
No. That's
not how you want
it. Immediately snapped. Immediately it snapped.
What was the one we want? Oh, Tyreek's was crazy.
Yeah, no. That was ugly too. That one was ugly too because his leg was flopping. This one just snapped. You can tell it going the wrong way. Ugh. Yeah, that's a tough one. But let me say this.
Golly, man, talk about injury problems.
Is Baker
Niners?
Yeah, they can't get away from it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's that Bay Area, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just that general area. It's something in the water. That entire team is hurt. And is Baker Mayfield going to win the MVP?
Right now, he's a no-brainer.
What is going on with Baker and the Bucs?
He's doing Tom Brady things at the end of games.
It's crazy. He just keeps willing teams to win. Let's see. Yesterday, Mayfield 256 yards, 2 touches, quarterback rating of 139. Yeah, it's crazy where he is right now. And everybody who keeps comparing Bo to Baker, I hope Bo gets to this point. because Baker Mayfield is winning games for that franchise. I can't believe Tampa Bay is 5-1.
Remember when the Broncos beat them a year ago? They just felt. I felt like Todd Bowles was going to get fired here soon.
Mm-hmm.
It just looked like a hapless team, a lifeless team. Their defense looked like buns.
Yeah, and now they're sitting pretty. All right, KJ, you got anything else for us? Was that it?
Sounds pretty good. I'm not dancing.
Yeah, one last quick one here. Let's go back to Thursday night football. The Giants, it is reported yesterday that the Giants are expecting a fine to come down from the NFL here at any moment. So they're pretty much preparing for that. On the flip side, after taking some time to think about it this weekend, Eagles linebacker Zadarius Smith has decided to retire this morning, and he is absolutely done with football. He's called it quits, and he's tired of what's going on with the Eagles locker room. He didn't specify in his Instagram post, but essentially it was him saying, I can tell now it's the time to walk away. So
when your team is so bad, well, it's not that bad, I guess. It's just, yeah, I don't know. That's weird, man. You just retire in the middle
Sometimes, though, guys like that, they see the writing on the wall themselves. Like they start kind of plummeting down depth charts, and they'd rather get it in front of it and, essentially disparage that culture in that locker room before they have it. And of course, like you get caught up in the narrative right now around Philadelphia, and it's so dang negative. You want to talk about a sports town?
Yeah.
How about the state of Pennsylvania over the last 3.5 weeks?
Oh, man, it's been bad.
I mean, Penn State was
catching L's left and right.
Dude, 16 days ago, Penn State Nittany Lions is the number 3 ranked team in college football, hosted College Game Day.
Yeah, and then they went
The Phillies were the toast. The Phillies were the toast of baseball.
Yep.
And the Eagles were undefeated and riding essentially a win streak unlike any other.
Yeah.
And now Nick Sirianni's on the hot seat, and the culture is on fire in that locker room.
The
It's a
Phillies are
dumpster
on the
fire.
outside looking in. They're gone. They're nowhere near the playoffs.
And now James Franklin's getting paid 49 big racks to just kick it in Cancun.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Cancun on 3, fam. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
that's
You guys
crazy.
ready? You want to swim a bar? We could go swim a bar for the next 6 years of our life and then just have no worries.
And instead, that dude is going to be coaching a college team again next
Do you
season.
think anybody's ever just said, I'm going to leave it all and I'm going to use my $49 or $49 million. It's about $49 more like me and you right now.
Right,
but
right.
at $49 million, we're just going to go. I'm going to go Sammy Hagar style and just kick it in Cabo.
Cabo, that's exactly what I do.
At a swim-up bar.
Yes, that's
a
what I do.
full-service swim-up bar
That's
every
right.
day
If I had
for
$49
$6
million,
years straight.
I'd have a swim-up bar everywhere I lived. I don't care if I still, like in Littleton, you have to buy me. I would put a swim-up bar in the middle of Littleton, bro. Don't. But he's going to get a job.
But you got
to James Franklin's going to get a job next season.
It's not just about the bar. You got to have like you got to have all the people around the swim-up bar that are just camped out there, just like just ripping heaters, just all day, every day.
I'm here for it, but yeah, this is crazy talk. But congratulations to Dakota Ridge High School's Brecken Maine. He is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. We will continue with the morning sprint after this. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day on Tuesday for new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avs game against Boston. In the Bruins' only trip to Ball Arena this year is, well, it's your home for Avs hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Cale Makar just scored to give the Avs the lead.
So the 2 goals thus far?
Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar.
It's almost as if they're 2 of the best players on planet Earth.
I have not seen the Cale goal. The McKinnon goal was filthy. That's McKinnon's 3rd of the season, and the Avs have a 2-1 lead over the Sabres. They are in the second period right there. With the NHL is celebrating Columbus Day with 5 afternoon NHL games.
So the NHL just loves Christopher.
I don't know why.
Huge fan of Christopher.
I don't know why the NHL. For some reason this year, there's a ton of afternoon games in the NHL. Like the Avs have afternoon games during the week, not Saturday or Sunday afternoon games, but they have a Thursday afternoon game, a Friday afternoon. I don't know why the NHL's like, let's embrace more middle of the day stuff.
We just found out, according to Mark Springer, today is actually Canadian Thanksgiving.
Oh, is this why we have the 5? But Buffalo's not. The 5 games aren't in Canada. There's only one of the 5 games that are going on right now in Canada.
You imagine the amount of just maple syrup that is emitting from the pores of all Canadians on a day of celebration like today?
Right? Like, what do they do on Canadian Thanksgiving?
I think
like,
they just
do the same thing we
maple
do?
leaves.
Is that it?
Yeah, just gnaw like the tar. They grab like the, all the various maple products. They just
Is it
smack
just
them.
a bunch of like Timbits? They just
that was all.
That was Kale's.
That was Choo-Choo though. So Val Nichushkin on the forecheck got his stick on it and a sweet little dish down low. Watch this. Get a Val right in front of the blue line.
2 Kale. Yeah, that's pretty sexy too. That's pretty sexy too.
There are some assists in hockey that are like, did you really deserve a point for that?
Right. Or did you even do that on purpose?
Val Nichushkin deserved like 3 points for that.
Yeah, that was impressive because he's the one who had the steal too. Okay. So yeah, your Avs have a 2-1 lead over the Sabres.
Give me all that forecheck.
They have
throw that forecheck into my veins, baby.
They have yet to lose in regulation yet. They did lose on Saturday to the Stars, but that came in a shootout as Jake Ottinger just went full brick wall against your Avs. The Nuggets played last night, and they'll play again tomorrow in preseason action. Although I don't know how much we're learning from the Nuggets preseason. They played 16 guys last night against the Clippers in a game that they won. Like, none of the starters played more than 22, 23 minutes, which is what you want because, I mean, your starters don't really need a whole lot of time other than getting used to Cam Johnson being there next year. I don't think you get too crazy. But, yeah, matter of fact, tomorrow's game, the Bulls-Nuggets game, is the only game of the preseason that the Nuggets will have at Ball Arena, and you'll be able to hear that game right here on 92.5. And then the Nuggets close out the preseason on Friday with a game against the Thunder in OKC, and then the regular season starts for your Denver Nuggets. It starts next week, right? I think it's next week. Hold on, let me look. October, is the 23rd next week? Nah. When's the 23rd? How close are we to the 23rd?
The 23rd is next week, man.
Is it next week? The 23rd is next week?
It's next Thursday.
Man, we're blowing through October already. So, yeah, the Nuggets still start the regular season in Golden State against the Warriors. They get ready to try to win a Larry O'Brien. But, all right, Coach. I mean, you feeling good about your Colorado Avalanche to start the season?
Yes. I would have loved to have seen the Avs beat the Stars. I know you get the point.
Yeah, that's man. They're once like
I hate regular season overtime penalty shoot. I think it's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, I know that. Like Connor doesn't like it either. He doesn't like that shootout. Once again,
the Avs kind of suck at it too.
Well, and as much as I love 3-on-3 hockey, the NHL coaches have gotten used to it, and they make I don't know how, but they make 3-on-3 hocky boring for some. Like they're just like skate around in circles. People,
I almost stopped watching hockey when it's in regular season when it's finalized. Say 3-3, 4-4. I'm like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I wish.
I'll tell you what, man. I went to some of my favorite places across Colorado are local dive bars.
Yeah,
get some greasy food. Mm-hmm. Went to a new one here close to the locale now. Took the wifey on a little date night. We went to the Castle.
Oh yeah,
and I was playing. It was awesome because I was playing the Touch Tunes DJ. I was doing where you can pick your songs.
Uh-huh.
I played Moser's favorite, "Lay It Down." I did. I played it by
You're
Rat.
rocking it.
R-A-T-T, baby.
Nice.
Lay it down on Touchdown. So if you're ever hanging out at the castle and you hear, lay it down.
Yeah, that's Coach Sanford. That's Sanford.
That would be me. Oh,
Whoa,
wow.
whoa,
Breaking
whoa.
news.
Breaking sports news first guaranteed. The Tennessee Titans have fired
My
head
old friend.
coach Brian Callahan. Ooh, man. Like I thought it'd be Aaron Glenn go before him, but nope. Brian Callahan is out. Wow, that was
1-5.
quick. That was quick. Woo.
So half of your wins for the Denver Broncos have come against teams that have either a fired head coach or probably a fired head coach. Well, no. I mean, the Bengals, Zach Taylor's going to get fired.
Yes. He's going to get fired.
And Sirianni's getting fired too.
Sirianni, is Stefanski going to get fired? You didn't play Cleveland, but I'm just naming coaches that are going to get got.
Oh, Stefanski's is double wide dunzo.
Wow, that's crazy. So they're
And
moving
college
on from
football is
Callahan.
nuts.
Man, okay. There's just people getting fired left and right. Wow. I mean, listen.
I'll tell you who didn't get fired this weekend.
You got a rookie quarterback and a rookie GM and then
I'll tell you who didn't get fired this weekend.
Who didn't get fired this weekend?
Any of the head football coaches here on the Front Range and Southern Wyoming.
Listen,
because guess
it
what
was-
happened? Coach Prime and the Buffs.
That was a great win.
They storm the field and they steal Iowa State players' helmets.
Is that what they did?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous
story you heard.
Yeah,
They
what
were
are we
just
doing?
snatching
What are we
cyclones up?
doing?
I did not hear
Stop
that.
it. Just
Stop it.
Take a deep breath.
The Buffs.
Buffs win.
Buffs win.
The Rammies obliterate
I couldn't
Fresno
believe that.
State.
I couldn't believe that. Friday night, man. That was
Jay
a
Norvell
big win for
not
Jay.
getting fired this
Nope,
weekend.
Nope.
Hey, I'll tell you this: Jay Saville up at the University of Wyoming, come from behind 21 unanswered points against San Jose State.
Yeah, what's
they
going
get
on
the
with that?
W, and then Saville calls out the local media and calls them a bunch of knuckle nuts, basically. And then guess who else got a W and's not getting fired?
Who?
The UNC Bears of Northern Colorado really stand all the way up. Ed Lamb and the boys go to University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho, and take down my old college rivals, the Idaho
that's
Vandals,
good.
man.
That's good. You're right. It was good for college football.
Air Force
around
lost.
this place. Yeah.
They gave up 51 again.
Wow.
They love giving up 51.
Still, man, the Buffs getting a 24-17 win over number 22 Iowa State. That is impressive. And so was what CSU did on Friday night. That's because of the way they've been playing. Woo, baby. Yeah, there was some fun things in college football. Texas whooped Oklahoma. Whooped them. I didn't see that coming. I'll tell you that, man. Oklahoma didn't show up at all. 2 field goals. You kidding me, brother?
Hey, you know what I'll tell you?
What?
You're 4-2. And it's a Rally House Football Monday. So guess what you get to do tonight? Find your local dive bar and go watch a doubleheader of Monday Night Football. Is there a better time of the year, man?
No, it's good. It's good. We're still in the middle of that 49 straight days of football. Every day, football.
Dude, I need some Mac. Give me so much Mid-America Conference tomorrow night.
Yeah, 2 Monday Night Football games. You can hear them right here on the station and over on AM 950. But for KJ Grandison, the head coach, Mike Sanford, and Alex Ryan and me, I'm Mark Burton. Saying thanks a lot for tuning in. We'll talk to you tomorrow. PhD is next.
Now making it 2nd and 13. Fields' first pass. All kinds of time. Moving to his right. Running out of time. And that is no gain. Former Jet John Franklin Myers ended that play. Only 2 completed passes for 1 yard for Justin Fields. Let's see if he can get more. Runs out of time, and he can't run out of the pocket. As he is taken down right there by Wazarike. Fields runs out of time. And Jonathan Cooper.
I'm not normally speechless, but I'm trying to figure this out.
Fields tries to avoid the rush and cannot. Trailed all the way to that safety that put him in this spot. 3rd and 5. Fields patting the ball, and that's the end of it. Hufanga with another sack. Fields, long time. And he runs out with his helmet off. Look out. Now is Jonathan Cooper on the play.
Yeah, 9 sacks. I mean, you don't rarely hear of negative 20 yards passing, so that's a little unusual. I think they had 80-some yards total offense. Our defense was outstanding today.
Fields is sacked. Nick Benito leading the way.
With the defense we run, it's a lot being thrown at a quarterback. So, it's going to be, difficult to just be able to just sit there and be like, I'm going to get the ball out when you don't know who's coming and who's dropping and doing all these different things. I thought he did a good job today, in my opinion, and I feel like the defense, we had a good plan for him at the same time. So
Fields tucks is taken down. Big first down sack. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in.
Well, it was a defensive team today, and I hope to consider it a defensive team all season. I mean, I think in order to win, I think that's extremely necessary in our league, and they were something.
They were something, all right. Thank God for the defense. We'll get to all of it. Looking for some phone calls today, Scott. Let's hear from some people about this. You know what I'm saying? On a Rally House Victory Monday. I'm curious where everybody's head's at. Because if you want to be excited, you can say, hey, the defense. Woohoo. But we do have a montage, Scott, of the offensive highlights. Go ahead, Dan, roll it. So there's that. By the way, the Avs leading 3-1. We will.
There's all your phone callers right there. I will say this: for as crappy as that game was Sunday,
yeah,
the Nuggets Clippers game was fantastic.
Okay,
the Avs Stars game was fantastic. Bad finish, but it was a fun game.
Okay,
and Paul McCartney was just brilliant.
Yeah, how was it?
Brilliant. Can I say something honestly?
Hell yeah. Don't start lying honestly, now.
Maybe the best concert I've ever seen in my life.
That's awesome.
They did a fireworks display.
Of course they did. He's 83. Might be his last fireworks show he ever sees.
Well, the warden was crying towards the end of the show.
Well, why was she crying?
Because she's thinking it would be the last time you see him. He's
yeah,
83.
probably.
The Duke, for 83,
likely is.
The Duke can still sing, though.
Hell yeah. Paul McCartney's awesome. How was the crowd?
Packed house.
Packed house at the same time. What a day on Saturday, by the way. You had CU upsetting Iowa State, so Folsom's packed.
Well, you went to that. How was that?
I got a story on that one. I was there. Did not go to the game. Found out that the wife was not interested in going to the game as we were driving to the game, which was news to me, and had not bought tickets. Was waiting for it to go down in price, which it did not. And I did not get, so it was, and then the kid.
So were you under the assumption you had tickets?
You asked a question.
Yeah.
The kid who we're at the Rally House doing a little podcasting from the Raleigh.
Made a little money.
Hell yeah. And you want to go down Receipt Street, watch me picking the Buffs to win from the Rally House. Did happen. I'm just saying.
You did on Friday, so I think they can upset them.
Consistent. grocery store's right down from the rally house. Here's mom and dad. We're going to help you out and whatever. Show's over. Went great. It's noon. Like, let's a little walk up to Folsom.
Got an hour and a half.
Here we go. I go, hey, why? Because she was just going to stash the car somewhere, go shopping with the kid, whatever. I go, where are you at? She goes, well, walk out front. She'd been sitting in the car for 2 hours because the kid didn't wake up. So then it was like, are we going to go see the kid? What are we doing? So the kid comes out from his apartment, and it's like, dude, it's on the hill for CU. There's a fraternity party there. There's a sorority party there. There's like 300 people on Marine Street. It's just like New Orleans on Mardi Gras. And he's like, yeah, I'll go shopping. I'm like, you're not going shopping. He goes, yeah, we were invited to a house party about 20 minutes ago. And we're going home. And I go, do you still want to go to the game? No. So we go home. So I was going to go to the game, Scott. Full intentions on going to the game. Whole plan was going to the game.
Like at what time from the rally house thing started at 10?
Yeah.
So from
great,
9 when you left to off the air at noon, when did you realize you weren't going to the game?
But 12:01, when she was sitting in the car, not having seen the kid who couldn't rise and shine, living a quarter mile away. That's when I knew my day was in trouble with that one. But we go home because she really wants to go to the Avs game. We go to the Avs game, and it's night and day. She's so excited about the Avs. She loves the Avs.
They lost a shootout.
Oh, my God.
Got
And
to see
she,
the whole
Scott,
thing.
her love for Eric Johnson is... I always say, like, if she can figure it out, go for it. With these, these people, like her hot spots. I mean, I'm not going to help her, but her passion for Eric Johnson is... It's odd because I know all these people, but she's like the big fan, but I just like, well, there's Kyle. There's John Michael Lyles. There's Eric. I mean, I've covered him for 14 years. He takes his jacket off after they do the intermission thing on that great show they do there to go up and do some hockey with their Connor. He takes his jacket off. My wife screams, "Take it off!" I'm not kidding you. Loud. Like, if we ever brought him on and told him this story, there's no doubt.
He heard it.
No doubt about it. She does it again in the post-game show, like after everything's done, and I'm, husband.
So where are you guys at?
I'm working. Well, we watched this one from the suite, which was nice.
Oh, okay.
Got one suite, and and I don't I drop in, I leave. Hey, how you doing? What's up? I really don't hang out there, but it was great. Everybody was real nice, and watched it from the suite, and she was all excited. And then I, go do the yeah. Hey, Bedsy, what about this? What about that? Boom, work.
Where's she at while you're doing that?
Well, apparently she's salivating over Eric Johnson, from what I understand. In the post game, she just hung on the suite. It's like final 5 minutes of the game, I just go down and whatever. Oh, when she got to the second take it off with Eric Johnson, I'm like, I'm not going to even help her on this one. I mean, I'm like, do you want to meet him? She goes, no, I don't want to meet him. But we got to bring him on just to hear if he heard a woman scream, take it off, twice, because that was my wife. So that's why when Julia was crying and you're at Paul McCartney, that's what I was doing on my Saturday night, trying to figure out how. Now I know what my wife thinks of when she closes her eyes.
I did get this. Now here's the difference. Eric Johnson just retired at what, 37, 8, something like that?
Too
39.
young as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I get this towards the last quarter of the concert. She, and I don't remember what it's called, but she goes, he's on my list.
Okay. Go for it. He's 83.
I go, 83. I go, well, that on one hand.
Well, she's trending in a certain direction.
I'm feeling it's kind of, well, I'm like, hey.
It's a little scary depending on like where you see that graph going.
Thank you, Revitalized Health. I feel good about myself. I appreciate you, Revitalized. But I'm like, she did in the middle, and next thing I know, she's balling. Just balling.
Yeah, Jude will do that to you.
He did sing that.
Oh, really? Shocker.
It was really good. I was blown away. I was your wife going to the all day. I'm like, man, I don't want to. Back's been hurting. I don't want to go there. We can sit there, bing. Get there, had parked okay.
Yeah.
3 or 4 blocks away, walked in.
Yeah.
I will say this: Coors Field still is just a fabulous Fabulous facility.
Weather really went in your favor, by the way.
Yeah, sprinkle a little bit in the afternoon.
Little risky in October, but that sunset and what was going on.
As it turned out, we were
man.
in the lower level, but underneath the ledge, so we would have been
You're
okay.
good. You're good.
But I brought like a jacket and a blanket, thinking it's going to get cold. I had my daughter with me too.
Okay.
No, I mean the temperature's just perfect. It was perfect. Music was fantastic. He can still sing. You forget how many big hits he's had in 60 years, right, or whatever it is.
I bet you knew every one of them.
I would say I knew at least 90% of them. Yeah, I mean it's pretty crazy.
I heard the benefit of Mr. Kite was spectacular. I read a review. The review was sensational in the Denver Post.
I'm telling you, I've been to a lot of concerts. I was blown away how good it was.
His band is great, too.
You were at the Billy Joel one that was there too.
I've seen Billy Joel a couple times there. Yeah, I saw Fat Billy Joel and Skinny Billy Joel.
Yeah, well, I saw
he was
the
great.
last time he was in town, so I think more Skinny Billy Joel.
Okay.
I thought that was a fantastic.
I
concert.
agree. Totally agree.
Yeah. So anyway, no, cool. I sit there and mowed my yard yesterday, listening to Paul McCartney Essentials on my
you're all in.
Apple account.
All right,
I was
Dan.
all in.
We're locked in for Paul McCartney today.
I didn't realize how cool Band on the Run really was.
Great song.
I can remember my buddy. I was over at my one buddy's house, and our third buddy comes running over. He had just bought the new Band on the Run album, and we're sitting in my buddy's bedroom, record player, just jamming that. I remember when that album came out.
He's the best, Paul McCartney, man. He's awesome.
Good. It was cool.
I'm glad you had a good
So
time.
you didn't think the hockey game was any good?
It was frustrating. It was more.
They had chances.
Chances. Yeah, they had chances. I mean, it was freaking ridiculous. They dominated the whole game. And then every slight chance Dallas got, they capitalized on. And then in a shootout, which is dumb, Mikko Rantanen scores, and going right after him is Nate. Nate doesn't get it, and Mikko does. And I ask Bedsy after the game about Olofsson, who's barely on the team, and he goes, Bedsy literally said this, we kind of suck at shootouts.
Well,
so I was going to try this
thinking
guy.
that same thing.
Well, so was Bedsy. And so I guess Olofsson, who knows?
That was going to be my dumb question. Why is this such a good, talented team that sucks in shootouts?
Bednar doesn't know either. But he was like, we're going to give this guy a shot because we kind of blow at this. And then Bedsy goes, I'd love to never see Dallas again because they don't play again until March. And that came across like a little like, are you afraid of Dallas? I don't think he is. He was saying it more in a lighthearted manner. It wasn't really like it's being portrayed. But like the whole night, and then my wife is yelling, take it off to Eric Johnson. And I'm like, this night can end. I'm good.
Well,
like with this night being over.
It hit me today.
And I say, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and see Bo Nix throw a football.
I got a call and said, Scott, you got to watch the at least the first half of the Nugs clips, and I had it recorded. So I was doing that this morning, and he goes, the announcer said this was the most competitive we've seen two teams in a preseason game maybe ever. And the question is going, is there now something between the Clippers and the Nuggets?
Well, there should be.
A little rivalry thing.
Well, Bomber, shipped in all of his friends and family for Game 7 that they got their doors blown off.
So is it more of a feisty thing with the Clippers or with the Lakers?
Oh, I'd say it's I don't even know if the Lakers are going to be competitive.
Oh, they'll be competitive.
I don't know. It's always LeBron. Who knows? No, it's still the Lakers. It's the Lakers are the Lakers.
It just seems like rivalries have changed in football, basketball, hockey, whatever. Like it used to be the Raiders all the time.
Well, I'll tell you this: the rival for the Avalanche is the stupid Dallas Stars.
It's
Dallas
Stars.
They're freaking annoying.
Dallas Stars.
They won't go away. They got Mikko. Everything about the Stars sucks. They're up 3-1 on the Sabres right now. I'm not going to try to. Hey man, you got 5 out of 6 points in your first 3 games. Hopefully you win here today against the Sabres, who have scored 2 goals in like 4 games. So, hopefully that goes your way. This is a strong team. With the Nuggets, hey, we got 1 preseason game tomorrow to check out. So I saw Valanciunas and Jokic on the court at the same time.
Which I thought was awesome.
That looked pretty groovy to me.
Doesn't it?
We got Jamal's going to run with the second team quite a bit, I think, and that's going to be good. Like I'm encouraged by everything I see. And then you think about the Broncos, and on one hand, it's like, this is what I want, like some phone calls, like how people are feeling about it. 303-504-0925. When you have one side of the ball,
lights out.
Unbelievable. And then the other side, and you know what? It really is the other side and special teams. Like Darren Rizzi. Like, are things better with the Broncos and special teams? Like, there is something going sideways every game with them on special teams.
Well, coverage.
Sean Payton goes, my wife, Skylene, knew that was going to be a fake punt, and they still couldn't stop it. But then, They are such a dumb team, the Jets. Oh, my God. And they double down like, hey, we got that. Now watch us run the ball into nothing and just kneel down and wrap up the first. Garrett Wilson is screaming at Aaron Glenn like, what are you doing? And nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody knows. And listening to Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner, Dan, that would be funny if we could track it down. But those two were a riot at the end of the first half. They were beside themselves. Like, what are you thinking? And then a team, Scott, who had given up 8 sacks on 4th and 8, decides to go for it instead of a 62-yard field goal. I get it. It's not easy, a 62-yarder, but I mean, what the hell did you think was going to happen?
What do you think is going to happen?
All right, we'll dig it all up. Love your feedback. 303-504-0925. It's PhD on 92.5.
Yeah, we just didn't have those same plays. We weren't in a very good rhythm at all. And, first half we were going quick, getting the ball to different players, spreading the ball around, getting them in certain defenses where we get softer coverage. And then, obviously there in the second half felt kind of like the opposite. A lot of run-heavy looks, a lot of loaded boxes, and then just complete lack of rhythm. But thank goodness Evan got open on his man-to-man, and then it started to switch. And that drive, we were able to do just enough, getting in a little bit of a rhythm, and spread the ball around enough to go down and get points. But just kind of felt like a tale of two different halves, with what we were doing.
Tale of Two Different Halves. It was the book that Dickens thought about writing but stayed away from. It was, I on the Altitude TV post-game show, it's like two different halves. It's like, well, offensively, it's like one half was cat poop and the other was dog poop, Scott. Like, what do you want? I guess the cat poop is a little bit better than the dog poop. Just think about the bags and the viscosity. But still, poop is poop.
Well, it's 2 years in a row you've come out of the East Coast with wins against New York and what last year was the ugliest game of the year.
Yeah, and you got this one too. Is the ugliest game of the year.
And so far, the ugliest. But you should have heard some of the other broadcast. In fact, maybe that Chiefs game. And Trigo going, well, I guess the Broncos hold on the Jets if you had to watch that ugly game.
There were 13 punts. There were.
We got to lead the NFL in punts.
Golly, man, that's we could look it up. That's for sure. The Jets only scored because, again, special teams gives up a 72-yard kickoff return.
And a fumble, which got them their first field goal.
Third play of the game is a fumble. And so they had one drive. The Jets had one drive that they drove in field goal position, and they got it. And the Broncos,
Then we give them a safety.
Safety was stupid. Result of a good punt by the Jets, and then a little pressure. And that was actually on Quinn Miners. And Matt Peart, I think Neil Peart would have played better than Matt Peart. Subdivisions.
I think the Perth M boys might have played better.
Dude, it was rough. And Bo wasn't.
But there's
great
a reason
either.
the guy's a backup. I always tell this. Everybody goes, "Oh, what's wrong with?" Well, there's a reason the Matt Peart wouldn't have played and didn't play all last year.
Scott couldn't agree with you more. It's like the next man up, and I go, does the next man make as much money as that guy? Because there's a reason why that dude makes what he makes, and that dude makes what he makes.
Yep. And a guy gets those many snaps, and this guy gets none. There's a reason.
But next man up.
Yeah.
It's just going to be magical. Let's go to Parker. Parker, you're on Altitude. What's up, Parker?
What up, Coach DMac? How you been?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Parker. Parker said I used to coach this kid, Scott, back in the day. My guy, Parker Sandoval.
What? You guys are some legends, man. I love what you guys do.
Oh, what? How
you're old enough now to listen to talk radio.
Oh, I saw him in the suite. Like, I didn't even recognize him. You should see this guy, how good looking he is. It's like ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, I'm Parker. And he's like 6'2".
Can he play?
Golden. Parker was a really good player. Really good player. And, went on.
We can relax.
All right. Well, hey, you're the one that disappointed yourself. What can I tell you? It wasn't my fault. I got you started. The rest of your life is your life. All right, Parker, what do you got to say? What do you got to say, Parker?
First thing I got to say, man, I know everybody loves to talk about Sean Payton's play calling. Screens, about 3 screens a drive, running it on 3rd and 10. But what goes through Sean Payton's mind when he's like, let's do a jet sweep with our tight end?
You're upset with the play calling.
Oh, my gosh, man. It's like Nathaniel Hackett's back here.
Well, thank you.
Parker. I love you. I'll talk to you later.
When you
Thank
said
you, Parker.
a tight end sweep, I'm thinking, was Hackett? Is he channeling? Hey, I saw them run this play a few years ago. It almost worked.
Dude, your Sean Payton shouldn't call the play hot take. That train's rolling down the tracks a little bit. It ain't never gonna happen.
No, but was I on it early?
You definitely were on it early. But I saw that vibe on social media too. I don't know why. And I heard people say, "Oh, well, the Jets defense this, the Jets defense that." The Jets defense was terrible. They were terrible. They were giving up, Scott, 31.4 points a game. By the way, my prediction that we all picked the Broncos to win. Nobody picked this. The Jets are so dumb. I guess it's good to just beat a dumb team, I guess. But, like, you got the ball. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. The Jets had the ball in their hands. Great field position. 44-yard line. The Broncos have it with 3 minutes to go. They can't do anything with it. You need like 2 first downs and take a knee. The game's over.
I think I picked 21-9.
Did you?
Yeah, because I didn't know how they were going to score a touch. I missed on the safety. But listen, this offense, I don't know what everybody's expecting. I mean, this offense really hasn't shown anything with any consistency where you're going to go, ooh, wow.
Not yet, no. I mean, a great fourth quarter against the Eagles, obviously. But now you look at the Eagles and you're like, oh, is that really that great? They look like a total train wreck.
They got hammered the next week against the team, by the way, you play at home on a short week.
Yeah, we're about to play Delta House, Animal House. We're about to play the Fraternity Brothers on Saturday.
Yep.
And Sean Payton.
College Game Day wants to come out and cover that game.
Pat McAfee's going to ask somebody to kick a field goal before the game.
Yeah.
By the way, that was funny this weekend. He had Nick Saban out there with them, and they had this kid from Oregon, and he sucked. I mean, he was terrible, and they boosted it up to $1 million. $1 million. But that's how confident that Pat McAfee was that this kid wasn't going to get it. I mean, he wasn't even close.
Well, did you see the week before
Pretty
they
funny.
brought some kid out, and the guy had he got chosen. He goes, well, my buddy's going to kick for me, okay? And the guy played college soccer, and he goes, have you ever kicked a football? He goes, no.
Yeah.
And he split it like perfect.
What do you think? It's that hard? It's not that hard. I always laughed because I played soccer my whole life.
Especially soccer guys.
I could sit here and make a 30-yard field goal like with my eyes closed. It seriously is not that hard. 35 gets a little bit more interesting, and then whatever.
But you know how to use the side of your foot. I still haven't gotten the side of my foot thing.
Hey, our bud Big Al just goes into it like old school, toe on. I couldn't believe it. Alfred on his 50th birthday, this was crazy, drilled a 50-yard field goal on his 50th birthday.
Really? Straight on?
Straight on. Just
like
toe.
Like Jack Dempsey or whatever that guy's name was?
I think he was on the Jack Daniels, and he did the Jack Dempsey. I mean, it just was straight through. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The rest of us were just like, I don't know.
I remember, and I don't know, my last year playing varsity football, I don't remember if we kicked a field goal all year, to be honest with you, but our field goal kicker had a square-toed shoe they would put on just for field goals. I mean, it was a square. It was a square-toed shoe.
Well, because that's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, we got a kicker. Thank God for Will Lutz, too, man, because he hit a 57-yarder. The Jets are just dumb. They're just a dumb team. They were dumb at the end of the half. They were dumb at the end of the game. And the Broncos, you dodged a bullet. And like the great coach Dick McPherson back at Syracuse used to say, after crappy wins, a win is a beautiful thing. And like Michael Malone used to say, I'd rather learn during a win than a loss. All of that is applicable.
What did you learn, though? That's the key. Because I agree with you. I'd rather learn something and win the game than go, because that's the key. What have you learned?
There was a point that the Broncos were they couldn't run the ball. And I was just like, well, forget it then. Just forget it. And then Sean's got like run it on his play sheet. And what I learned is it's great to always just yell, run the ball. Every time I hear people just say, you got to run the ball more, I think, they're not smart people. But whatever. It's the easiest way to analyze football. You just got to run it more. You don't have to run it more. You know what you have to do? You have to judge whatever the defense is doing and be able to beat that. It's a chess move. And it doesn't matter if you run it, if you throw it, whatever you do with it. What you have to do is beat your opponent who's got whatever strategy they're trying to roll out. That's it. And as far as I could tell, running the ball yesterday wasn't working. Who cares?
And you know what? If running the ball's not working, you know what else is not working? Faking sweep and a naked boot by the quarterback. Now all of a sudden, guess what? Now that ain't working either.
But you know what? I didn't see at all was just Bo like on the move, rolling out a little bit. What was working is throwing the ball to Evan Engram. That was working. But you threw it one time to Cortland Sutton? How about
17 yards?
How about that? Yeah, how about the beautiful play to Marvin Mims? Let's get more movement going on there. Like, let's go, man.
See, I'm almost wondering, and why, again, I'm thinking it's time for Sean Payton to put down the play-calling role. To me, I think he gets locked into whatever he's worked on this week, and he's gonna run at hell or high water. even when it's not working. And that's what it seems like to me.
Our phone number is 303-504-0925. Great day. Rally House, Victory Monday. Great reaction day. Because we could spend all this time, too, just talking about how incredible the defense is. We could also do that.
Yeah.
For as much as we can sit here and crap on the offense, deservedly so, we can put praise on the defense.
Listen to the morning show. They had Schefter on, and the Bears have the sack total by team record, and they did in 16 games, by the way. In 1984 was 72 sacks. The Broncos right now in a 17-game season
30
is on pace for 85.
Yeah, they had 21 going in. They had 9, 30.
But they're on pace
85.
for 85, which blows away that 84 defense of the Bears by a lot, 13 in one more game.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, wow. Because I was like, well, let's just give them 5 sacks, 11 games, 55, 30, 85. 5 sacks a game, you get 85.
That's what they're averaging right now.
Well, that sounds about right to me. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine a game where the Broncos defense doesn't get. I mean,
you won't get 5 sacks against the first time you play the Chiefs, which, by the way,
the stupid
have
Chiefs.
woken up. And I don't know if you heard a little comment late in that game. They know the noise that's coming out of Denver.
Oh, boy.
I mean, they started talking about that.
It's not our fault.
No, that's Sean Payton. But I'm almost like now they are Bill McCartney and circled the Broncos on the schedule.
When do we got them? Hold on a second. Let me look.
Like in 3 weeks, don't we? 4 weeks?
Giants, Cowboys. No, not for a while. Giants, Cowboys, Texans, Raiders who won, and then the Chiefs on November. We don't have them till November 16th. And then we got them on Christmas. So we got a little bit before everybody in the AFC West won. Raiders won. Chargers came back and won. Chiefs won last night. Made it look easy.
Easy.
And then the fight. You see that fight later with Branch, and then he goes after Juju, and then Juju comes after him, and then it gets tossed like a bale of hay. Juju got tossed like that fight that hockey guy fought on that golf course. Bam! Bam! Get out of here. Let's go to Kyle. Yeah, some calls. Calls would be good today. Kyle, you're on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, just love you guys. Out here in Arizona, listening to you guys, and you're my only station. Hey,
nice.
One of the biggest things is Sean Payton runs a fullback dive on a 3rd and 10. And then on a 3rd and 1, they do a pass play. I think that's the thing that drove me crazy the most. And so just on top of that with Bo, I thought Bo actually did pretty well for the most part. Just the second half, they completely went away from everything they were doing. So that was my biggest thing. So
all right, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, you ready to give up on the Justin Fields thing?
No, that's got nothing to do with nothing.
So I want to clarify.
You want to bring that up?
No, I'm going to clarify it for you because I think you and I have
for me. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you don't.
You just clarify it for yourself.
Listen, we need somebody who speaks English to
Go ahead. What do you got to say? Say what you got to say.
Justin Fields happens to be just a name that you had to latch on because he was a big name guy coming out of college that year. Your whole thing is just like Bo Nix. It could have been whomever. Your big take is you've got to draft a first round guy and then
if what
sell
if
in
what?
If you're going to support and stick with it, right?
Well, you got to draft a quarterback if you don't have a quarterback.
If you don't have one, okay, whatever.
And you got to move up and be aggressive to get it. And
then you have to support it.
It needs to be reasonable. So you stay out of the 20s. But if you're drafted in the top 10, and Fields, which he was the 3rd quarterback. Oh, he might have been the 4th quarterback off the board that year, actually. It was a crazy year. And then you had Mac Jones, too, who's doing all right. You don't have a choice, Scott. Either you got a guy or you don't got a guy. And so was Drew Lock the guy? And that particular year, they got Teddy Bridgewater. You want to talk about a cool deal. Get Teddy Bridgewater here, which you did. Dump Drew Lock, who you should never have drafted anyways. Draft Justin Fields, and let's see where we go. And even if it all falls apart, you're not giving up 2 number 1s for Russell Wilson, and you're avoiding all that stuff too. And everybody
which we didn't know was going to happen, but that's the turnout. right? That's the turnout for it.
Your boy over here knew that's what was good. You were going to be desperate. You were so desperate. You were chasing Aaron Rodgers and hiring Nathaniel Hackett, who was the most unqualified guy of all time, but you got him because you thought you were going to get Aaron Rodgers. How George Paton survived any of this. And don't forget, this all happened when you were rudderless in ownership before the Walter Penner Group got in. But everybody wants to walk around and just say, hey, DMac, how about Justin Fields now? It's a different set of circumstances. And for once, have you heard me banging the door to get Justin Fields now? No, because now you don't have a rookie contract and you got to pay him all sorts of money. And this dude has had no support. I heard Brett Kane say something like he is winless. Justin Fields is winless as a starter if his team gives up 21 points.
Ooh.
How about that? Like, he's been on teams that are so bad, you score 21 points on them, you beat them. So, I'm sorry. I'm not angry. I love you.
But yeah, I know that. No, okay. And I don't care if you get out. The point being is getting when you don't have a quarterback, getting that guy and then supporting him.
You got to
until it's not time. Then you got to run it back if you have to.
Exactly.
If Bo Nix becomes this was his best game for the next year and a half, you're going to go back in the draft and get another quarterback.
You don't really have much of a choice.
Right.
And you probably. Oh boy, I cannot even believe I'm wearing my Bo Leave hat too.
I know. Because you want to.
You probably give Bo, no matter what, another year.
This season, next season.
Maybe half of a season. But if you want to draft a quarterback next year, Scott, in round number 4 or 5, okay. I'm not against that. And if Russell Wilson, when he was drafted in like the 3rd round, well, he went right in there and won the job. I mean, if you draft a guy and he's just better, then play him. And if Bo ain't it, if he truly ain't it, then yeah, you don't really have much of a choice. But look what you can do because you have him on a cheap contract.
Right.
And you're not hamstrung by that. Look what you've done defensively. You have put you don't even have Dre Greenlaw yet.
Yeah,
he's coming.
Who's eligible to come off the IR this week?
So they're going to.
You might have him for that Giants game.
The question is, how many games can you actually just win with your defense? This is one.
Well, 2015 says, "Hey, call us. We'll tell you."
It's PHC on 92.5.
Ruin a great song.
Wait a second. Did Paul McCartney play the Avs goal horn during the concert? Marty Nachos just tucked one behind the poor Buffalo Sabres goalie. They're challenging it. Lindy Ruff is the coach for the Sabres, who was the coach of the Sabres when I worked for the Sabres, Scott, in 1998.
Did he go away and come back, or has he been there the whole time?
He went away. Where did he go? Gosh darn it. He did go away for a while and coach somewhere else, like Tampa or something. Carolina, I don't know, somewhere. And he came back, and he was a player there in Buffalo for 10 years. Lindy was great. I'll give you my quick Lindy Ruff story. I was like the between periods guy, and doing that. I was like the host, that sort of thing. And they asked me, we got to do this, like public service announcement. When Lindy's going to do this commercial public address, okay. All right. So I have him read it, And who's that big, hockey play by Emmerich, Doc Emmerich?
Doc, yeah.
Doc Emmerich. So he's standing right there. They're taking the goal away.
Offsides.
Offsides. All right. So 3-1, 10 minutes ago. The Avs are going to win this, but they take that goal away from Marty Nachos.
He didn't lead McKinnon. Instead, he just led him to the side, so it didn't cross the blue line.
Anyways, real quick on this stupid story. So Doc Emmerich's there, the crew's there, they're calling the game that night. And I go, would you mind? Because I did the Lindy Ruff show, hey, Lindy, with the game tonight, like Connor does with Bedsy every night, like a minute. Hey, can you just do, I knew I had to do, okay, fine. He reads it and he mispronounces a word. And I'm like, oh my God. And he keeps going, I go, Coach, I'm sorry. It's that word, you kind of mispronounced it. He pauses, he looks down at me and goes, that's the way we say that in Canada. I go, I am so sorry. I apologize.
Is that why you speak Canadian now?
And then he goes, I'm just effing with you. And he punches me. Doc Emmerich laughs. He laughs. My face is beating red, sweat dripping down my Susie. What's it? 12 minutes ago, the Avs lead Buffalo 3-1. Sabres are kind of a pathetic little team. And, the game's going on 9:50 if you want to give that a listen. Let's go to our guy, Brandon. Yeah, calls today. Like, how you feeling about things? What's going on?
Hey, guys. I am fed up. Season ticket holder. Sean Payton makes how much a year? I don't think
20.
The guy has a plan. Did you see Jahadi Barron yesterday? 11 snaps.
Yeah.
We don't need any more cornerbacks. And George Payton, take a linebacker. The balance of the roster, just a total mess. And then this offense goes nowhere until Bo Nix gets some ownership from Sean Payton. This week, Payton should be embarrassed and say, hey, Bo, you call the plays. Pick 60 of them this week. Put them on your wristband, run them, and we'll talk on Monday. Thanks, guys.
Love it, Brandon. I love it.
Well, you know what? If Bo Nix can be your guy,
I love the passion.
and we're assuming that he's not, but I go back to that documentary or what on New England, and Tom Brady would sit with Bill Belichick every Tuesday morning for a couple hours, and they would go over and they'd be looking at film. We like this, we don't like this. Bill said, what if we try this? And they would spend 2 or 3 hours kind of going over an offensive game plan for the following week. Well, is it time for Bo Nix to be more involved in that if he's not? And I don't know that he's not. I mean, we can ask Leggy. Maybe we ask Leggy that on Wednesday. I don't know if he's not involved in it somehow. But if he isn't, shouldn't he be?
I'm guessing they're working together on stuff, but Sean explains everything. You know what I mean? Like, he's his own guy with all that stuff. He knows better than everybody. And
so a good
they
question.
did win the game, right? They did win the game yesterday.
Yeah, scored 13. And can I say something? If I'm the New York Jets or San Diego or Indianapolis or Tampa Bay or, by the way, how good is Baker Mayfield turned into?
He's the MVP of the league right now.
He's unbelievable.
He's the MVP of the league right now.
Top 5 guy?
He's the number 1 guy in the league right now. Number 1.
Somebody should ask, how much involvement in the week prior to the game does Bo Nix have in the offensive game plan?
Fair question.
Is that a fair question?
Sure. I do the conference call thing. If they do that this week, I'll throw it out there. They didn't do it today because they were, traveling back.
Still?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what time they got in. I think they got in around 10, 11 o'clock last night. But they may be resting up, and they weren't doing their usual Monday stuff today.
Right.
because, we're playing dumb games in England without a bye week. And for whatever reason, Sean doesn't want a rest after this which seems hard for me to believe, but analytically teams do better when they play the next week after playing in England, which again makes no logical sense to me why that's the case.
So like the two other teams that's ever done it in the history of those London trips.
Scott, what can I tell you? It doesn't seem to make any sense whatsoever. I mean, it feels exhausting what they've just been through, and now you got to play Delta House.
Who, by the way, played Thursday.
Yeah. Yes, who played Thursday. But you don't know that, the NFL didn't do the Broncos any favors, but you don't know that when you opt to, you have that option, and you opt out. You don't know what the other guy's gonna have. All right, it's time for I don't know why I'm getting so frustrated with this. They did win the game.
You are, because they scored 13 points.
Yeah, I think as you just start talking about it, you get all worked up.
You won't win another game this year if you only score 13 points a game. Fair?
This is the worst team on your schedule. Well, the Titans just blew out Callahan today, by the way. So you got them. You got their coach fired. This guy, Aaron Glenn, he don't know what he's doing. That's one of your wins. I don't know who else is going to get banged. We'll see what's going on with Sirianni and the Eagles. We'll see if they can. What if they just, go all the way down?
They got somebody tough this week too. I think. Don't they? Cowboys or Giant? No, we got Giants.
I think anybody's going to be tough for the Eagles right now. I think they're going in a weird, different direction. Here's the good news though for the Broncos as we celebrate the 10-year reunion of Tyler and his crew. Tyler just off today. He'll be back on Wednesday. That's going to happen this Sunday against the Giants. It's a reminder of the other season, Scott, where you won because of your defense and your offense just kind of hung in there. But they won a Super Bowl because of their defense in 2015.
Yeah.
And
I remember being on the air over across the street, and I'm saying this is the best defense Denver's ever had, and I was getting poo-pooed on for the first 4, 5, 6 weeks going, oh, there's no way you could sustain it. Well, guess what they did? They sustained it, and they sustained it throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, and Benito's on pace for 18 to 20 sacks, something like that. You're going to have an interesting – Pat Surtain said we should be a historic defense, which is a little eye roll like, hey, man. But I don't know. You look to be right.
Let me ask you this.
So you got a shot in every game because of your defense.
This is early, and the defense could, whatever. Let's see if they stay healthy. I think if Greenlaw comes back and is healthy, they actually even get better, if you can imagine that.
I agree.
You're right now rolling with the defending defensive player of the year, and you might be introducing for 2 years in a row a defensive player of the year wearing a Bronco uniform.
Right now, that's a slam. Your MVP is Baker Mayfield. Your defensive player of the year right now is Nick Benito, who had another sack yesterday and pressures and just, Jonathan Cooper is awesome too.
He's been great too.
And the Jets were like 4th and 8. We've been sacked 8 times. Let's go for it. I mean, it's your funeral, dude. And Sean Payton was like, we're just in zero coverage, which means we have no respect for you. Zero. None. Ain't no way you're going to get a pass off against our pass rush. We're not going to put anybody behind. Nobody.
Well, and that's also trust for your corners. That's trust that you're going to get there with pressure.
All of it.
And trust it with your corners.
And he was right. Let's check the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Overall, the Broncos escaped the weekend, it seems, relatively fine. And yeah, the good news is Greenlaw is eligible to come back, and that would be great. As good as the defense is, he will be a welcome sight to be back on that field. I'll give you this too. Despite how good the defense is, we're not getting many takeaways.
True.
So one thing that would help the Broncos is if we get some turnovers going on here. It's the one little weird sticking point that the Broncos defense, who's been outstanding, just hasn't really been great in producing. So perhaps Greenlaw could be create some havoc there.
Well, you got a team that wants to run and wants to smash mouth run you, so it would be nice to have a smash middle linebacker, wouldn't it?
We're anticipating that the Avs take care of business. They're up 3-1 with 8 minutes to go, so we'll take a peek at that. They're on the power play right now. Nate McKinnon ripped on the fans for booing them on the power play on Saturday night. That was fun.
What do you ask? Shows they don't know what a good power play is?
I'll play this out for you. It's pretty funny. Yeah. I love Nate. I do love Nate. But There are some things that only Nate McKinnon can say, and well, he said it. But we're looking for an Avalanche win here. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Yeah, we're going to look at the tape. We're going to be upset about the pre-snap fouls, the holding, false start, on a 3rd and 1. I think there's going to be a number of things that we're going to look at that we have to clean up with, and obviously that starts with me and our coaching staff. And I felt the same way in the kicking game. I felt we lost that battle, and fortunately our defense, played well enough for us to get the win.
Yeah, let's not forget how lousy our special teams was, too, aside from Lutz banging home that 57-yarder. It's another week. Did he play this one? McCartney played Jet? Can't hear you.
Oh, he played Jet. Major.
Every song's a banger.
It really was.
Sounds pretty good there at Coors Field, don't you think?
I was blown away. Yeah, very good.
Impressive.
Very, 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 very
Weather
good.
was good for you guys?
You know what? It was, I guarantee you, the two Banana Rama, what do they call them? Banana.
What?
The baseball team that came to
The Savannah Bananas.
That concert, Savannah Bananas, and all the Dodger home games there was the busiest that place has been.
You're probably right.
The busiest that place has ever been.
You are probably right. By the way, baseball playoffs are awesome. I mean, we're not spending a lot of time.
Seattle. I was, what a game.
Well, the Dodgers or the Blue Jays are like, this guy's pitching well. Let's get him out of there. He doesn't pitch this, that. It blows me away in the playoffs when analytics sort of gets in the way of just like, But good close game.
Analytics of today wouldn't let Randy Johnson and what was the other guy with the bloody sock?
Kurt Schilling.
And Schilling, do what they did in that 7-game series.
Listen, these small market teams, Seattle's not that small, but you know what I'm saying. Like, they get there somehow, right? Like, you figure it out one way or the other. It's been great. The Mariners-Tigers game was a classic 15 innings, just like, wow, what is going to happen here? Walk-offs, the whole thing. So, yeah, no, baseball's been cool. The Avs are 4 minutes away from securing a win over the Sabres. So unless something bizarre happens, that is Wedgwood going to pick up his 3rd win in 4 games, and the only loss coming in a shootout, which are dumb. We'll get to the Avs here in a second. And somebody wants to hear me how I used to the odd in Buffalo. There were no basketball games back in the day in Buffalo for you. You ever been to the odd in Buffalo, the old arena?
I have never been there.
It was just like McNichols. All you have to do is picture McNichols.
And what were the basketball team? Braves?
The Braves. But that might have been a little bit before your time, actually.
But I remember them.
Yeah.
Because I ended up playing with Randy Smith, which was a big-time player in Buffalo, right?
All right, yeah. I'll get to that story in just a little bit.
Did they go to Kansas City?
Oh my gosh, it was way before my time in Buffalo. But the odd is the classic. I'll give you that story in a little bit.
There's a lot of classic arenas in the East Coast.
Yeah, they all have somewhat.
Palladium in Philadelphia.
They all had somewhat of and this is before 9/11. So old stadiums before 9/11 had certain security issues.
Yeah, you just walk in.
I'll give you the story coming up here in a little bit. It's a great one. It's a Rally House football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Happy to get your reaction. 303-504-0925. You can text it or call us. It'd be great to get some of your reaction, and we've done that throughout the day. On the text line, I'm interested to hear what you think about the play calling on the offensive side of things. I mean, I don't know if it's just something seems wacky, and I don't know if it's the coach or the player. Scott, what do you think?
Well, I've been on it since like week 1 or 2. I'm not a big fan. And I know the one time that you gave it up to your quarterback's coach to call the plays was your most productive offense of the preseason, but it was, 2s against 2s and 3s against 3s. But I've not been a big fan of Sean Payton. For everybody who calls him a genius, and that's all I hear, to me, genius would pop up more than one game in a row. I want some consistency, and I haven't. They had a good fourth quarter. Because let's be honest, it was crap through 3 quarters offensively. Absolute crap against Philadelphia. Banger fourth quarter. Banger last minute of the third into the fourth. But when's the great? When is this great play caller going to show up? Is it that the play calling is antiquated and too slow and too long-winded, too overcomplicated? or does he not have the right players to run what he wants to do?
I don't know, man. That game against the Jets was so disappointing. And you sort of said, okay, well, listen, the game stunk except for the fourth quarter, but that fourth quarter was great. They're just going to easily plow ahead. And I'm like, all right, here we go. And the Jets scored, because, you fumbled on the third play of the game. All right, 3-0, who cares? You came back down. You couldn't get a touchdown, but you got the field goal, and you're like, here we go. And despite how bad the Broncos played, they were still leading at halftime. And I was convinced after watching the Jets, Scott, just wave a white flag before halftime. I mean, seriously, man. You don't just huck the ball. Aaron Glenn's rationale was bizarre. Like, you can still just throw the ball down the field when
trying to get pass
interference, right?
Make a field goal.
Like, I mean, you feel that weird that you're going to do that and take a sack or a fumble? You're that intimidated by the Broncos defense? You talk about sending a message to your team that we don't believe in you. Holy cow. I've never seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Well,
Garrett Wilson hadn't seen anything like it. The Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Listen, everybody's a head coach the first time. And I think the one thing that surprised you when you become a head coach is how much more is involved than you thought was possible. And Aaron Glenn right there, I thought like the moment overwhelmed him and just got ahead of him.
I mean, then they go for it. And this is topping off, hey, you go for it, you get it. Everybody knew you were going to go for it. And you don't do anything after that? It was beyond bizarre. But, hey, those are New York Jets problems. The problems the Broncos have seem to be with their offense. So what happens next? But that being said, if you can get some turnovers, Scott, and it's a miracle this Broncos defense, which is amazing, hasn't had more turnovers. But if you get some turnovers, you give them some short fields, likely you're going to be okay.
Well, 2 weeks in a row, you've kind of predicted they'd get win the turnover battle. And you're right. The anomaly of this great defense is that they have no turnovers. They get no turnovers.
No takeaways. Not really.
I mean, and even with a team that's got 30 sacks in 6 games, doesn't have a sack fumble.
By the way, what was hysterical, not funny, but the Jets hadn't had any takeaways the whole year, and there they are recovering a fumble on the third play of the game.
On a great third down pickup,
yes.
3rd and 8.
Right. So, I mean, Bo only passed the ball twice in the third quarter. So, coming down hard on Bo, that's probably a little unfair. We have a final in Buffalo. We got a final in Buffalo.
3-1.
The Colorado Avalanche win 3-1. Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar. Oh, Nate had 2 goals. So he's on a little bit of a hot streak. So that line's been unbelievable. The top line, Lehkonen, Natchez, McKinnon's been incredible. Cale assisted from Val, which was a beautiful assist. So you get a W there for the Avalanche. There you go, Scott. Look at everybody's hugging. Hey, there you go. I love you. I love you too. There's Trent Miner. We won't see him soon. Blackwood's going to be back soon.
So is their record now? Do they still doing the loss at Dice? Is it 3-0-1?
3-0-1, man.
And this great, or the fans are stupid with power plays?
Oh, you want me to play that?
Yeah, and then I want to read you a stat line for you. Springer, you might want to listen to this stat. I'll throw it out there for you.
So Saturday, it was frustrating Saturday. It was frustrating Saturday because you outplayed the Stars, and the Stars are just freaking annoying. And you lose in a shootout, and shootouts are dumb. And they have Olofsson, who, we're just getting to know this dude. And it's like, wow, he's first on the shootout. And then Bedsy was like, well, we kind of suck. Our team's great, but we suck at shootouts. Yeah.
It's amazing.
And then, you got a power play goal, and they've had, they didn't get a power play goal in this game, but they've had power play goals in the 3 previous games.
I'm going to give you a stat. I wasn't going to let you play that.
I'm going to play it if you want me to.
Well, should I give you the stat before you play it?
It's up to you. I don't know what the stat is.
Let me just give you before.
Because I hear Nate ripping on the fans for booing him.
Yeah, because I don't know what he said.
Okay.
But it's addressing the power plays, and I'm defending that the power play's been okay.
Okay, well, you're on Nate's side. Do you want to boo the home fans?
No. Let me just give you this.
Okay.
In 4 games right now, you are 3 of 19 on power plays.
Well, that's not great.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's not great. So you're saying the fans aren't crazy.
Listen.
But Nate's saying they are crazy.
You win the Kings game, which is great. You're 1 of 6. You win the Utah game, you're 1 of 4. You tied, or you lose in a shootout to Dallas, you're 1 and 5. And then you beat Buffalo today, you're 0 and 4. So the shootout or the power
So you're
play,
saying the fans are right?
Fans are damn right.
Hey, Nate. Look at your stats, Nate. All right, here's what Nate said.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like.
Here, let me play it again. Yeah, this is against Dallas. Wasn't 5. Let me play the whole thing.
Yeah, where they're 1 and 5.
Let me play the whole thing.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances, and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
So maybe that helped you. Dude, you were 1 and 5 in that game. Guess what? Guess what?
God.
Hey, Nate, if you're 2 and 5, you win the game in regulation. Am I right, Dan? If you're 2 and 5, you win that game in regulation. Now, the key is the power play hasn't hurt you, but you're 1 and 5, and listen, and it wouldn't be so bad.
So you're sticking up for the fans here.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's what I am. I'm like Andy. That's the one team.
But Nate's telling you the power play was great. They had great chances. You don't know what you're looking at. You
know
dummy.
What? You know what that is? That's that cool. He thinks he's cooler than he is fraternity guy.
He's the MVP of the league.
But it's a cooler than he really is fraternity guys. Oh man, you should have seen all the chances I had down at the bar tonight. Oh man, I had this one blonde, a Delta, and then this Kyle came by. I was talking with her, and then man, this.
All right, well, hold on a second. You don't think the best player in the league has an understanding of how good the power play is or how bad it is?
I'm thinking he's stuck in his egotistical athletic mind, which we all get into when we're athletes, and you don't realize you're now 3 and 19. That's not a good percentage. Average in the NHL, I think, is right at 20%. Which this team, are we an average team?
No, they're definitely not an average team.
Go and look at the great teams over the last 10 years. Are you going to tell me they're average with the NHL and power plays?
Well, we did make a change.
And they were bad in the postseason in power plays.
You realize the one coaching change the Avs made was about the power play.
Oh, I wonder why.
All right, listen, the Avs won.
Yeah, they won.
What are we complaining about here?
But it's the same thing with the Broncos, which you'd rather not be talking about, having to fix something when you're winning games as opposed to losing. They're 3-0-1.
They're 3-0.
Great start.
Great start.
You said before the season started you think the Avs need to get off to a great start.
And they're off to a great start.
They're off to a great start.
They were off to a terrible start last year.
And the point is, you probably would have about 20 goals already, if you were better than 3 and 19.
So you're with the fans.
Yeah.
Okay. So Nate said you should just boo us more because maybe that'll work.
It's like, is that like 10%?
I don't. You really?
You
can do the math. I mean, we're all allowed to do the math.
I'm going to do
19 into 3. What's 19 into 3, Dan?
I got it right here.
Okay.
Got to clear this thing.
Take our time.
Well, you can play music.
We can play some more Paul McCartney.
Yes, 15% if you round off 16.
Okay. So they're just slightly under what they need to be.
No. They need to be about 25.
Okay. They're going to be... boy, you want to talk about some first world problems. If we're bitching about the Avalanche
I think last year, regular season, they were almost 25%.
You realize last year at this time, we didn't have a goalie who could stop a puck.
That's true. Now we got 2. We don't even have the starting goalie going, and the other guy hasn't lost a game in regulation.
Right, like this is our backup.
Listen,
who's doing great.
I'm picking these guys to win the Stanley Cup this year.
You know what the only problem is? I'll give you what the stupid problem is. The Avs could win in points, President's Trophy, all that stuff.
I don't care about President's Trophy.
I don't either. But you know what the freaking problem is? The Dallas Stars, Scott, are the freaking problem. They are a problem. And they're annoying. They won't go away even when you beat the crap out of them, what you did Saturday. They are annoying.
Because you know why? They think they can always beat you.
Because they do. They have There is not a lack of confidence when the Dallas Stars play the Colorado Avalanche. And it's annoying. It is annoying. It's annoying. It's like Minnesota is annoying. I like enough with Minnesota and the Nuggets and the enough.
You know what did happen today? Nichushkin's first point on the year for Makar's first goal of the year. I hate throwing out knowledge, guys. You know what?
Hockey numbers.
Dan, this is why they called me Mr. Hockey.
Tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Your broadcast with Connor did go into the Radio Hall of Fame for hockey.
I think it won a Marconi.
It's in New Brunswick. Tune in all day on Tuesday for new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avs against the Boston Bruins. On the Bruins' only trip to Ball Arena this year. Not going to be fun seeing all those chowder heads. It's your home for Avs hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We come back with what the Broncos can actually improve on and what happens this week against the Giants. That's next. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and every case is different. You know if you've got some issues going on, you fail in the bedroom once, twice, maybe you just slough it off, but now it's become more of an issue, and you're probably not even trying out there. Well, listen, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get things going for you in the right direction. They restore intimacy for patients, and that is incredibly valuable. So, with over 90% success rates, some treatments can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. The initial visit's only $99. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. New refurbished location there in Castle Rock. 4 other locations up and down I-25. Check them out today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Congratulations to Dakota Ridge High School's Brecken Maines. Brecken is our student of the week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Way to go, Brecken. Congratulations to you. Phone number is 303-504-0925. We'll do no dumb questions in about 20 or so minutes. But yeah, good day to just call in and vent. And it's a weird one to want to vent.
Winning vent. It's winning. It's winner's vent.
Yeah.
Just because you might be the weakest 4-2 team in the league, it doesn't matter. You're 4-2.
Oh my God.
You're 4-2.
I haven't even thought about that. Are they the weakest 4-2 team in the league? Wait, hold on a second. Let's see what we're going against here. The Bills are 4-1. They play. By the way, we got a
doubleheader again, right?
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones. We have the Bills game with Bills and the Falcons at 5:15. That's going to be on AM 950. And then we've got what do we got later tonight there, Dano? It's Commanders and the somebody.
Bears.
Commanders, Bears.
Yeah,
at,
Bills,
that's
Falcons,
here.
Commanders, Bears.
Yeah, Westwood 1. We've got it here after 6 o'clock.
Not as many 4-2 teams.
All right. So are they better than the Patriots?
That's a good one to ask about.
I think they are.
Freaking Drake May looked good.
How
You
about
watch him
Drake?
yesterday, though?
Hey, Drake May. Steelers had a bye week, a really early bye week, but they're rolling. Do you think they're better than the Steelers who are 4-1?
I don't know.
I'd say yes.
Ooh, you seen what your old man River quarterback has done? Averaging 8.2 yards a pass and 2.5. He's second quickest out of his hands in the league right now.
Yeah, the weasel turd is annoying.
But doesn't he have to be that way?
He is, because he's not moving around all that quick. But it doesn't. He's always been a quick decision maker. And listen, man, if you want to bust on Justin Fields, the dude can't make his mind up about anything.
That's his biggest issue.
Holds the ball way too long, and
He can't read defenses or something.
He's never really played on a team with a good defense. When he did last year, he was successful with the Steelers, and then they put in Russell and whatever. But he never had a good defense. He doesn't have a great defense now. They average 31 points a game, but they just stopped the Broncos yesterday. They weren't good in Chicago, but he causes a lot of his own problems too. He does. Not the Bengals.
You know who you're probably better at? How about right now the Eagles? I'd say you're better than.
All right. You better than Jacksonville? They're 4-2.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I thought they were a pretend 4-2, and every time I've seen them, they look pretty good.
I think they're mediocre at best.
Okay, that's good.
Chargers, you think you're better than the Chargers?
Not yet.
Chargers hung on yesterday, man. Like, it was not looking good for them.
Yeah, but I thought they were winning pretty easily for a while.
They were, but they were losing at the end, and then they came back and won. Eagles, I do think you're better than the Eagles.
How about 49ers, which now all of a sudden you lose your best linebacker?
I think you're definitely better than the 49ers. The fact the 49ers are still winning games, though, is a miracle.
Well,
but you are better than them.
They lost last week, didn't they?
Seahawks, are you better than the Seahawks? How about that? Sam Darnold hanging in there. And then the Rams at 4-2. Wow, what a division the NFC West is. Then you've got the Lions. What are the Lions right now?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because they didn't put up much of a fight last night.
Kansas City looks scary. Let me ask you, okay, so now go.
They're not scary. They're annoying. They're like the Stars. They're not that great, but they're annoying.
So let's go to the 500 teams. There's only two of them. Kansas City and the Panthers, which is a surprise.
Panthers are doing all right.
But
they pulled off a huge win against Dallas. Are you better? Well, I mean, the real question is, are you better than Kansas City, I guess? Because you know that's where it's going to all friggin' boil down to. It's probably going to be on Christmas. The battle for the AFC West is probably going to be on Christmas night. So I don't know. I think the Chargers will just kind of implode because that's what Chargers do. They're kind of banged up too. It's going to come down. You know it's going to come down to stupid Kansas City. Listen, you can make the argument too, by the way, the Broncos should be they're 4-2. You can make the argument they could be undefeated right now. I mean, what did it take to beat the Broncos?
Yeah. Or you could have lost that game yesterday. You could be 5-1 anyway.
Dude, that would have been such a freaking disaster.
Right.
When the Jets got the ball back, did you have a feeling the Broncos were going to win or lose?
I didn't think the Jets could move the ball an inch to do it.
Okay, I didn't think they were going to win either.
Yeah.
I was listening to Vic this morning. He was like, "Oh, I had the opposite feeling. Like when the Broncos were playing the Colts, I was like, well, we're done. Like this is we're in trouble.
Chargers also.
Yeah, I was like, we're toast. But yesterday was different. I was like, this cannot be happening. Although DJ Jones talked about it, like defensive, like we couldn't make a mistake. Like if you make one mistake, you let up a big run, you let up like a 20-yard run or something, you lose.
Yeah.
One so the Jets could be dog crap, but you make one mistake, you lose.
The defense knew that they had to be perfect because the offense was so bad. The biggest question is coming out of this is what's with the offense?
It's the biggest question. Tommy, hey, you're on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, guys. My big thing is I really think the sky is the limit for this team if the offense can learn how to play 4 full quarters. This defense is so good that really anything's possible, but I don't know.
Well, let me ask you got Will Lutz banging home 57-yard field goals. I mean, all you have to do is get your team in field goal position, and you're going to be fine.
Yeah. It's a little embarrassing at this point, honestly.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Let me ask you this. If what Tommy just said is the defense is so good, if the offense can play 4 quarters, blah, 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 yeah, then you're going to, then you get average 28, 29 points. That being said, because the defense is so good, and I think that Sean Payton even said something, we knew this defense was what it was. Okay, good. But does it now all of a sudden make you as an offensive play caller a little more conservative because you know your defense is so good? And does that not put a serious – aren't you going to have to win a game offensively sometime during the season?
Well, they did on 3rd and 10 hand the ball to Adam Prentice. Like they handed the ball to the fullback. Like, I guess we really don't care about this series. I think some of the play calling really, and your kicker Crawshaw's doing fine. He wasn't like great yesterday, but I mean, he had a lot of work. He had plenty of practice.
Hey, did we find that out? Who's leading the league in most punts? They've got to be top 2 or 3.
Got to be up there. You got to be up there. And you know what play everything seemed to turn for the Broncos offense kind of in the negative way? And this just drives me nuts. When a quarterback doesn't understand you need to cross the first down mark before you start your slide. They're always gonna mark you back from where you start your slide. And it drives me bananas to see like, we're a few inches short of the first down. And that happened with Bo yesterday. And then Pat Bryant jumps off sides, even though they're just going to run it right up the middle. He's not involved with the play at all. And now it's 3rd and 16 now. We got to hold. So we go from inches for just another first down, and let's go. Let's see what we got, to like 3rd and 16, and the drive's done.
And you compare yourself to Tampa, who's got a 3rd and 17, and Baker Mayfield goes, pops, boom, boom, puts a shoulder through one guy, keeps going, and then dives for the first down and gets 18.
Well, Bo Nix did truck a guy yesterday. He did do that. Put his head down and trucked a dude. Big guy against small guy.
Here we go, punting.
Yeah.
Crawshaw is tied for 3rd in the number of punts they've had.
It's not good. Good for him, though. Good for him. How's he doing? He's doing all right, isn't he?
But he leads the NFL with punts inside the 20.
Well, that's the most important stat. The average distance and net, that's all relative. What you want is you want to be pitting your opponent back more than anything. He's doing fine. How about this? I don't think there's any doubt right now. Jahdae Barron had 11 snaps? Really? Like, Crawshaw is your best player from that you drafted, who we were killing in training camp. He is your best draft pick. How did not Cam Scatteraboo do? R.J. Harvey, 2 carries for 4 yards, Scott.
So that's 2 games in a row with 2 carries.
Yeah. That's our not Cam Scatteraboo. How'd Pat Bryant do?
He had a big catch early.
How's Egbuka doing these days? He's doing great. Our guy, Pat Bryant.
Egbuka had, 8 catches yesterday?
He's a superstar already as a rookie. Bryant, 2 catches for 22 yards. I mean, all right. I mean, okay.
And one of them was early on a big first down.
He picked up that flag, which was dumb. It's a lot of dumb stuff going on with the Broncos right now. Fortunately, they played a dumber team than them yesterday. So, it's a push. It worked out.
Hey, how about this? They're tied for third in the number of punts. Let me read you 1, 2, tied with you at 3, and then the couple afterwards. Cleveland's number 1 in the most punts with 32. You've got 30. Cleveland's 1 and 5. Cincinnati is number 2 with punts, 31. They're 2 and 4, and that's winning the first 2 games before their quarterback got hurt. You're tied with Philadelphia, who's in a 2-game losing streak with 30 punts, and then Tennessee's right behind you, who just fired their coach with 29 punts. That's who's surrounding you.
Yeah, because they're bad teams that can't move the ball.
Yeah.
But look at those teams' defenses compared to the Broncos.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And that's the difference. If I were to be the best at anything in terms of a statistical category, defensively, it would be pressure. And my guess is, and I'm just spitballing here, but pressure on the quarterback, I'm going to guess the Broncos, if they're not number 1, they're number 2 or number 3. They are unbelievable in bringing pressure, and it makes everybody better.
Your best, who would you say right now is the best team in the league? Feels like.
Oh, man. I want to say the Bills, but God, can you give me a second on that? That's a good question.
We'll go back to the punts because I want to see.
God, is it the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I'll say it's the Bills or the Bucs right now is the best team.
Bills and Bucs. So let's see where the Bills and Bucs are. Bills are 34th. I think you have 34. Let's see.
That's remarkable.
Oh, one of their punters has only punted twice for Buffalo. I don't know if they've had 2 punters.
Well, Indy's 5-1, and they've barely
hold on.
punted.
The other guy has 7. So Buffalo has 9 punts on the year.
How many does Indy have?
Indy has 10.
How many do the Bucs have?
They must have a little bit.
I mean,
more.
any high-scoring team is going to have a few amount of punts.
Tampa Bay has 21. You have 30.
All right, so by this metric, in terms of possessions, it's Indy and the Bills. Is there anybody who has fewer punts than those guys? They're in single digits.
Yeah. The Bills have 2 guys that have punted for 9 total.
The Bills have 9 punts.
Yeah.
The Broncos had, I want to say, 7 punts yesterday. 6. They had 6. The terrible New York Jets had 7.
Well, the Philadelphia game, they punted 6 out of 7 possessions at one time.
Yeah, I think they had something like 7 punts last week. So Crawshaw's getting plenty of work.
Yeah. He's had more punts in 2 weeks than you had points in the last game.
All right, so we're barreling down a weird question at 4-2, tied for first place in the AFC West. Is this not really a 4-2 team? And then it's like, well, how much credit do you get for the defense? And isn't defense just as important as the offense?
No.
It's not?
No, because guess what? 0-0 is still a tie. You don't win that game either.
Boy, good defense keeps you in a lot of good games, though.
Keeps you in games, but it's still who has more points.
By the way, the Broncos, all right, again, the Broncos were losing all these close one-score games last year. You remember that, right? They were dropping all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2015, their Super Bowl year, they won 11 games by 7 or less points. So Sean did say after the game, maybe this is, hey, an indicator of things going in the right direction, turning the tide that we are winning these close one-score games.
But they beat a team, the Jets. How many wins the Jets have?
0.
Yeah.
0.
So
and
you hung on to beat the Jets.
One of their other wins was against a team, the Titans, who just fired their coach today, who suck. So two of your 4 wins are against teams that are horrible. Your win against the Eagles, all of a sudden, we thought that was like the greatest thing ever. I don't know what's going to happen in Philadelphia. We may turn around and that might be circling the drain there in Philly right now. Who is your other win against? Where am I getting lost here? You had one more win. Who else we got?
Cincinnati.
Right, they suck.
They suck. They've lost 4 in a row.
So So here's what you have this weekend, Scotty. Here's what you have. Forget about the overall record at 2-4 for the Giants. Forget about that. What they really are.
They've won 2 in a row, too, haven't they?
They've won 2 out of 3. And in their loss, they had 5 turnovers. They were just sloppy with the ball. They are, spirit-wise, the hottest team in the league. Energy-wise, coolness-wise. They're Delta House. They're
Louis.
They are the cool Delta House.
So Scatterboo is Blutarski.
No doubt about it. He is 0.0. I've never seen somebody. And Dart's like the president.
He's Stratton.
Yeah, he's the cool guy.
Yeah.
He's Stratton. That's right. Hello, ladies. Damn glad to meet you.
Well, some Rush
chairman. Damn glad to meet you. He's that guy.
Mine's bigger.
Is he Stratton?
Yeah.
That's the name? Yeah.
I think his last name was Stratton, right?
Yeah, he's that guy.
Yeah.
He's the president of the house, and Blutarski is Scatterboo.
Yeah.
0.0.
Yeah.
That's Delta House right there.
That's Delta House.
They're on double secret probation right now.
Yeah.
But everybody loves Delta House.
Everybody loves to party at Delta House. It's not like we didn't take advantage of a few of our female guests. We did.
Do you mind if we dance with your dates? Not at all. Let's go. Congratulations to Heritage High School's Mo Thenell. He is Thenell. That's probably it. Thenell, he is our athlete of the week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Mo's passion, and their passion is justice. We'll have no dumb questions coming up next here on PhD.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place. I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, this is unusual, but we can start No Dumb Question with Greg, and perhaps he has a question. We'll see how dumb it is. Go ahead, Greg. You're on PhD.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Love the show. Just wanted to make a comment about the Broncos.
Right.
I mean, to me, Bo Nix is rushing things. And either that's because the offensive line was horrible yesterday or the wide receivers are not. But to me, he's got happy feet. Man, he's trying to get the ball out of his hands as quickly as possible. What do you guys think?
It's a good question. That's not a dumb question. We love you too, by the way, Greg. Thank you for listening. I don't know, man. Maybe we should get like, who's really good? This guy, Tim Jenkins, who does all sorts of breakdowns and like a quarterback guy. We'll get our guy Brock Hewitt or something on, Scotty, some sort of quarterback dude to sort of break it down, like what he's seeing out there. Hard to know.
Well, we talked about it. I called it nonchalant in training camp. It felt like just was just a different field than I remember Bo last year. Tyler has said a number of times, especially early in the season, that his feet gets impatient, or I can't remember the words that he used to describe it, but his caller just had happy feet. But impatient a little bit. He doesn't set. We've seen a couple long throws. In fact, Trent Green, or one of the announcers, analysts a couple games ago, he steps out in the pocket, but then just jumps and throws it and overthrows the receiver, and he goes, he's got time to set.
Yeah.
And happy feet or whatever you want to do it. We've had Leggy on to talk about it a number of times, and he talks to tons of people. And he said on his throws that he's missing deep, he's not setting himself up. So happy feet or whatever you want to call it, you're not the only one to notice it. And to me, seriously, I still question if now the defense is this good, which I think, he's got to kill Sean Payton and somewhere in the reaches of his narcissistic little heart.
The cockles?
In the cockles of his narcissistic
deep down?
Deep down.
In the plums?
Yep. He's got to be dying that the defense is basically carrying this team right now. But I almost also wonder if in a game like that, are they now getting conservative because they know the defense is keeping you in the game?
There's a movie with Demi Moore. It's a horror movie about body perception called The Substance.
Oh, my God. What a freaky movie.
Did you saw it?
Yeah, well, somebody on one of the trips had it. Yeah.
Might be the freakiest
movie.
Freakiest mainstream
movie I've ever seen. You're like, some good hot chicks for a while, and then all of a sudden it's like, well.
If I told you you're going to see Margaret Qualley and Demi Moore naked for most of the film, you'd think, interesting.
Yeah.
Because
they're naked at that last scene too, aren't they?
They're naked, yeah. Monsteros is listen, the premise of the movie, without giving it away, is if you could take a drug if you're getting older and out came your better self, would you be jealous of your better self and would you be angry at your older self, or could you peacefully live together? All right, and I won't give anything other than the fact that that's the movie. Like, you can split yourself theoretically in this movie into a younger, better version of you. But the premise is you have to share it, meaning you have to spend as much time with the older version as with the better, younger version. Sean Payton is on The Substance right now. This is The Substance. I mean, I'm sorry if this reference is kind of weird for you. Go look up the movie. But that is what's happening right now. The better version of the Denver Broncos by a mile is the defense. So how can you stay connected and still work as one when you're really two different teams right now?
That's a good point. See, and I was thinking his younger self is the older self was really good with the Saints, and his new self is stinking. And so there's a turmoil there too. But no,
he's in charge. Yeah. Like, he has to deal with both. Yeah. He has to be as equally proud as the better part as he is frustrated with the older part. My wife and I ran a baseball organization. We had 17 teams over 4 years. It was good and bad. It was So we would come away every weekend. We would have teams in our organization win tournaments. I'll never forget this. We're in a Steamboat tournament. We had 2 teams. The 13U team and the 12U team won the tournament. Our other 13U team and our other 12U team came in last place. So think about that for a second. Same organization. Same thing. Winners winning the whole thing. Yay. Parents losing last place, like absolutely horrible, and we're dealing with it like, how do we, and you know what, you walk away at the end of the day and it's just, you're completely unsatisfied.
You walk away at the end of the day and go, that's baseball.
No kidding. And that's what the Broncos are right now, isn't it? They're not
Their defense is winning.
So who the hell is this team right now? Like, I get it, you're 4-2, but 3 of your wins have come against dog crap teams.
Then it adds against my no dumb question. Well, that's what they did all last year, too. They beat bad teams, and they're doing it again this year.
Like, if you could have, who would have said at the beginning of the year, a better win would have been against the Colts than the Eagles? Crazy, right?
Yeah.
A better win would have been against the Chargers than the Eagles.
And can I say something? And I'm not afraid.
This Eagles win is not going to look that great at the end of the year.
Yeah, but I think the Eagles will turn around, I think.
I don't know, man.
That being said,
we'll see.
Are you afraid of the Colts and Chargers?
Yes.
See, I'm not.
As what, in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yes, both teams.
I think you should have beat both of them.
Super. I'd be afraid of both of them. They both are very dangerous teams.
Better coached?
Well, Harbaugh's tricky because they've had a lot of injuries, but probably better balance, better overall teams, but not a better defense. The Broncos defense is better than the Indy defense and the Chargers defense.
Yes.
I haven't seen a defense as good as the Broncos defense in the league. The Broncos, in my opinion, give me a better defense than the Broncos right now. Anybody?
Well, the statistics were off the crazy chain. This last game is probably pushing you up. You got to be top 2 or 3 in pass. I mean, they were minus 10 yards,
dude.
So I mean, you've got to be top 1, 2, or 3 in that. I would think.
If the Broncos aren't statistically the number 1 defense in the league by your own eyesight and what you're seeing, they are.
Yeah. I will say this. You're going to spend as much time defensively on a game plan for that front and the corners and everything combined than anything else.
You're trending to smash the overall sack record by 13 overall sacks, like the record 72, and you're trending on 85. And we're 6 games into the season. That's pretty good. All right, no dumb question. Is Cam Scatterbo the new Gronk, the personification of a knuckle-dragging meathead?
Yes.
Yes.
He's Bluto.
But in a very nice way. He's not a bully.
You know what he is?
You know what he's not? He's not the Revenge of the Nerds bully. He was just bullying all the nerds.
No.
He's Bluto from Animal House. Yeah, Blutarski. John what the hell? John oh my God.
Belushi,
thank you. My gosh. He's like a nice meathead. He's like a good meathead. He's not a bully. He's not a jerk. He's an adorable meathead. He should be a Denver Bronco.
Yes.
That stinks. That just is like, that's like the I told you so train, like coming around the corner and just being like smashing into a wall. Like, we're going to see it. That would have been a great draft pick. This R.J. Harvey thing, I don't know when it gets better. I seriously don't. J.K. Dobbins is definitely a better option. How are you going to get R.J. Harvey even going? You're playing a Jets team that was giving up big runs to Javonte Williams. You couldn't get that going.
And I agree with Tyler that he goes, well, I still think he's going to eventually be. But if you're trying to win right now, you don't need eventually be.
Hell no.
You need right now.
And by the way,
I think that Scatterbo with this running game would change this running game in a heartbeat.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you need a running back. It's 3, oh no, it's 5. It's 5, oh no, it's 9. You don't need a running back like, hey.
Minus one. Oh, there's 9.
Yes. Or maybe twice a year, it's 50. Maybe. But you know what? There's a lot of minus ones in there. So you got the 50-yard run from R.J. Harvey. You already got it. So how many more are you going to get? And it looks like Ashton Genty is going to be a little bit better there for the Raiders, I think. But they're just giving him the ball repeatedly. But that's not who RJ Harvey is. We're not even giving him the ball. We're not even playing Jahdae Barron 11 snaps. Pat Bryant, stay on sides, dude. It's not even coming to you. Well, I could get worked up here, man.
Although I will say this, that first catch of Pat Bryant's, I don't know if you got to see his move, it got open. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah, Captain Sunshine here, Mr. Brightside.
Fantastic move.
Okay.
I was going to come in and say, I think this guy's got a chance, and he went off sides.
Well, he's got a chance. Let's see, 2 targets.
2 catches, though.
Cortland Sutton had 1 catch.
How many targets did he have?
3.
And 1 was at his feet, so he wouldn't get Bo was pressured. McGlinskey got blown up, and Bo had to just throw it down at his feet.
I mean, it was great to see Evan Engram have a good game and Marvin Mims had a dynamic play in the whole thing. But, I mean, what are we doing here? What seriously are we doing here? And Matt Parrott? Phew, you got to be kidding me.
There's a reason he's number 2.
Whew. All right. Big question of the day comes up with what's going to happen now, and that's next.
Now making it 2nd and 13. Fields first pass. All kinds of time. Moving to his right. Running out of time. And that is no gain. Former Jet John Franklin Myers ended that play. Only 2 completed passes for 1 yard for Justin Fields. Let's see if he can get more. Runs out of time, and he can't run out of the pocket. As he is taken down right there by Wazarike. Fields runs out of time. And Jonathan Cooper.
I'm not normally speechless, but I'm trying to figure this out.
Fields tries to avoid the rush and cannot. Trailed all the way to that safety that put him in this spot. 3rd and 5. Fields patting the ball, and that's the end of it. Hufanga with another sack. Fields, long time. And he runs out with his helmet off. Look out. Now is Jonathan Cooper on the play.
Yeah, 9 sacks. I mean, you don't rarely hear of negative 20 yards passing, so that's a little unusual. I think they had 80-some yards total offense. Our defense was outstanding today.
Fields is sacked. Nick Benito leading the way.
With the defense we run, it's a lot being thrown at a quarterback. So, it's going to be, difficult to just be able to just sit there and be like, I'm going to get the ball out when you don't know who's coming and who's dropping and doing all these different things. I thought he did a good job today, in my opinion, and I feel like the defense, we had a good plan for him at the same time. So
Fields tucks is taken down. Big first down sack. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in.
Well, it was a defensive team today, and I hope to consider it a defensive team all season. I mean, I think in order to win, I think that's extremely necessary in our league, and they were something.
The Broncos win 13-11. Why does this feel like a loss? So the big question of the day is, what happens next, and who is this team? Scott, who are the Denver Broncos? And we welcome your comments, 303-504-0925 on YouTube. You can throw it out there on the text line. And we're taking calls today, too. So let me ask you this. Who are the Denver Broncos right now, and where do you think this is going? Scott?
I think they are a monster good defensive team that has a average offense. I think the offensive line, and this is in my opinion, and I'm being consistent, I've said it since training camp, I think they've got kind of an average offensive line. They're not bad. I don't think they're great. And you lose one of those guys that are maybe, let's call them above average offensive line. I don't care what the PFF says. They're statistically, they're the best in pass, because you get the ball out with short routes. There's no coverage. Every time Bo has to take 5 steps, he's pressured. I don't see a lot of protection on 5 and 7 step drops. I don't see a whole lot of time. We just had the one caller talking about the happy feet of Bo. Yeah, that's when he gets 5 and 7 drops. If it's shotgun, 1 step back throw, he's good. Oh, look at that. Pass protection. No, caught it, 1 step through. It's 1.5 seconds. It doesn't matter. I think Dobbins is good, but there was 0 holes. I mean, I watched the game or started watching it again this morning. I mean, he had his first handful of runs. I mean, there was nothing.
Nothing to do.
There weren't even cutback lanes.
I didn't know why they even bothered running after a while. And I know Sean writes it on his play sheet, run in, okay, fine. But seriously, they would have been better off just saying,
because I really do, and I know I make fun of Sean, and he is a good coach. I'm glad he's here. But I really do think he gets stuck in his head that I'm smarter than you, and we're just going to eventually out-scheme you, and look what we did. And against the Jets, was there ever a time in the game you felt that the Jets got out-schemed by you on our offense?
Offensively,
yeah.
No.
Did you ever think there was a time?
The Broncos had one good drive. They had a touchdown drive. And during that drive, they put some nice things together. And the throw to Adkins, I mean, who saw that coming? It's like his second catch of the year. Now he's catching touchdown passes. beautiful play call. And you were just, when that happened, I thought,
here we go.
Yes. It's okay. All right. Not great. You're -1 giveaway takeaway. You haven't done anything, but you're winning 10-6 at halftime. I'm like, okay, all right, we're gonna be fine. And then you're hanging on for dear life, and the safety, and we're losing. You realize that technically goes down as a fourth quarter comeback win for Bo Nix. That's what it was. It was a fourth quarter comeback win.
Well,
as was the game against the Jets last year was a 1-point win.
And Philadelphia last week, but that was more impressive.
Yes, well, of course.
I can't remember where I heard this. I guess it's Vic in that promo that we're running here on the radio station. You went 6 straight possessions punting. 6 in a row. How does that happen if you've got a better than average quarterback, a top 4 quarterback in the future, a mastermind coach? 2 or 3 games ago, we were talking about, thank God we have Cortland Sutton. And in 2 games now, he's getting 3 targets. One was at his feet. One was just, let me get out of my hand so I don't take a sack. And Cortland raised his hand. I'm here. Look, I'm the closest one. So that wasn't really a target, but I'm sure that's what they gave it to him for. And he's not used. They don't have anything.
Scott,
who's special on this team offensively?
Scott, the Broncos. The Broncos didn't allow a first down on the Jets' first 3 possessions, and they trailed in the game 6-3. It was one of the more mind-boggling games, numbers-wise, of all time. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, you've got the Giants coming up this weekend.
Yeah, that's a different deal.
That game will look a little different than we thought it was, a month ago.
Yeah, it's weird because, with the Giants, you really, truly have to throw out their first few games there with Russell Wilson. You can only look at the Giants through the eyes of, so they're 2-4, right? Not great. But they're 2-1 since they made the change. And what they did before that actually doesn't matter.
No. And they could have won a couple of those games. He lost 1 in overtime, right?
Yeah, but they're a different team.
Yeah, big time.
There's
an energy
different
about them.
Yes.
They've gained an energy. So
I'm terrified of this game against the Giants coming
Me too.
up. I feel way better playing the Cowboys next week, who have a terrible defense, and as good as their offense is, fine, whatever. I'm terrified against the Giants. I'm not that afraid of the Cowboys.
How many games in the next 3 weeks? And we got Giants, Cowboys.
Gosh, who do they have after the Cowboys?
Raiders. Giants, Cowboys, Raiders.
Okay.
I believe, right?
Double checking. No, Texans.
Okay, Giants, Cowboys, Texans.
Yeah.
And then the Raiders.
Yeah.
So the next 4 weeks. And by the way, you're kind of 2-0 in October, it looks like.
Sean, he keeps it rolling, man.
Yeah.
He keeps it rolling.
How many of those next 4 games do you win if you score 13 points?
You probably don't beat the Giants with 13. You don't beat the Cowboys with 13. You definitely don't beat the Cowboys with 13. You may beat the Raiders with 13 because who knows? And you might have a shot against the Texans with 13. Maybe.
But that's at Houston.
But they've been all over the place. It's hard to no, they're 2-3. The Texans are a weird team. So I'd say, you may beat the Raiders and the Texans. You definitely will not beat the Giants and the Cowboys. And that's a may. You may beat nobody just scoring 13 points, frankly. Unless we play the Browns again.
See, I'm looking at that schedule.
By the way, week 7 coming up for the Browns. Can't win with Dylan Gabriel either. We'll see, buddy.
I got to look at his numbers. I didn't look at his
He
numbers.
was okay, but I mean, still, what are you doing? You know what was a riot was Joe Flacco for the Bengals. Did you see him hucking the ball up left and right?
Gave him a shot.
I mean, it was pretty funny. He definitely gave him a shot. So much for practice, but gosh, I think he had, I get it back because I think he had 50 passing attempts. So they lose to let's see here. They lose to the Packers. Yeah, 29 of 45. So he joins the team and he hucks up the ball 45 times. Route tree's a route tree, Scott. They ain't, whatever. Let's not overcomplicate this thing. Anyway, the point is, where are the Broncos going? Where's your confidence level with what's going on here?
Well, I'm not going to chuck them away. I still think they can beat the Giants. I think they're an emotional team. And I think Dre Greenlaw would be nice if he does get back this week.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got a team that wants to power run on you. Now you bring in a power middle linebacker. Let's see if that changes some things. But no, we haven't heard anything whether he'll be able to get back now or not. But I like us beating the Giants.
Why?
Just because it's at home. And I like us beating the Dallas because it's at home. But I think you're going to have to score 25 points against Dallas to win. And I think you're probably going to have to score – I'm like settling. You're going to have to score at least 22 against the Giants to win the game. 3 touchdowns? I'm saying we got to score at least 3 touchdowns to win the game.
It was great beating the Eagles, wasn't it? They pounded the Eagles.
They pounded the Eagles.
Pounded the Eagles.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
Because they got the 2 takeaways. They were +2. And the Broncos didn't have any takeaways against the Jets. That is the only one thing about this defense. It's a little like, it's like no takeaways. Almost yesterday. Surtain almost did, but
most points Denver scored this year, and they've done it twice. 28. And guess what they are? 1-1. Remember, they lost to Indy 29-28.
If you can't figure out how to score 28 points against the Giants, you may be in trouble. The Giants are going to put up some points. The Giants, he is a young quarterback, though, and young quarterbacks can be all over the place, Scott. They can have turd games as well as they can have big games. So you really don't know. But it's going to be hard to beat the Giants if you can't win giveaway, takeaway. Like the Broncos were -1 yesterday. I think if you're -1, you lose. I think you got to be on the plus side. Even is okay. Even got you a win against the Eagles, but you gotta do something here against the Giants, or it's going to be a loss on the reunion of the Super Bowl 50 team.
And saying all that, saying all the worry because the offense looked crap, and I understand defense can win you games. Look at Super Bowl 15, won you a championship.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, you still got to score points, and the offenses look pedestrian at best, right?
Yes.
I mean, pedestrian. I mean, they scored 28 against Cincinnati, but Cincinnati was.
They were on the verge of acquiring Joe Flacco. That's where they were at.
That's how bad it was for them. You're down 17-3 going into the fourth quarter against Philly, and you score 18 points.
Amazing.
Amazing. But you still only finished with 21.
Correct.
So your defense really did something special.
Well, and I don't see the defense slowing down. I mean, this defense, this isn't a fluke.
But saying all that, I think if we're being real honest right now, did you have them 4-2?
No.
Are they not kind of where you are, a little bit above of where we thought they were to start the season?
They are. I thought they'd be 3-3 at this point. So yes, they're above where I thought they were going to be. Yes. Yeah, that's good. Listen, here's what it's going to come down to this year. Maybe actually this is the big question. What's your confidence level that this season, like in 2015, the Broncos can win the 1-score games? And that's where likely this season is going. And if you feel, hey, man, you know what? At the end of the day, the offense, sure, frustrating, but I do have confidence they will finish and they will win 1-score games. And if you do feel like that, you're probably a little bit optimistic. If you don't feel like that, and it's going to be more like last year when they dropped all sorts of 1-score games, then you're probably feeling a little more, the glass is half empty.
You're 3-2 in 1-score games.
That's good. It's better than last year. Last year they sucked in that.
You're 1-2 against 500 teams.
But what Sean Payton would tell you is forget the records in the NFL. It's all parity anyways. Every game, if you watch the red zone, according to Sean Payton, comes down to like a kick one way or the other. And the degree of how many 1-score games do you think were this week? I don't even know off the top of my head. You think more than half the games were 1-score games?
Yes.
All right, so Broncos 1-score game. Cardinals Colts 1-score game. Chargers Dolphins 1-score game. Patriots Saints 1-score game. That's 4 for 4. Steelers Browns no. Cowboys Panthers 1-score game. That's 5. Seahawks, Jaguars, 1-score game. 6, not Rams, Ravens, not Raiders, Titans, not Bengals, Packers, not Niners, Buccaneers, not Lions, Chiefs. So far we got 6 out of
6 and 6.
Wow, look at that. Okay. So half the games this week. Well, actually, now you look at Giants. I didn't count Giants, Eagles. I was just looking at Sunday. So Giants, Eagles. So 6 one-score games, 7 non-one-score games. So Sean's kind of right.
And
more than
who
not.
did Tampa beat?
Tampa.
San Francisco.
San Fran finally lost. Fred Warner, by the way.
What was the final of that one, though? Because that was down. That was a close game for most of that game.
That was 30-19 over the Bucs over the 49ers. Bucs might be the best team in the league with the MVP. Baker Mayfield may be the MVP of the league, and they may be the best team in the league right now. They seem to be the most consistent, that's for sure. And the Niners are doing a hell of a job. And then now they lose Fred Warner, and they're being held together with Scotch tape.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing what they're doing.
In terms of other NFL news, we got you covered. Let's football go with Dan coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone can cause all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. You're just not the same person you used to be. Well, thousands of men over the past decade have relied on the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to get them back in the game. And low T, that can go away too. You start here. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider is going to review your results, discuss your options, and you're going to make the right decision together with their medical team. So it's $99. You get the medical consult, T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So hit them up today, especially look at that location in Castle Rock. Great. 4 other locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and in the Springs. Just call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Wow. 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 There's a certain genius to Dan Buds Quins Tanner. Really, the way he hears things.
It's very subtle.
Is it? Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. We love you, Brad, and the gang at Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They got everything. Washer machines, toasters, ovens. It's awesome. It's Mountain High Appliance. Dan Buds Quins Tanner, let's football go.
All right, guys, we've been talking about the offense and their struggles, but the defense yesterday, 9 sacks for the Broncos. Here is Sean Payton after the win in London yesterday, asked if he considers this a defensive team.
Well, it was a defensive team today, and I hope to consider it a defensive team all season. I mean, I think in order to win, I think that's extremely necessary in our league, and they were something.
So Sean says he would like to consider it a defensive team all season. But Scott, this kind of goes to what you were talking about. You got to score points to win in the NFL. So how much of a defensive team do you guys want this to be throughout the season as far as the Broncos' success goes?
Well, give me an all-time great. I think that would be fabulous. But give me an offense that's putting 22, 24, 26 points a game up there somewhere. You got to give me a mid-20s offense. You do that, you're going to have some run-around games that'll be crazy. I mean, I'm sorry. Let me just say this. You and I haven't talked about this today. Defense is playing good. Offense is nothing. But you know what that means? The defense is giving you a chance to win. Yeah. It's also your offense is giving other teams a chance to win.
It makes for some interesting end of games, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which it's been.
Your offense is allowing other teams to stay in games too.
Listen, you can win there's multiple ways, and I don't want to be mean to cats. Proverbial. Well, there's multiple ways to do it.
I'll make sure mountain lion.
It's just harder and not as sustainable to win with the defense sort of deal. You can do it though. You can. And coming up this Sunday, they're going to honor the last Broncos team that did it. And that is how they did it. They did it defensively. Okay. However, why didn't the Broncos go back to the playoffs the next year? And you'd say, oh, well, they didn't have a quarterback, which was true, which was weird. But in all honesty, they lost some key members of their defense. They did. And we didn't think it was that big of a deal when Malik Jackson and Danny Trevathan left. Like, oh, that sucks. We both love both those guys, but we'll be okay. Well, actually, no, you weren't okay, Scott. You weren't okay. And you really felt that sting the next year. Not by a lot. You still had a winning record. They had a winning record in 2016. But when you needed to win that game late against the Chiefs that particular year to really go to the playoffs, you didn't have it. You didn't have what it took. It's hard to sustain it. It is easier. Look at the stupid Chiefs, by the way. It's easier to rebuild the offenses if you have the right quarterback. So can you win this way? Sure. And if we have to be a defense, it's all about winning now anyway. It's just not sustainable if Bo's not your guy and the offense doesn't get going. And that's what we thought we were going to have. We thought we were going to have this offense and a defense that was going to be matching up together to be sustainable for a long period of time. So what, we're finding out that this is just like the 2015 team? It's going to be all or nothing this year because of the defense? And just like an offense that's just barely good enough?
Well, that team was still won 12 games, right? That team,
Which team?
2015 team.
Oh, yeah, because they won 11 games by 7 or less points. They won 11 games, Scott, by 7 or less points, which was unbelievable.
So let me throw this out at you. I'm just giving you some.
Broncos were not doing that last year.
I'm going to give you some 2014 stats, league regular season, right? They won it in 2015. How many Pro Bowlers do they have on that team?
The 15 team or the 14 team?
Well, it's 14 season.
It's a 15 season, 16 Super Bowl. Are we talking about the Super Bowl year?
Well, let's go to the Super Bowl year.
Super Bowl year was 15, and the Super Bowl was won in January or February, whatever it was, 2016. And we can go back to the year before if you want, when they lost to Indy, which was, and all the coaches left, because that was a weird year. Peyton Manning was hurt. Del Rio and Fox, and everybody was leaving. It was weird. You needed Gary Kubiak to put that all together, by the way.
Well,
He
by the
did
way, you're
great.
still 12-4. Yeah. Well, it changes. 2014, you had 11 Pro Bowlers.
I believe it. You just didn't have a cohesive team.
Yeah, and 3 All-Pros. But the year you won it,
Yeah.
you only had 4 Pro Bowlers and 2 All-Pros.
Well, the All-Pros Vaughn had to be one of them.
Vaughn and Chris Harris.
Chris Harris was an All-Pro that year.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. But, I mean, you were loaded. You had, Darian Stewart. You had T.J. Ward. You had, Malik and Wolf were great. I'm kind of forgetting who your linebackers were that year. Your inside guys. I don't know. You were loaded top to bottom. And Zach Allen said after the game yesterday, Scott, similar to the 2015 team, our front 9, like the 9 guys we got basically up front, are unbelievable. Meaning them and the rotating guys, and getting Malcolm Roach back, and you're going to get Dre Greenlaw back. So the question is, how far can you go? You could probably you have a chance to win a Super Bowl with this defense. You really do. And it'd be a shame if it was. I'll tell you what a real shame would be if your special teams keeps playing the way they're playing and letting you down.
What was the key of that 2015 Super Bowl, 16, whatever, Super Bowl 50? What was the key, though?
To that particular game?
Sack.
Oh, sack, fumble, score.
Fumble, score.
Yeah.
And what did you say? The one thing, the
turnovers,
crazy thing this defense hasn't done yet, really?
No takeaways.
Takeaways.
Yeah, takeaways suck. But the potential's there. I mean, the potential is crazy being there. And Surtain almost had one yesterday, and they said it wasn't a football move. And I'm like, okay. So it was close. That's going to happen. You can't get that much pressure on a quarterback. I cannot believe
they don't have 3 or 4 picks.
How did Justin Fields get sacked 9 times and didn't fumble at least once, or felt pressure and didn't throw an interception or whatever? Actually,
he got sacked 9 times because he felt pressure and he didn't want to throw an interception. Somebody's got in his head, better eat it, son.
Fall down. All right, next, Dan.
All right, guys, we got some beef going on here in the AFC North between the Steelers and the Browns. So, by the way, just a quick note on the Steelers-Browns game yesterday. Dylan Gabriel starts 52 pass attempts for Dylan Gabriel in their 23-9 loss to the Steelers. 52 times he threw it yesterday. But here's the interesting thing. After the game, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was ripping on Andrew Berry, who is the GM for the Browns, for their trade of Joe Flacco.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
All right, guys, thoughts on Mike Tomlin being critical of Andrew Berry to trading their opening day starter inside the division?
Well, you're the man that presented us with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields last year, the last time I checked, in terms of quarterbacks. So maybe you want to just keep your trap shut there, Tomlin, when it comes to QBs, and mind your own P's and Q's. Meanwhile, their quarterback they're counting on for the Browns is Deshaun Watson. That's who they're paying money to, who's getting better and better. Joe Flacco, shut up, Mike Tomlin. Well, why is he offering his 2 cents on that angle? What does he care? That sounds like he's got some real personal thing with Andrew Berry for whatever reason. Dumb criticism by Mike Tomlin there. Just be happy with your win with your weasel turd quarterback.
Yeah, he shouldn't be.
What's he talking about?
Yeah. See, when Danforth set it up, you know what he's talking about? That Stefanski got on him. That Stefanski was saying, "What are we doing?" And I'm like thinking, well,
it's Tomlin.
Yeah. Hey, keep our team out of your mouth.
Yeah, he must have some personal thing going on with Berry for some reason. I don't know what the history with those two dudes are.
Well, maybe maybe Stefanski's his buddy.
That could be.
And he's protecting Stefanski.
Well, yeah, because they didn't shop. That's a good possibility. They didn't shop Flacco. The Bengals came to them.
Once you benched him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Browns are a mess. The Bengals are a mess. The Steelers, sadly, are playing well with Rodgers, who's probably going to play for 3 more years for them.
They'll probably win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I can't stand him.
Yeah, I was playing the song for Stefanski.
What are you doing here, Dan?
Fire.
Stupid
This
Steelers.
is the Cleveland Browns fan base theme song right now for Stefanski.
God. Have you? There's no reason you would, and it's just in my algorithm now because we've looked at some Cleveland sports talk radio. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just popping up. I'm not even looking for it; it's just popping up now because I was stupid enough to search for it a little bit in the first place. But it is entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. Listening to Cleveland radio, their little snippets of their shows. You know what? This is making me calm down a little bit because
you could be Cleveland.
Oh my God! And we have been. We were
last previous
8 years.
8 years. Yeah.
Yes, and we're not. And you're making me actually feel a little better because we were Cleveland.
Yeah,
we had no quarterback, we had no coach, we had no ownership group. Our defense wasn't that great with a couple of good players. Like with Surtain, Myles Garrett, you got a couple of good players, but like. The whole team's complete garbage. And what's so disheartening in the middle of October, your season's over.
Yeah.
We're like really breaking down that Nuggets preseason game last night, in years past.
Oh, there's no question about it. We're holding on.
We're really breaking down that 3-1 win from the Avs over the Sabres in years past.
Being real honest, so the Avs and Nuggets are playing pretty good. What caught you guys fired is because the Nuggets or the Broncos suck so bad.
Oh, was that it?
Yeah, and we're able to just go Nuggets, bam, bam, Avs. And you guys go, well, maybe next week. You were like the Cubs fans over there. You said, fired. Yeah, you were wild players.
After 15 years, I was wondering what it was. Thanks for
that.
Explaining it. Dan, next up.
All right, fellas. Bo Nix's adopted brother, Tez Johnson.
He's a baller.
Dude,
yeah.
He is playing great.
He is.
He had the catch of the season so far yesterday for his first career NFL touchdown. But the funny part of that was the crowd started chanting MVP, and Tez got a little confused.
That's
this
funny.
is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP. The one he got the first down on, he said he blacked out. But, I mean, that's just Baker. The pump fake get everybody. I'm just like, oh, my God, he's a dog.
Is Baker the leading candidate right now, guys, for MVP?
For sure. For sure. And Josh Allen might have something to say.
Well, what's the quarterback in Indy now?
Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
he ain't quite there. He's having a great year though.
Yeah,
he's probably a Pro Bowler right now.
You're talking about a team that had no expectations.
No.
He's sitting at 5-1.
He's there. He's in the room. He's in the room.
Baker Mayfield though, because we had this conversation. Maybe we'll talk again on Wednesday. Hey, look, you're on TV.
There I am.
Oh, and you got a stupid microphone.
Thank you.
I
thought that microphone's kind of cool. You don't like that microphone?
Oh, you don't want to see a microphone. You're on TV.
Oh, all right. Keep going.
I mean, it's great if you're doing one of your 1,000 podcasts for the radio.
You don't like the microphone on TV? You can see. Oh, all right. Well. You're making me feel lousy now.
I'm waiting for you to go. And now the agriculture broadcast. I'm ready to come out like Les Nessman here in a second.
More music, Les Nessman.
Yeah, we're
all right,
all the humanity.
Going. Don't get distracted by me on TV.
I did. What were we talking about?
All right. Next story, Dan.
The El Nino is going to be good for the farmers this year, guys.
All right.
All right. Lastly,
you guys are bad.
Lions Chiefs last night. There's a fight after the game. Brian Branch, Juju Smith-Schuster. They get into it. Here's Dan Campbell after the game on what Brian Branch did.
I love Brian Branch, but what he did is inexcusable, and it's not going to be accepted here. It's not what we do. It's not what we're about. I apologize to Coach Reed and the Chiefs and and shoot. That's not okay. We that's not what we do here, and it's not going to be okay. He knows it. Our team knows it, and so that's not what we do.
All right. So thoughts on the post-game fight there between the Lions and the Chiefs, and did last night's Chiefs win over the Lions tell you guys that the Chiefs are back?
Branch was way out of line. I mean, not a little out of line, way out of line, and it could have caused all sorts of issues for his teammates, and it's a sucky situation. The game's over, and you got an idiot teammate stirring crap up, Scott, and you got to stick up for your moron teammate because he's got some sort of beef.
Here's why
it's just sucks.
Bad look, right? You just said it. Coach addressed it.
we're not that. Yeah.
We want to see the coaches control / power over a locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Coach says that, and first of all, don't forget Dan Campbell's a pretty big boy.
Oh my God, yeah.
He's doing those burpees and all that stuff. He said that, and I don't know if you saw the apology from Branch.
I did not.
Oh my gosh! Because
he learned his lesson quickly.
I saw the coach first.
Okay.
And I went, okay, good.
Yeah, I saw that.
Most guys are pussyfooted. Oh, I got to look at the tape. I don't know really what happened. You know, we'll address it later.
Yeah.
He knew right away. And when he said that, I'm like, dude, he's already addressed it with his team. And then if you listen to Branch, Dan, I don't know if you can find that. His mea culpa in the locker room, that's a guy that got his arse chewed out.
There you go.
And he came to the media hat in hand.
Right.
And you do not see that. When's the last time we really seen that in pro sports?
Not often, not that quickly, especially.
Yeah, I snapped his chain, and if I see him in Atlanta, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have rebellions. I saw a video of Branch apologizing, and I mean and I've seen this one other time. I saw Vinny Johnson go off on Chuck Daly in Cleveland during the game.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck just took it. I mean, he's on the bench. Sat down. We were back at home the next day, got practice.
Mm-hmm.
We were going to have a meeting before practice. 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late, 20 minutes late. Vinny walks out of a closed-door meeting with Chuck. And he had that same look that I saw in Branch.
Mm.
And he came to the locker room and said, fellas, and I mean, it was hat in hand. And I was like, whoa. Ooh. That's when you know that the head guy
is in charge.
In charge.
Yeah.
So if you hear Dan Campbell say what he said, he wasn't playing around.
Yeah.
And then when you hear Branch afterwards, you go, okay, he got it.
I'll give you a juxtaposed. Tua ripping on leadership on his team. Leaders are not showing up for players-only meeting or late or whatever.
He said late or not showing up at all.
Yeah. And that's a team, and as much as we like Mike McDaniel, that's why you fire Mike McDaniel.
Well,
like you've clearly lost control of your team.
Obviously, but it also shows you what kind of leaders do you really have in charge.
Fine, whatever. I mean, sometimes it's not always your fault, but you got to go.
Yeah.
And you probably got to get rid of some of your leaders on that team too, but the coach still got to go.
Well, you got rid of one, Tyreek Hill.
Oh, well,
injury
did it, but they're still in a pit of misery.
That was a competitive game until the last. They lost. I think it's the second game they've lost this year in the last 2 minutes.
It's a fine line between clever and stupid, as they said in Spinal Tap, and that's the NFL.
That line.
This one goes to 11.
That's the only thing I remember in that one.
Prime had the funniest, great win by CU, by the way, over the weekend. Great win. And we get to the classic question of rush the field or not rush the field. And Prime didn't know something that is still a little astonishing that it exists. Details, and you'll hear that coming up next.
played this one too.
What was the best Paul McCartney song? If you can, I mean, all of them are probably great.
Well, Hey
like,
Jude
was the moment.
Was moment.
Yeah. When does he do that in concert?
Probably about 2/3 through.
You don't close with Hey Jude, huh?
No.
Wow.
The closing before the encore was like
that was Hey Jude, and they go off the stage. That makes sense.
No, there was 2 or 3 other songs. In fact, there was another banging song that all of a sudden there was like a 10-minute fireworks show when they were jamming to it. I mean, there was a fireworks show going off at Coors Field.
Can you imagine how good you are that you have Hey Jude in your back pocket and you don't close with it?
What's our Barry Fay?
Barry Fay, wow, going back.
Barry Fay, who brought the Rolling Stones here, and
famous band promoter.
Yeah, one of the and biggest in the country for a while. I mean, he was amazing.
He was the king.
So I was talking to Barry. Talk about a guy that could drop names. He would drop Rolling Stones names and Mick. I was talking to Mick last week, and he was doing this all the time. So what's the guy in the lead? Bono. He said, I was talking to Bono a couple weeks ago, and he goes, give me your top 3. He goes, the Beatles at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got Zeppelin and the Stones, 2.
Okay.
And then everybody else is fighting for that next tier of the pyramid, so to speak. Bono's go, what about us? Why aren't you? Why are we number 1? We've got this many hits. He goes,
was that your Irish accent, by the way?
No, I wasn't trying to do it.
Go
but
ahead.
he's sitting there arguing, why not you too?
Yeah.
And Barry stopped the interview or the conversation because you don't have a Hey Jude. So if you never got a chance to meet Barry, and I love Barry to death, but Barry's telling Bono, no, you're not. You'll never be number 1 band because
where the streets have no name is no Hey Jude.
You don't have your Hey Jude.
With or without you isn't Hey Jude.
You don't have your Hey Jude.
1 isn't Hey Jude.
You don't have your Hey Jude.
I guess not. I got some good ones though. They ain't bad.
No, they're good.
All right. Well, Nate and Andy coming up. Can't wait to hear their perspective on everything.
You know what else we hadn't talked about this game from Sunday?
Sure. What?
In fact, I heard somebody do a bit on it. He said, imagine if you paid all them pounds to go to the game. It might have been Scott Van Pelt last night. You go, oh, yeah, it only costs,
Can you imagine?
$300, we can go. Blah, blah, blah. And then he said, then you saw that game?
Oh, my Lord.
We making fun of it, which is true. But did you see the number of Bronco fans?
There was a lot of talk about that after the game.
Now, that was cool.
Yeah, and technically it was a home game for the Jets. And this is another one where it really goes in the Broncos' favor. Because you know what was weird? I'll give you a weird moment. Do you know who the PA announcer was for the game? Alan Roach, who had to jet it up because it was a home game for the Jets. So he had to be like all excited for the Jets, and it was our boy Roach. Oh, how about that for a weird little twist?
J-E-T-S.
That would be funny to get Alan on the phone maybe sometime this week and just be like, dude, how is that? Now, if you don't know this, of course, Alan's been the most famous PA announcer.
He's been on the airport train system for ever.
He is the PA announcer for the Vikings because he's from Minnesota.
Right.
And Connor McGahee does it for the most part for our games. He just loves the Vikings because that's who he is. But he loves the Broncos. He lives here in Colorado. He has for years and years and years. He just flies off to Minnesota when they have a home game to do that because he's just a Vikings guy and he works for the NFL. But essentially, he is a Broncos fan.
He also, the NHL All-Star Games always flies him in for their NHL games.
My guess is that, the Olympics, he works for the Olympics.
He does all the Olympics.
My guess is Roach will just simply say, Scott, DMac, I can't even do it. I can root for whoever pays me. I mean, I'm gonna guess it's something like that.
Can I tell you a funny story?
Sure.
So one of the years, it did it multiple, but it was Roach, Dave Roach and I. Roach was the sideline. Dave and I were calling
He did that for years. So that's right. That's right.
And Dave would usually go home, so Roach and I kind of go out and back when I tipped a few.
There you go.
He loved Jack Daniels.
Good to know. Good to know.
But we go into Green Bay. And we knew he's a Minnesota fan.
Yeah.
And so we really busted his hump and, blah, blah, blah. And we're in Green Bay, Minnesota. He's wearing his Minnesota Vikings jersey under his clothes calling the game.
Yeah.
Because if the Vikings win the game, they win the division or
whatever. He's wearing his shirt.
Whatever. So he's going to pop it out to walk into the, walk in underneath and he's going to be showing that Vikings jersey. Right?
Gotcha.
Vikings blow a game, give it away. I think it was Jake Plummer comes back and beats Minnesota late in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Shuts the door on Minnesota.
All right.
We get in and we do our things in the locker room. We do all the interviews. He and I are back and forth.
Yeah.
He's still pissed. Now everybody's leaving. He goes, stupid Vikings. I'm never cheering for the Vikings again. Takes the jersey off. This is in Lambeau Field.
Yeah.
Takes off his clothes, takes his jersey off. And the locker rooms, visiting locker rooms sucked. They were basically these wood cabinets that were nailed to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Little bitty gap. He took that Vikings jersey, stuffed it down behind one of the lockers down the floor. He goes,
so
we'll see if I can give some bad luck to this place. So he left his Vikings jersey.
So likely it's still there.
Unless they've renovated the
locker room.
But can you imagine somebody
That's funny.
renovated the locker room, opened it up, tore the lockers out, and said, "What's the Viking jersey doing down here?" Yeah, I can get Roach talk about that one.
He's
That's
the
funny.
best. Yeah, maybe Roach. We could grab Roach at some point. See you.
Buffs.
It's awesome.
24-17, good win.
Salter was garbage, and then he was great. Blown coverage helped him a lot, and they finished. They put their foot
And
on
he
the
didn't have
throat.
interceptions.
He straightened himself out, and good for Prime. I just felt that this week, with everything Prime was going to, and again, they're a good team. They are a good team. But it gets to the ethical dilemma of running on the field, okay? So here's what Prime had to say about it.
I love it. As long as we control our, we don't want to do nothing stupid. I mean, I think we got the field goal thing that lets down now. What you going to do with the field goal when you tear it down anyway? What you going to do with it? Put it in your front yard of your frat house?
So he likes it. But then he finds out, Scott.
It's like a $100,000 fine. Or
50.
50,000.
50.
Is it a fine for rushing the field?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
50.
50 what?
50,000.
For rushing the field?
Yes, sir.
How's it 50,000 for rushing the field? Who made that a rule? Excuse me?
Big 12 conference.
Come on, man. That ain't right. I mean, these kids.
All right, so he goes on. He can't believe that it's $50,000. So it's a couple of things. First of all, what do you think about a $50,000 fine for rushing the field? I don't even know why it is a fine.
Because some girl got knocked down one time, or
Oh, you think it's a liability thing?
It's a liability thing.
Oh,
For
you're probably right.
For the teams, and because when it happens, you get hurt, they're going to sue the team and sue the league.
Okay. What about rushing the field? Was that game worthy enough of rushing the field?
No.
And where are you at with rushing the field?
I was part of one rushing the field as a college Ute.
Okay.
We were playing Texas.
You went to Utah? I thought you went to Arkansas.
Yeah, as a Ute. These two Utes. Your Honor, these two Utes. Utes? Yeah, Utes. Young people. We're playing Texas, who was our big rival. Texas had just beaten the OU the week before in the Red River, whatever.
You're about to tell me it was a really big game.
They were number one in the country.
Okay.
And we pounded them.
This was beating the 22nd ranked team in the country.
That's a non-run the field moment.
It's only the second win that Prime has had against a ranked opponent, though.
Yeah, but the other one was in Texas. So
the other one was in Texas.
No, I
do believe they rushed the field after the Baylor game as well last year when that crazy Hail Mary sort of stuff.
That was at least exciting, though.
All right, so where are you with rushing the field?
It's stupid. Get off the field.
Scotty, you think it's stupid?
I think it has to be more of the exception than the rule.
I was rolling my eyes at it, and I'm like, oh, my God, here they are. And then as we're watching them rushing the field, this is a true story. As they cut away to commercial, I see my son. And it was just unbelievable that they would narrow in. I'm like, there's Dylan. My wife didn't believe me. I go, there he is. He's right there. I could see him, plain as day. And amongst that mess, for whatever wacky reason, unbelievably, somehow I saw my own child on the field. And then I realized.
So you can contribute to that $50,000 then.
I said to Prime, I got $5 I'll send your way if you got to GoFundMe. I'll throw in my $5.
Yeah, I think it should be more of an exception.
So I thought it was stupid, but then when I saw my kid out there, I'm like, listen, man, it's their experience, right?
Did you ever at Illinois ever had a big moment where you could rush the court or rush the field?
I went to college during the Kurt Kittner era. of Illinois football.
You didn't have that moment?
A lot of
but was Lou Henson still there with basketball?
No. I was there. I got 2 years
Marcus
of Lon
Liberty
Kruger
wow.
and 2 years of Bill Self when I was in college.
Yeah, good coaching.
And then when Bruce showed up, that was when all those Self's players went to the championship and lost to North Carolina. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have so 0.
I've never run onto a football field or a basketball court. No.
Here's what it took at Syracuse. They beat West Virginia my freshman year on 2-point conversion to finish the season 11-0.
Ooh.
We rushed on the field. CU beat Iowa State in a regular season game to go 3-4.
3-4. They're top 25.
So
opponents.
I think it's the standard. I think has decreased over the years. However, the experience of being in college and being a fan of a team, and you beat somebody you weren't supposed to beat, I kind of say, all right,
it's
fine.
fun for the drunk kids, absolutely. Like it's great for them, but again, the issue is
here's what's funny though. It's a $50,000 fine. You think one of those kids cares?
No, they don't give a rip.
So
it's not their money.
Who's going to actually care and stop this? Like, how are you ever going to prevent it?
No, you can't. You can't prevent it. But again, once again. To me, it's like if you beat the number 1 team in the country, you got to think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a think about.
You got over on the Cyclones.
I rushed the green one time.
I'm sorry, what?
Who made a putt?
93.
Ryder Cup?
Ryder Cup at the Belfry.
Yeah.
Giant comeback in the second half of individuals on Sunday. The USA comes back and wins on the road. Tom Watson, the coach. And we about, I don't know how many, 60 or 70 strong Americans, after the last putt, rushed the green.
How did you even know you could do that?
Well, no one told us we couldn't. I mean,
but like, who is like the brave individual? Like, that is a wild thing to think that.
I got back to States and I'm getting messages.
Because you stand out.
Oh, you must have.
Well, and I'm
you
wearing
must have
this
stood out.
white sweatshirt with red, white stripes and a blue field and stars. Just, ugly American type shirt. You can tell where I'm from.
Yeah, but they didn't recognize you because of your shirt. They recognize you because you're 8 feet tall.
But I'm also 8 feet tall. I get messages by the time, because I didn't have a cell service back then. It was, whatever. Were you at the Ryder Cup? I saw you on TV. Were you at the? We stormed the field, and we had Tom Watson, who was getting interviewed by NBC, and we got him in a cup. We got him right there. We're right behind him going nuts and da-da-da.
Yeah,
so they're interviewing Tom Watson after the big win. And me and my boy, who'd come from Atlanta,
that is crazy,
are right behind Tom Watson on the green.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. I didn't even know you could do that.
I was a grown-ass man. I was like 25 years old,
Did you have a little courage going on?
This is my drinking days.
You have some decision-making motion?
That whole week there, well, I could tell you about throwing up on a double-decker bus.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
See, I mean, Andy's done so many CU games on the sideline when they rush the
he's
field.
Gotta hate it.
I've broadcast basketball games before when the court got rushed.
Yeah.
And I hated it. It was, I mean, we had kids like pouring over, the desk and like kicking the equipment, and it was just insanity.
Yeah.
There were people toppling over. It was not.
Well, Andy must have been on the sideline for this one, right?
He was.
I mean, he probably got overwhelmed.
He was.
He's somehow.
The thing about Andy though is Andy's like twice the size of any of those kids, so he's hard to knock around.
It's KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Yeah,
we'll get to Andy's story in a little bit.
Andy's under the weather, so he's broadcasting from afar today.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You feeling good about yesterday or not good about yesterday?
That was a great win.
Oh, all right.
That was a great win.
There we go, Captain Sunshine.
Seriously,
Mr. Brightside. Here we go.
That was a marvelous win. That Broncos defense it's friggin' awesome.
Oh, yeah, all right.
And this is how this team is going to win football games. Like here, and again.
How many more games you win this year scoring 13 points, though?
Probably not a ton, but all you have to do is win the game that's directly in front of you.
Okay, so next week, the Giants in front of you.
You probably you need to score 20 points most weeks. I would say you have to. And right now, the Broncos, I think, are averaging like 21.7 points per game offensively, which, given the defense that they have, that you can win 11 games playing that kind of football. You absolutely can. You can do it with this defense, which right now in their victories is giving up fewer than 11 points per contest in the games that they have won this season.
That's fantastic. Their defense is
all-time good.
I don't know if you heard the stat.
9 sacks.
The stat that Vic had today, the 84 Bears have the NFL record at 72 sacks for a season.
They're on pace.
They're on pace for 85.
Yeah.
They're averaging 5 a game.
It goes to show you how good this team is. Like right now, they have had 3 games already this year where they have allowed fewer than 10 first downs by their opponents. Yesterday was another one of them. They had 9 first downs. Did the Jets and Sean Payton is coaching to the strong side of the football right now. Here's the funny thing about Sean's day yesterday, and I can't wait to hear what Sandman has to say about it. I thought Sean Payton had an awful play calling day and a fantastic game management day. I thought he managed the clock, he managed the situation, he managed the opponent that he was up against yesterday, and he said, you know what? I don't care if I got a 3rd down and 10. I'll hand it off to my damn fullback. I just don't want to make a mistake. The one way we can lose this game is if we give the Jets field position, and they got it.
You answered my question that I brought up during the show, and you 3 can answer this.
Yeah.
Because your defense is so good, does this now allow Sean Payton, who I don't think he's called a lot of good games this year, to be even more conservative? And you just said it. Yeah, 3rd and 10, run the fullback, just don't screw up.
Why does he love Bo Nix? Bo doesn't take negative plays.
It's a brilliance. But yesterday was the chef's kiss Bo Nix performance of the backpack evaluation and the analytics of percentage of total college snaps that resulted in a turnover,
negative plays,
or a sack.
Yeah.
I mean, what did he do yesterday? 0 turnovers, 1 sack, which basically a meaningless sack.
It was a meaningless sack. Now, it did make it so that Crawshaw had to punt from inside his own end zone. It wasn't great that he took that sack right there. An incompletion would have been ideal because then Crawshaw's punting. Jets ended up with pretty good field position, but again, like they couldn't move the ball.
Well, the amazing thing is they are tied for 3rd with Philly, actually, I think, for the most punts. They've had 30. The other 2 teams in front of them got 2 wins between them.
Right.
I mean, the teams and the teams on the other side of them
play to your strength.
Are sucky teams too.
I'm not saying that game was a beautiful thing to watch. It was not. It was a hideous football game, and yet they scored 11, you scored 13. That's all that matters.
What did the Andy might know this answer. What did the 2015 team average point wise? And that was more because of injury and old age, but That offense was sketchy at times too.
Andy, jump in here from quarantine basement.
Well, Spring just said I was up. You're asking about the 2015 team?
Yeah.
I lost you after you said 2000. I don't remember the point there. Look, I remember not knowing what we were going to get out of that offense week to week, right? I remember zombie Peyton Manning, as you like to call it, for the first half of the season there, Nate?
Yeah.
And then
they won a Super Bowl with zombie Peyton Manning.
They did, but here's my problem. You had one of the smartest quarterbacks ever at that time.
Yeah.
He was no longer Peyton Manning that was going to win you a Super Bowl with his arm and the Star Wars numbers, as Jim Irsay once dubbed it. But, I always remember James Harrison in the Pittsburgh playoff game saying they just won that game because Peyton Manning knew what run checks to get into every time on that final drive. And let's be honest about it, they got a little lucky because Peyton self-sacked himself. The refs let it go. He got up and threw a pass for a critical first down, I should say, to Emmanuel Sanders. So there was a little bit of luck involved too.
You got to have breaks go your way to win a Super Bowl. We know that.
Right. Every team has to have them.
Yeah.
I don't care what championship you're talking about. You got to have them. Now, do I believe this offense has got that kind of veteran presence? I don't know.
No, I don't think it does.
You know what's going to be interesting, guys, and I know Mike's in there too. The thing that we've talked about is that Dallas game becomes all the more interesting. Dallas loses to Carolina yesterday. It wasn't because of their offense. Dak's playing like the best quarterback in the league up there
that defense
with Daniel
is heinous.
Jones.
Yeah, they're horrible.
But their defense is awful.
But guys, wasn't the Jets' defense heinous? Statistically, going into this game?
They were, and you know what?
Heinous.
Honestly, like Aaron Glenn here's the funny thing,
Oh,
okay?
I almost got to this.
Okay.
You talked about Sean Payton did what yesterday?
Sean Payton, bad play calling day.
Correct.
Fantastic game management day.
Yep.
Aaron Glenn, his defensive plan for dealing with Denver and dealing with Sean's offense was phenomenal.
And I would argue his overall game management kept the game within reach.
It did, but there were things that he did in there that were beyond dumb.
Yeah, inexplicable.
The end of the first half, beyond dumb. Okay? The last drive, okay? So the Jets get the football back. They both have field position and clock to go and win that game. The first two plays were Breece Hall runs. The first one was actually a broken play. Remember, Fields fumbles the snap. Breece picks it up and runs for 7 yards. Then on 2nd down and 3, he runs for a first down. I was just like, oh, they've got clock on their side. The Jets are just they're gonna pound the ball and get into field goal range, and Nick Folk's gonna kick the game winner. What did Aaron Glenn do? Pass, game over. Because Justin Fields is woof. Okay? But Aaron Glenn had that game for the taking. And for whatever reason, he chose to put the game into Justin Fields' hands, which then played directly into Vance Joseph's hands, and boom, the Broncos win that game.
How did Garrett Wilson not hold on to that ball? I credit Hufanga.
Oh, Hufanga. And you know what sucks about that? I looked at a screenshot of the All-22. Garrett Wilson was wide open. And Justin Fields threw the ball 3 beats too late, which then let Hufanga get home to break that up. Any completely replacement level quarterback wins that game yesterday against Denver. But number one, Sean Payton knew who his opponent was, and number two, Justin Fields he's even worse than I realized.
He's so terrible.
And look, nobody was open. Okay, nobody was open. They were open for, beats because that's how long you get to be open in the NFL, especially against the Denver secondary. But he never got the ball out. He would hold it a little too long. And why was that happening? Because he had pass rush bearing down on him, because he wasn't totally confident of what he was looking at. One of the keys, and Sandman, you can tell me if I'm dead wrong on this. I firmly believe if you're a quarterback and you're going to have any success throwing the ball against the Broncos, the way that Daniel Jones did, the way that Justin Herbert did, the way that Jalen Hurts did for a minute there, you have to diagnose pre-snap so well.
You have to be able to diagnose pre-snap, get your indications of where the ball needs to go, and then you got to be able to.
It's got to go,
and you got to change post-snap.
Yeah,
the picture changes.
Justin Fields. I don't think he knew what he was looking at pre-snap. I don't think he knew what he was looking at post-snap. He just looked up and he saw Bronco jerseys everywhere, and he turtled and he got killed.
It's also a first-time offensive play caller 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Because you had it last week with Kevin Patullo and the Philadelphia Eagles, who's all of a sudden become a very well-known name in football circles nationally, right? Kevin Patullo. Who knew we'd be talking about him? Tanner Engstrand. Also a first-time offense coordinator. Looked like he was
rough day for that guy.
Incredibly outmatched.
Yeah, rough day for that guy.
Now, Scotty brought up a great point, and I'd love to hear this from you, Andy, about the comparisons between the 2015 and the 2025 Denver Broncos offenses that similarly have otherworldly defenses.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the points per game for the 2025 Broncos is compared to the 2015? Who do you think has scored the totality of the 2015 season, regular season versus
I know this, the
7-game sample size?
The 15 team averaged 21 a game.
22.2.
22.2, okay. So,
19th best in the National Football
so they got this team by a couple of points, right?
The Broncos currently are averaging
21.7, I think.
21.7 for 20th.
Yeah.
Now let me point to this, Andy. I want to hear your take on this. The Broncos have faced in the National Football League points allowed per game, so essentially defensive scoring per game. They've faced the number 30th defense in the Cincinnati Bengals that are yielding 30.5 points per game. They've faced the 27th in the New York Jets that are averaging 28.3 after their remarkable game yesterday. And then the third opponent, you realize that Philadelphia's defense right now is 19th in the NFL in terms of
scoring defense
at 23.8. And not to mention newly fired Brian Callahan and that Titan squad, 26th in the NFL at 26.8. So you have faced 4 of your 6 opponents are beyond bottom half defensive teams, 3 of which are in the bottom 7 in the National Football League. And the only teams that you've played that actually do have good scoring defenses are the Colts at number 4, surprising outfit. And then number 12 is the Chargers, who you would say. Now the Broncos on the other half?
Well, the Broncos scored 20-plus in both those contests, though.
Right.
They did okay those days.
Terrible offensively against the Titans. Terrible offensively against the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's my question to you, because this is the question we asked all 2015. And I was, again, being in the sideline, you got to know a few guys on the team. You got to have side conversations with them. A guy Nate and I got to know real well is Ryan Harris. Talked to Chris Harris about it. Talked to Brandon Marshall about it. You just would talk to guys. There was something about having Peyton Manning where you thought every week this could be the breakout week. So I think it led to a little bit of trust that I trust this offense will do what they need to do to get it done. But we weren't always sure. But you got the Hall of Famer back there for the most part. Now, things got a little weird with Brock Osweiler, but as Nate and I have talked about in the past, and Coach, if we ever want to get analytical, maybe one day we will, but we don't need to here. Brock Osweiler was actually better for the West Coast offense because he was able to get under center. He was able to drop back. He was able to actually let a few plays work better because of the fear of the rollout, where, as we've talked about in the past, kept the linebackers on the backside home. Whereas, I'll just say it, Stink showed me video of a couple games where because of Peyton Manning and the pistol, there was a Cleveland game in particular, that backside linebacker was screaming down the line going after the running back every time because he knew Peyton Manning was going to fake the handoff and roll out like we've seen Bo Nix try to do a couple times only with the linebacker waiting there for him. So Brock Osweiler actually made the offense feel like it was running a little bit more to form when he got in there. That said, you just trusted, especially once Peyton Manning was back in there, that you knew they could have a potential for a big breakout any game. Whether it's Bo, whether it's the second receiver, which they're bringing in the former Titan to try out this week. I thought Evan Ingram was about to have a breakout game, and it felt like it just kind of got shut down.
Well,
I don't trust the offense right now.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing about Evan Ingram. He did have a breakout game. It's just that's what a breakout game looks like for the 2025 Broncos offense. Like, he converted a bunch of first downs. He was critical. Touchdown drive that you had. You don't get it done without Evan Ingram. All right, let's take a break. Let's come back and let's kick it around. And everybody's got to make their final answer. Good old-fashioned sports talk radio. Black and white, baby. Good win or bad win for the Broncos yesterday? Good win or bad win? And sure, you can text in JV coaches and tell me there's no such thing as a bad win. We'll talk about it at a slightly, hopefully, more elevated level than that. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5 on a Rally House Football Monday.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. A lot of you probably remember the first time, but maybe not that first time that you failed to perform, the old erectile dysfunction problem. I know you probably weren't excited about the first time I mentioned as much as maybe that first time. Anyway, if you're having problems in this area of ED, it's time to go talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they can get you the help that you need. Don't live with the condition. Don't think there's no solutions for it. Don't let it hurt your self-confidence. Don't let it have you pulling away from a loved one you may already have in your life or seeking out that special person in the future. If you get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can offer you options because they have treatments that work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and if lasting an hour or more is your thing, they've got treatments that'll help with that. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, then it's time to make the last time that it happened the last time. Get on over there, have the first visit. First visit goes like this. It's $99. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about the results, and if advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the whole visit's free, so you have nothing to lose but that ED. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling yourself and ready for action the next day. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including one in Fort Collins and a location in the Springs. Plus, they have an all-new revamped location in Castle Rock. They're very proud of this new staff. Get on in there and see them. They're proud of what they're doing there. 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Why do the fake punt only to do that? Were you really like, did they run a fake punt just so they wouldn't have to give the ball back to Denver, but like could then still run out the time on the clock at the end of the half? That's a hell of a use of a fake punt.
No, you ran the fake punt. Remember, Justin Fields was your quarterback, and you're like, just the hell with this.
We're done. Also, should the Broncos not have called a timeout when they identified the fake punt? Because Rizman's going nuts. Sean's going nuts over on the sideline. Like the NFL Network cameras are capturing them the whole time, and then they snap the ball right to Breece Hall, and he converts. Like
Andy.
Nate. They were going on and on about how it had been identified.
But guys, you know full well, when you travel across the pond, you need to bring your souvenir timeouts back with you across the pond back to America. And that's what Sean Payton needed.
Something with the metric system? I don't know.
Why in the world would you not bring a timeout there?
It was weird.
Because at the very least, guess what you do? When Breece Hall is lined up as a personal protector, the PP, is that you dissuade them from following through with the play. And it's over.
Yeah.
They might come back and go for it. Cool.
Like Sean
run a normal football play.
I saw the comment where Sean Payton was like, "Oh, even my wife knew they were running a fake punt right there." Well, it's like, well, they converted, so you don't get points for that.
Could Sean's wife have called a timeout for all of us here in Broncos country? Is that something that she would give her full autonomy to do?
How do you not throw the ball on fourth? Just take a shot on 4th and 1 instead. The half runs out. I don't blame Garrett Wilson. He was just like, "What are we doing here? I don't want to be on this team anymore. Thanks for all the money, but this is a bad scene." Oof. All right. Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mike Sanford is here. Rally House, shop every team in town. Andy, good win or bad win?
It's not Chris Goodwin, that's for sure. Look, bro, it's a bad win. I don't know what to tell you. You won, but you were a heavy favorite. They're an absolute mess. We just said that you got your signature win a week ago. We were all hoping that, we're all just hoping for some offensive momentum, which this is very much like 2015. I'll give them that. Every week I kept like they had that Packer win where they blew out the Packers on that Monday night game. Oh, this is going to carry over. And then I think it was like the Chiefs the next week and end up, Manning gets booed off the field and hurt and all that other stuff. But no, it was not a good win, okay? Bo continues to run up in the pocket and just chuck things like a 5. Again, that pass to Mims, where the hell was that going? Nobody even knows. It was not, for this time, it was not even near Mims. It was overthrown and way to the right. What are we doing? What are we doing there, right? The run game did not get going again like we thought that it would. Like you said, there were coaching decisions I didn't understand. I don't know. No, I'm sorry. You got the win. You're still in the division lead, but if you're really, it's week 6 now. I don't care if you get an ugly win against Philadelphia on the road when they're Super Bowl champs. I don't care if you get an ugly win in Kansas City when they've been your tormentor for however many years. But against the Jets, who are the laughing stock of the league right now, and then you said it best, Nate, if you just got near cromulent quarterback play, you lose that game. I watched the end of that game over and over going, how did Garrett Wilson not catch it? How did they not run the ball a couple more times? All you needed was a field goal. They got so lucky, despite the great day on defense, to not give up field goal position and lose the dang game.
Well, I'm a coach, so I'm going to go with a win is a win is a win. And there's no such thing, as a bad win.
Okay, here's the deal. For today's show,
Nate
your
Kreckman
coaching
and the
hat's
Flem
left at the door.
Okay.
You don't get to be a coach. You ain't coaching us here.
Okay, good.
You got to be media guy.
So
You're on the media guy sweatshirt.
I get permission?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me look.
That's all I was looking
That says
for.
media guy on the sweatshirt.
Yep. Media guy Mike. Here I am. That's all of my glory.
Like that. You know what? That's a MMM or MGM. There we go. That's already taken. We can't copyright
It's all
that.
good. It's all good. The concerns that this team has had from game 1 to game 6, there was an exclamation point put on it in game 6, which I think is very concerning. Special teams continue to be abysmal.
Problem.
I mean, massively problematic.
Hold on. Can we just flash back to the 72-yard kick return yesterday that set the Jets up into field goal position so they could take a 6-3 lead in that game? That was Kene Wangu on the return. Do you guys know why he broke that tackle from DeAndre Tillman?
They ran into each other.
Because J.L. Skinner flew in and knocked his own guy away from the tackle. J.L. Skinner is a loss waiting to happen. That's the last 2 weeks.
Boy, you're right. I hate saying it about
your guy.
My Boise State Bronco.
I know he's your dude, but J.L. Skinner plays football as though he doesn't know either the rules or the general concept of the sport of football.
Yeah, just like a born and raised rugby player that just got thrown out there. Hey, you got it. Go cover a kick, guy.
Go get him, man.
And then I just look at the frequency of which in back-to-back weeks you're going 3 and out offensively.
It's happening a lot.
And nothing is rhythmic.
Yeah.
Why does it take Sean Payton so long to get to the things that we know Bo Nix is comfortable with? Which he got to in the final drive of the game, and that's mesh rail, which is basically every high school and college 7-on-7 in America has that basic concept. No shift, no motion, puts Marvin Mims in the backfield, runs him on the rail route, which is somewhere between a swing route and a wheel route, and then has a shallow cross and it comes into his vision. It's easy.
Bunch the 2 receivers to the left, have them run
Super
off.
Easy.
Mims.
Mesh rail that is Mike Leach.
Sherwood gets lost, and boom, you hit that for 26 yards. That was kind of the offensive play of the game for the Broncos.
It really ended up being, and then the conversion, it ended up being, I think it was a 1st and 10, but it led to a first down, getting in empty. When the bootlegs aren't available, and by the way, anybody thinks, hey, just get under center and you'll be fine. You realize in this game, Bo Nix was 2 of 9 under center.
Teams are
pistol.
Teams are solving the boot thing pretty easy on the Broncos.
All you got to do is have an edge player.
They really do, and I'm making fun of that 44 Sherwood dude out there. That dude actually his discipline on that play fake was really good yesterday, and teams have just figured out, like, keep a defensive end home or an outside linebacker home, crash down. Even if it leads to numbers the other way, guess what? We know exactly what Denver is going to do, and teams have it solved. I'm going with good win, and let me tell you why that is a good win. One of the advantages that I have as an observer of this Broncos team, and Andy can attest to this, is that at no point in my life have I ever been under the illusion that Bo Nix is an elite NFL quarterback. I've never been encumbered by hoping and believing that he was going to become a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, regardless of anything that Sean Payton told me, or regardless of all of the jersey sales that are happening here in Denver. Bo Nix is, and I will repeat it as I've been saying it all year long, Bo Nix is fine. He's fine as an NFL quarterback. There are weeks where he is going to play well. There are going to be drives where he is going to play well. He had a great 4th quarter against Philadelphia. He had a pretty good 1st quarter yesterday against the Jets. That was 2 good quarters out of the last 8 that the Broncos have played. Again, he had a good drive at the end to get them down into field goal range. He missed Cortland Sutton. That's fine. Okay? Bo Nix is a fine NFL quarterback that Sean Payton has identified and said, this guy can do what I need him to do. This guy avoids the negative plays. He doesn't turn the football over. My defense rules. Some weeks I have a run game, and I can play the kind of complementary football that this team needs to play. And on a day where you scored 13 points, on a day where you averaged 4.3 yards per offensive play, you walked out of there with a victory. Now, how did you do that? You did it by sacking Justin Fields 9 times. You did it by allowing -10 net passing yards in that game. You did that while giving up 1.4 yards per play by the Jets.
Jeez, that's insane.
The Broncos defense completely dominated that football game. The offense had an off day because the offense isn't that good. And certainly the Ben Powers injury really doesn't help things.
About that.
We'll get to that.
Gosh.
But But you walked out of there with a victory because you played the right kind of complementary football that you had to play, and I think that Sean Payton coached that game to his team's strengths fantastically. And this is a football team that is going to win with their defense and with an offense that is at times going to infuriate, because that's just what this team is. That's a good win by the Broncos, Andy.
All right. I'm relabeling negative plays, though. When you miss a wide-open deep shot and it leads you in second and long and your schedule's all screwed up, that's a new negative
But, Andy,
play.
he always misses the
Okay,
deep
but
shots.
you can't have it.
That's
But
what
sooner
he
or later,
is.
we got to start hitting those. He's got to start hitting those.
No, he's...
And what I don't understand is, why does he keep running up in the pocket?
Do you know
Stop
why?
running up in the pocket. Stand still and throw it.
Do you want to know why he misses those throws? Because he's fine. Because he's Bo Nix. Because he's not an excellent deep ball thrower. He doesn't have a particularly strong arm. When he gets out on the move and can throw with some momentum behind him, it's pretty good, but he's not an accurate thrower of deep balls. That's
Okay,
not what
let me
he
ask
is.
you this, Coach. I want you to put on your coach's cap again, even though I told you to leave it in the lobby. Media guy
Wait, which
Mike
hat
is
is
gone.
he wearing?
Now, well, you know what? Look, I'll switch hats in the breaks too. I got them all available in my quarantine basin. What happened? Because, like, again, so many of the plays on the touchdown drive were so pretty.
Yeah.
And the touchdown itself, eye candy, motion, gorgeous play. I mean, gorgeous play, gorgeous throw from Bo, just a perfectly executed play. What happened that there were no more of those, or it felt like there weren't any more of those after that drive? What happened? What did the Jets adjust? Do you know?
Yeah, I think that the Jets did what I think the very first game of Bo Nix's NFL career showed, which is what Mike McDonald did to him, and that is make sure you have consistent edge presence so that you can't allow Bo to get outside the pocket, play tightly contested man coverage or match looks, and then junk up the front with blitz looks and make him have to manage Sean Payton's kill, can, alert package and make him lose the snap before you actually call for the football because you're thinking so much and processing so much. So what do you need to do? You need to go back to playing with some tempo. You need to go back to playing in some empty. You need to go back to doing the things that Bo Nix does well. Play with some RPO out of spread sets. And I just don't think that Sean Payton was quick enough to get back to that world that Bo's comfortable in. And let's just call it like it is. It's college offenses. It's college football. So Bo's good.
Yeah.
Auburn, Gus Malzahn, very college-y.
He's
never been accused of being an NFL pro-style mind, has he?
The slow developing stuff, you got to get that out of there.
Boy, was that bad. The screen, the end around fake screen.
Knock it off with
oh
that.
My
goodness. That's not a good play. Okay.
By the way, should Mims have thrown that to Bo? Bo was wide open on the sideline on that one. Did you see that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the one that was actually a fake. Wasn't it a fake end around?
It was
screen
the
to Jaleel
McLaughlin that got blown up.
Yeah, it was a terribly designed and/or executed play.
Yeah, hideous.
That ended up getting a penalty because it took so dang long.
Just get
and there were O-linemen like 17 yards downfield. Like, hey, it's a screen. We got to block him downfield at some point.
Pat Bryant. Throw him the ball more. And the reason why I say that is because he gets open quickly. And so in the quick game, he's really effective because of his size and because of his ability to be able to out-physical a corner in bump coverage against him.
He doesn't run great, and it doesn't matter.
Right.
Because he plays unbelievably well off the insteps of his feet. He can create explosive separation.
That's a scouting. Well, did you hear that, Andy? Off the
you went deep.
insteps of his feet.
He does, man. That's it. That's his. So that out pattern that he ran in empty on the final drive of the game that moved the sticks.
Yep.
Set up the eventual 27-yard field goal. By the way, should you not have run the football twice more?
Probably.
And just why not get Bo Nix in shotgun empty and let him run quarterback draw on that third down? Don't put the ball in harm's way. But anyway, so you move the ball in there. That was Pat Bryant against tightly contested man coverage. He just runs an out cut.
Yep.
But because he can play springy, bounce, Springer style, and create that separation,
Good
Bo
catch.
Nix has a place to go throw the football.
That was a good catch.
I agree, man. Just don't have him in, please, ever again on 3rd and 1. and have to know any type of snap counts because that was ridiculous.
He's a rookie. He's doing his best out there.
Then have Trent Sherfield out there on 3rd and 1.
Well, look, he wasn't offside on offense, which is something we never heard of until this year.
Did you realize, by the way, 10-9 last year over the Jets, 13-11 this year over the Jets.
It's just something about the Jets.
Oof.
You just survive and move on.
That's it.
Is it something about the green? Because Jared Bednar had the perfect statement for both these teams. He doesn't want to see Dallas ever again. And frankly, I'm done seeing the Jets. Can we be done with the Jets? Can we be good enough to not play the Jets next year?
Speaking of the Stars, tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day for new keywords every hour tomorrow on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avalanche game against Boston. And the Bruins' only trip to ball this year on your home for Avs hockey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
So here's the choice Aaron Glenn has. Go for it on 4th and 8, or send Folk out for a 62-yard field goal. And he's chosen to go for it on 4th and 8 against one of the toughest pass rushes in the NFL, if not the toughest, with 8 sacks on the day already. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in.
Where's the line for the field goal there, AG? Is that the field we're seeing?
Well, 35 for us. Yeah, 35 for us. I mean, I know our guy, he kicked a 58-yard. That was his career long. So, man, we can get to 35. We felt like we were really good in that situation.
Was there any consideration there on where you guys were? I think it would have been a
44.
Yeah, so it would have been.
I mean, that's tough. Again, we just said his line was 35, and we're talking about 9 yards back.
Like if his career long was 58, which he did this year.
58, and I think we was with the wind and all that. So I just thought that was tough.
What?
58's the long, career long. It would have been a 62-yard attempt from the 44. I also, let's note, okay, because it was a 4th down and 8. Their long play for the day was 11 yards. 11.
These go to 11.
Yes. Thank you, Spinal Tap. That was their long play of the game. That was a completion to Josh Reynolds. So he would rather roll the dice on converting a 4th down and 8 against the Denver defense rather than have his kicker in the year of the kicker when everybody – Will Lutz kicked a 57-yarder like it was nothing in the first quarter yesterday. Yeah, from the logo, but Aaron Glenn would have rather put the ball in just – I would have sent my kicker out there. 62 yards, you got to take a shot on that.
Guys, that audio clip is worthy of termination.
He's confused, right?
That's worthy of termination.
Yeah.
And
I'm confused.
In that market, New York City,
yeah.
and with the negativity and vitriol surrounding the Jets franchise. First off, what NFL kicker that is employed gamefully
can't make a 62-yarder today?
Their line is at the 35-yard line. That's a 52-yard field goal. That's what my high school kicker's line is.
Yeah.
And he's great. That is asinine to put that out there on public record. And then for him to say the line is 35, yet his career high is 58, he said that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says it was because he had the wind?
The wind?
Holy smoke. That he might be done.
You're on a turf field.
Aaron Glenn might lose his job this year.
Wouldn't surprise.
He's 0-6.
By the way, quick question on Brian Callahan getting shown the door today in Tennessee. Old Denver guy, Brian Callahan. I'm curious about this, Sandman. You've
former high school football coach at Sarah High School, home of Barry Bonds, Lynn Swann, and Tom Brady.
Nice. That's deep cut right there. So you kind of to quote Wayne Campbell, you have an extensive collection of name tags and hairnets. What do you do with all the gear? What do you do with the sweatshirts and the T-shirts and the hats and the visors and because
how do I leave or how am I excused? Because that dramatically alters what we do with the gear.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's very different.
Okay.
So, backstabbed, fired with really no explanation whatsoever.
Yeah.
My wife makes me throw it all in the trash can immediately.
Okay.
All of it.
Okay. So it's like the breakup where you burn the pictures and the teddy bears.
I've never been a big burn clothes guy.
It
seems a little.
I meant it as an analogy.
A little serial killer-ish. Yeah. I think there are some people that do it.
That was what Left Eye did.
Yeah.
She burned down Risen's house.
That's right. If I leave on good terms and I'm going to the next job, there's a promotion, I keep a hoodie.
Okay.
I always get like a good hoodie.
Okay.
Keep my favorite ball cap.
Okay.
And then if the colors of the shoes kind of translate to something going forward, I keep a pair of shoes.
That's savvy.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
And then I donate the rest of them to just family and friends.
Okay.
If I'm fired, like say Western Kentucky.
Sure.
I don't know why. I ended up just giving it all away. Just it felt good. I actually delivered it in a local community at a Salvation Army.
That's nice.
And I said, Yep, this is all my gear. Yep, I got fired, and I hope that this can be positive for somebody else. And the amount of times that even to this day, I have been tagged with my name tag inside of some of the gear that says Mike say, "Oh, look at this guy. He got fired so I can have this awesome piece of gear for $3." Yeah, bad mistake. I don't like getting tagged in people's gear.
So
what are there more of? Super Bowl loser shirts out there or Mike Sanford gear?
That hurts, man. Total. I mean, it's a tough one.
Third world.
I mean, the way you talk about it, Mike, at least the shirts go elsewhere.
Yeah, it's true.
Also, how many kids in the western part of the state of Kentucky are rummaging through things at the Ark of the Salvation Army, and they're like, "Oh man, I hope I get some Wildcats gear. Ooh, I hope I get some Louisville gear."
Oh damn, I got Hilltopper gear.
Hilltoppers.
They're the worst. Gosh.
All right, Mike, who had the coolest gear? Because you've been at Stanford.
Notre Dame. Not even close.
All right. You
Notre
don't even
Dame.
have to think about it.
Such incredibly cool gear. And ironically, it's weird. They're an Under Armour school, but they're like the elite account for Under Armour. It feels like everything that they made for Notre Dame was like made with it was like handcrafted stitching and everything. Like, it was so nice. And the gear lasted so long. And they had like golden, pieces of 24 karat gold fleck on the embroidery. It was just glorious.
That's classy.
Notre Dame's just nice. Everything's just first class. Stanford, the worst gear by far, Minnesota. I hated the color combination.
Oh, the maroon and gold.
It's just a bad you feel like you work at McDonald's.
Uh-huh.
Like,
wow.
I love McDonald's. Very fine people at McDonald's.
I feel like Gophers hockey gear is cool. None of the other sports, though. Yeah.
Terrible.
No, you don't want that stuff.
You know what gear I like? And I would never have had this on my 2000s bingo card.
Yeah.
I like the combination of Wyoming brown and gold. I think their stuff looks sweet. And that cowboy. Like, I almost want to get hired and subsequently fired by Wyoming solely so that I can keep their gear. Is it not sweet, though?
No, it's not sweet. It's not sweet at all.
Okay. I don't know. I think it's kind of niche, kind of punk rock.
They're the only brown and gold, aren't they?
Yeah, Broncos gave that a whirl.
They did. Yes, they did. They wore. Didn't Kyle Orton have to quarterback a game in the brown and gold? Andy,
I was there.
Yeah,
I was there for that.
Tell me a Wyoming Josh Allen throwback jersey if you just see it rolling down the streets on Broadway.
The yellow version?
What you name it? I don't care. Pee or poo. I think they both look awesome.
When the Buffs, what was funny was when the Buffs played Wyoming a couple weeks ago.
Hold on,
it was nothing but Josh Allen jerseys.
That is true. That is the jersey of Laramie, Wyoming. Is the Josh Allen jersey? Yes. Also, that drop has to live forever now. Spring. I want
Pee
it.
or poo.
Pee or poo. It all.
I'll never
great.
forget. We played a game at Wyoming, and I was playing at Boise State in like 2001 or 2. And I'll never forget, like, at the time, they had New Balance uniforms.
Okay.
Which is not the best uniform selection to be sponsored by. New Balance.
You don't see a lot of that.
Well, it's not really happening anymore. There's a reason. And I remember seeing the yellow pants and the brown jerseys before, and I looked at one of the other quarterbacks and go, their uniforms are truly like the combination of urine and feces. Like that is the pride of Wyoming. And here I am now as an old man that loves
kind of like
the
that
combination.
color.
I'm like, I live for those two.
What else can you do to endear yourself to our CSU audience? Seriously, Mike. I mean, what else do we need out of you these days?
By the way, CSU
banger.
Okay. So and I tweeted this out, okay? A buddy texted me on Friday night, and he's just like, how many Rams fans were on I-25 heading north, and they turned around after listening to you and Andy making fun of them for going to that game. And then they go and score like 35 points in the first half. Oh, man. You get Rocky Beers. Rocky Beers with a 2-tutty game.
Where's he from?
Great question.
Valor Christian.
Is he really?
You betcha.
No kidding.
Yeah, the Reagan Beers plays at.
You're right.
They've got the OU superstar basketball. The Beers family, is off the charts.
Okay, Okay, this is
and
everybody
also,
make fun of my research. I didn't realize that Reagan Beers and Rocky Beers were related.
And also non-consumer of said beers.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not big Beers family.
Did you happen to hear, and my buddy Chris Lewis was calling that game. Do you know Chris from up in Boise?
A little bit.
Chris is awesome.
Great dude.
Such a good play-by-play guy. And he, because it was Brousseau throwing the touchdown to Beers, and he called it the ice-cold combo.
I like that.
And I thought that was a really strong call right there.
Now, who is allegedly the girlfriend of your guy Herbert? Are they all related too? Isn't that a Beers?
Oh, yeah, she is.
Madison.
Is she plural or singular beer?
How many
one beers
no
or
idea.
2 beers?
12er or 6er? What are we talking here? How many beers?
A 40?
49 to 21. Yeah, good showing there for CSU. We got a big guy Tutty in that game. We had it all, man.
How about Front Range football this
yeah,
weekend?
good. Well, Air Force.
That's the only one. But, man, the Northern Colorado Bears going up to Vandal country?
Colorado, the Caden Salter made some freaking throws in that game, man.
The game-winning touchdown was a seed.
Layered.
Seed.
I mean,
How
it
about
was
the one to Omarion, help me out.
Miller.
Yeah.
Where he was so wide open, I'm like, oh my God. I think that might have been the hardest throw he had.
Yeah, got him the ball.
It got the old Mark Johnson. He looks like he was late for the school bus. He was so alone. It was just amazing how deep he got in the secondary. And they were like, we aren't going to cover that guy. You're not going to throw. Oh, wait, you are going to throw that pass. What do you know?
College football was on life support in the Front Range until this past weekend.
Yeah, it was a good
got
weekend.
A little bit more interesting.
And you know what?
Hey.
Air Force lost. They still scored 48 points.
But they gave up
Get to
51.
know Dallin Hayden, boys. Get to know Dallin
He looked
Hayden.
great,
If
didn't
he
he?
can play, there's something different there.
Congratulations to Dakota Ridge High School's Brecken Maines. He's our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl. Sandman's got football practice. We're going to keep it rolling here on the other side, and we're going to smack some rears after a Broncos 13-11 barn-burning victory over there in London. So keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, there's so much happening here on a Rally House Football Monday. We had the Avalanche in action earlier today. They get a victory in Buffalo 3-1. Nathan McKinnon, 2 goals. Cale Makar, 1 goal.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
Heard of him? Yeah, we have heard of them. So the Avalanche bounce back and get a nice victory, 3-1 on the road at Buffalo. They will be back in action coming up on Thursday night at Columbus. Yes, the Buffs won. Yes, the Rammies won. No, Air Force did not win. And the Broncos victorious 13-11 over the Jets. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Andy, quick update. The NFL has suspended Lions safety Brian Branch for 1 game for, I was going to say sucker slapping the face mask of Juju Smith-Schuster after the game yesterday. So he gets a 1-game suspension. So, Andy, to me, the funniest thing about that whole post-game fracas was, like, football players are really good at bludgeoning each other's brains for 3 hours. I'm talking about pro football players here. And then walking out on the field, talking to all these guys that they work out with in the off season and that they went to college with and that they've known forever, and they'll trade jerseys and we'll take photos and, hey, take care of yourself and all that. Like the post-game pleasantries. Andy, you've been on 1,000 post-NFL fields. Like, generally it's a very collegial atmosphere and there's sportsmanship and all of that. And the other part of it is they're exhausted. They're so tired, okay? And Brian Branch starts this dumb fight. And you can tell the players from both sides were just like, I have no interest in this. I don't.
Yeah. This guy's deal.
I want nothing to do with this. I'm tired. I'm already hurt. I'm not mad. I just want to go back to the locker room and take a shower and get treatment and eat. And I want to be left alone right now. I want nothing to do with your post-game melee, you dummy.
Well, you know, most guys just say a quick prayer at the end because they're happy they survived without an injury.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because of the injury rate. And now the helmets are off. And now we're all going to go. I mean, come on, man.
Right.
And on top of it, Juju Smith-Schuster, his helmet wasn't even off yet. I never understand why guys want to punch a dude that still has his helmet on. You're asking for a broken hand, bro.
Smack him in the face mask. What are you doing?
You know, it's funny. It's funny you bring this up, Nate. Let me tell you what happened. Very much a different mood. So I've seen Michael Irvin like 1,000 times at the CU games over the last 2.5 years.
He's your new buddy now.
Dude, so Joseph Williams, who made the crazy, the nice catch at the end of the game.
He had a great game.
I'm doing an interview with the kid. I haven't even approached Michael Irvin because he just gives a vibe to do an in-game interview because I figure he's going to say no. I'm doing an interview with Joseph Williams, and all of a sudden, we both turn, and there's Irvin just shouting stuff at us. So I put the mic in his face, hyping the kid. I told you he was going to, like, he sounded almost like, who is our Don King? He was Don King-ing me at the end of it, just hyping Joseph Williams. And so, like, I had this 3-question interview all of a sudden with Michael Irvin because he just wanted to come screaming about everything. And Joseph Williams was just loving every bit of it. So
Irvin's,
there's that, too.
He's a naturally hyped dude. You got to say that. By the way, Andy, did you watch the Irvin episode of America's Team?
No.
I watched episode 1, and then like I had that moment where I was just like, I don't like any of these people enough to like dedicate any more time of my life to watching this. But I was like, but I do have to watch the Michael Irvin episode just to get all those details. I highly recommend, okay? Especially now because he's your buddy, and you're seeing him down there constantly. Just go back and watch that episode. Learn things about the playmaker.
Bro, I'm not kidding when I say this. He's like Dick Vitale, and for those that don't know what I mean,
just too hyped.
I'm sure. Well, I've been told a story of a guy. One of my buddies got to interview Dick Vitale, and he said he was, Dick Vitale's doing the thing where it's a remote. He's in a satellite room. He's got to talk to 1,000 people that day, and he's Dick Vitale, and he's half asleep. All right, Dick, we're a minute out, and the guy's waiting to do the interview. He's like, oh, my gosh, I might not get Dick Vitale.
And then the light goes on.
As soon as it popped on, hey, baby. Yeah. So he goes into his act. Michael Irvin, like when he watches the game, he came over to me in Houston and he's talking to me and he's talking to you and he's just breaking down routes. Oh, you got to get this outside leverage. If he's going to come up, you got to get down on the outside. And he's like coaching me. And I'm like, bro, Chip wants to take a picture with you. Do you stop hitting my shoulder? I don't need demonstrations. I'm not going to go run a route. I don't need to block anybody. I just would like to get this kid a picture in his Chip uniform and we'll leave you alone. But he gets like so hyped when he's watching it. He's over there just constantly. If you go to a Buff game and usually he's down by the thunder chute between the 20 and the goal line, he will find somebody and it's like he's constant. I don't know why he's not on Prime staff. He's like always coaching football to somebody. It's incredible.
Just it's like his hobby. It's just like hanging out with Dion and watching his football team apparently. And hey, the passing game came to life the other day. Caden Salter made actual legitimate throws. The touchdown to Williams in the back corner of the end zone, I mean, that was a layered throw. He put that thing where only his guy could go and get it. The game-winning throw on the 3rd and 17. He ripped that thing to a receiver that was just coming out of his break like that. That was a pro football throw, and I'm not making the case that Caden Salter is an NFL quarterback, but like that was a big-time throw right there in a moment where they had to have it. I was really impressed with the way Colorado played the other day. I thought they played a very a good game, but also like the thing that was different about that game than other ones that I've watched of the Buffs this year is like they made plays when they had to make them.
Absolutely, Nate. That was the big difference, and same for CSU. Hats off to them for getting that big first win.
Kicked ass.
I want to come back to the CSU thing in just a second, then we'll slap some rears. But I got to tell you, dude, the rain, it was not a heavy rain Saturday. That's probably another reason why I got the little cough and a little extra stuff. But I stood out in the rain for the whole first half. Bro, the field was like an ice rink. Nobody could stop. Folks were slipping like they were sliding down a sled hill every time they tried to make a sudden stop. And then Ralphie couldn't run. And it was funny because everyone's like, what's wrong with the Buffalo? I'm like, guys, it's not the Buffalo. The handlers have to be able to control. That Buffalo, dude, she's crazy, man. She is, like, she's everything you want out of a Buffalo. We're going to need I'm telling you, they're going to need a couple more handlers when she gets a little bigger because she is ready to go all the time. But it was just too slick to try to run with her in the second half.
By the way, speaking of slick, that Tottenham Hotspur turf,
yeah.
I didn't notice it get the Broncos real bad. It got the Jets a couple of times. Fields had that scramble on 3rd and 5 that he would have converted, but he fell. The last throw to Garrett Wilson, the one where Hufanga came and broke it up. That was I think it was on the 3rd down and 8. Like that was another one where it was Wilson. And again, Fields was late with the throw, but it also didn't help that like Wilson just slipped and went down. Like that turf sucked out there. You could tell the players were having a hard time with it.
Well, you told me they spend all the money on the actual good soccer grass, and so that's what goes on. By the way, dude, back to your buddy saying that we turned people around. We simply said, are you going to the game? We didn't make fun of anybody. We had said you guys don't show up when you get angry, and it's fine. I get it. I'd be pretty hacked off if I were them too. But I don't think we should be blamed for you missing. Because, again, I tuned in, and there was nobody in the stadium. I'm like, Nate and I did not have this kind of power. I'm sure some traffic. I mean, look, first off, you could tell nobody came from Denver, which it's a long drive, I get. But even the Fort Collins people didn't look like they felt like going to that game.
No, plenty of good seats available. And, hey, they missed a good game. 49 points scored by CSU. That was good to see. Andy, let's smack some rears. After the Broncos get just a beautiful, just picturesque 13-11 victory on the road in London over the Jets, and in a game in which, and I know I haven't shut up about the defense all day long, and I'm not going to because this defense is freaking awesome, but I'm actually going to smack a rear on the offense first.
Go ahead.
Evan Engram had 5 catches for 42 yards. It doesn't sound spectacular. 4 of his 5 catches, he converted first downs, which that's what you have him there for. He had 7 yards on a tight end jet sweep. Looked a little bit better than when Scangarello called it back in the day. I thought Evan Engram played pretty well. Again, like there were no Star Wars numbers in this game. Both threw for 174 yards. Like it was not a masterpiece. It was actually pretty lame offensively by the Broncos. It was more about getting plays when they needed them, and they got them from Evan Ingram in that game when they needed to have them. I thought he played really well. I thought he fit a role. It again, like, wasn't a pretty offensive game. It was a pretty crappy offensive game, but you needed somebody to step up and make plays, and Evan Ingram made plays yesterday. I think he deserves a hearty slap on the rear.
All right. I don't know who to give the slap. I'm swinging it air.
Yeah.
But whoever designed the touchdown play gets a smack on the rear, whether it's Sean, whether it was Joe Lombardi, or whether it was – I feel like that had some influence from our guy Davis Webb because there was the nice eye candy.
Big bubble
I just
screen.
thought you couldn't have had just what a well-designed play.
Yeah.
Well-designed play. And I guess, you know what, if we're going to just a quick smack for everybody for executing it perfectly. Bo did the perfect quick look to the side, drew everybody up, and by the time he looked at Nate Atkins, there was nobody left to cover him.
Yep.
Just chef's kiss on that one.
It was,
I just don't know where the rest of it was the rest of the day.
It was the outside linebacker, Sherwood, and he just got caught in between. He got caught flat-footed. It was like, shoot. And Adkins ran right by him. Yeah, beautifully designed play. Perfect spot on the field to call that thing. Just worked out great. Really, really nice work on that touchdown. Will Lutz, I want to give him a smack on the rear. He made a 57-yard field goal, which, again, you don't win that game without a 57-yard field goal from Will Lutz. Not many offensive fireworks to speak of, but in a day in which your defense, again, allowed -10 net passing yards, on a day in which your defense had 9 sacks of Justin Fields, 8 different players recorded a sack in that game. I mean, even just like forward passing from Justin Fields, 9 of 17 for 45 yards. My God, is that awful. And on a day in which the defense fully dominated, you had to get a few plays out of your offense, and you got them. And the Broncos come out of it with a victory.
All right, I'll tell you what. I want to do a non-obvious one maybe on defense, but shout out to Talanoa Hufanga. What a fun addition to that secondary.
Fantastic
Dude
game.
is a playmaker. He's everywhere.
Yep.
Obviously had the big breakup. If he doesn't go over there and bother to make that play at the end, then all of a sudden Wilson holds on to it. They probably get a little bit closer. They're in danger of losing on a brutal – that would have just been brutal if they'd have lost on a field goal like that. But Talanoa Hufanga, what an addition. It gets me so excited. I hope, remember, Dre Greenlaw eligible to come off the PUP this week if they choose to activate him. No indication if that's going to happen or not.
IR.
And if they go off of IR. But if they go the way they did with Malcolm Roach, if we at least see some practicing, I bet he waits a week.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can get Dre Greenlaw on there, man, Talanoa Hufanga, what a signing. Hats off to you. What a player. And he's another piece that makes this secondary all the more tougher.
13-11, Broncos get the victory. Let's celebrate that defensive performance when we come back. We got all week to yell about the offense. We get a day to enjoy what the Denver defense did yesterday, and we'll talk about that next.
Yeah, 9 sacks. I mean, you don't rarely hear of negative 20 yards passing, so that's a little unusual. I think they had 80-some yards total offense. Our defense was outstanding today.
Yeah, they sure were. Andy, there have been 3 games this season when the Denver defense has allowed fewer than 10 first downs converted against them. They gave up 8 against the Jets. Now, they only had 12 themselves, but still. Held the Jets to 2 of 15 on third down, 1 of 2 on fourth down. The one conversion was the fake punt. Why didn't you call timeout? 82 total yards. Like, I was amazed after the Tennessee game in the opener. Titans, I believe, had 133 total yards in that game. You just bested that 82 total yards for the New York Jets yesterday for the Denver defense. They stopped the run. They allowed 1.4 yards per carry. Net yards passing, negative 10 yards. I mean, the Jets, they lived in third and long the entire day, and they couldn't do anything in third and long. 13-11. Broncos get the victory. The defensive performance, Andy, I know the Jets stink. I'm under no illusions that they shut down anything elite. But still, like that, those are NFL players out there. You know, Garrett Wilson's a real live NFL player. Breece Hall's a real live NFL player. Justin Fields can kill you with his legs, and they did not allow him to do that in that game. That was an all-timer of a defensive performance. They went out and they single-handedly won the game.
They did, and you got to give them a ton of credit for that. You and I thought this would be the strength of the team. I mean, it's not just us. Let's be honest about it. Everybody thought that after we watched training camp. But after the first couple weeks, frankly, Nate, I didn't know. I was like, maybe we underrated this or overrated this defense and so on and so forth. But no, man, you could see this pass rush is legit. They just keep getting more and more dominant as we go along. It's a fun pass rush to watch, but oof.
46% pressure rate on the year now, Andy. 46%. That is best in the NFL. Like, that. Essentially what that is saying is every other snap you drop back as a quarterback, you're pressured. You're in trouble. And Fields yesterday, he couldn't find anybody open. Like, this is where it's like this combination of secondary and what they're doing out there is just, it's incredible. Nobody is open, and then Fields is under pressure, and then he is second-guessing, and boom. And this is, by the way, this is what the schedule is going to continue to do here for the Broncos coming up. You're going to go up against a rookie in Jackson Dart. This week, you've got that matchup coming up next here in your life. Like this is all setting up really, really well right now for the Broncos to being able to keep dominating on that side of the ball. If they can just get enough offensively, this team is they're just going to keep stacking victories.
I don't disagree, but this is where, look, as long as you have more points than they do at the end of the game, it's fine, right? Just get the wins.
It does designate you win the game.
But in order for this defense to keep doing what they're going to do, you're going to have to get some more first downs. You're going to have to extend some drives. You're going to have to stay on the field a little bit longer. You can't have them all of a sudden. You know, you can't be one of the top 5 teams in 3 and outs at the end of the year and think that this defense isn't going to get gassed at some point.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's one of the things I wonder about. But look, here's the crazy exciting thing about it. I just mentioned, let's say you get Dre Greenlaw back, which we're all assuming you're going to do sooner rather than later. I would assume before Halloween. We haven't heard about any setbacks or anything. Dre Greenlaw is just going to add another physical and athletic element to this defense. Hopefully, maybe cut down on some of those wheel routes out of the backfield for the teams that have the weapons to use it. That's going to just make it all the more exciting.
That poor schmo that was playing tackle yesterday trying to block Nick Benito, my God. And Benito, like his instincts, like he is so good at reading this thing. And he jumped off sides yesterday one time, and it was just like, I don't care, do more of that. Like time it, dude, because Benito is incredible. Cooper is so good on the other side, and then like their ability to be able to converge, force a quarterback to be able to step up, and then Zach Allen and JFM are getting the kind of push up front that they're getting to be able to get home. this pass rush right now, it's one of the best I've ever seen. And we had the conversation over the summer of like, okay, 63 sacks last year. You led the NFL, the top 15 season of all time in terms of sack in a single season. Can they do that again? And it's just like, you know what? They're not going to do that. Like, chances are they won't. I don't know. Like, I know 9 sacks is an outlier, but like they're getting 5, 6 every week anyway. That's just what they do.
And look, and we'll talk more about it as the week goes along, obviously, but Jackson Dart, I don't think it's any coincidence. He's looked really good at the 2 games at home and looked really bad in the game against the Saints when he was on the road. That's kind of the life of a rookie quarterback. And now, I mean, this Denver crowd, I imagine, is going to be pretty jazzed up to go watch this Giants game and give the crowd some, get some support from the crowd, help the defense out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Now, again, can you get 9 sacks again? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not going to count on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they piled up 5 or 6. It's not like, look, the Giants are down their best receiver. This may end up, it feels like they're on pace, right, to be the all-time sack leading team. What's the most sacks in a season by a Denver defense? Do you have that by chance?
It was 63 from last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we at this year?
Right now, they are on pace to best the 1984 Bears for the NFL single-season sack record. That is the pace that they are currently on.
What would that number be?
What is it? It's like 81 or something like that.
I believe I saw a tweet yesterday, too, that they're already 10 ahead of the next team closest to them, chasing them.
Yeah, they're that good. Okay, 72 by the 84 Bears.
There you go.
Not 84 by the 72 Bears. Also,
well, that 72 Bears, they weren't the same.
Also, the 85 Bears, I mean, that's the famous one, right? That's the one that everybody always has in the holster of, like they'll talk about a defense. Like, they're pretty good. They're not the 85 Bears, but they're pretty good. And it's like, well, yeah, that's the greatest defense of all time.
All right, I got a question for you. Who's the most underappreciated guy on this defense? Low-key, the most underappreciated guy.
So, if we're going to say underappreciated, I don't know. I think I just smacked him on the rear last week. But I would say Brandon Jones.
Okay.
He's in the middle of everything. If I was going to give you maybe a close runner-up, and again, this was a guy that the Broncos drafted his position this year, and yet I only see him do good things. Jaquan McMillan.
Another good candidate. I like that.
Good friggin' player. A good tackler. A guy that, he does that nickel job. He avoids the traffic inside. He finishes on tackles. He keeps his guy in front of him. He doesn't give up a ton of yak when you make plays on him. I would put him on that list as well of an underappreciated guy on this defense. I know I'm going secondary. It's hard to say anybody in the front 7 because how do you underappreciate what any of these guys are doing right now?
And yet, I would say Jonathan Cooper does not get the kind of praise. I mean, look, when
because he's across
Benito's
from Benito,
not getting there,
right?
But it's something to be said that Cooper's a constant presence. You can't run to the opposite side of Benito because Cooper seems always to be over there. And remember, they were down there, Jonah Ellis yesterday. He did not play.
Yep.
So the rotation got a little thin, and yet they kept that pressure coming from both sides.
Jonathan Cooper, by the way, he was I haven't looked it up and I'm assuming he's still there. Going into last week, he was number 2 in the NFL in pressure rate behind Benito.
Oh, it's amazing the jump off they get. But that also tells you what Zach Allen's doing, what DJ Jones is doing, what Malcolm Roach is doing, what John Franklin Myers is doing.
Great, by the way, great run defense game yesterday. Breece Hall had 2.7 yards per carry. Fields never got anything going on the ground. Broncos have done a really good job, and they're going to have to do it again this week against Jackson Dart. But they did a great job against Jalen Hurts. They did a great job against Fields of laying that spy out there. One of the things that's also fortunate when you're going up against Justin Fields, and let's be honest, a Jackson Dart coming up this week too, is like you don't feel like you're missing anything in coverage when you lay that spy out there. It's not like Lamar Jackson who can kill you throwing the football if you're going to overcommit to stopping him and hemming him in. Like Jackson Dart and Justin Fields aren't going to do that to you, and I think VJ he's game planning to the quality of opponent that he is going up against.
All right. And you know what? YouTube just mentioned it too, so this is what made me think of it. Jackson Dart doing all the little dances. Did you get a little Drew Lock vibe there? How'd you feel about that? Did you see his long extended dance from the other night?
here's what I'll say for Jackson Dart is he's not Russ, which automatically makes him, I think, fun if you're a Giants fan. And then, like, he's right now, he's playing to his coach's style. Like, Daboll's kind of a psycho, and Jackson Dart kind of matches that energy a little bit, and it all works together. Like, I think in Jackson Dart, Andy, I think that there is a guy that can go out there and win you a few football games. I don't think there's an elite quarterback in there, but I think that Daboll can find something that works in there a little bit. And if it's poor man's Josh Allen for Brian Daboll, then he can get it going with Jackson Dart. That's what I'll say about what's going on with that team right now.
No, I'm with you. And I mean, look, they're winning right now, so it's saving Daboll's job.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to look, the NFL at some point, all I'm going to say is I have watched Jackson Dart play in 3 games. He's gone into concussion protocol like all 3 games. He went into, remember, against the Chargers, he had to go in the tent. Obviously, last game he went into the tent. During the preseason, he went into the tent. Like, at some point, dude, is the guy concussed or not? He's the only dude in the NFL that it feels like 3 times he's gone in to get checked for concussion protocol, and he's cleared. What's going on there? Feels a little fishy.
Have we?
Whatever.
We're in the post caring about brain health era of the NFL now. It's like we went really far in one direction, and then everybody just kind of looked at it and said, well, they know, and they're still coming out here, so good on them. Yeah, I don't think the NFL cares about concussions the way that they did like 5 years ago.
It's fine. Then just tell us that.
Right.
Just tell us that. Let's just stop acting like we do.
Yeah. No, it's they have to act like they do so they can't get sued anymore. It's it's like a part of the settlement, but I don't think they actually do. Nick Bonito, 34 quarterback pressures on the year. That's number 1 in the NFL. Jonathan Cooper, 26 pressures on the year. Bonito's pressure rate is at 26%. Cooper's is at 19% as pass rushers right now. That's what the Broncos are getting done. This front is just absolutely friggin' awesome. And this year they've, they did the thing that you're supposed to do. They have dominated against bad quarterbacks. They caught an Eagles team. I think they caught the Eagles at a good time. And dominated there. And then, like Herbert got him. Daniel Jones got him in the way that, they kicked 5 field goals and a stupid leverage penalty and you lost the game. But, like, all of those quarterbacks saw the most pressure against Denver than they did against any opponent this season. So, and Herbert had another one yesterday. Andy was just like, oh, all right, what are you supposed to do? You had him wrapped up. You thought it was done. He somehow escapes, and he finds Ladd McConkey, and Jim Harbaugh can get really excited about it. But, like, that's just, what? Sometimes you just tip the cap to the other guy and just say that guy just does that thing sometimes.
Do you want to hear Jim Harbaugh talk about it?
I do.
I know Spring's pretty excited to play the audio.
Yeah, Spring. Do we got the audio of the breakdown from Jim Harbaugh post game talking about Justin Herbert and the throw to Ladd McConkey on what would be the game-winning field goal drive to set up Cameron Dicker, the most accurate kicker in the history of the NFL, who kicked 5 field goals yesterday. Let's hear about Jim Harbaugh breaking out his analysis of the 42-yarder to Ladd McConkey that set up the game-winning field goal.
That play will be burned in my mind for till they throw dirt over top of me. Justin Herbert back to throw. Defender wrapped around him. He's able to just mighty man it and shake it off and hit Ladd McConkey. Ladd does his stop, fly by, and starts getting that necessary yardage. And here comes Zion Johnson flying ahead of Ladd. Gets that block shielded, and there's another 20. Yeah, I'm going to remember that play till they throw dirt over top of me. That's how great I feel about that.
Jim Harbaugh enjoyed that play a lot more than Kurt Warner enjoyed the Broncos-Jets game, let me tell you.
Oh, my God. Kurt Warner, how about the anger he's just stifling the whole time to the point where his partner is just laughing at him?
Oh, man. Warner hated that game so much. And to be fair, so did everybody that watched it. Like, that's okay. And I thought Eisen was fun. He was confused on the safety, and he kept blaming Garrett Bowles, even though the penalty was on Quinn Miners. But whatever, that happens.
Yeah, I was about to say, and then who did they call? Didn't they call a 57? Like, nobody knew what was going on that play.
Yeah, it was called on 77. Like, it was,
right, but didn't they announce 57? I thought he said 57.
I thought he announced 77. I could be wrong. I knew it was Miners the whole way, and then he kept saying Garrett Bowles, and then they showed Bowles sitting over there on the telecast, and I was just like, Garrett didn't do anything wrong. Like, again.
Well, he kind of punched the guy in the face, but it was not his penalty.
Matt Peart. Now, he's going to get people drunk because Peart's making the drinking game this week, obviously, right?
Well, for what? Everything?
For everything.
My gosh, dude.
Everything.
Did we see a Throckmorton at some point? They called him up.
Yeah, we might have to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just had to get one stinker out of the way, and now he'll clean it up.
Yeah, but you know what I felt bad for? It shows you how, like, again, I think sometimes we act like playing offensive line is so easy and the positions are interchangeable, and it's not easy to be that guy. Parrott, did you see the one where they did a stunt on him on the line, and Parrott, like, got blasted by the guy that stunted? Because, again, he's a tackle by trade for what we've seen him for the most part. I don't think he's used to a guy coming at him from that angle. He just got flat backed by the dude on the stunt. And I'm like, ooh, that's where you're playing out of position, my guy.
But this is where it's good news, Andy. Like, you won the game where your backup left guard went out there and his head was spinning and he got his ass kicked and he had 1,000 penalties and all of that. Like, okay, clean it up, play better next week. Really good defensive line in the Giants. Like, you're gonna have to deal with some dudes out there next week. A better defense than what the Jets are throwing at you. But hopefully he's gonna get some things cleaned up. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We're with you until 6. Coming up here, we have got game number 1 of the Monday Night Football doubleheader, Bills-Falcons. That's on AM 950, starting up at 5 o'clock. Bears-Manders is at 6 here on 92.5. So right after the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, we will get you to coverage of Chicago and Washington tonight. The NFL on Westwood One. 2 Monday night games. Listen to it all on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. 3 auctions available for you to be able to bid right now. They've got kitchen supplies from a former Boston market. That auction, by the way, is going to close tomorrow, so get on that. City of Longmont has some equipment up for auction. Plus, they've got a model home furniture and decorations auction. That's a national home builder selling off excess model home furniture and decorations. This is lightly used stuff. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this auction. I mean, I'm looking at sofas and chairs right now that are available for less than $100. Get to Roller Auction's website and check out this furniture. Again, lightly used, but you can get some fantastic deals if you need to re-outfit the living room. Roller Auction has got you covered. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because we're giving away Nuggets Heat tickets for November 5th. And an autographed Nikola Jokic photo. Get it all right now at Roller Auction. That's roller.bid/altitude and win tickets from us.
Aaron, is your commitment to Justin as strong as it was yesterday after the game, after going back and reviewing the tape?
You know what? Here's what, I thought about this a lot last night. I thought about the question that was asked. And when you look at what Justin did, the games that he played, listen, I didn't think he was bad at all. I actually thought he did some pretty good things in those 4 games. In this 5th game, he took a step back, and I'm with you guys 100%. And we can't have that. We have to get better than that. And he knows that. And he knows that better than anyone, So I don't think you just try to bench a player after having one true bad game, because I thought the other games he played fairly well.
It is crazy, Andy, when you look at the week-to-week disparity for Justin Fields. Last week, he played against the Dallas Cowboys, which that defense...
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Whew, my God, is that defense terrible.
Terrible.
And
Michael Parsons.
Ooh, you could have used that guy. Rico Dowdle yesterday, the Panthers yesterday, 239 scrimmage yards. By the way, did you realize that was the most ever by a player against his former team? So
I did not. That's good for him.
That's kind of fun right there. He's also the first undrafted player with back-to-back 200-plus scrimmage yards in consecutive weeks. So that's very cool. I mean, the Panthers took over at the end of that game yesterday and put on a 6-minute field goal drive, and Dallas just couldn't get off the field. Last week against the Cowboys, Fields threw for 283 and 2 tutties. It wasn't impressive. Like, they were down big in that game, and he got some junk scoring, whatever. But that's what Dallas's defense is. They suck. Yesterday against Denver, 9 of 17, 45 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, just hideous. The way that he looked in that game yesterday, and the thing that was the craziest about that game, Andy, was like he did. You could see a player that did not trust what he was looking at in the slightest bit. A guy that was he was baffled, befuddled, flummoxed, every word you can think of. And then a split second after the confusion would set in, he would then get hit by somebody. And that happened all day long.
Yeah, it's just what he's been as a quarterback. And I know everybody wants to say the next stop will be different and it'll be something new. And, look, he's had his moments. There's times where you could see the arms there. But for the most part, this is the guy that needs to run. I still am kind of curious why Arthur Smith, why did they end up going to Russ last year? You know what I mean? Because I thought if anybody would have found a way to unlock Justin Fields, maybe, because we talked about it, Sean Payton's found his thing that he likes to do with Knicks.
Yeah.
Daboll's found the thing he's going to like to do with Dart. How Arthur Smith wasn't that for Justin Fields is still a little kind of surprising to me, but it just is what it is. And you're right. He looks broken. The whole Jets. Here's what I think is crazy. I thought Aaron Glenn would at least have them playing a little smarter. Now, I don't know. I say that, and look, the Broncos only scored 13 points against them, so I don't know. Jets are just jetting.
Let me give you a Justin Fields factoid, okay? He is the only player in the past 15 years to take at least 9 sacks in a game without completing more than 9 passes.
Wow.
And you know what? He's now done it twice. He did it.
Who else was it the other time?
He did it for Chicago in 2021 against the Browns, and he did it Sunday against the Broncos. Yeah. Uh-huh. Woo. Good luck, my guy. Lost 55 yards on the 9 sacks, which is just incredible. Worst passing mark, -10. Net passing yards for the Jets yesterday, worst this century for the New York Jets. That's what the Denver defense did to those guys yesterday. You know what, Andy? In that context, you'll take 19 of 30 for 174 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 sack, and a 90 passer rating out of Bo Nix, won't you?
Sure.
Star Wars numbers on a Rally House Football Monday. That's what Bo Nix was giving you, Andy. Star Wars numbers.
Yeah, at what point I'll ask you, we started the show with Coach, do you trust this offense will have it when they need it? Because here's the thing. If you, like I said before, If you continue to get the points you need to win the game, fine. That was 2015. They didn't have a lot of blowouts in 2015, and we knew this may look a little like 2015, so I'm not going to grouse about it, but we just heard the promo, and Brett Kane has said something you and I have said a few times. The problem is we're to week 6, and more often than not, the offense has had a nice half or a nice quarter in a game. At what point do they just find a rhythm in a game?
Yeah, Sean's script was good yesterday. Like they had the early fumble by Troy Franklin. Of course, the Jets were going to get a takeaway quickly in that game, and they do, and they suck, and they kick a field goal. All right, fine. But that opening drive, really the entire first quarter for the Broncos, when it was on script, was very, very good. Then, as Sean kind of tried to settle into that game, he's boot happy with Bo, but like I get why he does it, because the pocket is not Bo Nix's friend. He's one of two. Here's what's weird about it, Andy. He's one of two things. Have you noticed this about Bo Nix in the pocket? Early on in the year, he was like Captain Happy Feet in there. Or it feels like lately, it's almost like they took somebody like a batter with like too big of a stride in his swing or something like that, and they were just like, why don't you just plant your feet? And so he's like been doing more of that, and I'm not sure that's working for him either. Like, he's got to – there's just something in there where if he doesn't know where he's going with the football immediately after the snap, if it isn't just one of those quick point guard rhythm throws, okay, quick slant to Pat Bryant there, okay, in breaker to Cortland Sutton there, quick curl, whatever it is, okay, balls out. It's like he doesn't know what to do with his body when he's standing in the pocket. And I think Sean sees that stuff, and then he's like, okay, boot. Well, here's my solution. Misdirection and boot stuff all day long. The problem is, though, is that every defense, that's what they spend all week on, is the boot stuff. And it's becoming more and more ineffective. And even if they're not hitting Bo, they're getting his passing lanes, and they're getting hands up, and they're taking away his eyes, and they're making it tough on him. And so I think right now, I think Sean Payton is a little bit lost as a play caller, because I don't think he's totally clear on what his quarterback does well at the moment.
Okay, but it is tempo. I don't disagree with what you're saying there, but then stop sending in 20 formations. Just play tempo.
Yeah.
Play the way, because again, when Bo gets in a rhythm, and we saw it against the Eagles, we saw it on the touchdown drive, and we saw a little bit of it on the field goal drive for the win, just go out there, get quick. Don't send in a new personnel grouping. Call the play, get to the line, give the defense 6 seconds, and get about your business.
Yeah.
And let him just feel good. Because when he gets in a rhythm, not only he makes better throws, he makes better decisions, and he seems to be okay.
But go back to what you said earlier this hour, though, of your concern that this offense is going to exhaust this defense.
Sure.
And that's the other spot where Sean is stuck. Because if he goes up tempo and it's just bam, 3 and out, well, crap, the defense is immediately right back out on the field. And they were out there a ton yesterday anyway, because that game was just two teams punting the ball back and forth to each other. And so, like, that's the hard thing about playing hurry-up offense as your base stuff in the NFL. Then that gets tricky for you, Like, I know what you're saying. I don't think you're wrong. And like, Bo got in one of those rhythms in the fourth quarter a little bit on the field goal drive, because I think by that point of the game, Sean doesn't care. But, like, second quarter, does he want to be running hurry up all the time? You can only screw your defense so much,
But what does Leggy always tell us? You got to call the game for the team you have, not the team you want.
Yeah.
And I think too often, Sean has called a game for what he wants this team to turn into. We had to hear, he went telling Tony Romo how much Bo is like Drew Brees, but Bo is not like Drew Brees. Bo is Bo. So you may never get to be the guy that calls the Drew Brees plays again. And you know what? If you win another Super Bowl, who cares? Who cares? But he needs to be in a rhythm. And again, all I want to see Bo do is don't run up on those shot plays. Just, you talked about setting your feet, yet he won't set his feet on the deep throws this year. I'm glad he's climbing the pocket, but you don't need to run and throw it halfway between steps. I don't understand that. He wasn't doing that a year ago, and he had plenty of arm for some of the deep throws. So I don't understand why he's decided he's got to run into the throw this year.
Yeah, but he's missing at the same rate that he did last year. He's not a good deep ball thrower. He's just not.
I know.
He's gonna hit a couple because he's a pro quarterback. Like he's gonna hit a couple of them, but they take. It almost feels like those shots, Andy. It's almost like they get called not because they think they're gonna hit. They get called because it's just they have to give the opposition something else to think about that isn't just another throw at the line of scrimmage.
Fair enough, but sooner or later you got to hit one or two of these. You really do.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? It'd really be something. It's the larger the sample size gets on what Nick's is a quarterback, the less I'm holding my breath for all that stuff.
Are you hoping they sign Treylon Burks, the former Titans receiver, at this point? I know he's coming here to work out tomorrow. Are you hoping they do that? Are you believing that they've got, again, love Mims, and I think there's a good pro receiver in Mims, but I don't know, man. If they use him like they did yesterday, fine. Somebody has got to solidify and be consistent at the second receiver spot.
Yeah, they don't have it right now. Maybe Ingram is starting to peek his head out a little bit into being that dependable piece. The last couple of weeks, he's looked like, okay, now I get why you gave this guy the money. Maybe he's getting healthier, and maybe he's starting to do it a little bit. But no, in general, when it comes to the wide receiver core, it's Cortland Sutton and everybody else, and that's just I'm starting to, again, it's another one of those things I'm starting to settle into of okay, that's just what this team is.
But we like Pat Bryant. Coach talked about. I like Pat Bryant.
I like Pat. Very good role player. He's a very good role player, Andy. You want to throw a quick hitter, Pat Bryant will get open for it in a hurry. It's kind of what he does,
Well, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Role player. Kreckman and Lindahl. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got a familiar name, Andy, taking over for Brian Callahan there in Tennessee. We got to check in on the MVP race for a moment in the NFL. And guys doing weird things after games. We'll hit it all next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Rally House Football Monday. By the way, congratulations, Heritage High School's Mo Thennell. He's our Athlete of the Week. Way to go, Mo. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Mo's passion, and their passion is justice. Rally House shop every team in town. Rally House Football Monday. Let's dive right into it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And let's check in with the Jets, Mark Springer.
Yes, let's check in with the New York Jets. And, hey, you
Jets. By the way, I feel as though the sounder more appropriate than ever.
I know,
today,
right?
Spring.
Oh my God. Oh, you know what? I'm in the wrong folder here. Darn me. We got to play it. We got to play it, Nate.
We have to celebrate what really, I mean, I feel as though the sounder accurately described what the entire game was.
You nailed it, Nate. You were spot on last week.
Thank you.
Because the Jets were poo.
They're not good.
I mean, oh my goodness.
Bad football team.
Yeah.
Bad football team, bad vibes, bad everything with the Jets.
They're 0-6. So Justin Fields, was he trying to kill Garrett Wilson? I mean, he's throwing balls behind him.
Brutal.
He's leaving him out to dry. One of those balls late that he threw behind Garrett Wilson, you saw him go down and he had to go to the sideline. Well, it turns out that Garrett Wilson hyperextended his knee and is now expected to miss a couple of weeks. One source telling Adam Schefter, Garrett Wilson was not pleased with the Jets' execution at the end of the first half, letting the clock run down on a 4th down after they went for a fake punt. Garrett Wilson is confused. He's upset. He talked to Aaron Glenn after the game. He just wanted to know what the plan was. When Aaron Glenn told him what the plan was, he said, I don't like that plan. Well, today, Aaron Glenn was asked about the end of the first half.
Is there anything you would have done differently with regard to your strategy at the end of the first half?
You know what? As I thought about that, and I think the question was asked about the confusion part. When you look at it, man, it was the ref said first down, and that's when we were about to respect the ball. And someone else said, no, it's not. It's 4th down. And at that point, man, if we tried to run a play, I thought that's where real confusion is going to come from. So at that point, our staff had just talked about this the day before. But, man, let's try to see if we can get 3, defer at the beginning of the game, try to get 3 points out of the halftime, then come back the second half and try to get points again. But you know what, to be honest with you, I wish I could have took the clock down to 5 seconds and just do a Hail Mary, to be honest with you. But at that point, I want no confusion. Let's just get out the half, guys. We're getting the ball back the second half, and let's get ready to go.
What is happening on his sideline that they thought it was a first down?
No idea.
What are they doing?
They're not being coached well. I don't even know what the hell they had going on. The offensive coordinator looked confused. They're taking timeouts in weird spots. Glenn doesn't even seem to know what his own team's doing. Am I wrong? How many times did Glenn seem unaware completely of what the offensive game plan was or what they were trying to pull off?
That was just it. Like,
again, why would you not do the Hail Mary he talked about?
Right, exactly. And also, like some of that, too, is on Justin Fields of just like, okay, well, you know the down and distance and you see the clock in front of you. I'm sure they told you where it is in this London stadium. So you see where the clock is. You can make your guy snap the ball. You can make a call at the line of scrimmage. It's not that hard. Like, you're pro football players.
You want proof? Remember the touchdown in the Buffs game against Delaware that Staub threw to Sincere Brown?
Yes.
I talked to Brown after the game, and I said that was a pretty cool play call. He goes, no, we got to the line. We saw a single. Staub gave me the backup quarterback.
Right.
Gave the receiver a nod to just go.
Yeah.
How can Justin not do? You're a pro NFL quarterback. They gave you a 3-year contract. It's your team, bro.
He can look at the marker and he can figure that out. So even if your coach is baffled and befuddled by football, you could at least figure it out. But apparently they couldn't. Yeah. John Payton never used his final timeout, and he didn't need to because the Jets just completely wet the bed on that play. As they did at the end of the game as well, not trying a 62-yard field goal. Weird, badly coached team. This thing doesn't look like it's any closer to being a legitimate NFL outfit.
And real quick, for anybody going, Nate, why would you try a 62-yarder? You'd given up 9 sacks, and
Yeah.
you're going to go for it on 4th and 8?
Yeah.
Just try the field goal. What do you got to lose?
Well, to be fair, they had given up only 8 sacks. They took the 9th on that play.
That's true. But hey, 8 isn't the one where you go, hey, let's try it one more time.
My God. All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, the Broncos got a Week 1 win over Brian Callahan and the Tennessee Titans. Today, Brian Callahan was fired as head coach of the Tennessee Titans after Tennessee fell to 1-5 with a 20-10 loss in Las Vegas against the Raiders. They will host Mike Vrabel and the Patriots, who are playing very well right now, on Sunday. And it was announced today that former Broncos offensive coordinator Mike McCoy will be named their interim head coach.
Andy, be honest. Did you know Mike McCoy was still in the league and what he was doing?
No idea.
Yeah.
And I like Mike a lot. He's always a really kind man to me when he was here. We had a lot of interesting conversations. Just a good dude. But, yeah, he was former head coach of the Chargers, so I guess it makes sense. But, you know, he's not done so well without Phillip Rivers or Peyton Manning as his guy. So, and right now, Cam Ward, not Phillip Rivers or Peyton Manning at the moment.
Not exactly. Andy, one of our friends texted me, there are actually only 15 NFL coaches, and they just cycle around forever.
Oh, I swear that's not wrong, right? Like, it's kind of like backup quarterbacks and former NFL coaches just riding the same car.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
see each other at the airport. Hey, dude.
What's Mike Mularkey doing right now? He's got to be out there somewhere. There's got to be another Kiffin running around somewhere that could have taken this gig. Apparently not. Mike McCoy gets to be the interim coach of the Titans now. Good luck.
High five. Hey, Baker Mayfield is in contention for NFL MVP as the Buccaneers beat the 49ers yesterday. Injury news for Tampa. They were without Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irvin.
They were without everybody.
Yeah, and so the Niners were without a bunch of dudes. They are not expected to play in Detroit. That's who the Buccaneers have next. They also lost, maybe the favorite for offensive rookie of the year.
Emeka Egbegboo.
With a hamstring injury. So he's probably not going to play in Detroit and is probably going to miss a week or two plus. Also, hey, how about this? 7th round pick for the Buccaneers, Tez Johnson. So Abuka goes out, and Tez Johnson, who went to Oregon, he's actually the adoptive brother of Bo Nix. They played together at Oregon, and Tez.
Bo and Tez,
the brothers from another mother. And Tez makes a big touchdown catch after Baker Mayfield avoided a sack, a deep touchdown throw to Tez Johnson.
He did a cool flip, too.
Yeah, he's got that Cam Scattaboo in him. And so the crowd in Tampa starts chanting MVP. And rookie 7th round pick Tez Johnson, he's in awe. He's thinking, are they chanting MVP for me? Here's Tez after the game.
I'll tell you a funny story. This is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP. The one he got the first down on, he said he blacked out. But, I mean, that's just Baker. The pump fake get everybody. I'm just like, oh, my God, he's a dog. Like, I don't know what he put in his cereal before the game. Like, but that guy on it every single week.
All right, Andy. Here's my question on Baker Mayfield, okay? That's a good story. But here's my question on Baker. All right? So Baker's been all over the NFL, right? And you flunked out of Cleveland and couldn't get on the field in Carolina, and we know the Baker Mayfield story, all right? Rams for a minute. Broncos fans remember that. But we talk about how, he's in a good situation right now and he's surrounded by all this talent and all that. I mean, yesterday he's throwing that touchdown to Tez Johnson, who's literally wide receiver 6 on that team, okay? He has 12 touchdowns to 1 pick on the year. Is it possible it isn't just about what's surrounding Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield is just really that good of a quarterback?
Yeah, yes. And it's wild. I wonder why he would say it took this long to unlock it. But yes, Nate, look, first off, the NFL usually doesn't have patience for you, and we just talked about it. They do recycle quarterbacks and coaches, but it's amazing what Baker Mayfield's turned into there. Now, again, this is what he was profiled to be. He was supposed to be. Now, I don't know if everybody thought he was pick number 1 in the draft when you read the scouting reports and included Josh Allen, Sam Darnold, Lamar Jackson, Josh Rosen, but a lot of people thought he could be a really good quarterback, and he's playing to the profile. And again, I'm just curious what clicked that finally got it. He's kind of a Tommy Maddox, is he not? Remember, Tommy Maddox is here in Denver. Didn't go his way. Took him 8 years or whatever it took to get to Pittsburgh, and all of a sudden he became the Tommy Maddox who everybody thought could be a pretty good pro quarterback.
But the scramble that he had yesterday was insane too. He's playing out of his mind. Right now, MVP odds: Josh Allen plus 140, Patrick Mahomes at 225, Mayfield at plus 425. So Mayfield right now is third in the MVP odds. Stafford and Goff both 15-1, Jordan Love 16-1, Herbert at 18-1. Drake May is up to 18-1 as well. Another dude that's absolutely balling out right now. So MVP race is pretty interesting. One quick note on the Niners too. Fred Warner, broken and dislocated ankle, done for the year. You already lost Bosa. Credit to Kyle Shanahan, what he's doing with Mac Jones right now. McCaffrey had his first rushing touchdown of the year yesterday in that game. How many more of these can you guys sustain before you just fall off a cliff?
I think none.
Yeah.
Because Mac Jones clearly is, hurt.
And battling. And he's playing well, too. Give him credit.
How about Christian McCaffrey on that one play, just grabbing him and shoving him forward? Like Mac Jones, I don't think had the rib capacity to do it. So Christian's like, I'm just going to carry you over the pile, my guy.
Good luck. All right, let's keep it rolling right here. Let's go to a team that's a way bigger mess, the Miami Dolphins.
High five.
Yeah, they lost to the Chargers 29-27. They trailed 26-13 in the fourth quarter, but 2 unanswered touchdowns with 46 seconds left gave them a 27-26 lead. And then Justin Herbert shook off a sack and found Ladd McConkey and made Jim Harbaugh want to do this.
That play will be burned in my mind for till they throw dirt over top of me.
Yeah. And then Cameron Dicker would hit the game-winning field goal, and the Dolphins fall to 1-5. Chargers improved to 4-2. They're tied with the Broncos on tiebreaker. They lead the AFC West. Miami 1-5 will go to Cleveland and play the 1-5 Browns. Tua Tagovailoa. After the game, said that players are showing up late to players-only meetings, or they're not showing up at all. Today, Mike McDaniel was asked about those comments.
Regardless of an intent and what was on Tua's mind, after a loss as the franchise quarterback, that's not the forum to displace that. I think he knows that now. I do honestly believe it was not. There's no ill intention, but you're talking about I think kind of a misguided representation of player orchestrated film sessions.
So if the meeting is getting scheduled by somebody that's not your boss,
right?
Are you that worried about showing up on time or showing up at all? What is the protocol on players only meetings, Andy?
It feels like like you said, I'm trying to come up with the analogy, but it's like Dwight Schrute on The Office calling a meeting. You think I'm showing up on time for Dwight Schrute's meeting? I'm not, okay? Now, if you tell me, Michael Scott, I have to be here, I guess I have to be here. But Dwight Schrute, I ain't showing up for your meeting, if at all. It's certainly not on. I'll show up if I make it on time, and if I don't, I don't. But, I thought it was hilarious. I said to you guys, remember our guy Deshaun Hamilton, who spent a minute here in Broncos country?
Former
Bronco,
Deshaun Hamilton.
He tweeted out today, this dude, he quote tweets the tweet of, it's too bright on my thing, but quote tweets the whole thing of Tua calling people out. He goes, this dude, the starting QB, was late to the first team meeting during my 3 seconds with the Dolphins, a bunch of laughing emojis, and everything was cool in there. So, Tua, better check that attendance history if we're going to be calling everybody out.
Mike McDaniel is he's the next to go, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that Callahan beat him to it, quite honestly.
It screams that this thing is it's off the rails. And I love Mike McDaniel. I think he's fun. I think he's good for the sport of football, but it's not working there anymore, and the mix is off.
You know what else is maybe going to get him fired? And I'm dead serious about this. It's going to sound stupid when I say it. The amount of former NFL people that are losing their minds over his high pants and boat shoes is unbelievable. But everybody's like, oh, you should, yeah. I guess I'm on NFL dark web too, dude. Nate, now Rex Ryan complained about it. Not surprised. Rex Ryan complains about everything because he wants every job that's out there.
Yeah.
But all I see is one tweet after another of NFL guys going, you can't have this look. You can't have this. I'm not taking my coach seriously this way. 2 years ago when he was winning, it was refreshing.
Right.
But now that he's losing, you're not allowed to dress who you are anymore. I mean, come on.
So that's what the engagement bots are mad about now?
Yeah, because you got to wear the Vic Fangio khakis that he borrowed from the trainer for his first day in a gray sweatshirt. Is that it?
Yeah. By the way, speaking of clothing options, Andy, you made an appearance on the Avalanche postgame show today.
Yeah, you know what? I saw Kyle Keefe ask our boy Nate Dogg about how'd he put it to Nate? They came out like a house of fire or something like that, and he was like, I don't know about all that, but yeah, Buffalo came out good. So I get done watching the Nate interview. They go to break, and I'm like, I'm going to run downstairs, turn the TV off, go do something else. And then next thing I know, you're like, oh, Andy just got shouted out. I literally just turned off the post game.
Yeah, you were your tweet making fun of Moser's pants made the post game show.
I feel like it was a proper observation. He showed us his skinny pants, or at least Altitude did, and it looked like he'd just been vacuum sealed vegetables for the winter or something. Go look at the pants. They look like he got vacuum sealed.
They were tight pants. There's no doubt about it. It was a little bit more information about Mark Moser than I think anybody was looking for.
He comes back to me, and he's like, hey, 3X. And I'm like, bro, can't go there. I'm down 20 as of today. Secondly, he said he had big calves. I'm like, no, you do not. You don't have big calves, bro. You got tiny pencil legs, my man. Mike McDaniel thinks you got pencil legs.
Yeah, your cankles aren't fooling anybody into thinking you got big calves. All right, Moj? It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're going to do it when we come back. We're going to talk highlights. 13-11, Andy. We got highlights of this game. There were big plays. There were critical plays that were made. There were winning plays that were made. And there were losing plays that were made by the Jets. We'll celebrate all of it next as the Broncos are 4-2 going on to take on the Giants. It's a Rally House Football Monday. 13-11. We all got up early yesterday for 13-11. The 11 was good. The 13 was not great. By the way, Andy, you were complaining about the Bo Nix deep ball earlier.
Yes.
Did you happen to see the throw that Josh Allen just made to Josh Palmer?
No,
Allen?
I went to get my water. I take it was everything you would. Does it give you the QB envy?
Just the effortlessness with which he flips his wrist and makes the ball do what it does. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's kind of a reason that guy's got all that hype. It's kind of a reason why right now Josh Allen is on what feels like 2 of every 4 commercials during a break in NFL action right now.
This is a good point. He's got a lot going on.
He really does. He's quite everywhere right now, and good on him. The Broncos lost to him in the playoffs last year. However, they did defeat Justin Fields and the Jets yesterday by a score of 13-11. We're gonna relive this game on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. A lot happened in what felt like a game where not all that much happened. There was a reason why we got to a 13-11 football game. Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner on the call yesterday on NFL Network. And let's start on Denver's opening drive. Andy, I don't know if I mentioned last week, but the Jets did not have any takeaways the first 5 games of the season.
37. Nix's first pass attempt gets away from Johnson, and he finds Franklin, who fumbles it. And just as I said, the Jets have not had a takeaway all season. They're trying to come out of the pile with their first.
Too bad on that play, too, man, because Bo did a good job escaping pressure to get that ball to Franklin, but Jarvis Brownlee punched it out, and the Jets took over.
Yeah, I don't think I wasn't dog cussing your name for reading that stat 1,000 times when I saw that. I was like, there's the Nate Kreckman jinx I know.
That's right. Led to a Nick Folk 52-yard field goal because the Jets couldn't move the ball. By the way, Jarvis Brownlee, that dude, he got trucked by Bo later in the game.
He really did.
Yeah.
What happened there? Because I don't even think Bo, I think, was just like, well, I'm going to put my shoulder down because you're not going to blast me. And then all of a sudden, boom, he just ran.
He had to leave the field. Yeah, Bo got him good. Broncos would take over after that, and they drive it down. And, hey, Will Lutz, if you're going to kick a 57-yarder, we will celebrate it in highlights after a Broncos victory.
Will Lutz to try and tie it from 57. He got it. It was floating around, but it went through the uprights.
You know what I love about Eisen is that's one of his catchphrases from 90s Sports Center right there. Get it. Right. That I like that Rich Eisen never lost his like goofy sports anchor energy. He even like calls a game with it anymore. We don't. I feel like that's something of a generation bygone. Just the wacky sports anchor guy. But Eisen, like he's still got. I know he's up like a prestige NFL guy now, Andy, but he's still got some of that in him, and I appreciate it.
Well, and you and I grew up on it, so it's never going to get old for us. I mean, I'm with you. I miss it, but I feel like it's. I don't know. Is it tough because he and Stuart Scott were so good, and the whole really like there was so many. Patrick and Keith Olbermann were good.
Yeah.
And who was Brian, the blonde-haired guy? Remember him? Like they just it doesn't matter. They had a bunch of different guys
Kenny
just played off
Mayne.
each other. Thank you, Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne back in the day, yeah.
And it was original. And so it's kind of hard to not sound like a copycat, I think, after that. I don't know.
Right now, so there's 2 versions of SportsCenter that I like now. Like, obviously, SVP's show is great, and I love all the bits that he does. I think the Nicole Briscoe, Michael Eaves, where they kind of go, like, split screen, and then they'll put stuff in the middle and just sort of comment on it. Like, it's just kind of jackassery, and I think it's kind of fun. But, yeah, it's... the art form it's a little lost these days.
It is.
It's not what it once was. It's all right. We live in a different. It's also like we live in a world where it's just like everybody already knows what happened in every game anyway. So it's like, what spin are you then going to put on it for your television show? You know,
Nate, that really is a great point. That's one I guess I don't really think about. I do think, in a way, some of these guys take themselves too seriously. Who is the guy in the midday? There's one dude that just talks all the time, does the college football, it doesn't matter. But you're right. When everybody's already seen the highlight and everybody on Twitter's already been funny about it,
Right.
then what are you going to do?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Gets a little bit tougher. Ensuing kickoff. We're still in the first quarter. And, hey, Broncos have special teams problems again.
So, the Jets now taking their first kickoff of the game for them. Kane Wongo bounces off, and he's free! Wongo goes a long way!
Yeah, so 72-yard return by Kane Wongo. Dondre Tillman was in the process of tackling him, and then J.L. Skinner comes flying into the frame and just blows up Tillman. Just rocks his own guy, essentially breaks the tackle for Wongo, and then he just took off. Will Lutz missed a tackle in there, but he's the kicker. That's not his fault. Good on Denver. They didn't give up the return for the touchdown, I suppose. Jets would go backward on the possession. Nick Folk would kick a 41-yard field goal to make it a 6-3 game. And the J.L. Skinner, he's an interesting football player, isn't he?
Yeah, I had high hopes for him, and I know a lot of people thought that was a savvy late-round pick, but like you said earlier when the Sandman was on, you nearly got the old pass interference at the end of the Eagles game, and now you're blowing up your own guy. You're supposed to be a special teams ace, my dude. That's what's kept you in the league, and now you blow up a guy so the other team's returner can get more yardage. We're having a rough couple weeks.
He's kind of he's like the football player version of like a Russian dash cam video, isn't he? He's just like, it's just dangerous when you see J.L. Skinner out there. You don't know what he's going to do next. Yeah.
Is he the Broncos' Russell Westbrook?
Well put right there. Broncos got some Evan Engram going on the next drive, converted on a 4th and 5, and then one of Sean Payton's finer plays designed so far this season, connecting with our guy Adkins for the touchdown. Adkins has played well and, as we know, elite first name haver.
They get it off before the end of the first quarter. Nick's wide open touchdown. Nate Adkins. And the Broncos have the lead.
Yeah, good stuff right there. Fake bubble screen. And then Adkins just, boom, wide open. Poor Sherwood just caught in between. Wide open touchdown. That was a thing of beauty, Andy. That was some of Sean Payton's really best work so far this year.
Yeah, it was an outstanding play call, run to perfection. I love it because you don't want to have a great play like that ruined. By the way, I've been wanting to say it all day. Did Sherwood cover Sherfield at any point? That would have been fun.
You know what? I think he actually. So on the. We'll get to the third down conversion to Marvin Mims a little bit later. They were both involved in the play, but Sherwood was supposed to be covering Mims, and he didn't cover him. 10-6 at the end of the first quarter. It was funny, Andy, too, because I was like, they're going to start slow in this game. Like, take the first half under, and then they scored 16 points in the first quarter. I was like, all right, maybe not. Don't worry. This game would settle into a nice rut, and all of the scoring would then go away. In fact, in the second quarter yesterday, we would see no points scored. In fact, 8 more points the entire rest of the football game by the two teams combined after the first quarter. Second quarter, Bo Nix overthrew Marvin Mims on a shot play. That was a shame. But let's get to the Jets' final possession. 1 minute left in the half. Yeah, and so let's get the Jets converting on a fake punt. And then a 4th and 1 opportunity for the Jets.
Saying something to their special teams unit. Oh, it's a fake. They thought it was going to be a fake, and here's the fake to Hall. Oh, wow.
It's really close.
He got
really close.
So 3rd and 8. A wild final 2 minutes here. With very little happening, by the way. There's an over-the-middle throw for Fields. And it appears it is just shy of the first down. Josh Reynolds stopped by Alex Singleton. Clock's ticking down. It is 4th down. And
now I'm surprised
we're
that John
wondering
Payton
what
didn't
is
call the
happening.
timeout here. Stop the clock, but
neither team's calling timeout. The fans are roaring.
Wow.
And the Brits are wondering what is happening in London. And so are the American announcers. And that is halftime.
What are you doing?
Nobody knows.
What?
Nobody knows.
You get 7 yards on 3rd and 8. What is happening? What are they up to?
Gastral distress, apparently.
Diarrhea.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. And
Yeah.
how you just look, you got the first down, and how you just don't chuck it for a Hail Mary attempt.
Yeah.
You literally have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
I don't get it.
I suppose
Are you so fearful of a pick six that you're not even going to try Hail Mary?
Honestly, Andy, it is possible that Fields would have dropped back, not thrown the football, and then given up a strip sack and a scoop and score. Like, I guess that's the one thing that I guess could have happened. Just throw the ball. My God, that team. All right, so we go to the third quarter. It's still 10-6 at the half. Broncos have the lead. Nick Folk would kick a 38-yard field goal, make it 10-9. There was nothing notable from that drive. Jets then down to punt inside the 5. Broncos take over at the 3-yard line. Let's hear how that drive went.
Nix from his own end zone. In the back line for Franklin. Almost one-handed it. Flag comes in late. Brandon Stevens on the coverage. You might be calling this on Franklin, Kurt. There's now 4 zebras chit-chatting about it, pointing in the direction of the Denver Broncos.
There are 2 fouls by the offense. Pass interference. Offense. That penalty's declined. Holding. Offense.
Wow. Safety.
That penalty occurred in the end zone, resulting in a safety.
And that's how the Jets take the lead.
Who needs offense? Who needs offense? We'll score on defense.
11-10. Quinn Miners called for holding in the end zone, yanking down on the shoulder pad. That would make it an 11-10 game.
Okay, help me out now. And look, far be it from us after the end of the Eagles game there and JL Skinner discussion and all that.
Yeah.
How was there not some DPI, defensive pass interference, on the route outside?
It was
again, both shoulder pads were grabbed. Who was that? Sutton, Mims? Who was he trying to throw to? Franklin?
Well, they called OPI on Franklin.
Bro, well, what?
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing there? What are you watching?
The OPI was called, and then the safety. So that made it 11-10. My God, the Broncos were losing going to the fourth quarter of this game. They give up the safety to the Jets on the holding in the end zone. Go-ahead field goal drive. This was the key play on it. Let's go to that 3rd and 8 throw to Marvin Mims.
Nix throws it. Mims is open. Mims is clear. And Mims takes it inside the 35.
Yeah, first down catch. He had 2 receivers bunched left, Sherfield and Franklin. They clear it out. Mims goes outside. Sherwood was late to get there. That's your Sherwood-Sherfield combination right there, Andy. Now the drive would stall inside the 10. Will Lutz would kick a 27-yard field goal. But that 3rd and 8 throw to Marvin Mims, again, that was fantastic. Cool. Move Marvin Mims around, get him more involved. That can be a yet another thing that maybe this offense could hang its hat on a little bit.
Yeah, I hope so. I look, we'll break down more of the offense later this week. I don't know, Nate. It's you just got to get something going. You just got look, man. I don't want to. I know this is what you're not trying to set up. I don't want to throw dirt on this offense because we had these moments last year and they got going.
Yeah. I
keep waiting for it to get going and it's not going.
Again, 2 of the last 8 quarters have been good for this offense. It's not going great. Minute 9 to go. 4th down for Justin Fields. Aaron Glenn would rather not try a 62-yard field goal. How did that decision work out for him?
So here's the choice Aaron Glenn has. Go for it on 4th and 8. Or send Folk out for a 62-yard field goal. And he's chosen to go for it on 4th and 8. Against one of the toughest pass rushes in the NFL, if not the toughest, with 8 sacks on the day already. Minute 14 to go. This is essentially the game as the Jets are out of timeouts. Fields avoids the sack until he can't. Jonathan Cooper, the first in. And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation, Kurt.
Yeah, that'll do it. By the way, that was a Sternad and Cooper shared sack right there at the end of the game. Cooper 2 sacks. Sternad had 1.5. 1 sack for Benito, 1 for Hufanga, 1 for Wazarike, 1 for Zach Allen, 1 for John Franklin Myers, and Brandon Jones had a half of a sack.
Bro, how many half sacks? Poor Benito. Benito was like at the start of every one, and then somebody come in and clean him off.
I think Benito had 2 half sacks, which totaled a sack, meaning he didn't technically have multiple sacks, so he didn't get the franchise record. I thought he did. I even tweeted about it yesterday. I thought he had it. He apparently did not. So 1 sack for Nick Benito. He doesn't get the franchise record for consecutive games of multiple sacks. Still the NFL sack leader. Still had 1 in the game. He was still freaking dominant yesterday, as they all were. 9 sacks on the day, 8 different players with a sack in the game. Justin Fields, I don't know, man. That's a bad combination of your indecisiveness combined with that Broncos pass rush. We've got Monday Night Football coming up, Chicago and the Manders. First game is underway. I believe they're tied at 7 right now, Buffalo and Atlanta.
They are. By the way,
yeah.
17, your guy Allen just got sacked by 17 Edebuke or whatever from Atlanta.
Oh, that's fun.
So 17 on 17 crime. And shout out to Tanner. He won the Rally House gift card from us. Just texted us a picture.
Yeah.
Bought a Bo Nix jersey.
Very
Throwback
cool.
classic.
There
So he
you
says
go.
thank you.
Nice job.
Good.
Middle of the 7th right now in Toronto, by the way. Mariners on top of the Blue Jays 10-3. The Brewers and Dodgers will get it going.
Are you going to hate watch that, by the way?
Actually, Andy, I gotta tell you about my Saturday night experience.
All right.
We'll do that before we get out of here. I life hacked Cubs Brewers Game 5. I'll explain that to you next.
Terang the batter. And Terang drives one. Center field. Way back there. Gone! Bryce Terang. His biggest swing as a Brewer. A huge homer in the 7th. And Milwaukee leads 3-1.
Yeah, Cubs toast. They're finished. Lost in Game 5 on Saturday night to the Brewers. By the way, Friday night, Mariners, Tigers. Oh, inject that into my veins all day long. That was awesome. Baseball's been good. Cubs are finished, Andy, as you know. I will watch Brewers Dodgers. I will watch it.
With hate in your heart, though.
Yes. My annoyance with the Milwaukee Brewers. Here's the thing about the Milwaukee Brewers is, like, it's a rivalry between my Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers, right? That said, like, first off, when they wave the L flag after they beat the Cubs, tip of the cap. It's pretty good.
You like that? Okay, so I saw people complaining the Cub fans got mad, but you were like,
if you don't like it, win. Okay, it's good trolling. All right, that's what I would say. Okay, if you know every knucklehead at Wrigley Field's going to wave the W flag, well then you can't get mad when they wave the L. It's clever. The other thing about it too is I have like I kind of like the Brewers manager Pat Murphy, and I think I figured out why the other night. It's because he looks exactly like Jeff Legwold. And so I just kind of like him because I really like Leggy. So there's something kind of familiar about watching him on television. Like, I can imagine Jeff Legwold managing a baseball team. I bet it looks exactly the same way. So I think that part of it's kind of funny.
You want another little addition to that? What's also funny about that? Scott likes to give Leggy a hard time saying he's from Milwaukee. And Leggy gets so upset with him, it's like they're running things. So that's kind of funny you'd say that.
Yeah, 90 miles north. So Saturday night, Cubs Brewers, Game 5, Andy. And you were witness to what it's like to be around me when the Cubs are playing playoff baseball. It's like our first experience doing that together, and I'm kind of miserable, right? So early in the day on Saturday, we get wind of cheap tickets to McCartney.
Ooh.
And I started thinking about it, and I was like, all right, well, if I go and the Cubs win, I'm going to have a great night. If I go and the Cubs lose, I'm going to have a very good night, and I'm going to be way less annoyed that the Cubs lost. And so we went to the McCartney show. I watched it on my phone. Paul came out. Cubs weren't getting hits or scoring runs. I turned it off. I checked the game cast, I think, a couple more times during the show. Cubs lost. I wasn't even mad. Paul was up there, 83 years of age, jamming out for 3 hours. Phenomenal show. I had an unbelievable night, Andy. And yeah, I watched a condensed game while I was waiting to get out of a parking garage later, and it sucked just as bad as I imagined it did. They had 4 hits all night. Guess what? I didn't sit around and waste 3 hours of my life watching it. Solid evening. Thank you, Paul.